Welcome to KUMO-AUDIOBOOK. Is it wrong to employ cute girls in a store? Hiatus, the next day. Books 26 chapters Memo 97,863 words Stopwatch tilde 391 minute read. Chapter 26 to 51, the next day. 4,909 words. And suddenly, he is awake. Well, no shit. That's how everyone wakes up. Suddenly and groggily. His brain finally decided it's time to shit and pee. A final warning that his sphincter is at its limit and he needs to get the fuck you pee. But mental exhaustion still drains him slightly as he feels a familiar weight on his chest and he looks down to see Lily sleeping on top of him. Heh, what a carefree chucklefuck she is. He sighs internally and pats her head gently before looking around. The unfamiliar setting doesn't scare him all that much as he gently lets Lily down without breaking her sleep and slowly climbs out of the bed. Noting the change in his clothes, he is reminded of the terrible misfortune that befell his uniform. On the first day no less. The thought makes him want to fuck Soma up for a whole new reason now as he gives his beige nightsuit another look and walks out. Many things were revealed to him in the last battle. He wanted to try many things. He wanted to do just so much. But shitting takes priority. The unfamiliar room is connected to a very familiar hallway. From the light filtering into Mayak familiar structure, he estimates that it's noon right now. Looking around, he finally stumbles into a toilet and lets out a relieved sigh. Finally, oh, now that I think about it, he looks at his left arm. I'm completely healed her. On a different note, what happens if I shit while using the Silent Goblin's phantom? Is it completely silent? Jackal looks at the toilet seat with a smug smirk, only one way to find out. He finds his mind, one of the sources of his strength, moving without an issue. It digs deep into his being and finally a phantom of a silent goblin dances over his head. Jackal doesn't need to look at it to notice that it's there. The result? Perfection. Every single one of his farts can be now considered silent and deadly. Adjusting his trousers and washing his hands, Jackal steps out with a relieved sigh and a huge smile. Now he feels he can face everything. Whatever happened last night happened. He is just relieved that Lily is free from those jerks, and those jerks are liberated from their limbs, or their lives, in an extreme situation. Jackal isn't keen on killing. He doesn't even think of crippling others most of the time. But when he saw that stranger pushing children ahead, he lost his shit for a moment. All of them were just a bunch of Lily. They simply weren't lucky to meet him when he is in his more sociable state. The realization makes him sigh, but he never has been the kind of guy to want everything or save everyone. Just committing his desires to one Lily had him busting against a familiar, and if he did not have his trait, well, he'd still go there and get his ass handed to him. Instead of thinking too much, Jackal returns to the room that houses him and Lily. He climbs into the bed and curls against her sleeping form as a big spoon he is before drifting into sleep once again. He just beat a god till his face gave in. There are going to be consequences, right? Better to just sleep. Jackal, are you awake? Mayak enters the room and finds a large lump in the bed melting together. He sighs softly seeing this. They were tired last day. But it certainly caught me off guard. I never expected Jackal to break the tough nut that's Soma. As Mayak leaves, two pairs of eyes open within the confines of the blanket as they look into each other mischievously. See? Jackal whispers as he cozies up to Lily with a grin, we can pretend to be asleep all day long. More than happy to stay with him forever if need be. Lily still whispers while certainly snuggling against him for once in their bed while they are awake. But Jackal-sama, what about your routine? As they say, when you work hard, you rest hard. Besides, I plan to give the credit for my victory to Butterfree Era and skyrocket our sales and popularity. Too bad we'll have to get my uniform again. Yours should be fine after a good cleanup. She nods and hugs him tightly, and Jackal-sama. No need, he grins back. Actually, I might get hooked on some divine ichor on my fists every now and then. No, please let me say it, Lily whispers softly. I am very thankful. You took my hatred. I have nothing but gratitude for that. But I don't want to leave you. Jackal sits up slowly as Lily, too, follows his motions and they slip out of the blanket. The hell are you talking about? I'm letting you go nowhere. He tilts his head in confusion. Flushing profusely, she mutters while squirming against his body, I know that. She drawls with a huff, I just like living with you. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. He works his jaws a bit, I think I can train you in cooking a bit, at least, to the point where you can help prepare materials. Oh, and you also keep the house clean, that's a big plus. And how can I forget about your work ethic? You help Naza and others quite a bit, too. The more Jackal praises the more excited she gets as she whispers at the end, anything more? Nah, that's about it. Jackal smiles and pats her head before letting out a surprised noise. Ah, you're a good hug pillow, too. Definitely increases my pace of recovery. She blanks out before her eyes glimmer an odd reddish shade for the briefest moment and she croons, anything else, Jackal-sama? I like your magic. He looks a bit unsure, I guess furry ears, yeah. I can get used to petting them. But that's about it. Oh. She musters and deflates into his chest. See? A voice grumbles from outside, I can hear them chattering Mayak-sama. They are awake. Jackal and Lily look at each other before slipping into the blanket once again as the door is opened dramatically for an aha moment only for Naza to find the two resting peacefully. But, she knows what she heard. Listen up, she calls out pointedly. Things are really not looking good down here but it's not anything as bad as you'd expect. Soma, well, it's better if you come down yourself. Exhaling a groan, Jackal slides his head out, but I don't wanna. I know I said I'll face all the consequences but let me rest. Yeah. Lily sticks her head out and glares fiercely, let the man rest, Naza-sama. Staring at the two impassively, Jackal glances at Mayak pleadingly who shrugs. Fine. I'll come out on one condition. Naza, you'll take responsibility, won't you? Naza tilts her head in confusion while Jackal feels an odd pinch at his waist. Not that he cares. Instead, he slides the blanket off his body and speaks seriously. I am a man of virtue. I promised that I shall be with the one who sees me naked. Furrowing her brows harder, Naza crosses her arms with an odd flicker in her eyes. So, you're saying anyone who dressed you up is also responsible for your purity. She leers down slightly as Jackal nods seriously. With a short smirk on her usual bored look, Naza shrugs, I guess, what we had was truly just a passion for bento. I and many others will watch you and Mayak-sama's union with great interest. Huh. Jackal looks at Mayak while Naza turns around, we're all waiting downstairs, Jackal. Don't keep us waiting. As she leaves, Jackal cannot help but mutter, she feels closer than usual. Could be my imagination or, could be because of you. He turns to look at a wryly smirking Mayak. In my defense, the man claims, I couldn't ask any female children to help dress you up. But I hadn't dressed anyone and you were oddly clingy so I had Takamikazuchi's help. Shatter. That is the sound of Jackal's heart breaking into a million pieces as he mutters. Great, just great. I beat one god and two of them are eager to take advantage of me. This makes Mayak chuckle, far from it. Your reputation has spread, humble Jackal. Many gods fear the mortal who is capable of such feats, so. Adopting a serious expression, Mayak whispers, be careful. Many of us do not mind such actions. To us, this is the beauty of mortal life but to others, it's blasphemy. Thanks, Mayak. And, well, you're free from the responsibility that is me. You get a free pass, I guess. Mayak shrugs, it's quite all right. And, do see to Lily. He turns around and leaves as Jackal looks at Lily curiously to only find her with a bleeding nostril as a thin stream of steam expels from her ears. What a perv. Jackal scoffs since he aims to be the pot and climbs out of the bed. Finding the nearest cloth, he pinches Lily's nostrils and wipes away the blood before snapping her out of her daze as they look at each other seriously once more. Lily, before we go down, I do need to know your real name. It won't change how I call you, but it will make me feel a bit happier. Knowing you completely, that is. Lily takes a deep breath. She tugs on his nightshirt to pull him down until his face is closer to hers. Still, standing on the balls of her toes, She plants a chaste kiss on his left cheek and whispers with a blushing smile and watery eyes. My name is Liliruka Ard, my brute in blooded armor. Liliruka Ard, Jackal grins, henceforth, you're mine and mine alone. On a payroll, of course. Not in the slightest bit willing to change out from Mayaka's comfy night suit while Lily is dressed in a baggier night suit, to Naza's old nightwear, to be exact, the duo steps down the stairs and finds almost everyone waiting for him. And when Jackal says everyone, he means that this is the level of inclusion where a very weary Shakti with eye bags sit quietly as she nurses a cup of coffee spiked with adrenaline and a mind potion. This seems a little exaggerated, don't you think? Jackal snickers softly as he looks around and feels the weird energy in the room. Before others can begin, Shakti sighs. Right, let me say what I'm here for. It certainly helped you took so long to wake up, so it got me a chance to rest. Clearly not enough. Everyone takes pity on the kind soul. Last night, Jackal, you were accused of drugging 3 men of Soma Familia with various potions that made them commit heinous acts of sexual abuse amongst themselves. After the effects wore off, these men identified you for this act. Really? Last night I was sleeping at Naza's. We even changed clothes. As Naza's gaze sharpens a bit at Jackal's casual tone, Shakti raises her hand. Please. Last night has been very tiring. Let me do this and I'll be on my way. Jackal so wanted to say, that's what she said. But he accedes to the woman's request with a quiet nod while Lily's hand around his tightens ever so slightly. Aside from that, the Soma Familia was attacked by you. Aside from the crippled and the captain of the Familia experiencing an episode of a mental breakdown, there has only been one reported murder. Loki Familia went into action and stabilized quite a bit. Truly, none of this deserves a response from the guild or the Ganesha Familia. The damages were reserved to one Familia's property and there is no war game of any kind issued as a right for Soma Familia to get their justice. Soma Familia now consists of 7 members only, with Lilirus Ard being one of them. That is all. I came here personally to inform you all this because... Shakti takes a look around before sighing softly and looking up to match Jackal's golden red eyes. Her steely blue pupils soften slightly as she nods. You did, admirably. But next time, have a team. This is Orario, the city that breeds a new Familia weekly. And personally, I am glad that you stood up for Lily. Looking around, she clears her throat and gulps down the cup of coffee at once. Anyway, that's about it. But had Soma not removed those 3 men from his Familia, their charges would have gotten you in some trouble. But as you said, you were here, right? Exchanging clothes with Naza Erisuis. And Mayak, Jackal chuckles. Now that I remember, Mayak was quite touchy, too. Shakti blanks out for a moment before heaving a deep sigh and she leaves promptly. With that, Jackal and Lily quietly sit on a spot on the couch as everyone falls into silence. Before anything, can I ask something? Jackal questions calmly and they nod in agreement. Seeing this, he looks at the unfamiliar group. Only one girl in the short kimono looks familiar as he questions, who the hell are you guys? Ah, apologies, the god from the group laughs, I'm Takumi Kazuchi and they are my children. Last night, they unintentionally got involved in your beef with Soma. So, you're Takumi Kazuchi. Jackal narrows his eyes and then he glances back at Mayak before chuckling with a playful blush. Man, I actually feel kind of lucky now. Naza clears her throat with a frown as Jackal shrugs. Oh, shut it, Kettle. If those 2 hunks took your clothes off and dressed you, you'll feel the same. Hey. Naza stutters with a flush. What are you talking about? Well, let's not get too feisty. Takumi Kazuchi chuckles. We have female children just for such a situation. So, if Naza needed the same treatment as you, it would have been Mikoto, Asuka, or Chigusa who would have helped her. Sounds weird but alright, Jackal shrugs before questioning. So, there really is nothing to be worried about. Snorting under her breath, Naza replies, the captain of Soma Familia was detained because he was into many criminal acts that risked the safety of the city. He even used the divine Soma wine to lure more criminals into the Familia. Most of them are caught and stripped of their falna by Soma by this morning, once he recovered. They stare at Jackal again as he scoffs and crosses his arms. Got off easy, That one. What you need to worry about is Soma himself. Take Mikazuchi mutters, there is a reason why Mayak couldn't open his store since this morning. Everyone stares at a lone god pressing his forehead on the floor with his knees tucked in right in front of Nasa's counter as Mikazuchi chimes from the side. This position is called Dejiza. He adopts a proud expression. It's the ultimate expression of apology. You know what? I dig Take. His fucking hype for some reason. Jackal smirks at the unknown god and glances at Soma, who remains prostrated. If this is going to stop me from burning your... I burned the familiar mansion down, including my hidden divine wine that Loki could not find. Soma's voice echoes as his words surprise Lily and Jackal quite a bit. My other 6 children, who were willing to stay with me after forgiving me, are staying at Loki's Twilight Mansion for now. I am here, in this position, not to ask forgiveness alone. I want your permission, Jackal, to have a private audience with Lilyruka Ard. So, that's about it. Nasa whispers to Jackal, as Shakti said, this is Orario. Such news will only shock others for a while before the fame fades away. But that's not the point, is it? Jackal narrows his gaze and questions while holding Lily's hand tighter, why should I leave Lily alone with you? Repentance. Comes the reply, and Soma supplants softly, I wish to be selfish, as I was before. And I wish to beg. In this room, I have failed Lily alone. Jackal furrows his brows tighter but eventually looks at Lily, you up for it? If it's too raw, you don't have to force yourself. Smiling a little brighter, Lily shakes her head, I'm all fine now, Jackal-sama. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't trust myself near Soma, but it's fine now. Although she regains a complicated look in her eyes, the venom that she used to contain in her gaze is barely visible now. Jackal huffs under his breath as he shoots Soma a glance, I'll break your neck if she cries again. This makes Mayak and Take wince back a little because they find Jackal speaking the truth. I'll present it to you after washing it clean. Soma agrees without any issues as Jackal huffs and lets go of Lily before retreating to their living hall. Okay, we aren't properly introduced. Jackal looks at Take Mikazuchi's familiar. I am Jackal and I own a store down in Daedalus Street. What about you guys? You're new around here, right? The group nods as the tallest youth from them, dressed in a purple robe-like outfit lined with red and gold smiles, and gestures a universal yo sign. I'm Kashima Uka, the captain of the familiar. A pleasure to meet you. The girl who helped him last night, the one in a familiar short purple kimono with red armor pieces and her dark hair tied into a side ponytail, nods seriously. Yamato Mikoto. Your battle last night moved me to tears and I cannot wait to enter the dungeon. But that can wait until we earn more money. Not sure how talking about money problems fits into introductions, but sure. I am grateful to you in the first place. She nods with a short smile. The other one is a rather slim girl, unlike Yamato, who has her eyes covered by her dark bangs as she stutters, I am Hitachi Chigusa. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Sure. Jackal nods non-committally. I'm Asuka, says the girl who is in the greatest need of a change in her wardrobe as a strip of white clothing is tied around her head while she wears a simpler outfit of a yellow cloth with an overly large hole that lets her arms out and almost her breasts. Zuchiko-kon, one of the other boys replies. And I am Harusichiya, speaks the final one. Something tells Jackal he won't be remembering them, at least, the last 2. But, oh well, he can't say that to their faces now, can he? So, he nods and sits back with a quiet sigh. So, Take, Jackal shortens the name reasonably, why are you guys here in Orario? Any specific reason? To earn money, of course, the god sighs, my shrine in the Far East supports many orphans but finances are a bit tight, so we decided to move here and send money back to the shrine. Jackal instantly grows interested as he leans forward, have you been into the dungeon yet? You're familiar, I mean. They quietly shake their heads. And you said you wanted to earn money, what's your specialty as a god? Jackal questions with a glint in his eye. Although a little weirded out by the surprise interview, Take shrugs, I am a god of swords, prominently. I minor in war and many others, but if you are interested in my crafts, I am well versed in most combat arts up to a mortal limit. I taught all my children how to handle 10,000 valis per day. Jackal holds Takemikazuchi's hand. For now, 10,000 valis per day, that's more than what your familiar can earn in a day even if they prowl the dungeon. I want you to teach me, Lily, and a few orphans I know. If you're good and if your familiar wants to join in until they feel ready for the dungeon, I'll pay them 3,000 valis a day. Huh. Takemikazuchi blinks while Mayak chuckles and adds, Jackal is somewhat wealthy. His store is gaining rapid traction and I hear that even the top executives of Loki Familia respect him. The blue-haired god winks at Jackal as Take exclaims, really? Even that girl I keep hearing about? Sword Princess? Naza stares at Jackal with narrowed eyes, especially the Sword Princess. Amazing. Mikoto's purple eyes glimmer, what a stroke of fortune. You shall pay us for taking care of children? That's luxury. Wait until you meet them, Jackal chuckles, and of course, I'm not just trying to repay the favor. If your teachings benefit us, I will be willing to draw a very meaty contract that has all of you left with enough money that you don't worry about the upper floors of the dungeon when it comes to preparing materials. Believe me, even Mayak approves of the items I am creating. Except for the lust potion, Naza scoffs. Jackal looks at Uka and others seriously. Believe it or not, lust potion saved my life many times in the dungeon. It's good stuff when you know how to use it. Oh, by the way, you do teach how to wield an axe, right? He looks at Take again, who smiles and nods. How about I demonstrate my skills until Soma and Lily are finished speaking? Swell by me. Jackal grins and stands up. Gods are surprisingly resilient, so I'm looking forward to it. Jackal. Mayak sighs. Tone down the god-beating aura. I. An awkward silence fills the store of the Blue Pharmacy as Lily finally speaks up. Are you not going to look up or move? According to Takemikazuchi, conversing in this position is the height of apology and sincerity. I am inept in these matters, but that does not lower my desire to convey the depths of my condolence. However, Lily doesn't take any of this and pulls a stool for herself meant for the customers instead. I think Jackal-sama said all that needed to be said. Indeed, he was right. I wanted to gift my children the best work I can produce. They all loved wine and its various expressions, but my perfect product robbed them of that love and ingrained them with an addictive lust for my work. It broke my heart. We gods came to Gekkai largely for entertainment, but most of us never expected to become so human. Shifting a bit but not looking up, Soma whispers, Lilyruka Ard, when I lost myself alongside my children, I let Zanies make use of me. I felt pathetic and disgusted by myself, and that is why I let him use me. I gave up. I simply fell out of life. I don't expect your forgiveness. Then, what do you want? Lily demands with a slightly colder albeit confused tone. If Jackal had not found you, he would not have barged into the Familiar yesterday. I owe it all to you, Lily. You and Jackal saved me. I want to be of your service. You are one child I do not wish to disappoint anymore. You are the child whose hatred I wish to bear and atone for. I have failed you. His tone grows weary and soft. I have no place to go from here but up. Please, I beg you, to not leave my side. I don't demand you to be in Familiar and become an active member. Stay with Jackal. He is a kind soul and he treats you very well. All I ask of you is to... Soma slowly looks up. His shaggy bangs are brushed aside as his slightly reddened and desperate eyes gaze into Lily's chestnut orbs that hold no emotion whatsoever. All I ask of you is to look at the Familiar from the distance. Just watch it rise again. Just watch it flourish. Because, that's all I can do. It does not make up for the past, but... I will. Lily looks at Soma stoically. As I said, I bear no hatred, not anymore. But... I am not as kind as Jackal-sama, and I have been trying to find a way to repay him all this time. Her evil and unkind gaze bores into Soma, but me not carrying hatred does not mean I do not hold a grudge. Soma. You and I will form a contract right here and now. The terms will be unfavorable to you in every manner. But you will accept it, or you will leave that ridiculous position and get out of this place. It's clear. Ariana has had quite the effect on the two ever since she pulled humble jackals into a contract. The duo is like sharks with a taste of blood for attracting them. Both of them found prey today. And both of them bit on hard. The news of the assault on Soma's familiar spread like a wildfire. The stories got as wild as they could. A lone man stabs the adventurers and the god alike with his massive spear. He tore women's tops off for fun. He shook children by killing their parents. He chopped off the limbs of the innocent without care. A devil given flesh and blood. People loved it. That is merely the first half of the story, after all. Somehow, rather bold claims began to echo as the lone man stood for his love. He was graced by the most beautiful goddess to set out in his vengeance and emerge in victory. His undying love for the goddess is proven. He will have his share of the city as he sees fit. Wild rumors of every kind filled the streets. A few rumors claimed that this was the battle between Soma and Jackal for the affection of a certain red-haired goddess. Gosh, I didn't mean Hephaestus. A cry of a certain ill-mannered goddess echoes in Orario. So, when he entered Hostess of Fertility, all eyes gather on Jackal and Lily as they flinch. He already heard loads of berating from Ariana before coming here as he gave her the remains of his first uniform Alpha, so, seeing their gazes really threatens to pull his soul out of him. Hey! There he is. A dwarf barks in loud laughter. Don't let the punk spike your drinks. Gahahahaha. Up yours, too, Elka. Jackal rolls his eyes at the regular of the pub while Eswire tiptoes forward with a wide grin and winks at him. No table for now, Tilda. Additional helping hands found. Come on. She leans forward and drags him by the hand as Lily groans and tries to swat Eswire's hand away, but the Powlum realizes that Eswire is more agile than she ever let on. Lily glares at Eswire and pouts as Jackal laughs at her. No need to act so moody, Lily, at least, we get some peace in here. He nods at Lunoir and Anya while Chloe and Ryu are busting their dependable asses outside with the rest loitering in here. Of course, you would need to do the dishes if you stay here, Tilda. Eswire sticks her tongue out. Nah, not worth it. Jackal returns the gesture and waves at the rest of the girls before pulling Lily by her hand, who looks back and sticks her tongue out at the rest, too. Heh, you can't keep on playing him around your fingers. Lunoir chuckles and pats Eswire's shoulder as she completes her break. I guess. But how great would it have been if I could, Tilda? Eswire giggles and picks up her order before leaving, too. What does that mean, Naya? Anya tilts her head in confusion as her tail resembles the question mark shape. The trip to Hostess of Fertility was a short one. They returned to their home by the evening, and really unwilling to face Aina today, too, Jackal slips a note into her apartment and leaves with a very ready Lily for another of their dungeon dive to test many things as she trains with her spear. Asterisk. Alternate title, The Hidden World Within the Blanket, The Silent Threat, The Best Hug Pillow, Manhandled by Hunks, Jackal's Questionable Purity, Shakti is Tired, No Charges, The Ultimate Art de Giza, The Martial Prey, The Brewing Prey, Soma's Prayer, Ariana is Proud, The Rise of Rumors of Goddess, The Drug Lord of Orario, The New Familiar, No More Dishes, Aina's Fear Spreads Why. Asterisk. An. This chapter merely brushed over what others think or feel, since I cannot cram every bit of more intimate interactions in one bit. I hope I explore other things alongside the addition of new characters well. After all, Danmachi is filled with a variety of cast, and my dumbass still wants to add more as cow people or bunny people from a certain queen's verse. Asterisk. Pest, hey, wanna join the dark side and share some power stones? If yes, follow the path of your seniors. Alexander Semino, Justin Waters, Ibko Lugbodi, Luke Matthews, and Anthony. Read 15 advanced chapters here. patreon.com/fanhareem. Join the Discord for dead chatroom tilde. https://discord.gg/egdfue5. Chapter 27, The Simple Consequences. 5,764 words. Hiya. Lily calls out loudly as she puts strength in her thrust and stabs her spear forward with a monumental force that pierces the head of the targeted goblin true while Jackal just goes through the motion. He can utilize his mind now. Although the deity inside of him spoke a lot of things, Jackal has yet to experience these other changes that the mysterious being informed him of. 3 souls, into one, He continues keeping watch while learning various things about the phantoms on top of his head. He has experimented a little and he feels he has a proficient grasp of what this is. A secondary effect. Traits usually are a bundle of tasks that can be initiated with a trigger. Jackal's humble store is triggered by the words, "I want." But it also has other sub-triggers which allow him to search through products, enter his filter, and whatnot. The Death Eater is similar. Digestion of energy has a secondary effect. I always thought, that was it. I reached for a soft cap. No, wait, I thought wrong. I have never reached the soft cap for blue papilio, but then again, my body was already strong. So, he assumes, as long as my body is strong enough, I can bring the effects of the digested beasts, not to mention. I killed a human. I wonder what I will get from that. I'll check that tonight. On to more important things. Jackal continues to screw around with things on the first floor to understand the limits of this ability, and they are rather easy to find. This ability is triggered with the use of his mind. No, not just thoughts but the flow of energy cultivated in the mind. This means this is an active skill that consumes his mind, but this is just the beginning. Jackal found that the purpose of this skill is to enhance Jackal's body in a manner befitting the said beast. A kobold's phantom lets him roar louder. A war shadow's phantom lets him move in a more agile fashion. A silent goblin lets him move like an owl which produces no sound. A frog shooter lets Jackal jab a similar thrust it would spear out its tongue. There are restrictions, however. Jackal is not granted War Shadow's shadowy properties. He is not granted Dungeon Lizard suction cups that let him climb the wall. He is not granted a tough exoskeleton of a killer ant. But, in cases like Blue Papilio, if he has an item bound to the monster's existence, then the item consumes next to nothing when used. That's why, with Blue Papilio's phantom, Jackal could spam Butterfree Era and continue to abuse the Soma Familiar. Jackal can call multiple phantoms at once. He tried 6 of them and had a nosebleed with his head throbbing like it wanted to bust its grey nut. Right now, Jackal's body is comfortable with 2 phantoms. And this brings Jackal to the final point. His body needs to be durable. His max raw potential is slightly above War Shadow, Killer Ant, Frog Shooter, and Dungeon Lizard combined. But, let's say, if he hits the peak of a stronger monster like a silverback, then he is well aware that he can only handle another phantom of a silverback or a greater number of weaker phantoms. Simply put, it's a trade-off and Jackal can use the phantoms as he sees fit. If digestion of energy has this secondary effect, I wonder how I can trigger the secondary effects of consumption and excretion. Jackal stops and huffs a soft sigh. He barely feels spent at this moment. Clearly, this trait is extremely beneficial. Not only does it support passive growth, but this growth is directly used for active skills. Lily, take a break, Jackal calls out calmly as the girl nods and engages the last 2 goblins with her spear before winning against them and returning with a wide smile. She could easily go for more goblins, but rest is necessary. You're on support duty now, I want to check something. She smiles and pats the girl since she likes it a lot and unstraps his axe from his waist. Of course, Jackal-sama. He nods as they begin to walk to find another group of goblins. He won't stay on the first floor for long. Training Lily is a short segment of this dungeon prowl. After half an hour, he intended to get to the 8th floor, even the 9th. His phantoms boost his combat prowess by a lot and he can even use magic items now. Oh, yeah, Lily, Jackal smiles as he keeps on looking ahead. I got us and the kids at Maria's place a skilled teacher. Take is a good fighter. He dusted the floor with my ass easily when you were chatting with Soma. So, we'll leave an hour earlier in the morning. Instead, you get a break for 3 hours in the afternoon. You can bunk in Maria's place or upstairs and rest. You found us a teacher, she squeaks, and I thought I had a better surprise. Jackal looks back at her. What do you mean? Well, Jackal-sama, I didn't want to waste your hardship by just forgiving Soma-sama simply. Even if he wants to change, as hypocritical as it is of me to say this, his feelings will never change the past. So, I emotionally blackmailed him to sign our shop as the only exclusive distributor of all his wines. Jackal stops and stares at the girl. Seriously? Lily looks up inquisitively. That's what Ariana did to us by saying she has no mate and stitching is the only thing that gives her a similar joy, right? And I know Zani's used Somasama's products to earn a lot of money. Ah, yes. I also forced him to sell us everything at a 30% discount. She smiles widely. Jackal stares at the girl before muttering, fuck, if we weren't in the dungeon, I would have tossed you up and down the air. You're amazing. He gazes at her unblinkingly, truly. You did well. If Soma shows weakness again, bleed him dry. Yes. Jackal-sama. She grins happily and a bit foolishly one might say as she continues to giggle sporadically. This news truly is an unexpected stroke of fortune. Things are looking up for the store. He grins happily, too, and thinks about the true purpose of his visit once again. Focus. If mind is used to trigger the secondary of digestion, maybe consumption and excretion has a similar need. But it also needs intent. My body did think for itself reflexively back then and choose the monsters I can call upon. Asterisk crek asterisk. Asterisk grok asterisk. The soft echoes of a goblin's mind-numbing chatter echo through the hall of the dungeon before Jackal and Lily hear the goblin's dying screech. Another adventurer. He sighs and gives Lily a look before they turn around and choose another direction. Their approach to the dungeon is rather simple, trust no one until supremely stronger than them. Taking a different direction, Jackal thinks for a moment and decides to try the simplest approach. Let your mind flow, man, I also need to try the stuff from 2-piece and see if I can get their cool shit. No, focus. Let the mind flow and focus the intent on the consumption of Death Eater. He stares at the group of 4 goblins who begin to charge in his and Lily's direction the moment they discover the duo and his axe slices forward. Landing truly to the mark, the axe splits the goblin's head and stabs into the ground as Jackal feels the familiar force of Death Eater slipping inside of him, barely filling the gaps inside of him that need strengthening and nurturing for his vassal has grown quite a bit. Yet, just when he almost gave up hope, he looks at the goblins again with a hazy golden flicker around the rims of his red irides. What? He sees loose strands of threads emerging from the goblin's body and fading into nothingness just a few inches away from its body. All the goblins have these white strands of thread and one conspicuously colored red strand of thread. Jackal stops the flow of his mind to his eyes and finds the strands disappearing altogether. And then he reactivates his mind and finds the thread emerging once again. Jackal-sama, I should take care of them. I'm completely recovered now. Lily smiles as Jackal looks at her and then at the cautious goblins surrounding them. Fine, aim right here. Jackal points at a spot on his collarbone as Lily tilts her head slightly and then nods. That's the spot they have their magic stones in. Jackal narrows his eyes, one crack and they're dead. Thus, their weakest spot. Other white threads are attached to the joints of their limbs and even their eyes, their other weak spots. It doesn't a genius to understand what it means. Sniffing and raising his head proudly, he smiles, thankfully, I'm a genius. Press X for doubt. The secondary effect of consumption seems fairly obvious. It shows the weak spots of the species he devours. He tried this on every other monster except Blue Papilio and a jackbird, which are simply harder to find before delving into the floors beyond 7th and 8th. Nothing really changes on the 9th floor aside from their first horde of needle rabbits, cute little cretins with tiny horns on their heads that shriek bloody murder and try to nibble their way into the flesh of adventurers. Even if they are barely stronger than goblins, their agile and jumpy movements make it harder for most, including Lily, to target them, but she has experience with this floor like many other supporters and reorients herself to use her crossbow instead of her spear and support Jackal to the best of her ability. All in all, the night was well spent, and after they returned and Jackal tucked a reluctant Lily into the bed, he began to cook with a happy hum. Time waits for no man. Let him cook. Lily, you should maybe stay out. Jackal smiles kindly at her as he pats her head warmly. This is my tribulation. I shall accept all the responsibility. All the punishments. I promised you, didn't I? Jackal-sama. Lily looks at him with watery eyes as her small pouty lips part before she scowls. I'm not leaving you alone with a half-naked Aina-sama. Unbothered by their antics and not really half-naked but certainly in a provocative brown gown over her underwear, Aina continues to observe the two with her arms crossed. Who said Lily could stay out? Both of you. In. Hey, if you insist, Jackal chuckles, but he is held by his collars and dragged inside while a worried Lily, fearing all sorts of punishments, follows inside and closes the door behind her. Waiting for them to set their backpacks down, Aina gazes down at them critically. I heard most of it from the team supervisor after Ganesha and Loki Familiar submitted their reports on the incident. Did you really have to go in all alone? She begins in a softer, inquisitive tone as Lily lowers her head. Adjusting her glasses, Aina sighs softly. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be the one to put the two of you down, but what you did, for whatever reason, was dangerous. Worrying, no doubt. And you are the one who taught me to remain level-headed. Jackal-san, what happened to you? His previous host was calm, truly. But Jackal is far from it. He has his moments, but he simply doesn't know how else to live. And, not the kind to lie about what he's feeling, he quietly looks at Aina. No doubt. I made her worry. She's very kind, too kind for the current me even, but if I had waited for even a single moment after seeing Lily break down like that and tried to come up with all sorts of excuses or justifications that stopped me from my fist rearranging Soma's face, I would have felt disgusted by myself. His words silence both of them as he grins, but hey, I remember what I taught you. That one's on me, no doubt. But I'm really happy you care for me just enough to get angry, too. Aina stares at Jackal before taking a seat in front of them and letting out an exhausted grunt. Jackal-san, you're simply horrible. She looks at the duo gloomily. I expect Lily hid nothing else from you. Did you? Jackal looks at the Paolum, who shakes her head sideways quickly. So, was that it? Jackal cocks his head sideways. I thought you'd tear up a little. Would have made me feel a lot better. His carefree grin is met with a scoff. Not that Aina would admit she shed tears last night once she had the time to process all of it. Instead, she stares at Jackal calculatingly. Since you are relieved by my anger, I should truly present some consequences, no? Only because you like it so much. Your 4-day break starts tomorrow, right, with the month ending and all. I'll have you chauffeur me and a very peeved Rose-san tomorrow until we are satisfied. This means no dungeon unless we both agree. Jackal blinks while the hair on Lily's neck stands erect as she glares at the tough, larger and softer competition warily. That's all. Jackal voices in a confused tone. That doesn't sound like punishment in any manner. Oh well, some girls just pose to act smart, I guess. Sure, why not? Jackal agrees without any qualms as Aina leans forward. Remember, Jackal-san, you won't be let off until both of us are satisfied with your repentance. This act of bending forward slightly attracts Jackal's gaze down at her fear cleavage for just a moment before he remembers the enemy and looks back into Aina's focused green eyes. Yep, got it, Jackal grins. No. Jackal-sama. You womanizer. Lily deflates, don't just fall for obvious traps. Wait, does that mean I can use such obvious traps, too? There is hope after all. Aina nods and leans back. Oh, by the way, expect some heavy restrictions on your products from now on. There is a reason why many concoctions from the entertainment district never reach the open side of Ororio. You gave the guild those reasons again. I was already thinking of making Butterfree Era my brand. That's no issue, Jackal smiles. These are simply the consequences. You act up, and you'll get pushed down. That's a simple truth, and Jackal accepts it ironically. True strength matters in every world. The chiding he thought Aina would batter him with was interesting, and so was her outfit, but Jackal needed to move. Bento's daddy needs to deliver on his promises. So, setting 6 bentos on Aina's table, double the usual to appreciate her, Rose, and Misha worrying for him, Jackal leaves with Lily in a jogging pace to their next destination, the Blue Pharmacy. Oh, sorry for being late. Jackal enters the room with Mayak already present as he met Take and his familiar in the storefront already waiting for him. Let's get this done, Tilda. I want to introduce Take and his familiar to the kids. But Jackal-sama, they won't be awake this early. Lily looks up and still tries to dissuade him as he chuckles. So? The punks want to enter the dungeon, right? It won't have any mercy on them. I got none either, aside from Gemlings, of course. Now, He couldn't possibly cut the supply of the high-quality crystals that keep the children hooked, right? Anything new? Mayak inquires with a smile. Well. There is something new. Jackal takes a seat alongside Lily and nods at Naza, who successfully reverted to her resting face as she nods back calmly. Shuffling his hand into a frollet, Jackal pulls out an index finger-length grey spike as he chuckles. It's another material like the one I made from War Shadow. Anyway, the usual order. Naza nods quietly and the whole exchange happens pleasantly as the group finally gets down to actual business. You look well. Naza smiles shortly as Jackal begins sliding boxes of bento toward her side of the table. I think sleeping here in our familiar did you too good, she affirms again with a kind nod as Jackal sets the fourth box on her stack. But I do remember how inconvenient it was for me to have a clingy Jackal latch onto my right side which almost, sigh. No worries, right? My arm didn't fall off. Lily holds back a smirk. If she laughs, she loses, and the Paulum knows it while Mayak watches the exchange with an amused expression as Jackal sets the fifth box on the stack. And I used a lot of healing potions to recover the pound of flesh taken out from your shoulder, but I can't hold you for it, right? You have been very kind to our familiar. The sixth bento box creates a dignified tower of bento. But, sigh, I shouldn't mention this, it was raining then, right? I almost got a cold. But it's fine. Naza tilts her head and smiles casually, her furry cream-brown tail shuffles a bit and her ears twitch cutely. I couldn't take my eyes off you. I'm sorry about your uniform, but you look better without it. Jackal-sama won't fall for it. Naza-sama. Lily smirks smugly as Jackal grows silent and then takes out 4 more boxes and even the tower with a stack of 10 bento. Lily looks at the prominent tower with a blank gaze. So big. So wide. All for Naza. Gleefully but hiding her expression well, Naza begins to stuff the food into her frollet. Are you sure about this? I can't accept this much kindness. Slightly blushing, which surprises the others more, Jackal leans back into the couch weakly. Just, take it. So, he truly is weak to honest praises and compliments. Naza smiles to herself while Lily whines internally. Why did her savior have to be so damn easy? We'll swing by after closing the store to supply you with a bit more products. The store will be closing off tomorrow for 4 days after all. Oh, that reminds me, Mayak looks at Jackal. A few gods and goddesses have contacted me and Loki asking if your patron deity would be joining us in Donatus at the end of the month. By the way, you did level up, right? No, not really, still level 1. Just the most badass breed, I guess. Jackal shrugs as Naza hums. Indeed. You showed them, didn't you? He takes a deep breath and puckers his lips while fighting back the red dusting on his cheeks. He could face insults and monsters, but an honest-to-a-god flirting? Now that shit's crazy. Anyway. Jackal redirects the conversation while making up his mind to draw up even better cheesier one-liners that leave the girls speechless so none dare teases him again. My patron deity won't be joining. He keeps it simple. He has no god or goddess, so, they cannot join. Really? Mayak hums and sighs. Well, Donatus can be brutal in a way. Go on, don't keep Take and his familiar waiting. Jackal nods while tossing Naza a sidelined stare which she matches with an equally stoic look as if silently jeering. I got your lunch, bitch, what now? My vengeance will be just as terrifying. Jackal looks away with a pout. Who knew women can be shameless, right? Roberta never was. But Naza is a veteran saleswoman. She's got the experience. First SYR and now this chienthrope. Building a harem out of honest women will be so damn hard. She has been feeling anxious since that night. Oh, she heard about 3 men going down on each other in reckless abandon the next morning alongside someone storming the Soma Familiar and decimating it literally from SYR. Not knowing what to say and a little surprised that SYR even visited them with a basket of food the next day since she had chosen to stick to the weekend visits, Maria felt extremely guilty about not telling her the truth. But it wasn't Maria's place to speak about it and the matron knew that well. Still, even with a surprise visit from SYR, she could not feel her stress loosening one bit. His expression. The sheer rage in his eyes continues to resurface in her mind like a constant reminder of what is to come should someone make Lily, or anyone close to him for that matter, cry out of malice. For once in her life, besides constant worry, Maria experienced a tinge of envy. It's a sick emotion that bloomed within her that day which only stoked the flames of her anxiousness further. Unknowingly, she observed Syr young, beautiful, and kind. More than helpful and playful. A perfect package that any man would be lucky to have. But this bred a bit of bitterness in her. Her husband never returned. What if he, too, doesn't return? Yes, she heard what happened to Soma Familia. But what about him? Is he hurt? Even alive? The children around her could sense her mood, too. She was snappier than usual and felt every bit as guilty as she felt annoyed at barking at the children to not do something stupid. Anything. She felt sick. Syr's kind gesture of hugging her goodbye relieved a bit of anxiousness within Maria, but that was it. She was alone again. She has her children, yes, but they grow. They will live beyond her. But, yesterday night, she wanted someone close. Someone that would hold her in a kind embrace and warm her up during the utter downpour that Orario faced. Oh, and look at that. She still feels sick this morning. Although it's only been a few weeks at best, she looked forward to opening the door for a grinning Jackal as he would present her with food. Again, the food from Hostess of Fertility is still better, but Maria would choose his bento over any other's outlet anytime. She feels even she can cook better, but just for the morning, she feels reluctant. She wants to receive his cooking. His smile always brightens her day, and her afternoon is always great as she looks forward to eating lunch with him and his other friends. Despite her indignation, she stills when she hears a familiar knock. She'd almost lost hope for today, too. After all, he is late. But deep down, she prays that he is without any injuries, and if he isn't, she prays for the strength to do what's right, pull him into the orphanage, clean his wounds all over again, and bandage him by herself because she won't be reassured any other way. Taking a deep breath, she cleans her hands with her apron and twists the knob of the door before pulling it open. Yo! The bright grin greets her again, announcing the break of the dawn. Her body and mind pay no heed to the group around him that follows behind him as she leaps forward with a wide grin of her own decorating her face. Her tackle is just and harsh. He shall face her embrace with all his might. His face shall endure the bundled knot of anxiety stuck in her chest as she pulls him in with tears flickering from the corner of her eyes. A hero who rages for another? He deserves a lashing and a warm welcome to make her worry like this. It's a sick emotion, truly. And it never was envy. Far worse from it, truly. Took you long enough. He lets them fall back as she continues to nuzzle her face against his head as he spasms on the ground. Jackal-sama. Don't lose for the third time. Maria hears Lily's yelp, fight back with all you got. And feeling the rapidly hardening spare handle of his axe strapped under his trousers, Maria could verify that Jackal is fighting for his life and honor as his hand slowly coils around her back gently, letting her sigh in relief. He wins again. She sighs as she closes her eyes. It's only appropriate to spoil him a little after he has spoiled me rotten for weeks. Oh, pleased to meet you, Takumi Kazuchi-sama. Maria smiles as she serves the group tea and sits at the table, too. As if oblivious to how others keep staring at her, Maria looks at the god in front of her and nods. I feel like I'm constantly just helped by Jackal and Syr in various manners, and that's true. She chuckles. But I cannot just say that this is not beneficial for the children. They will have a higher chance of survival in the dungeon with better training, as Takumi Kazuchi assures her, not just training. If they are serious about improving themselves and understand the meaning of safety. Saying this, take glances at Jackal, who puffs his chest out with a wide grin as if claiming the title of the safest adventurer pridefully. I will make sure none turn out like Jackal. And to think we shared that night with Mayak, tch. Jackal shakes his head as the members of his familia and Maria cough out their tea in an instant. The truth is, Takumi Kazuchi laughs in an honest manner, we can really use the money. If possible, I would teach the children of this orphanage for free should they ask, but there are times when I have to let go of my pride and empathize with the beauty of mortality. It goes without saying that I will not pamper any children during the training. In matters of life and death, stone-cold discipline and the ability to make tough decisions triumph above all. And while your familiar members are out trying to find new opportunities, Lily and I will have our training sessions, too. During any break time we get. So Maria, I got you a very capable nanny in the package of a trainer. Maria purses her lips and then smiles. Could I learn a little about self-defense, too? If it's not a lot to ask. Takemikazuchi looks at his familiar before Asuka grins. Sure thing. I and Chigusa started with simple sessions due to our weaker strength compared to the rest in the beginning. We can help you around if we don't have anything to do. Since our main objective is to earn money, it matters not if it is sourced from the dungeon or employment. Knowing that all these children are orphans, too, Maria instantly developed a sense of maternal bond with them, which made the 6 of them very happy. But Jackal quietly looks around. Damn. I pull all sorts of orphans, don't I? I don't think I ever heard about Naza's parents, too. Oh, wait, Aina's got them. Good for her. Lily, why don't you start with lessons now? Jackal looks at her. I'll open the shop and deal with a few troublesome early customers. If what you said about Soma is true, then she's going to be an uncontrollable bitch again. Who? Take looks at Jackal curiously as stands to prepare for another battle. He may have almost been defeated by Maria, but his day has not ended just yet. It's only the morning. Loki, who else? Jackal groans before snickering. I'll enjoy this, hey Tilda. He walks away while snickering to himself all sorts of things. Loki. That Loki? Mikoto looks at Lily as the Paolum sighs. She is like a flatter Jackal-sama, no class and all evil. Lily is learning truly well under Jackal. Alright, I'll wake the children. Maria begins when Take smiles. Every bit of kindness in his expression recedes as all 6 of his children shiver. Martel-san, Takemikazuchi smiles formally. Let us. The training begins now. The man stands and his children simply cannot sit because of this, and they, too, get up before marching to the upper floor. Well, it's alright Tilda, I'm feeling very lazy today. Maria giggles and sprawls against the table. Enengi. Maria-sama, what is your game here? You just hugged Jackal-sama alone. Ara? How forgetful of me. Come here, Lily. Arg. No, get away. Your hugs feel evil now. They are large and deceitful ploys. You don't get to resist the punishment either Tilda. Nu, Pomph. She will wait. Unlike that fool who has yet to cherish her presence, she has come to enjoy each insult she hurls at him. With Ais and others gone, he shall be the release she desires, especially after seeing the events of that night. Entertainment. It is loved by all gods. They want their children to rise, carve their names into the annals of history, and leave a resounding legend. Above all, this is the true high the divine seeks in Gakkai, and that night, when his fists and words crushed Soma's will, she saw a flicker of that glory birth into him. Legends. Manifests. That's the truth, plain and simple. Legends are carved into one's soul, and even if someone doesn't have Falna does not mean these legends do not affect a mortal. They do. They impact a mortal in mysterious ways that attract lust, envy, and admiration of the divine. And some legends refuse to pass away. They return. They always do. Silently, with a wide smirk, Loki lets others enter, with the guild officer being the first. It doesn't take a moment for Loki to deduce that given Jackal's nature, he may have opted to let his shop function as a private enterprise. This has its own merits and demerits. Yes, the guild cannot make you take quests in times of emergencies however they deem fit in this case. But his products need to be handled to a more recognized and controlled route as a private enterprise, as long as he is in Orario. Of course, the underlying hint of strength is not lost. His actions of beating Soma ruffled some feathers, to say the least. It even had her own Ica boiling in excitement. As the last customer, another Amazoness, leaves in disappointment, Loki puts her game face on and barges in. He shall get no rest. Yo. Attracted quite a group of Amazoness, did you? He looks at her with a scowl, but the excitement seeping through his gaze is hard to cover. She knows in an instant that the boy knows how to appreciate chaos given class and the best divine ass. They just wanted more lust potion. Guild just handed me a list of vendors to who I can sell lust and lazy potions, but then again, they can only control the distribution, not the price. All those ladies have bordellos under Ishtar's name. Ho, I could smell it. Loki snickers and unruly sits on a chair with the spine of the chair facing forward. So, enjoying the fame? You sold out all the Butterfree eras, too. Where's Lily? The source of your troubles? Loki adopts a pleasant expression as she pokes where it hurts. I don't know, he replies with a smirk, an equally disastrous set of words rolling off the tip of his tongue. Where's Soma? Oh, that's right. Busting his ass to prepare wine only for me. This hurt. This hurt a lot. Her precious Soma, too, is held under Jackal like all her children in her imagination. She snorts, I hear you're switching sides. Spiking men to have their way with each other and even letting Mayak and Take strip search you. Always knew you had it in you. You know what? I'm damn proud it's hunks like Mayak and Take who saw my divine form, too. That's the first step towards being divine bros. And better be gay than a cuck. How is it? Am I still fucking Reveria in your mind right enough to fill her with new elven heritage? You bastard. Says the bitch. They curse, they swat hands, they share bento in time of respite, and by the end of it, both feel their throats sore. Panting, they glare at each other for a while before deflating. Let me reach rank 6, he huffs, I'm gonna raid your mansion and curb stomp you one of these days. That's before Finn skewers you. Or worse, Kek, Tyon. That reminds me, I'll have a chat with Tyon about your imagination. I hear that she is fiercely loyal to Finn and doesn't like anyone discrediting her integrity. Heh, he laughs as he sees her pale slightly. You wouldn't. Try me. Don't tempt me. He scoffs and crosses his arm in contempt. You don't have what it takes. You wish I'd let you be the first goddess I sleep with. It's gotta be a hottie, heh. Like Demeter Tilda. Her lips twitch. Demeter's the goddess of harvest and agriculture. A pinky-sized carrot or a radish has a better chance than you. I'll paint it, dumbass. Dumbass are the ones who paint their dicks. Moran, you don't know that. I'm looking at one. They continue until a tired Lily returns from her spar with Mikoto and Uka after training a few basic stances of spear under Takemikazuchi's tutelage alongside other children. Without a doubt, Loki and Jackal enter into a staring contest and silently understand the rule. The first one to blink loses. But Loki has eyes that can barely register blinks. So, Jackal tosses a gemling at her which she catches promptly and blinks in surprise. She blinks. You lose. His lips stretch into a smug, shit-eating grin. Damn you, Jarkkick. *****. Alternate title, Threads of Fatality, Death Perception. Jackal is ready for a sacrifice to Aina, Aina's understanding, the capital punishment. Let him cook Naza's gentle exploitation, a wide and thick present for Naza, Maria's Daybrigtons. Jackal fights for his life, the club awakens. Take in military mode, Lily falls into large traps of flesh, Jackal's true weakness. Girls ironic asterisk, the true hate boner legend, bordellos go to daddy, Jackal wins. But at what cost? Pest, hey, wanna join the dark side and share some power stones? If yes, follow the path of your seniors. Covert Cytherin and Jonathan Dubroy. Read 15 advanced chapters here. patreon.com/fanhareem. Join the Discord for dead chat. Chapter 28, Brothers Before Hoes. 4,869 words. The stage is set. The bet is in place. Two men lock eyes with the intent of bringing the other one down with nothing but their fists. And Jackal won't be the one to fall as Maria sat on the ground around him like the children, Take's familiar included. Take himself stands to the side and acts as a referee while Jackal graciously gives Uka a way out. Are you sure, Uka? If you lose the spar, you'll be on the cleaning duty of the orphanage. These kids can be messy. As opposed to your loss, the consequences of my loss are nothing. All Jackal wants is one-on-one training with Take. He feels that's the best use of his time, but the world doesn't revolve around his feelings. Uka seems plenty reluctant about Take taking the stage just yet and lured Jackal with a bet. Uka loses, he cleans the orphanage, shit and all for a month. Jackal loses, he must complete the basic practices with other children of the familiar before moving on to the next stage, which is take. So, yeah, Jackal loses out on nothing. But the bet excited others nonetheless. They circled and sat quickly, eager to watch one of the well-known clichés of adventurers play themselves out in front of their eyes. I admit that you're strong, Uka speaks with determination, but bare-handed combat relies as much on technique as it does on strength. And I believe that even if my strength is a bit worse compared to yours, you still have a lot to learn. I know. That's why I hired you guys as my trainers. Jackal emphasizes sassily alongside a deadpan at the youth before shrugging. Oh, well, who am I to turn down a good brawl? He takes a casual position, unlike Uka. Then again, without proper training, a casual position, and the strategy of going with the flow is all Jackal can come up with. That's what a fistfight is, right? You block and evade before fucking up the enemy. The duo quietly approaches each other before Uka snaps downward with his leg sweeping at Jackal's feet, which catches Jackal off guard, but he bounces back easily and wobbles a bit theatrically and tilts back once again as Uka's leg sweeps up to axe down on him. And there's his chance. Jackal's fist moves, but he takes pity on the youth and opens his palm before slapping the shit out of Uka's nuts that are left unprotected right in front of him. Ooh. It takes a moment for Uka to register what transpired. The injury to the nuts never snaps off to the brain instantly, no. The body numbs for a moment as if hoping that it's phantom pain, something that will disappear. But it doesn't. It feels like your sack is experiencing nausea. Then the will to live stops and the knees quiver. A person can still keep standing, but gently letting their sack nuzzle against their thighs as they fall to their knees is the best solution. And Uka falls to his knees. My win, Tilda. Jackal shrugs, snapping others out of their stupor. Shameless. The other two boys of Take's familiar cry out. Not really, Jackal shrugs. Oh, and if you all challenge me, fair warning, I even slice the clothes away, so be careful, yeah? What? This alarms the girls while Maria interjects. He did it once, to a female adventurer who had been cruel to Lily. But, that's dishonorable. Mikoto frowns, her tiny and thick brows bunched together in a scowl as her short lips pucker up in displeasure. Is it? Jackal looks at Takamikazuchi, who sighs and looks at Uka. It is unusual, but a weak point is a weak point. All right. So, what will I be learning today? Thud. Jackal questions as Uka quietly lies on the ground in defeat. Too stunned and ashamed to move or speak. Hey, Jackal tried to give him a way out. Adopting a stern expression, Take shakes his head. We will not be learning in the form of courses. Everyone has different needs and manners of teaching. Fortunately, I can differentiate between these needs. Lily needs an actual course that helps her get used to her techniques and then spar with others. Usually, that's how everyone learns. But Take hesitates and then looks at the matron, Martel-san. Can we get this space for ourselves? Pursing her lips reluctantly, Maria thinks for a moment and then questions, can I stay? You can, but not the children. Chigusa and Asuka, tuck the children into bed. They need rest after their exercises. Kon, Ichiya, drag Uka sideways. Takamikazuchi's commands are easily met. Even the usually unruly children do not refute his order. Already experienced with an orphanage before, the first thing Take did after coming here was to establish a dominant, unquestionable position while acceding to many of Maria's requests to give the children the impression that their matron is an even bigger boss. Kids are impressionable like this. As the kids leave while Uka is helped to sit up, Takamikazuchi looks at Jackal seriously. As I was saying, courses and training for technique first and then sparring. You may consider this as an easier approach. But after understanding the motives behind your recent actions, I don't believe this is the right path for you. I will teach you nothing but battles. I will use different weapons. I will use many techniques I know. I will aim for your weakest plays and defenses every time and injure you. I will wound you till you learn not to leave such openings unchecked. So, this will be a bloody affair, something I can sense you don't mind. And that is also why it cannot take place on these grounds. Jackal works his jaws while digesting the information. So, unlike me, learning from my mistakes against monsters as I have till now. I'll do the same against you. Fair. But you won't go easy, right? I will try my best to aim at your crotch, too. Takemikazuchi smiles kindly. This smile only promises pain and anguish. His future children will shudder when they see Take smile like this, but Jackal grins. Okay, how about we train in the open fields north of Orario? That will be adequate. But for now, we can spar with our fists. Takemikazuchi walks forward with his hands behind his back. Now. Jackal knows that a master is gonna mess up the opponent when they walk with hands behind their back. And Jackal already had a taste of Takemikazuchi earlier to see if he was really a good fighter. Asterisk thump asterisk. Ack. Whoa. He tries to dodge when a leg swiftly slams into his chest as Jackal covers his crotch. This only made Takemikazuchi use the previous heel strike snapping down as a way to cut his defenses away before landing a swift jab on his neck. Kark. He chokes and stumbles back while trying to breathe in a hurry. This time, Takemikazuchi keeps his word. He doesn't go easy one bit. A kick bends his knee and a knee knocks him back on his butt with blood gushing out from his nostrils. His eyes unconsciously water up while he still cannot breathe, but Takemikazuchi finds this time to convey a good lesson. Don't focus on my words. Just because I said I will kick your crotch does not mean you don't have weaker points. Your throat, your nostrils, your eyes, your ears, your nails, your finger, your hair, to an experienced combatant, you are one giant weakness. So, sadly, no one can ever claim they are without any weakness. Not even the gods. Mikoto, Uka, Kon, Ichiya, and Maria watch in amazement. The fact that their patron deity never fought, or to be precise, taught them like this brings a wave of envy and simultaneous relief. Ooh. Jackal finally breathes in deeply while slowly getting up. Air never felt so precious before. Now. I'm no masochist. His knee still stings. His nose hurts as he wipes away the blood while looking a lot more reserved and careful, but still aggressive. But I want to see what takes me down for good. That's the point, isn't it? To let pain, wound, and injuries carve him into an experienced combatant. With that, Jackal steps in. So does Take. His foot plants down harshly on Jackal's as he flinches before an uppercut blasts his face up in a snap. He would have bounced back, but Take held his foot down and a swift chop near his ear made Jackal yelp in surprise. A sharp-pitched squeamish tone rings in his ear without any intention of stopping now as Take smiles and pulls his foot back, letting Jackal fall back once again. Still no better, Jackal. But I suppose this should have proved the worth of my experiences. Let's. No way. Ha. Jackal gasps and sits up while shaking his head. This world has all sorts of elixirs that can fix him right up. But time cannot be recovered. One more time. Jackal bounces on his feet before wobbling a bit, this time, out of necessity as his head spins. And this isn't anywhere near the ferocity with which monsters attack. Jackal stares at Takemikazuchi, admiring the mortal's grit while wondering what sorts of abuse the boy has already experienced. The god explains, that's because monsters are fundamentally different. They can barely hide their intent even if they get smarter. But we can make use of feints. Play tricks to the opponent's mind and win battles without raising fists at times. Being as ferocious as a monster will be counterproductive here. You have to face a human and fight like a human. Not a monster. If you continue down that path, you will pick a fight with someone unkind, and he will make use of this weakness of yours. Jackal quietly mulls over it and realizing that Take is only speaking with kind intentions, he agrees. Asterisk smack asterisk. Asterisk thud asterisk. Again. Asterisk crash, asterisk. Asterisk smash asterisk. Asterisk kchk asterisk. Gawk huff. Again. Asterisk bang asterisk. Damn it. My nuts. Hooah, ha. Again. He looks so peaceful while sleeping. Showered with constant use of the Butterfree era by an exasperated Lily as she returned to the store promptly after to take care of the business, weary Jackal sleeps on one of the unused mattresses alongside the children. Takemikazuchi really did tuck every orphan for an afternoon nap before leaving with his familiar. Though, Maria still remembers the trace of admiration in the god's expression while all the familiar members of his continued to glance at an unconscious and battered jackal. I shouldn't really even feel proud of him, it's not like we. Maria cuts her thoughts off promptly. She naps with her children in the same hall to be near them if they need her at any moment, so finding her own mattress next to Jackal's is simply inevitable. What if he wakes up and accidentally disturbs the children sleeping? No, that's not right. So, she must stay near him, not to mention. Who knows when he stops returning? This is a bitter thought. But Maria has simply lost too many dear ones, and as chilling as the thought is, she even feels slightly numb. No doubt she was overjoyed when she saw him this morning, but the inevitability of death is not lost on her. There were times when she tried not to feel anything. She once tried to just look after her children in a dutiful manner and kept a certain apathy around her to block herself from the pain that will eventually test her heart, but she couldn't. It wasn't fair to the children and she simply could not find herself blocking her emotions. They would revolt and the outburst of her emotions later would be even worse. She quietly rests her head on a pillow while dazing off and gazing at the ceiling with no particular thought. Once again, she tilts her head to look at him. With how he kept on standing despite his balance being off. I am worried that he may be even worse in the dungeons. And he used to be a guild employee? How? She lets out a muted sigh. But, even she had to admit. If someone picked a fight for her just because she cried. No, how selfish do you want to be? How will picking fights keep him safe? And, it wasn't just Lily's tears, right? She must have kept so much to herself, but whatever she revealed is already horrible enough. Maria's brows sink with sadness. To be fair, her thoughts have been a mess for some time now. And to think he keeps on dreaming of a harem, how will he even handle multiple women? She scoffs to herself. Given his nature, it would be more like multiple women handling him. Maria will realize one thing shortly after: her ability to imagine things may be as powerful as Loki's. After all, she didn't know how and when, but she lost herself in a particular train of thought. Multiple women could play different roles. Someone like Rose can act like his silent but elder sister figure. Aina is literally the girl next door cliché I've read in so many romance novels. Syr would be the playful minx that knows how to make Jackal work the way he should. Lily would be the energetic follower who would want things anywhere and anytime. Maybe behind their counter. Her flush deepens as she imagines all sorts of things while violating the purity of humble jackals in her fantasy. Not that I would, but I could play a more maternal role, seeing him off, welcoming him home, warming the bath for him, helping him relax. Wait, that's not really a maternal figure, is it? She chews her lips in frustration. That's just a wife. Not knowing how to vent whatever she is feeling, she reasonably settles down and glares at the man sleeping beside her. It's all his and his bento's fault. Gain. Jackal stirs and murmurs softly before drifting into his sleep once again. His hand shifts briefly but is nowhere near Maria. Gazing at his hand, Maria closes her eyes and lets out a soft, groggy groan as she turns to his side and extends her hand. Her heart continues to beat loudly in her chest, but everything feels calm when her wrist touches his. Touching Jackal while he is sleeping. Just what the hell am I doing? But it's just hands, it's alright, right? Her lips feel a little dry, but her thoughts soon submerge into the nothingness of her subconscious as she drifts into her nap. As usual, proclaiming the unending motions of nature, the sun settles and a pair of ambitious youths who desire to take on Rio in a storm walk out of their store after bidding Maria farewell. They make their way to Mayaka's to get the empty boxes, only for Naza to reveal a piece of similarly disheartening news. Like Humble Jackal's Blue Pharmacy is also listed as a private store that pays rent to Mayak Familia to exist on their property. A guild member approached Naza in the morning and listed the same options to her. It's the goods that are being regulated, not the stores themselves, so the guild has been lenient despite the recent events. Anyway, we won't be purchasing lust potions. I don't want those women from the entertainment district attracting the wrong kind here. Naza shakes her head and returns the lust potions that were unsold. TCH, only one sold, huh? Jackal sighs. Yeah. There is a brief hesitation in Naza's eyes before she changes the topic abruptly. If you're going to keep selling lust potions, it's better to deliver it to the bordellos than letting them crowd your store. It won't look good with your store near an orphanage and all, not to mention, a few of those Amazonas women can be very gross. Especially against children. Jackal nods. I'll do that tonight. I have their addresses jotted down so it won't be hard to set something up. Naza nods while Lily questions, Jackal-sama, tonight? Shouldn't we prepare for the dungeon? Oh, well, I have to go out with Aina and Rose tomorrow, remember? So I'll deal with the prostitutes now, maybe sell another stock of lust potions and see if I can get a hang of someone noteworthy there that can handle most of the trade for me. A middleman? Naza frowns. An employee, Jackal grins. Why would I waste money on a middleman? If I can get an employee who knows his or her way around the entertainment district, then it will be better. Where's Mayak? Naza resists the urge to feel defensive. It's an odd sensation. Usually, she would feel like that but, she responds quietly, he is sleeping. He usually sleeps early and wakes up early. I stay up to try and experiment with new recipes. Why? Well, he's my lie detector. Jackal chuckles. Besides, him being with me may just rub some of his luck on me. We can score tonight. And here comes that defensive feeling again. Are you out of your mind? /Jackal-sama. You'll catch some skank's disease. Jackal looks at the duo before shrugging. Anyway, I can't just believe someone's word who knows their way around the entertainment district. I'm not that stupid. So, I need Mayak either way. Hey, by the way, where's Take staying? I'll take him along Tilda. Eventually, Jackal leaves with a groggy Mayak. Others think that Mayak is a morning person but not, far from it. He simply wakes up hours earlier than others and just stays in bed, contemplates his life for some more time idly, and then goes out to greet the world with his characteristic smile. Meanwhile, a snappy Lily returns to her current home while muttering something about cleaning him if her dog ears are to be believed. Sighing to herself, Naza quietly returns to her room. Indeed, only one lust potion was sold today. Unlike Jackal, who has garnered interest for being the sole reason that Soma Familia has fallen to 7 members, he has attracted that sort of interest from many power-hungry Amazonas in search of a capable mate. News like this practically lights their entire system in glee and wonder. In comparison, the blue pharmacy sold one. Naza pulls open the drawer of her nightstand and looks at the goblin-faced potion sitting in it. Her furry ears twitch. The pinch of frustration at the thought of Jackal roaming the entertainment district, because of her casual suggestion, no less makes her want to do something about the situation. If not to Jackal then to herself, at least. Gulping, Naza quickly closes off the drawer once again. No. How can she remain critical of his actions if she falls to similar temptations? Although his guidance during her time as an adventurer lasted for a short time, it was time for her to return the favor. She is more experienced in running a store. It had been her idea to keep a written journal if Jackal wished to limit the sale of the Butterfree era. It had been her idea to set the products the way he did to showcase the various features of the items alongside the displayed products. She sighs again and stops her work for the night before locking the doors and slumping on her bed after a change of clothes. The entertainment district of Ororio expands its clutches in the southern region of the city. The district is popularly known for its brothels and the Ishtar Familia, but it also boasts many attractive casinos. Not all, mind you. Casinos hold a special position in Ororio, but that is something Jackal doesn't really care for. Neither prostitution. The individual purrs and calls of the women around him in the region, dotted with pink-shaded magical lamps, create a wall of pleasant noise. The subtle scent of each whore's perfume, however, is a punishment for their noses. Humans and demi-humans purchase others or sell themselves for the night, but this isn't an unregulated place. Public flirtation is acceptable, but the moment someone finds selling the goods on the street itself, they are in trouble. One of the largest attractions of the entertainment districts, however, is not the Amazonas. No, there are simply too many horny Amazonas who find their calling in prostitution while trying to search for their capable mate. It's demi-humans like elves and dark elves that garner pricey attraction. I don't know about this, Take Mikazuchi huffs as he and Mayak attract attention constantly. He had been eager to spend some time with the duo since it is easy to see that Jackal did not revere him and put that inevitable distance of respect between them. They can be friends. Take need friends. It's not like I'm here to encourage you to pay. Jackal crosses his arms. I've been taught that when you can get a prostitute to sleep with you for free, then you've got all the rights to boast as a man. Really? Mayak yawns when an eager Amazoness jogs up to him. Mayak. It's really you, Tilda? I never thought you'd step in here. The twin-tailed dark-skinned girl gushes in excitement. Would you like me to show you around? Leaning a bit coyly, she whispers, I could repay you for all those potions you hand me. You know Tilda. Hey Tilda. Another, bustier one hugs Take's arm and purrs. You're new, I can tell, dear God. But I really have a thing for swole men like you. How about I show you Arario's special welcome for free? Take and Mayak look at each other and then they glance at Jackal before asking with an uncanny sync. Like this. Fuck you guys. This makes the two gods chuckle as they deny their suitors and tag along. They are simply here for the sights, nothing more. But Jackal's plan works. His luck finally shines. You're the butcher of Orario. A grey-haired Hume bunny bounces in his direction with a heated look and a natural flush of her cheeks. Some girls I know are from Soma familiar. They stuck around with Soma in the end, but your tales are heard around here. You know Tilda, especially your eyes. Wow, they really stand out. Oh. He did not account for one thing. Thanks for the compliment, Tilda. Jackal grins and chuckles. I hope Soma doesn't screw up this time. Thanks, actually, they were there, the bunny whispers, that night. They told me that you did not harm the kids and even killed the asshole wanting to use them as his shield. How about I? She leans in suggestively. How about I show gratitude in their stead? Her grey eyes observe him eagerly before she licks her short lips. His fate is simply to attract short stacks. But. Sorry, some other time. I'm with friends. Jackal gestures at the two gods being hit on, but their ears twitch at his words and they, too, use the same excuse and get out of it. Or Tilda, well, the name's Kinto. If you want to find me, Long Bun's the place to go, Tilda. I'll keep that in mind. Jackal waves her goodbye and leaves with Mayak and Take Mikazuchi. Jackal? Didn't you want to have a free one? Not regarding Jackal as a child any longer, Mayak speaks more comfortably. I did, but now I know I can get it later on, too. Besides, I'm not going to ditch the two of you. You're the only two friends I got. I just arrived. Take Mikazuchi blinks. So, you don't want to be pals? Well, if you put it that way. Jackal looks back at them and grins. I'm also taught that any food stall here that manages to stand out in the world of sex is fucking awesome. Let's eat, too. As he said, he just wanted to hang out with Mayak and Take Mikazuchi and have a blast. Sex wasn't his priority. As they toured around, they also contacted the owners of several bordellos listed by the guild and drew standard distribution contracts for now. Alas, finding a good employee was a lost cause. He wanted the duo's help for it, but as it turns out, horny women would wag their tails regardless and agree to anything without thinking things through, so they could not be trusted. But, at least, he can finally say he has friends. Male buddies. Jackal instinctively knew that this item was trouble when he saw it. He didn't even reveal it to Mayak. After returning to his home and finding Lily asleep, Jackal did not rush for the dungeon. Instead, he sat on his sofa and looked at the pitch-black book. The book's cover is fashioned out of black leather that has protruded edges painted brown to emulate a frame. The spine of the book is decorated with words. Tale of Alt Cray the Horrible. On the front of the book is the portrait of the man Jackal killed. The only death despite his brutal methods. The backside of the book is plain save for a small word in the lower right corner. End. Heaving a deep breath, Jackal flips open the book. April 1st, the birth of the fool. His cries ached the ears of his mothers. The human face of his pissed the father boasting cat ears. The cat had been played. The child is born as an ill omen. The very first moment of his birth and he already caused a rift between his cat mom and cat pops. Jackal reads quietly. Somehow, the tale is an interesting one. The beginning, at least. But his eyelids soon feel heavy, but he snaps them open. Heh. He looks around. At least, he tries to. But he cannot. Instead, he faces an angry, ashen-haired Catman who sets him down and glares at someone angrily in the room before leaving. Again, heh. It soon becomes clear that he may be living another man's memories, alt-craze, to be precise. Brew, can't I skip? The moment this thought arises, the world begins to flash by. His vision is littered with colors and memories. His brain is overloaded with information about a whole different life, and all of alt-craze crimes. Crimes so worse that it instantly made Jackal hurl. Wag. He bends down and vomits all over his floor as his brain bangs into his skull while his heart beats out of his ears. The vessels in his eyes are dark red by now, giving off the impression that he is bleeding from his sclera, and it takes for him to reorient his mental condition. Huff, huff, that bastard. He curses under his breath. Jackal will never take pity on this man even if he was molested as a child. The bastard is the one who committed similar atrocities, and Jackal had the unfortunate chance to speedrun through it all. In front of him, the book is reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, in his mind, he can recall what little alt-cray knew about battle, magic, or the sensation of Soma's perfect wine, and honestly, Jackal has felt that high before. When he died. It felt the same. Extremely peaceful and gentle. So, Jackal wasn't all that impressed by the perfect wine. But, fuck alt-cray. He curses again before starting to clean the shit up. Yet, his mind understands one thing. If I kill an adventurer who can use magic, this thing will become a grimoire basically. I should start hunting for monsters on the surface and inside the dungeon. Maybe he is wrong. Maybe he won't be able to just use magic willy-nilly. But he can try, right? Although he has no interest in saving everyone, if he can save some poor soul while hunting down a monster in a mortal's flesh, then hey, it's a bonus. But Jackal would never fool himself with the hypocritical thinking of doing all this for the good deeds itself. He likes to believe he is good when compared to the filth of this world, but he isn't the best thing out there. Not that I ever need to be the best. It doesn't exist after all. Even Take said that no god is without a weakness, so they are just like mortals but stronger. He decides to ponder on his spar with Take earlier today and shadowbox a bit. He'll need all the practice for the spar the coming dawn. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alternate title, easy victory, easier loss, shitty bet, Jackal can do this all day asterisk take asterisk press X for doubt, Maria's falls for the lewd sleeping hand touching, the sold lust potion, Mayaka's secret to being a morning person, the boys, pulling hose, rejecting them for brothers, standard contracts do not include hand stuff, the unwanted vault of memory. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Pest, hey, wanna join the dark side and share some power stones? If yes, follow the path of your seniors. Covert Cytherin and Jonathan Dubroy. Read 15 advanced chapters here. patreon.com/fanhareem. Chapter 29, Growth Beyond Belief. 4,396 words. His spar with Take early in the dawn had been nothing but a brutal smackdown. Jackal used axes and fists. Take only chose his fists and legs, however. Yet did not intend to take it easy on Jackal at all. He used all of his divine experience to carve painful lessons on Jackal's body. And his promise had been simple. The god will move to weapons when Jackal makes him. Lily and others trained not too far away in the empty fields. They would glance at Jackal getting his ass tossed around and beaten, but he would keep on standing like a man without a care for his life. When he accumulated too much damage, Lily came to provide aid with Butterfree era. But she also had an interesting proposition. Jackal-sama, Take-sama's familiar, invited me to the dungeon. I think that I can practice my spear even better if Uka-sama or Mikoto-sama is there to point out my flaws. I planned to visit Soma-sama a bit later for my status update and then meet Mikoto-sama and the others on the square next to Babel. You won't be needing me, right? I don't think so. Jackal looks a little thoughtful and then smiles. Stay safe and take absolute care of yourself first. Got it. Understanding what he meant, Lily nods quickly. For all his chemistry with Take, Jackal wanted Lily to remain cautious in the dungeon despite being with a friendly party. His words were spoken softly, but he still glances at Take, who is within the earshot. It won't be a problem, right? At this moment, I have restricted Uka and others from crossing the 7th floor since others cannot clear it. If Lily can keep up on the 7th floor, it should be no problem. Yes. Thank you, Jackal-sama. I'll train hard. Lily gushes before jogging away with her spear and practicing with renewed vigor. Although I keep telling her that I can use Butterfree Era on my own, she just doesn't listen sometimes. Jackal sighs and stands up. It should be well. Take gestures to Jackal to get ready. After all, the magic basic ability in status is based on the expenditure of magic energy and consumption of mind to some extent. Her actions will only benefit her later down the line. Jackal shrugs and gets ready. Although others may think that there has been no improvement in Jackal, Take has a contradictory revelation that surprises him quite a bit. There exists mortal with cognitions developed better than others. It is generally believed that cognition, intelligence, and wisdom are the backbone of magically inclined studies. Meanwhile, instincts, courage, and willpower are the backbone of physical skills. But both categories need all these qualities. Yet passion is required above all. Someone with similar development may have become a great scholar. Takumi Kazuchi doesn't evade. Instead, he smacks Jackal's wrist at an angle that almost throws his entire center of gravity off balance. Someone with his grit may have turned to become one of the best spellcasters. Despite Ignis Fatuus, he would have stood again. Takes fist jabs for his opponent's neck, but this time Jackal leans his head further and instead takes the punch to his nose. But even if this makes him stagger back, at the very least, he doesn't fall like yesterday. Blood gushes down Jackal's bruised nose as he grins and wipes it off with his wrist. Someone with his wildness would have also been suited for equally wilder professions like piracy or banditry, and he could have been a great nuisance to the authorities. Takes Onyx eyes twinkle with admiration as Jackal doesn't just rush forward but quickly shifts his charge into a leap to tackle him down. Take reveals his extraordinary reflexes at this moment. Stepping in, he crouches a bit and then throws an uppercut with a bounce of his body. Asterisk bang asterisk. Asterisk thud asterisk. Jackal flies up for a few feet before smashing into the ground. But he can make it as a combatant. Better than most. Better than me, if he reaches that level. Takes blood boils, but his kind and calm expression doesn't change. Strategies fall short in front of the experience. I don't even remember when's the last time someone tried to leap at my face, but I know how to make use of several circumstances at once. So, regretting hiring me as your trainer? Chances are, Jackal has already fallen unconscious. Others also look at them worriedly, but he stirs. He groans. And then he turns around to sprawl on his back. On his blooded, bruised, and dust-layered face is a huge grin as he replies while revealing his blood-stained teeth. Nope. Let's keep on going. I think I'm doing better than yesterday. And a surprising sense of inner satisfaction that doesn't make him chase phantom growth. You are, Takumi Kazuchi admits finally as he steps forward and offers a hand. Let's continue. Hee. Jackal grabs the god's hand and lets himself get pulled up easily. What a good morning. Jackal drops Lily off at Twilight Manor where Soma is temporarily staying with his children. The Twilight Manor is Loki's home and quite the sight, unlike her. The manor is more like a miniature castle fitted with multiple towers on the structure capped by conical roofs of various red and brown shades. The flat cuck thought she'd get Soma's wine. The fool. She played with Lily once and the karma strikes back. His uglier side that is trained by other children of the shooter game's lobby resurfaces. Suck balls. Clown L ratio. Kaka. He leaves with a pep in his steps. He simply can't wait for Soma to get back to brewing shit. It's different this time. Why? 'Cause all the goods to be sold will come to him and none other. Another product that will strengthen his brand after Butterfree Era. Checking the nearest clock, Jackal makes his way to his home to change quickly. But it would seem that interruptions are necessary for his life as a familiar figure cuts into his path. Oh! That figure stands out among the early risers of Orario pacing down the stone pavement to prepare for their day. Wearing her blue-grey hair into a bun on the back of her head that lets out a short ponytail, and a white frilled headdress to go along with her apron over her green skirt dress. Syr's equally blue-grey eyes locate him as she brushes the area in front of the hostess with a broom. "Oh, Jackal-san." She greets him with a smile and paces toward him gingerly. "Good morning." Jackal nods with a smile and continues walking past her. "Hey. Don't just ignore me. Nah, I'm gonna go before you somehow get me to do the brooming for you or worse, set the tables." Syr quickly jogs past him and stands in the front with a cute pout. "Now, do you really think that low of me?" "Oh, lower." Jackal moves past again. There is no way he is messing up meeting up with Aina and Rose just because he got caught in an errand again. And once again, Syr jogs past him and bars his path while holding the broom with both hands and extending her arms at the same level as her shoulders as if using a magical staff. "Listen, O spirits of mine. Charm the unguided child into my light and let him do chores. Frisk Syria." Jackal stops and looks at her blankly. Wow, that was embarrassing. But sporting a victorious grin, Syr reveals, "It got you to stop, did it not?" Tilda. Huff, fine. So, what is it? I was just curious if you're ready. Ready? Syr rolls her eyes around to observe their surrounding before holding Jackal's sleeves and dragging him to the side. Her words come out as a hushed whisper. "Jackal-san, you have been bragging about spending time with your junior and senior." He interjects with a smirk. Syr looks at him strangely. "Seriously? Then it's even more terrible." Putting a pause on his grin, Jackal questions back curiously. "Terrible? How?" Jackal. "Sigh, why do you think two women will invite a lone man alone?" Syr looks at him seriously and answers so that he doesn't have to think too hard. They wish to take what's the most important thing to you. My cooking skill?" Jackal gasps. "What?" "No." Syr stirs a bit and leans forward. "Your purity." "TCH, girl, stop wasting my time." Jackal huffs, "And stop screwing with me already. You just like skipping on work and dragging others in your tomfoolery." Syr stills for a moment and then presents a mischievous smirk. "It's not good at all, Jackal Tilda." There is a sudden quality to her voice as she sets the broom between them while leaning forward. Her chest presses into him and the upper handle of the broom while her eyes hold his unique gold-red eyes impishly. "If you keep on peeling all my secret ways to have fun, I'd have to make you my greatest source of enjoyment as an act of making you responsible for my plight. You wouldn't want that, would you?" Jackal, however, continues to stay a bit lost. His eyes search her pupils as if trying to find something that keeps attracting his gaze. The charming lady keeps leaning on him as her subtle scent tickles his nostrils. "Jackal?" she questions. Her voice seems to be more of a coo than a call to wake him out of his thoughts. It gives him a reason to sink a bit more, to let the bouncy giddiness birthed in his stomach envelop him. "Yeah?" he inquires. "Aren't you getting late?" "Yeah." He deflates and sighs. "Anyway, see you later, Syr." "Of course. Do stop by after your date and tell me all about it, Tilda." Jackal nods while rolling his eyes before pointing out, "Oh, and Syr?" He looks back. Sunlight still does not shine upon the street, but when he looks back at her with that smile, Syr's heart inexplicably warms up. He has always been open to her teasing and never lets up to get back at her even if it doesn't work at times. "I'm going to tell everyone about that chant of yours when I return." He grins evilly. And that feeling of warmth is replaced by a feeling of cringe blooming deep within her. Horror pales on her face and disbelief mars her eyes. "You wouldn't." "But." Jackal has jogged away. He does not answer. She knows he spoke the truth. He is going to tell everyone. Chloe, Lunoir, Anya, May, Ryu, and worst of all, Mia. "I want to die." She clicks her tongue in annoyance before blinking in surprise. "Why did I do that? Syr is not supposed to act like this. Where did that come from?" Syr wonders as she clenches her broom. An odd sense of worry flickers in her, but she suppresses it and shoots a cute glare in the direction of his receding back. "I hope your date fails." Bleh. Envy could not be more evident in her emotions. The interior of the Twilight Manor is as lavish and elaborate as its exterior. Guards of Familiar can be seen posted on various spots, and as Jackal dropped her off, She could feel many gazes land on her jackal for a moment, more on him. Twilight Manor is an architectural masterpiece built upon a thin but long strip of land. Red roofs cap several towers built over the foundation, setting the building out. Waving Jackal goodbye, she meets up with a white-haired, yellow-eyed Hume bunny whose stature wasn't any greater than hers, but that is more due to Bunny's age and not her race. The girl has a huge smile as she sees Lily near the entrance of the mansion beyond a narrow front yard and charges at him in excitement. Lilyruka ahed. "You really came. Thank you. Thank you, so much." The girl gushes and hugs Lily, which causes the Paolum to flinch. Lily knew the girl, of course. She knew every other child of the familiar. Those that stayed, ironically, are the newest members who were lured into the familiar through various means. That's why they had the heart to put up with Soma. The rest? Not so much. A few joined the entertainment district. Many of the criminals were turned in by Soma himself, earning him distrust among the gods and the adventurers alike as the snitch, and the last few returned to their hometowns or sought other familiar. Tsukino Kami. Keyed, right? It's not a problem. Could you let me go? Lily questions without returning the gesture. The Paolum is intimately aware of just how deep the gratitude of some girls would run after being saved by Zani's lustrous schemes, but Lily wanted to put as much distance as she could between herself and the rest of the Soma familiar. "Sorry, Jackal-sama. I'm not as kind as you." She admonishes herself for her selfishness as she sees Keed's long bunny ears fold down while her brows sink in disappointment. Steeling her heart with determination, Lily inquires calmly, "Could you take me to Soma-sama?" "Of course." Keed nods and hesitates for a moment. Her lips part open as if she wants to say something, but they eventually close shut and the Hume bunny leads the way. Loki did grant the Soma familiar temporary residence, so when Lily heard Loki's unholy screeches emboldened by her perpetual lack of manners, the Paolum lets out a muted groan. Keed's ears twitch and she giggles. "Hehe, Loki-sama keeps on pestering Soma-sama for wine, but he hasn't brewed any or given them out. He is actually taking the time to teach us a little about mixing and helping us prepare for the dungeon by making us train Loki familiars members. How did he manage that?" Lily voices out her curiosity. "Well." Keed's ears fold in once again while Lily resists the urge to pat her. "Soma-sama may not brew wine for any other divinity or enterprise, but he did sell one of his recipes to Loki-sama to accommodate for all the costs, including our training and multiple batches of materials for his work." Lily hums quietly and walks behind Keed. It's clear that the bunny cannot endure silently, so she turns back and squeezes out a smile on her small face. Lilyruka. Lily's fine. Everyone calls me Lily." The Paolum shrugs. Brightening visibly, Keed nods. Lily, are you going to live with us? We all thought that we could build Soma familiar again." "No, aside from the status updates, I won't be around much." Lily shakes her head, but seeing the girl's ears drop down for the umpteenth time, the Paolum rolls her eyes. "Is that why Jackal-sama even decided to take me in? Because I continued to act like a lost little girl once saved?" Groaning internally, Lily adds, "I may not be around for much. But Soma Familiar is clearly taking a turn for the better. If you need my help, don't hesitate to ask. I'll try my best." Keed perks up again. "But my promise does not mean Jackal-sama is dragged with me. He isn't going to be used for Soma's selfish reasons. It's fine, we also owe a debt of gratitude to Jackal, but..." Keed looks down and chews her lips in frustration. "He is kind of scary." "Good, keep it that way." Lily pumps her fists inside. "But he is also so cool. A friend of mine. Well, she is more like an elder sister to me. She said that she offered herself to Jackal last night in the entertainment district, but he still treated her courteously." Keed grins. She says that if she ever found a man like Jackal, she'll quit her job. "That's just a lie," Lily finally scoffs. "No, it isn't. It is. It is an addiction, you know?" Lily sighs and mutters, "Most girls in the entertainment district are not held against their wills. They like it, that's why they are there. All I'm trying to say is that if someone is paying for your addiction with good money, it will take an iron will to give it up and find whatever else you desire." Keed grows silent before groaning cutely. "Well, Huff, it's all right then. At least Kintone is doing what she likes. The two eventually reach the larger, separate tower on the property, and Keed greets the human boy standing guard. Lily knows him to be one of Loki's secondary guards, and recognizing Lily in return, the boy nods with a smile. Why, Soma, why? If you wanted a Palam's attention that bad, I would have dressed Finn in my clothes and presented her to you. All you needed to do is ask. But why did you have to make a contract with the devil's sidekick? The butcher's flat board. The Tiona of his business. Why? Lily's brows twitch. If she doesn't speak, Jackal-sama will be disappointed. Under the wry gaze of the guard and shocked Keed, Lily takes a deep breath before shouting, "Quieten down, you flat-chested, imaginative cuck. Call Lily flat again and I'll scrape off what little meat you have left, you skinny broad." The tower falls into silence, and as Lily breathes in lungfuls of breaths under Keed's shocked stare, a dark and stoic Loki walks out. Careful now, Jackal isn't here to save you. The goddess saunters her way and towers in front of Lily, by not a large margin. She sets her hands on her wide hips. Jackal may call her as flat out of spite and to even her surface, but Loki is very confident in her looks, that's why she shows them off. I don't need Jackal-sama. Lily crosses her arms and sneers. What would he even do here? What would he even see? You. The sight will depress him more than his inability to beat Takemikazuchi. Goo. You little punk. Loki gnashes her teeth and snaps her hand forward to pull and spread Lily's cheeks with a pincer-like pinch. Hwah. You flat ass. Lily pinches Loki's wrists in return. Days of annoyance and frustration at each other explode with Jackal nowhere near to enjoy the sight. You constantly grope breasts because you got none. Ho! Ack. Look, the tip of your nose still has a bit of brown. Forgot to wash your nose after all that brown nosing? Better a brown noser to Jackal-sama than being a flat broad and perverted. They roll on the ground. Sometimes Lily gets the advantage, and sometimes Loki. Indeed. Grr. You too. Keed calls out meekly as others from Soma Familia also emerge from the tower due to the noise, including Soma. Huff. Loki-sama, once. All I ask is for you to act like our goddess in Reveria-sama's absence once. The guard groans and jogs up to break the fight. Had Jackal been here, he would have encouraged both the participants to aim for their clothes. You got off easy. Pipsqueak. Lily growls with her wrists completely red and swollen. Sporting swollen cheeks that bounce and shudder every time Lily moves, she bares her teeth back. Try me. Jackal-sama isn't here to have fun. I'll bite that ass off. Then you will truly look like a stick. Ah. Lily, I swear you'll pay. I'll imagine you with Finn. That'll get YA. Just think. Keep on imagining, you dirty excuse of a goddess. That's all you can do. Jackal-sama lives his dreams. Both of them lock onto each other with annoyed glares before clicking their tongues simultaneously. Let me down, Maiku. Loki demands, and the youth sets her on the ground. Just update my status, Soma-sama. Lily turns around and enters the tower with a scoff. I get why Jackal's into the punk /TCH. Jackal-sama keeps eyeing the worst of Arario's populace. Despite the sudden scuffle, Lily soon finds herself in Soma's room. It is quite simple and lacks any lavish decorations, with many shelves and a distiller installed. But unlike his previous residence, this one, even if temporary, does not exude a sense of despair and addiction. The distiller is still processing materials, and it creates a faint aroma that attracts Lily's senses. It soothes her mind and soul. Turning to look back at Soma, she questions, "Where should I sit?" Looking around the room, Soma quickly drags a stool from his work table toward Lily and nods stoically, "This is fine." Not really eager to converse with the god about everything and anything, Lily takes a seat and pulls her top close to her chest and shoulders to reveal her bare back save for the hook of her cloth bra. Her back, which she wasn't willing to show Jackal before, reveals an emblem of two clinking goblets with multiple hieroglyphs emulating the state of her being. Prickling his index finger with a needle, Soma lets a drop of ichor drop onto Lily's back. Stirred by the presence of his divinity, the blessing within Lily fluctuates. A soft glow emanates from the hieroglyphs on her back while Soma begins to experience what Lily has gone through. It's a silent affair. Because both of them know that words cannot convey what excelia can. Excelia, or experience. It is stored in a blessed individual. It awaits the day when the divine will bless and guide the experiences of the individual in the right direction to finally give all their hard work true meaning in the form of physical, intimate gains. Through recorded excelia that is waiting to get digested by the adventurers, a god can observe their children's life. And as disgusting as it was, Soma knew everything Xerxes did. He simply did not care then. Not until Jackal knocked some sense into him. Not until that mortal beat the depression out of him. It is honestly amazing how he did not understand so much about himself while living for so long already. So, quietly, Soma accepts Lily's story. He watches her pain and suffering. Gods cannot feel what their children feel, but Soma could imagine the relief Lily felt after being saved. Not only from the dungeon but from her past, too. He could imagine her joy at finding someone so open to her. So kind. He saw her tears when her savior fought him. When his savior cried for her. When his savior butchered others for her. All her pain and suffering turns into excelia. All her emotions turn into excelia. Soma's fingers glide across Lily's back to upgrade her status, and that's when Soma feels it. Different from the ordinary excelia, this one is complete. Like a fragment of Lily's given life through excelia and Falna. A crystallization of her being and ambitions. A vow to set herself out from the masses. High-quality excelia. Soma's eyes widen as he understands what is going on after setting things in motion. Her growth is extraordinary. For a reason. Finally, everything is done and Soma looks at her update with a sense of surreal joy. Joy for his child. He knows he has no right to call Lily his child, but he is happy to see her move on. If nothing else, it shows in her status, over which Soma presses a parchment of paper and draws a rune. The ink fills the paper and marks her status update accurately. It's done. He calls out and gives her the paper while adding, I will give you some time alone to process everything. Lily holds the parchment in her hands and goes through it. Lilyruka Ard, LVL 1. STR, H103 H167. End, H183 G202. DEX, G294 F323. AGI, E457 E473. MAG, E489 D562. Magic. Cinder Ella. Skills. Artel Assist. Graphiana. A new skill. She looks at the brief description that encapsulates the skill while she still feels dazed at the massive improvements in her basic abilities. Letting go of hatred and breaking the cycle. Letting love and loyalty rebuild you. Rapid growth while wielding a spear. Stronger obsession with your beloved results in intense growth. Stronger loyalty to your beloved results in a rapid pace of mastery of the spear. What? Love. Obsession. Lily's lips part. Her stinging cheeks now flush red as her vision swims briefly. She continues to hold the paper while staring at it blankly. She doesn't need this skill to prove her love and loyalty, but to have her efforts recognized, to have a chance to become useful to him. To get near his level. Even if she understands what she should feel and try not to force herself to try and love Jackal more than she already does. A deep obsession flickers in her chestnut eyes unknowingly. I should tell Jackal-sama about it. Wait, no, I should surprise him. When I catch up to him. I will surprise him. I will challenge him to a spar in private space, and then we could get a little frisky. He could get annoyed and try to aim at my weak spots. Tilda. The girl breathes hotly. Jackal-sama. You dirty brute, just what have you made of me? I can't even imagine all the things I want to do, but I will start with training. Spears. I need to get better with spears so that I can handle Jackal-sama's spear better. Asterisk. Alternate title, Choto Yabe takes a mortal rival in the making, the spear wielder, Jackal memorize boss SYR patterns, SYR the next magical girl, the charm of a waitress, Jackal escapes the chore boy cliché. Temporarily, flat vs short stack, reluctant admittance, Finn's purity is in danger, update, massive improvements, obsessive Paolum, the hotter and brighter future. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. An. I'm not good with naming things, but gra means love in Irish, I think. So, if I'm going to use their past lives as some sort of Easter egg, I want to give it a twist based on the characters determined in the FF. If Lily still hated the world, then Jackal's actions would have proven useless, right? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Pest. Hey, wanna join the dark side and share some power stones? If yes, follow the path of your seniors. Covert Cytherin and Jonathan Dubroy. Read 15 advanced chapters here. patreon.com/fanharim. Chapter 30, date. 3,922 words. Do I look good? Jackal gulps dryly. It's not about looks. He chants, it's about being presentable and what did Roberta used to say? Tchem. Ah, yes. I have to look comforting. But how the hell do I look like that? The date with SYR did not count in his mind, so Jackal wanted to make a good impression, not as Aina's senior or Rose's junior but as a potential partner. Since he set his mind on enjoying the fantasy setting for all its clichés, he would settle for nothing less than an awesome harem. His get-up includes a breezy grey tunic with the V-neck of the article stitched loosely by black threads and a pair of dark brown ankle-long trousers touching the hood of his boots. Knowing that Aina likes a man with combed hair, Jackal parted his hair 3/4 but did not slick them down and instead afforded himself a more casual look. Amore Square, a popular meeting spot in the southwest main street of Ororio, is as busy as it is in the evening. He finds men like him, in their freshest outfits waiting around the fountain spot, wherever his gaze flicks over. At times beautiful women wearing frilled skirts or elaborate tops would locate their partner and meet with them cheerily. He even discovers a few men and women grumbling under their breath before leaving with glum looks. Now he has similar fears. What if he gets stood up? Aina wanted to meet here instead of at her doorstep so he could do nothing about it. What if Aina or Rose, or both have an emergency that needs their attention, and he is left stranded? Because of such fears, Jackal carries his trusty frollet that holds even more frollet. I will just go to the dungeon. He covers his base. With the breaks pre-arranged for the dungeon dive in the first place, he loses out on nothing. But having my first date in barely a month, Tilda, who knew all I needed to get lucky was to die. He tickles his sick sense of humor while waiting for the duo. The soft greeting of the other partners creates a cheery atmosphere in the square. The sweet morning only makes others more comfortable stepping out of their routine and enjoying the joys of life for as long as they can afford to. Late morning's light would bounce off the beautiful fountain with the statue of a thinly veiled woman holding a pot over her shoulders to create a dance of refraction around the pavement. Marked with a concentration of cafes, Amore Square presents a scenic view and good spots for most adventurers and their dates. They can find their privacy nearby easily and enjoy the comfort of their beloved. This type of location is hard to come by in other towns and cities, or so he used to hear from other adventurers who traveled to Ororio from distant lands. Now that I think about it, the item from Jack Bird would easily peddle in this sort of environment. A specific item that Jackal has no business showing to Mayak resurfaces in his mind. The bird really presented an item with a strange taste. Even the usual rowdy Jackal did not pull that item out. I could find lonely men who got stood up and show them a great time. Jackal muses. He hadn't tried that item himself, and chances are that it should be used for something else, but its shape leaves a lot to be interpreted. In his thoughts, Jackal catches sight of red from the corner of his eyes and looks in that direction to find Aina walking beside Rose as the former waves at him with a smile. Huff. Glad I didn't have to use that item myself. Jackal takes the chance to observe their outfits as they cover the distance between them. He feels simply lackluster about the look he mustered using all 3 of his brain cells, 2 more than Loki. Aina's glasses are gone. Since she is not stumbling at every step, she must be wearing some sort of contact lenses. A light green half-sleeve shirt is tucked into her navy-plated skirt with sea green lining. Her skirt drapes over half the length of her thighs as dark grey stockings cover the remaining portions of her legs. Aina's outfit is as simple as his, but she arguably pulls it off better. Rose, on the other hand, is a whole different beast. Her long red hair is pulled back into a lone ponytail with wavy locks framing her face to hide the fuzzy bits on the side of her head that extend to her fluffy ears. A cut-sleeved black top with a rounded-off neck and slated camel-brown trousers make her stand out. Her usually fuzzy and messy wolfish tail is clearly brushed slickly and sways with each step. Jackal smiles back as he shakes off his irrelevant fears and waves back. He is already here. If his outfit is truly lacking in their eyes, he'll just make up through other means. Hey, looking good. Jackal grins, but he curses his existence. Fuck. Talk about giving a good impression. You, too. Aina surprises him with a natural smile as she looks at him before adding, you wouldn't want to compete in the outfits with us now, would you? Nope, I learned my lesson with Lily. Jackal eases a bit. It is surprisingly easy. Is it supposed to be easy? I will only compete when I can grow cat, dog, or wolfish features. He chuckles and finds them freezing for a moment. But paying no attention, he takes this chance to greet them properly. It is nice to see you too. You, too. Rose snaps out of her thoughts and smiles softly. Her glimmering yellow eyes regard him warmly, and the base of her glossily brushed tail twitches briefly. You didn't wait long, did you? Aina questions and looks around. Her gaze would find other girls hugging their partners openly. She quickly averts her gaze and smiles at Jackal again. Not really, Jackal shrugs. I just didn't want you two to keep waiting, so I got here a bit early. Should we go eat something? Rose and Aina glance at each other before Aina grins, not hungry, but I am. And you? He looks at Rose. I woke up early and had a meal. Rose contemplates before tilting her head. How about we buy snacks we can enjoy while walking? Aina's gaze glints with approval, and she supplants, indeed. Let's look around. The cafes here are a rip-off. We don't want you to waste your hard-earned income now that you are trying to make it on your own. For a second Jackal recalls how much he has wasted on Mama Mia's ale. But in his defense, you never refuse when Mia personally fills your mug. For a moment, silence filters in between them. Hanging out with each other should have been easy, but calling it a date just makes all three of them feel more awkward. And it is now that he has to admit that the thing with SYR was a date. A comfortable one. No less. How did she do it? He tries to glean the secret of the universe held by the playful waitress before realizing something. She played me like it was a usual day, not a date, Grinning suddenly, Jackal lets go of his inhibitions, maybe a disastrous move to someone else, but Jackal would try it nonetheless. If he gets rejected, so be it. I hope you know a fun spot to hang out at then. He smirks at the duo. Seeing that they are as awkward as him only helps as he bends his arms on his sides in an inviting gesture to link each other's arms. Come on. We'll stop by every stall on the way. I only had this date in my mind that I didn't think to eat before coming. He had indeed planned a bit. For instance, he had picked out a cafe they would find a seat in. To be honest, that is it. He has no other game, but that's where boldly paving a path for experience becomes paramount. Mistakes build experience. Aina and Rose glance at each other while a figure hiding her pink hair in the distance gazes intensely and pumps her fist. Do it. And she squeaks joyously internally when Aina links to his left arm and Rose connects to his right arm. I underestimated Jackal Senpai. He is rather bold. How lucky for them tilde. Meanwhile, on the opposite side but equally distant from the couple, two hooded figures observe Aina and Rose hug Jackal's arm and leave the area. SYR? Is it really the best use of our time? Ryu whispers under the hooded cloak. Mama will get angry. Growling. Let her. SYR snarls cutely and willfully. I will take the burden of whatever chore Mama punishes you with. This is important, Ryu. Look at that man, asking two women out at once. Ryu rolls her eyes under her cloak. I really don't think this is right. The elf voices doubt again. No, it is fine, SYR huffs. We are just protecting him. Don't you like how he would cheer Mama with his antics and take over your portion of dishes from time to time? Because you get him that drunk. Irrelevant. It is extremely relevant. Jackal-san should have some privacy. SYR looks back with her grey-blue eyes as wide as they can be. The sheer pity SYR's gaze would evoke from others melts Ryu a bit, and she sighs softly. Fine, you always find time to miss out on work. Thanks, Ryu. The cloaked SYR gets in for a quick hug that Ryu doesn't shy away from despite being an elf and releases another sigh. Are we going to follow him all day? God, no. SYR shivers. Mama would skin us if we miss the evening rush. We just have a date of our own for the time being. Tilda, isn't that fun? No. How cruel. 2 hours before the date. Just to be clear. Misha crosses her arms and sticks her nose in the air haughtily. You two want my help. So, you two will listen and do what I instruct. Her gaze sweeps over Aina and Rose on their chairs, dressed in loose and comfortable pajamas. Aina did not want Jackal to pick her up from her house because she spent the night at Misha's, and Rose joined them early morning. The crumbs of bread they feasted on could still be seen sticking to the corner of their lips, but Rose pays it no heed due to the topic. Yes, Aina does not argue. You are more experienced than us. But this isn't any date of that kind. We want to talk to Jackal-san privately and confirm that he isn't acting too rashly. Could have done that in his home. Misha grins. But no, she drawls teasingly. Aina wanted a little payback. Tilda, he kept you up some nights, so you're going to reciprocate, The pinkette wags her brows and then cups her chin. Honestly, Jackal-senpai looks more like a treat every passing day. And the fact that he is the same age as us but got into the job early only paints him in a better light. Looking down at the uncomfortable half-elf, Misha giggles. You wouldn't mind if I hitch myself to his wagon, would you? Our senpai does want a harem. Aina scoffs and looks away with cheeks packed with air. Do whatever you like. Can we just get on with this? In a minute, Misha hums and looks at the silent Rose. Rose-senpai, didn't you go on a few dates before? Why ask me what you should be doing? Rose seriously considers the question and frowns. She isn't shy by any means, but her emotions are hard to rouse. And this has been a problem for some time now. They never talk, Rose sighs. After the first date, they lose interest in me. I don't know why. Misha exhales a weary sigh. A romantically awkward half-elf and a werewolf senior who probably scared away all her suitors with her silent glare. Now the two of them will team on poor Jackal, who is somehow filled with life in these few weeks. Yeah, it's tough. Let's start with outfits. I'll give you a few tips as you try on some of your clothes. And so it began. Misha's long tenure of counseling anyone in need of scoring an entertaining date, certified by the fluffy goodness of Rose Fanette. I'm doing it. Jackal's chest puffs out unconsciously. He has surpassed his previous life's accomplishments by having 2 beautiful women in his arms. Sorry, Roberta. Your honey bunny is going on a romantic adventure. Thank you for everything. The trio attracts mediocre attention. A harem is many adventurers' dream, and the noblest of these men have accomplished such goals to some extent. Even Finn is a man dabbling in this culture and would have succeeded if he didn't have an Amazonian chip on his shoulder. Are you too sure you don't want to eat anything? He questions and looks to his sides oddly. They stopped in front of many stalls, but it has only been him who ate snacks. Aina and Rose share a glance before recalling Misha's advice. Don't eat anything that will make you gas up or uncomfortable. You're planning to spend the entire day together, right? Eat and drink only during lunch. But of course, when Jackal-senpai offers you to eat something, don't shoot it down snappily. Do it politely and considerately. And if Jackal-senpai offers nothing, dump his ass. It's fine, Rose takes the polite approach. You can eat all this bloaty stuff. It comes across as rude seamlessly. A sassy talent in the making, this one. Aina's lips part open, but before she can come up with an excuse, Jackal laughs. Don't worry. That's my plan. When I go to the dungeon tonight, I'll have another weapon in my arsenal, biochemical warfare. Rose gives a faint smirk in response. That worked. Aina rolls her eyes internally. No way this is normal behavior on a date. So you two wanted to ask me some stuff, right? Jackal breaches the topic. Should we find a good spot to settle for now? Aina considers the proposition for a moment and nods. It's not anything serious, but it has just been hard to not have a proper conversation. Aina admits and smiles, but I don't want this to be the reason why we cannot enjoy our time off from work. Oh, sure. I don't mind easing your worries. It's just a couple of questions, right? Besides, I would feel super bummed out if you two didn't worry the least bit about me. Given our collective experiences, I imagined you dying the first week. To be precise, a war shadow. Rose muses aloud. Rose-senpai. Aina shoots Rose a glance, and the werewolf inclines her head with an embarrassed look. I did not mean anything bad. No worries. This happened to Jun Fellow, right? Jackal shrugs. Again, I get it. That's why I am eager to answer your doubts. Then we can enjoy the rest of the afternoon and evening. Feeling more than appreciative, both the girls discuss where to settle in temporarily while Jackal stops for another creep. Eventually, they travel to Harvest Garden, a garden maintained by the Demeter Familia within the pie block between North Main and Northeast Main Streets. Unlike traditional gardens, the Harvest Garden boasts a beautiful grapeyard that grows all kinds of berries. It is divided into 4 sections surrounding the central hill where the visitors can rest, bask in the sunlight, and gaze at the neat rows of plants from a higher point of view. The trio locates a good spot in the central hill. Had Jackal known their destination beforehand, he would have stored a bedsheet in his frollet. However, Aina comes in the clutch with her own frollet. Now that we purchased our frollet each, always keep an extra set of clothes and underpants. Also, store good stuff like scented candles to set a romantic mood in the evening if needed, and extra hand towels, sheets, and the kind. Who knows when you may need it? Aina wasn't sure what Misha did on her dates, but she must have had some wild experiences to come with all this knowledge. So, let me start. Rose begins the moment they sit. Her fuzzy red ears perk attentively, and she looks at Jackal seriously. Are you taking appropriate safety measures in terms of weapons and emergency items that can help you buy some time in emergencies? I am. And when Lily tags along, she can help a lot by scavenging the magic stones. And as we are well aware, dungeon prowling comes with an unavoidable risk. For that reason, I only step down a floor when I am absolutely sure of my strength. How are you sure of your strength and skills? Aina couldn't help but question. My skill, Jackal replies. It allows me to compare myself to the monsters of the dungeon. So, when I beat a specific species 10 vs 1, I am sure I can deal with something better than that. But I'm not talking about brute might. I am talking about their advantages. For instance, killer ants have hard shells. Once I dealt with 10 of them at once, I grew sure I could take on a hard armored or 2. Jackal keeps his answers clear and concise, unlike his usual crack responses. If they can be kind enough to go out with him, he can most certainly return the favor by being sincere and appealing to their trust in him with genuine responses. Aina looks thoughtful. She then continues. Is there no way we can know about your familiar? Nope. What about your beef with Soma familiar? That was more than rash. Rose sighs softly. That was far too dangerous. Yeah. I was too pissed at that moment. Jackal clicks his tongue before smiling. But you should have been there. I pummeled Soma. That's not what I meant. Jackal, you weren't like this before. You crippled the familiar members. Even for a change in behavior from either Falna or a skill, that is too drastic. I'm worried. Rose's ears drop slightly as she gazes at the rows of berries planted in front of them. I'm worried that you have experienced something harsh. Something unforgiving. Jackal looks at her and then at Aina. Was that it? He questions Aina. Was that the root of your worries, too? To be frank, even in the guild, he was closest to Rose and Aina. Rose mentored him, and he, in turn, mentored Aina despite the startling lack of age difference. He simply joined the guild earlier because of his stellar interview. Others might accept him as is because his interactions with others started when he arrived in this world. Aina and Rose are different. The first few days I kept on believing that you were abusing some substance. Aina thins her lips and averts her gaze. Sorry. Man, that's a tough one. Jackal lays on the sheet and crosses his hands behind his head. Can I skip this question? You can, Rose smiles, but you would also be breaking your implied promise of relieving us of our immediate worries. And I was led to believe you never break your promises. Jackal tosses her an unamused look before rolling his eyes. It's not trauma, guys. If you'd believe me, I am happy to be alive. Yeah, I'm not the same old Jackal. I can't just declare that I am better than I was before even if I feel like it. I guess you will have to accept my change as a fact. A fact. Aina furrows her brows. A fact, Jackal nods. I changed. That's all. That's a fact. If that is truly unbearable to the two of you, it is also an acceptable response. I truly hope it doesn't, but I'm not that glaringly stupid to not understand that you might not like this change. It's not that. Aina sighs and lays beside him. She gazes at the canopy of the tree they settled under and smiles. I really enjoy your bento. That didn't happen before. I also like how you stood up for Lily, but I didn't like what you did to the rest of the Soma familia. It's as you say. I may have to accept it as a fact. Any chance that you'll tell us the reason why? Even if you brush it off, we're not inept to understand that such changes come with a reason. Who knows? Maybe if we go on more dates I just might. Jackal snickers and then adds. And why do you think I fed you with bento? Girl, that was all part of my plan. I'll leave you addicted to my taste, and then you will have to ask for more. Aina scoffs loudly and looks away. Her slightly longer pointed ears flush red. Your bento is getting better, Rose admits, and a little envious, for God knows why, she decides to lay beside him. Unwilling to press and dishevel the fur of her tail, she lies on her side facing Jackal. Her nose twitches unconsciously as she takes in his scent and flushes for a moment. I hope you two are less worried from now on. Actually, Aina smirks, I won't have any reason to worry from now on. Jackal glances at her in annoyance as she continues to stare back smugly. So you're saying I should come back injured? Jackal huffs. What? No. I expected you to be a better professional, Rose comments in a muted tone as Aina flinches. Now it's Jackal's turn to smirk smugly. Fine. Aina relents with a scowl. Just because you're practically saving me a small fortune by taking care of my lunch. And just like that, you have fallen into my trap. Rose looks at the bickering duo with a smile. She doesn't like to speak much, but that does not mean she avoids her emotions like a plague. It just means that whatever she feels is simply far more genuine. The peaceful moment lasts for a short while until *kuu*. A stomach rumbles in defiance. Aina and Jackal stop and look at Rose, whose stoic face betrays nothing. But the pink dusting on her cheeks and her tail stiff in embarrassment says a lot. I change my mind, maybe it is time to eat something. Rose hums calmly. She is the senior. She will never lose face. *kuu*. Narrator voice *. She lost face. ****. Alternate title, SYR guides Jackal, Misha guides the girls, the date stalkers. Ryu, not me, pulling two women, mistakes build experience, never do bloat on a date, the building biochemical warfare to be unleashed on monsters, genuine response, a fact of change, Jackal's kakaku, the Riz bento, Rose could maybe but most definitely go for lunch, unwilling to lose face, losing face, his scent, her stomach. ****. Pest, hey, wanna join the dark side and share some power stones? If yes, follow the path of your seniors. Trademark DZ, Chase, and Mark Beans. Read 15 advanced chapters here. patreon.com/fanhareem. Chapter 31, A Bricked Ending. 3,953 words. Whoa. Uka and others watch Lily in amazement as the tip of her spear carves through a horde of silent goblins. Jackal didn't mind the exposure of silent goblins. They no longer serve any purpose, their drop item isn't any different from regular goblins, and there is no monetary reward for locating something new in the dungeon. So Lily led Takumi Kazuchi familiar to this open spot on the first floor. After her status update, the world feels different whenever she equips a spear or a similar weapon. She tested it. Spear feels the most fluid in her hand, but other weapons like a staff and a halberd have an adequate response, too. While Takumi Kazuchi familiar is thinking about how to deal with silent goblins should they face them alone, Lily tests them for her rapidly improving spearmanship. It's only possible because she supported Jackal actively on the upper floors the few times they prowled the dungeon together. So, this is a test of her improvement. A whopping 201 points worth of improvement. Asterisk Cree asterisk. One of the goblins screeches silently, but a spear welcomes it with a stab into its face. Huff. Lily exhales after dealing with the last one. A light layer of sweat covers her body as she still feels worked up. I want to meet Jackal-sama so bad. She whines about their separation. Oh, how every second torments her. Lily Dono, that was amazing. Your skills seem day and night apart when compared to your practice in the morning. Let no one say that Mikoto is not a great hype woman. Her earnest and expressive actions infect Lily with happiness as the Paolum giggles wryly and straps the spear on her exaggeratedly large backpack. Thank you. It's all because of Uka-san and Takumi Kazuchi-sama's teachings. Although this jump in improvement hints more about her status update today than anything else, Uka deduces calmly but stays quiet. He doesn't need to snoop around. Every adventurer has Falna, so, if one grows and another doesn't, it's no reason to envy others or give up. Yep. Let's have a successful hunt so Uka can return to Maria-san's orphanage and change some dirty diapers. Asuka teases Uka while elbowing his side with a smug grin as the youth's expression falls. Cook. Uka despairs. It will be all right. I'm sure you will do a great job. Chigusa cheers with a whimper as Lily observes their group. Uka-san has two women fawning over him. Despicable. Lily holds an inherent distaste for womanizers. Of course, if it's Jackal, she supposes he would get a pass of a lifetime as long as she is beside him. The expectation makes her chestnut eyes flicker with a hazy crimson glow for a fraction of a second. Yeah, let's go. One of the other two men sighs and waves his hand. Lily looks at the two of them. Is it too late to ask for their names again? They had introduced themselves, but Lily could not hold their names in her head at all. She shrugs it off. It doesn't matter if she can recall their names or not. What matters is that she is in the dungeon without Jackal and needs to keep cautious. While she tagged along to get experience and training, she also volunteered to be the supporter and see how this familiar works together. She has become better at noticing if the adventurers are graceful by being a spectator. Since they did not grow in Ororio, chances are that Takumi Kazuchi familiar isn't a steaming pile of corrupted crap. Lilidono, are you sure you want to carry all that luggage yourself? Mikoto walks behind Lily as the adventurers explore the area in a single file line. It's not an issue. Lily smirks and adjusts the hoodie of her robe in a practiced manner. Your team has only started to explore the dungeon. Although your familiar is strong as a team, you will need time to get used to the accepted practices of dungeon prowling. Also, you will need to consider other positions besides physical attack and defense. Like employing one of your weaker teammates as a supporter. Her words make the familiar flinch for a moment. Did they not consider ranking among themselves? This could be interesting. No. Stop. You are better than Loki. The image of the irritating, vermilion-haired goddess with an ass more developed than hers makes Lily grit her jaws silently. Syr and Ryu follow the couple around. It is not in their better judgment. The usually stony elf owes Syr a debt, and Syr is just so uninhibited. Come on say tilde. Syr brings a spoonful of roasted sugary nuts pounded into a smooth powder that melts in the mouth with a smirk. Although she reveals a reluctant expression, Ryu considers this an advance payment for the overtime they'll receive from Mia and opens her mouth before eating from Syr's spoon. See? Syr giggles and hugs Ryu's hand a bit tighter. I told you we'll have a date of our own tilde. As she hugs her hand, Ryu understands the distinct difference between the two. Large and soft. If the size and sensation of Syr's breasts are anything to go by, the human girl must also have an equally large heart. If this is how you date others, no wonder Jackal-san is with another woman. No, women, Ryu mutters in a muted tone. To think I will be spying on others on my first date. Syr freezes before pouting. She leans down to sneak a bite from Ryu's spoon and huffs. When did you get so sassy? You and Mama corrupted me well. Syr giggles again and stares off at the strolling couple not far away. They followed Jackal from a more square to the stalls they stopped and finally, Demeter's garden, where they rested. And now the couple is prowling the streets of Ororio again. Syr would have been fuming with envy given how much Jackal was laughing and smiling with others if not for Ryu being the silent and closeted sassy elf she is. Ryu lets out a curious noise from the back of her throat while sucking on the sugary taste of nuts. Even Syr blinks in surprise. They took a familiar turn, a street filled with local watering holes. Syr whispers, "That's my watering hole." Any other manner of description for hostess would have easily been 10 times better. But yes, that's our watering hole. Fuck. 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 They wasted their time loitering around when the couple eventually stopped by the very place they should work at this time of the day. Syr and Ryu look at each other. One looks apologetic. The other looks so done. "I'm sorry, tee-hee." Syr sticks out her tongue in a cutesy manner. Alas. It does not work on individuals who know the bare minimum about the witch of the hostess of fertility. The hostess of fertility consists of one inner tavern and a balcony diner primarily occupied in the daytime for customers to eat their meals accompanied by fresh air and the street view. Sitting on one of the tables are none other than Jackal, Rose, and Aina. They look at a mischievously smirking brown-haired catgirl whose tail continues to cut through the air with swift swishes of her tail as she holds her tray close to her chest. "You're really feeling lucky that you're waiting on us, aren't ya, Anya?" Jackal smirks. He knows that smile all too well. He's sported this smile far too often when. "I wouldn't call myself lucky Naya Tilda." Anya giggles as her wagging tail continues to disagree with her words. "So, I Neo Rose." Anya greets the werewolf as Rose inclines her head in a silent nod of acknowledgement before the catgirl turns to Aina. "I think I remember Nuo. I'm Aina. It's usually Chloe-san who waits on me." Aina smiles back as Anya nods furiously. "Oh. Well, don't worry, Naya. It's a special day, so we promised to all wait on Daddy together Tilda. I'll get Chloe to get Naya orders." Anya leaves Aina and Rose frozen stiff while Jackal looks around casually and comfortably leans back on his chair. "Seriously? You're going to act like she didn't call you Daddy?" Aina stares at Jackal, who shrugs. "It's nothing weird. The waitresses enjoy teasing me by calling me Daddy because I put some serious moves on their mommy the first day I visited. And every other time I visited the cafe." "Mia." Rose blinks owlishly. This moment may be the only time Jackal saw such intense emotion flicker across her expression. His smirk widens as he crosses his arms with a knowing wag of his brows. "Not only that, I live to tell the tale." "Awesome, right? So, you not only try to die in the dungeon but on the surface, too?" Aina is better at expressing herself with words, but her eyes are equally round. It's Jackal's fortune that he enjoys them without any glasses. "It's nothing like that. But Mia is just the hottest dwarf after 2 mugs of ale. Before that, she is the prettiest one." Jackal cracks a grin. Aina lets out a weary sigh before smirking and leaning back in her seat. She knows that the quicker she accepts Jackal's statements as facts instead of focusing on the how and why, the quicker she gets to enjoy what little time she spends in Jackal's company. The alternative would be to accuse Jackal of being the source of her recent mental burdens, cut her ties with him save for the thin stream of incoming bentos that greatly relieved the menial stress of overthinking what to have for lunch, and keep her distance from him as he crashes and burns in his delusions of forming a harem. Gazing at his profile, Aina scoffs internally. As if harem can be easy to manage. Jackal used to be mighty dependable, but now? He obviously needs supervision lest others take advantage of his kindness. Rose had nothing to add to this revelation as she relaxed in her seat. It didn't take long for a dark-haired catgirl with sharp features to contrast with the gentle humor in her green eyes to appear in front of the trio. Her smile was partly catty and suggestive as her groomed feline tail cut through the air in gentle arcs. Chloe isn't one to usually partake in her feline verbal tics, but these defenses crumble whenever she finds herself excited. And the developments in front of her are worthy of her excitement. "Heya, Anya Tilda." Chloe greets her regular customer while glancing at Rose. "Welcome, Rose. What will it be today? Would you like to hear Mama's special?" "Wait a minute," Jackal interjects with a deep furrow. "Where's my welcome?" The glee in her green orbs attracts a sardonic glint as she leans forward and whispers, "Now, How's that's fair, Naya? You do get a special welcome when the store is about to close, right, Daddy Tilda? Making me wash the dishes isn't welcoming. Hey Tilda, you know you love being close to Mama. Jackal stares at the exhaustively teasing cat girl pointedly before shrugging. That's true. Your Mama's real piece of work, too. Before Aina could interrupt and place her order, Rose assumes the matter into her stomach. ****. The red-headed werewolf's stomach rebels against the useless flirtation when lunch is on the line. Crimson dusts over Rose's cheeks as she clears her throat with a stoic expression that betrays nothing and orders calmly. She promised Misha to eat in moderation, but if she skims her lunch now, her stomach would assuredly become the highlight of the date, a nightmare she wanted to avoid. A plate of chicken breasts seasoned with yellow coral pepper, 2 bowls of rice, a plate of cream potatoes, and Rose averts her gaze soon after glancing at her companions. And a small cup of mint ice cream for dessert. Grinning cheekily as Chloe's tail swishes with increased momentum, the waitress looks at the remaining 2, who shrug and place their orders, too. I'll take anything May sacrifice for me, Jackal speaks casually. If he respects anyone in this establishment, it will be May for her cooking skills without a doubt. You mean, you will eat whatever May cooks for you. Chloe corrects him, but all is for naught as Jackal looks back in confusion. What did I say? Releasing an exhausted sigh as Chloe is intimately aware of how their cooking is more of a ritual to all that is unholy, the cat girl glances at Aina. A pickled cabbage with a bowl of rice. Any beverages? Strawberry punch. Whatever Mia thinks your daddy should drink on his date. Alf pure water. 3 sets of gazes befall Jackal due to his response as he shrugs with a smug smirk. Nobody said he couldn't just accept the term daddy, and use it. If others can say it, he can, too. As Chloe leaves with eager pep in her step, the trio begins to chatter casually. With the moderately heavy topic regarding their kind intention of worrying over him past, the trio discussed whatever was new in the guild that occurred after his resignation. While his robotic efficiency was the stuff of legend amongst the guild employees to the point where he was considered for promotion once he grinds for another year or 2, Rose and Aina had to accept one truth: Jackal seemed far more lively and for good. Of course, if only he didn't just destroy other familiar. Now that was a logistic nightmare for the guild. By the way, Rose informs once they skirt around the topic of Soma familiar. Interrogation with Zani's lustra suggests that he has some distasteful connection with the shady bits of the city. Remasan heard from the section leader in charge of the prison that Zani's was one of the most prominent suppliers to the high-end exporter of liquor entrenched in the entertainment district. Not one drop of Soma's divine wine was leaked, but that wasn't due to a lack of trying from Zani's side. Anyway, these exporters cater to the other nobles and royals beyond the walls of Orario, so be careful. Oh, if you find some names, be sure to let me know. Jackal snickers. My adorable employee contracted Soma to my store for an exclusive supply of his personal projects. So, I'd be happy to sit with them and have a deal above the table. Rose considers this for a moment and nods. She has no problem preferring his growth as long as his side remains clean in his deals. To Jackal's surprise, Anya, Chloe, and Lunoir are the ones who bring 3 trays of food for them. Before he can ask the obvious, Lunoir chortles with a suggestive wink. Syr and Ryu were playing hooky until a few minutes ago. Needless to say, Mama tore them a new one, and they are on dish and trash duty. Too bad you can't meet our moody Syr, huh? Moody? Jackal is confused once again. Syr has been playful at most, so he obviously concludes the biologically logical cause. Is it her? Careful now. Lunoir pouts, but her adorableness doesn't quite reach her eyes. Other girls are the same as they stare at him sourly. Syr is very moody, Naya. Anya huffs and serves Rose. She is happy one day, and the next thing you know she will almost bite our heads off for the simplest mistake. Naya, it's actually scary how she didn't get a fit of anger for the past weeks. Jackal shrugs after listening to this. Her mood shifts haven't affected him, so Jackal couldn't empathize with the group. Still, the 3 waitresses look at each other sneakily before chorusing. Enjoy your date, Daddy. Their cheer surprises the crowd around them, and as Aina and Rose blush softly to attract so much attention, Jackal raises his glass with a wide grin. You can expect 1 Valis as a tip for this stupidity, girls. His cheery tone, unfortunately, did not match the contents of his sentence. And knowing that Jackal rarely skimmed on tips when it came to them, their expressions froze. The trio chose to stroll in the city after a filling lunch before entering Babel. While Jackal dreaded that Aina would make true to her promise of using him for all his worth by making him their shopping bag carrier, he was more than shocked at how their date eventually ended after browsing equipment stores for a few hours. This is for me. Aina and Rose stubbornly wanted to end their date where it began, so the amber hues of the setting sun reflected in Jackal's rapidly glistening eyes. He would have truly shed a tear or two if he were alone. A more square attracts even more attention from many couples at this time of the day, so the trio barely attracts any attention. A gift. His first proper date ended with a fitting gift. He holds a box in his hand. He already knows what's inside the box. He was there when they eventually bought it from one of Goibnew's related shops, but he is quite surprised that it's for him. It's a pair of compression undershirts and pants stitched out of materials processed from the dungeon. The item is slash-resistant to relatively strong monsters such as the killer ants and war shadows. Although the effects are minimal, the material is light and can be easily equipped under light armor that compensates for covering his entire body. Do you like it? Rose takes the initiative as the duo stares at Jackal intently. Feeling his heart pounding against his chest, and his throat drying, he takes a heavy gulp of air. No matter how many times he tried to calm himself, his body wouldn't listen. Oh, he wants to jump so fucking high. What's that? His voice quakes oddly as he points behind the girls, prompting them to look behind. The two women look behind them as he rubs his arms against his eyes and takes a loud sniff. What? Aina glances at Jackal strangely as he shakes his head. Nothing. Oh, right, the gift. I love it. He grins broadly before rubbing the back of his head, but I wish I knew we were exchanging gifts. I would have purchased something. That's right. Can I interest you in some free lust potions? Aina rolls her eyes while Rose's furry ears twitch. It's only fair, no? You paid for lunch and other things. Beside. Aina brushes her hair back behind her ear as she looks to the side. Consider this an investment. You're a businessman, so you understand how important it is for others to invest in your ambitions. Now, you aren't allowed to die in the dungeon. Jackal stares at the box in his hand once again before nodding seriously. You got it. Rose smiles gently and mutters. Then let's end our date. Would you like to kiss us here or in some privacy? What's that now? Rose-san. Jackal looks at the blushing duo before looking at his gift. Fuck that. Now, this is a real present. That's the accepted protocol, right? Rose blinks. A part of Jackal felt that the werewolf knew what she was doing, as she states with a short smile. The first date ends with a kiss. The second date ends with a long kiss. And if the adventurer survives to go on the third date, it ends with Rose-san. Aina interjects with a heavy blush as the half-elf curses their pinkette succubus of a teacher whom Rose was parroting off. Remarkably relaxed compared to the start of the date, Jackal questions Aina with a teasing grin. You don't want to? Aina thins her lips and clenches her fist around the hems of her skirt. Jackal takes his time glancing between Rose and Aina. He isn't one to let go of missed opportunities. He'd be spitting in the face of his dreams and ambitions if he does. So, he looks around. Noticing that there isn't any focus on them, Jackal grins. Here is fine. Rose accepts with a smile that barely betrays the nervousness festering in her wolfish yellow eyes. Aina gulps this time as she keeps quiet. However, she musters her courage after a moment and slices into the thick of the matter. That dream of yours, how serious are you? Jackal informs calmly. It may ruin this fitting moment, but he finds no reason to lie about his desires. Dead serious. Aina takes a deep breath and nods. Harems are certainly not common in this world, but they exist. Many cultures thrive on it. For instance, a budding werewolf's pack consists of the alpha and their harem. A part of Aina stops right away, but she stills. Amber rays of sunlight bounce off the fountain and refract upon Jackal. His gold-red eyes keep on staring at her calmly. A calm and gentle smile remains on his face. Aina and Rose couldn't help but imagine Jackal looking somewhat needy as he stood while clinging to their present. "It will be beyond stupid of me to kiss an adventurer," Aina whispers and unclenches her hand. Rose can somewhat empathize with Rose as the werewolf leans forward to hold the edge of his sleeves and stand on the balls of her toes. "You keep setting a bad example for your former junior," the werewolf admonishes as her hot breath tickles his lips. Her eyelids shut firmly as Rose covers Jackal's lips with hers in a chastised but paradoxically lasting peck. Jackal's eyes widen as he holds his breath. This isn't his first kiss, technically, but it damn sure made him feel precious. Like the fairytale of Sleeping Stud, Rappenhunk, and many other tales. Rose soon pulls away with a smile. She may not speak as much as others, but Rose can be deceptively expressive. Aina stares at the couple and feels oddly envious. Still, she feels this is an unprofessional decision on her part despite suffering loss from the dungeon indirectly numerous times. Yet, Jackal keeps on setting a sinful example alongside Rose. "You've only grown rotten," Aina huffs with a pout as she steps forward. The half-elf most definitely wants to be the reason or part of it, for the remarkably stupefied look on Jackal's face as she, too, reaches for his lips with hers and promptly closes her eyes. And more than sensible, Jackal blesses the two souls for giving him a box that he sets close to his crotch to hide his erection bricked against his trousers. As Jackal enjoys the time of his life, a blue-grey-haired waitress pleads her case to her arguably best friend. "Please. Come on, I said I'm super sorry." "All right." The elf admits calmly. "Please, forgive me." "All right." Needless to say, SYR wasn't forgiven. But that's the good thing about Ryu. She'll be over it after a good night's sleep, and SYR knows it very well. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alternate title, Lily gains Loki traits, the forgetful duo of the take familiar, a date between waitresses, the daddy treatment, no tips? The girls will surely throw a tantrum, true gift, setting sinful example, corrupting the half-elf, the immortal investment, a fitting end to the first isekai date. Misha wants MOAR, what's the protocol for the third date, harem breathing first form, honest declaration of desire. Rose is a product of harem culture? A cultured werewolf indeed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Pest, hey, wanna join the dark side and share some power stones? If yes, follow the path of your seniors. Sahil Malik. Read 15 advanced chapters here. patreon.com/fanharem. Chapter 32, A Proposal. 2,995 words. What Jackal considered a perfectly concluded date was, unfortunately, extended by an annoying situation. Since his first choice of arms contract did not pan out with the blacksmiths of the Hephaestus Familiar, he chose to visit Goibnu Familiar before their blacksmiths retired from their day's work. He was confident in his chance. After all, he had a business to sell, too. The materials gained from war shadows and needle rabbits can be sold for a pretty dime, and as far as Jackal is aware, the material from the war shadow is something entirely new and can be used differently based on the blacksmith skills. So, imagine my surprise that your familiar's captain decided to claim my name. Funny enough, your competitors even agreed based on some professional courtesy. Why? The chatter from the street couldn't be more evident as the shop is set on the northwest main street with one of the most expensive and showy pieces set on display for the adventurers wandering the street. Needless to say, this location had a splendid security detail that grew tense at Jackal's sight due to the rumors surrounding him. Seated across him, revealing a stupefied expression, is a wavy red-haired goddess with a good portion of the right side of her face covered by a large patch of black fabric acting as an eye patch. The goddess wore an open-collared white shirt while her trousers weren't visible behind the desk. Behind the goddess, leaning over on the long counter along the wall with her arms crossed under her breasts is an amused Tsubaki, the said captain who Jackal came to meet. You did that. Hephaestus turns a little to look at her familiar's captain as the dark-skinned half-dwarf shrugs. It isn't as exaggerated as the boy is whoring for. All I did was spread the news that I'll beat the living shit out of the blacksmith who takes his next order before me. But it was all in good heart. Promise. Yeah. Jackal scoffs and stares at the woman pointedly before Hephaestus speaks. You know my name and my store. You couldn't say that to my face. Tsubaki blinks in surprise and points at the stack of paper beside her on the counter. I've been busy. Bitch, you think I ain't? Jackal exclaims back as Hephaestus raises her free eyebrow in surprise. Look. Just tell me what kind of axe you'd like me to forge with that material, and we'd be even. What material? Hephaestus questions curiously. Oh, a strange drop item from a war shadow. The first time I'm seeing it. I could forge an alloy that passes through physical material, so, it won't be your usual weapon. I told you I don't want a one-time blacksmith, Jackal shrugs. Finding a better weapon is easy. I'm getting richer by the day. What I want is an awesome blacksmith. I'm awesome. Tsubaki grins. Who has time to make weapons for the little old me? Ah, nah. It'll be a waste of my time. Like mine is being wasted right now. Jackal scoffs and readies to leave. Look, I have plenty of that drop material, so consider that one a gift. Let's not waste more time if you can't fulfill my needs. Good day, and let this be a warning of sorts to not butt in my business. Or what? Tsubaki chuckles. Even I heard what you did with Soma. By the way, our goddess rejects both of you. Jackal looks at Hephaestus, who is left scrambling for inner peace with how wildly the pace of this conversation is shifting. Reject? Then let me propose for real. Ah, Hephaestus. Would you take me as your husband and accept my non-existent harem? Tsubaki's jaws hang low in amazement while Hephaestus fares no better. PFFTT. Poo-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Tsubaki's boisterous bout of laughter spreads outside from the enclosed room, and soon she clutches her stomach with tears flowing down her eyes, including her left eye covered by a moderate black eye patch. But not amused, Hephaestus clears her throat loudly. Tsubaki could barely control herself as she bit her bottom lip. The half-dwarf's shoulders trembled. What was that? The redhead eyes Jackal seriously, who cups his chin thoughtfully. Calling us even? You rejected me, and now I proposed. Usually, it happens the other way around with a proposal happening first, but things are on the right track again. And what track is that? I have no fucking clue. But no woman is rejecting me without a proper proposal. Hephaestus purses her lips and taps her gloved index finger on her table blankly. The atmosphere in the room descends into a silence broken frequently by Tsubaki's muffled giggles. We done here? Jackal questions after a short while. Hephaestus shakes her head and shoots Jackal an annoyed stare. What Tsubaki was referring to is the rumors about Soma and I fighting for Ginger, right? Everyone with a brain cell knows Loki started all that to get a word out she's hot shit. Your point being, I didn't reject you in any manner. Cool. And you proposed to me. I'm kind of regretting it now. You keep repeating the obvious. PUH. A choked gasp slips Tsubali's lips before the captain falls to her knee while covering her mouth with one hand and gently slapping the floor with the other hand. Hephaestus takes a deep breath to calm her nerves as she sees a distinct shadow of a vermilion-haired goddess on Jackal. Regathering her composure and tempering her nerves for other wild sentences that may leave their guest's mouth without any deception in his words, no less, the goddess gestures to Jackal to relax and looks at her impish captain. Tsubaki, leave us. You sure? I heard he pounded Soma real hard. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Jackal deadpans as Tsubaki straightens her back and shrugs for the umpteenth time. Who knows? But she accepts the order and leaves Hephaestus' office. Jackal from Humble Jackals, right? He nods. Well, Jackal. I suppose this is a good time as any to relay my interest in your goods, including the Butterfree era. Had I known you possess a steady supply of rare drop materials, the origin of which shall undoubtedly remain your trade secret, I would have set a meeting with you sooner. May I see the drop items Tsubaki spoke of? Jackal ponders quietly for a moment. Again, he is aware the moment he chooses one path to sell his goods, it'll create tension with said organization's competitors. Even if Goibnu Familiar seems to dominate the architectural and low-tier blacksmithing industry, Hephaestus Familiar is in the same business in varying degrees. It wouldn't have mattered if it were usual organizations, But gods are emotional. Only a few create a business solely for money and later make rational decisions. Most gods are exceptionally passionate about their work, and the moment someone favors their competitors, they might as well tear the last shred of decency. Hephaestus and Goibnu don't fall into these extreme categories, but their competition is no less fierce. The goddess finally feels relaxed, as if she can sense Jackal's thoughts whirring to the side of the business. Sighing, she smiles. I merely want to look at the product you have to offer. Jackal unzips his frollet before taking out a spare glimmering red crystal ball the size of a war shadow's eye. She questions as she picks the crystal ball from the table. Do you have a detailed description of what this dropped item is valuable for? Just because Tsubaki can make something notable from this item doesn't translate well for the market value of this item. Not yet. Jackal leans back with a huff. You could let the guild inspect it, Hephaestus offers as she toys with the product in her hand. For what? Zeus and Hera Familia are the ones who originally bolstered guilds' records about the entire enterprise of adventuring. If possible, I want to establish my base of knowledge before entertaining the notion of sharing it with others. The goddess nods calmly. Anything else? Here. Jackal tosses a short horn in her direction. From Hornied Rabbit. The supply for all the materials I produce will be steady until the market demand drops. You know, I'm flexible that way. Mayak can guarantee that. Pun intended. Hephaestus frowns. What pun? Jackal inclines his head with a curious look. Never mind. Hephaestus soon sets the items on her table after exhaling quietly. I will reprimand Tsubaki for her actions duly. But she did not lie. She is indeed a bit overworked. And I'm not buying that. She was screwing around, and it's plain as day, but I'm not pissed or anything. Just wanted to make sure something like this doesn't happen again. Understood. As for your products, I would have to make a few of my children work on them before committing to any supply. Are you free? Jackal questions. While she narrows her eye suspiciously, the goddess nods calmly and supplants, aside from the paperwork as tall as Olympus, yes. Are you better than your children when it comes to skills? You already know the answer. Then why don't you test the two materials and get back to me? Hephaestus frowns. Excuse me? Look, Mayak is the one who tests my potions, but I have contracted someone to mitigate this issue. Until I find a way to test the use of the drop materials I procure, how about you busy yourself with them? Her frown deepens as she remarks strictly. I'm not your lackey in any form or manner. Just because I tolerate your foul language does not translate into my willingness to accept such insults. Jackal surprises Hephaestus with a confused expression. What the hell are you smoking? Lackey? I wouldn't propose to a lackey, would I? Her expression darkens while Jackal waves his hand dismissively. But I ain't stupid. I didn't mean for you to fall under my command. It was just a suggestion, cause gods have better senses, no? If you don't wanna do it, don't. I see. Apologies for jumping to conclusions. No worries. And another thing. I do not enjoy frivolity with marital proposes, so kindly knock it off. Jackal scoffs and stands up. Frivolity? I thought gods could differentiate truth from deception. Contact me if you'd like a steady stream of my products. Since you showed curiosity, I'll gladly give you 3 days before I start sniffing elsewhere. Oh, and keep Tsubaki on a leash, will you? Don't say that in front of her. She can be a little. Before Hephaestus can warn the well-mannered mortal, he pushes open the door and looks straight at Tsubaki. Don't go running off without your leash. Now Hephaestus cannot claim in good faith that she felt a little happy when Tsubaki knocked Jackal's head with enough force to make him cover his head with a scowl, but damn, it felt good. So, Tsubaki closes the door behind her as she enters the office and winks mischievously. Another fake proposal, eh? Want me to beat him up when he goes on spreading bad shit about you for no reason? Hephaestus looks at her captain and blinks curiously. Fake. Ah. I forgot to reject him. Next time it is. She glances at the 2 items set on her table. Nothing like that. And if you want to use the alloy you created, just make a magic weapon and send it his way. I doubt it will be functional after 2 or 3 use. Tsubaki huffs. She likes to get her customers' input for a more fitting weapon, but this will have to do, for now. As Tsubaki returns to her seat to assist her goddess with paperwork, Hephaestus herself starts getting more irritated the longer she stares at the two items. Even if his words did not contain deception, his truth will change once he sees my right side. Knowing that he will dive deeper than usual in the dungeon, Jackal equips himself better. His black compression undershirt and trousers that cupped his balls rather snugly are tucked under a belted tunic, and trousers strapped with light armor on his body purchased from his Trait Humble store. Again, he chose leather over metal for his body. But in this case, it meant items made from rather expensive materials, ligafang hide. Finding the proper material, the correct size, and a fitting quality took Jackal 3 hours, which he spent by holing himself in his house since he can't be spied on there with mystical means. Jackal-sama, I'm ready to go with you. Tucking Lily in her bed was far easy when he literally held her from her pits as she continued to struggle with surprising strength. Her update must have been awesome. But he heard none of it. He didn't plan to stop in any manner until he filled himself to the brim. It also means he would sprint till floor 7 so he doesn't fill on weaker monsters. His goal is simple, getting as strong as an orc physically without using monster phantoms. What he still didn't change was his collection of axes. They were still the same guild-approved newbie axes. But then again, he has dozens of those. The deeper one goes into the dungeon, the more complicated the structure expands. From simple cave-like arrangements to the innards of an ant hill when it comes to long and narrow passages, Jackal now finds himself strolling in short paths of moss-clad pastures of greenery with adequate light originating from the more distant ceiling. While it's positively dark outside the dungeon, the interior lighting gives the illusion that it's still early morning. See. He dodges a green claw. *KKRK**. This is just unfair. His axe cleaves the head of the goblin before making quick work of 3 other mates of the poor green bastard. Goblins and kobolds aren't limited to the first 2 floors. Like other species of the dungeon, they can appear on the lower floors with greater strength than their upper-floored tenants. This isn't strange in itself. Monsters aren't a set species. They have many other variants of their own kind, making it harder to document all of them. Silent goblins, for instance. A small, undiscovered corner of the dungeon may hide many other variants for all Jackal knew. His only interest in these goblins and kobolds is the confirmation the items he creates from these variants will be of better quality, or not. Things may change greatly if the answer is positive. But life is rarely so favorable. Jackal descends further into the dungeon after hunting a kobold. Floor 10. The caverns widen to accommodate rocky structures on the bit of greenery hidden from sight by mist crawling on the ground and layering the atmosphere of the dungeon with a level of haziness that has gotten many adventurers killed by the monsters who make sensible use of it. For example, a skull-sized pitch-black flying rodent, Bad Bat. Jackal grits his jaws the second this bat screeches. It might bring a wave of discomfort to others, but for Jackal, whose hearing was stupidly sharp because of silent goblins, it was punishment. He grunts and makes a mental note in the passing to train his senses further to fall in his commands while letting the phantom of a silent goblin dance over his head, making the situation a lot more bearable. Cleaving down the first bad bat with a throwing axe, Jackal pulls out the silent potions from the frollet on his waist, and he tosses the silencing potions laced with monster-attracting baits. The first group of bats rush at the flasks and smashes them open before dancing in the liquid. What little sentience they might have set in their panic for them when they couldn't let out their sonorous voices. By then, however, it is too late. One of the shriekiest groups of monsters is sliced off in pure silence. Before the smell of their corpses could even attract other monsters, Jackal carves out their magic stones and store them for safekeeping. But the day is only starting for Jackal. The bad bats are physically weaker than him, but this doesn't mean he didn't have a soft cap for them. It still existed but on a proportionally lower scale. Jackal could feel his throat being more nourished than the rest of his body alongside his ears. He also made sure to use his mind while slaughtering new monsters, so the next time he encounters a group of bad bats, he can see their threads of fatality to attack where it hurts. But again, he sought orcs and silverbacks the most. In contrast, imps and needle rabbits looked lackluster. What Jackal did not want to face just yet was an infant dragon, not out of fear but caution. It took him all he had and his tricks to fuck Zani's up. A level 2 monster or human is still not something Jackal can contest against easily without facing certain risks and injuries, risks that can prove fatal in this location. And as usual, he takes his promises seriously. Aina and Rose went as far as buying him some equipment to feel more assured of his survival. The least he can do is not throw himself in danger for fun. Tilda. Is that a fat and juicy orc I spy? Clearly, he is trying his best not to get carried away. Alternate title, a literal proposal, no lies tilde, selective rivalry, rejected. Again. A marital proposal, Jackal takes that back, Hephaestus' recollection of the obvious is annoying. No baxes, the fight over Ginger, laying rightful claim on customers, Swabaki's leash needs tightening, new fit, lower tenants, breaking bad bats, Silencio a fat and juicy orc to butcher. Pest, hey, wanna join the dark side and share some power stones? If yes, follow the path of your seniors. Sahil Malik. Read 15 advanced chapters here. patreon.com/fanharim. Chapter 33, The Next Pirate King. 4039 words. Thunk. Thunk. The sound of carriages running on an uneven surface leading to the goods on their backs thudding against one another fills the gloomy hall of the dungeon as a large group of adventurers travels up the dungeon. While the size of the carriages is intimidating, it's easy to maneuver in the hands of adventurers leveled 2 and 3. The wooden surface of the carriages has seen better days. There are long claw marks on the sides of the wooden vehicle. The red flag with a clown's face hoisted on the carriages is in tatters, too. The majority of the adventurers look no better. The supply carriage of an expediting group is their lifeline in the dungeon. Their survival storage getting in the cross with the monsters is the third worst thing to happen to a group of adventurers. What are the two worst outcomes? Death and getting stranded in the dungeon with no way out. Usually, the latter means the same as the former, but with additional steps of hunger, despair, and a genuine fear of death. Thankfully, Loki Familiar faced no extreme outcomes for one tiny mistake that barreled into a chain of difficult decisions, promptly cutting their expedition short. Fuck. Beat cusses loudly and kicks an errand stone away. His hands in his pockets clench in indignance as he looks at his nearest victim, a middle-aged dwarf dragging the carriage. Can you fucking move quicker? Waste of our fucking time. You know, I read in one of the books that a villain abusing others is usually trying to hide his own weakness. Tiona hums aloud with her hands behind her head. Her anklets chime with her bare feet skips as she moves past Beat. TCH, and whose fault was it that our carriages got ambushed? Beat demands. The dungeons. Tiona shoots back. These losers' fault. Beat glares at the annoyed dwarf, who scoffs back. Fuck off and sniff someone else's butt, asshole. How are we supposed to notice monsters jumping from the floor directly below her? Ain't this your lot's fault? You and your high-level adventurer's senses. What did you say, you old bitch? You heard me, cunt. Tensions ran high within the group. Others begin to slow down as Beat and the dwarf argue while Tiona and Tyon watch from the sidelines. They would have mediated usually, but their nerves are also tense after the third consecutive failed expedition. AIS continues to walk forward quietly with Lefia in tow while Gareth approaches the two parties. At ease, fellas. We're gonna return to the surface, knock back mugs o' ale, and party. Right. The dwarf stares at Gareth and musters. Big bro Gareth, why no I respect you. You're a fucking hero. But that's it for me. I'ma complete this expedition as sworn to do and leave. I'm tired of this furball's bullshit. Oi, Ronnie. Relax. You just gotta leave this weakling if he wants to. Gareth quietly turns to look at Beat before the werewolf could get another word out of his mouth. Not another word. Keep going ahead. Beat stares back defiantly as the fur on his ears and tail bristle. Cut it out. Finn's calm yet authoritative voice interjects as a spool of rope flies in the air and ties Beat while gagging his mouth. Riviera dusts her hands calmly and drags Beat away as his struggles are weak. After all, he tore out of Riveria's ropes once, and she unleashed hell on him. There is a reason why even adventurers like AIS remain cautious of Riveria. Turning to face the dwarf, Finn remarks sincerely. Not even Loki can stop you if you want to leave, Ronnie. You know that as well as I do. Loki isn't like other goddesses, and our familiar isn't like other familiars. You'll be welcomed by other familiars. You're level 3, after all. But don't expect to condemn us level 5 adventurers like Beat. He's never assaulted any member of our familiar without a good reason, and you know it well. If his words are too hard to bear, you're welcome to leave. So what? I'm not apologizing to that prick. Ronnie snorts. While the dwarf may look old, the truth is that Finn is a decade older. No need to apologize to anyone. We're adventurers. All we need to do is clink our mugs and drink it out. Ronnie scoffs but remains silent as the group starts moving again. I had it under control, Finn, Gareth asserts with a grunt. You did, Finn smiles. But Ronnie is a top-tier conman. He likes to raise reactions from others and then threaten to quit the familiar after contributing just the right amount to make the familiar want to keep him with them. He's done the same with his last 2 familiar. Ordinarily, Loki would have handled it just as well, but she isn't the captain, and it's not her responsibility. So, you think he'll stay? I meant what I said. He can leave. An adventurer butthurt with words alone isn't worth our time anyway. Adventurers like Beat. Gareth scoffs a chuckle as the duo sees the werewolf walking beside Riveria. His furry ears twitch, something Finn notes. Well, Beat is welcome to leave if he gets his feelings hurt by someone's words. Last I checked, he almost did, right? And caught an axe with his face. Beat snaps his head in their general direction with a furious scowl. Riveria's silent but deathly stare keeps his temper in check, however. Our luck is really getting worse, Captain. Only the spirits know how Tyon snuck up to Finn before hugging him from behind to rest her voluptuous breasts on top of his head, much to Tiona's and the Palam's chagrin. It's enough, Tyon. Finn pulls ahead and sighs. As for our luck, it is not bad in any manner. Only supplies were ruined, but not one of our familiar members lost their life. But I admit that we are behind our expected timeline. What's going on ahead? Tiona leaves the group and skips forward to AIS, where the pair of blonde swordsman and elf are staring at a group of somewhat intimidated adventurers. Ayis Tilda. Tiona drawls as she jogs to them with a grin before looking at the group of 3 armored men and 1 woman. Yo, I remember you patrolling the walls near our familiar, Ganesha familiar, right? Regaining his wits, the leader of the group nods. Why yeah. We were just exploring a bit below the upper floors. Hi. Relax a little. It's not like we'll bite. Except Beat, AIS informs with a serene look. Right. The Ganesha familiar member nods before looking past the trio and towards the approaching expedition group. I would suggest someone adept in talking to lead your group near the first line. The entrance to the 13th floor is called the first line for various reasons, as if the dungeon's entrance already isn't crossing the first line. Riviera walks up to them before the Ganesha member explains. Once Lefia apprises her teacher of the situation, the green-haired elf looks at the group for more explanation. Well, the female member begins. He's filled the entirety of the 12th floor with corpses. There were a few stupid adventurers who tried to steal his magic stones, but he would locate them and cut their hands. Riveria raises an eyebrow. The woman gulps softly. The butcher of Orario. Even we don't want to instigate that madman, and other level 3 adventurers don't care enough to poke him. After what he did to Zani's. She shudders and pales quite a bit. Did something happen? Tiona demands with an excited expression. Butcher of Orario? Sounds the right name of a villain born to be defeated by a hero. A villain? The group's leader looks at them. If he's a villain, what does it make your familiar? He gestured for others to follow him, and while Riveria wanted to stop him for more explanation, Tiona snickers. Let's see what this is all about. Let's. AIS gives a short nod. Wait, don't drag me, Tiona. Leffia whines to no avail. Pursing her lips, Reveria gestures to Finn to pick his pace and explains what little she understood from the passing adventurers. Jackal only has one thing to say to others who may think he wasted a good portion of his day on his date: no bitches. He got 2 well-deserved kisses and a gift. A gift that Jackal put to good use. Chances are that he will seriously accost one of the 2 smithing familiars after his present dungeon trip. He started his hunt like usual after seeking an orc and continued to descend until peaking on the 12th floor. This is where it's at. Jackal did not act all cool and emo by thinking he must try his strength without using his mind to activate the strength phantoms. Fuck, no, sir. He came to the 12th floor to challenge his absolute limits, which meant using his strength phantoms to augment and bring out the full potential of his strength. His punches hurt more when he used the frog shooter phantom. He was more agile using War Shadow, more dexterous than imps and needle rabbits. And he soon found his sweet spot by letting the nourishment of energy recover his mental reserves and using the blue Papilio phantom alongside the Butterfree era to heal his body quicker than the passive energy in his body. The truth is, other adventurers need to push themselves to their very limits to grow stronger. But Jackal is not similar to other adventurers, so he does not try to act like them. He gets stronger by killing. The secondary effects of Death Eater until now are the Strength Phantoms and the Threads of Death, which allow Jackal to see the weak spots of the monsters of the same species he has killed with his mind active at the time. These 2 effects have one thing in common: they make killing easier. Strength Phantom allows his human body to exert said monster's entire strength, while the Threads of Death let him kill others easier by tucking them using their weak spots. So, the secondary effect of the concept of excretion of his Death Eater should produce a similar conclusion. He had 3 goals in mind during this dungeon prowl. To become stronger by locating an infant dragon and putting him down. To discover the secondary effect of excretion. And to achieve his wet dream of manipulating his mind like Buffy to achieve the spirit of armament or observation. Did he achieve his said goals? Not exactly. He started by controlling his unusually thick and stubborn mind. Again, he can manipulate it, but his control is rudimentary at best. So, what does he do? He shouts, "I'm going to be the king of pirates." And masters cringe itself. Why does Buffy get strong by saying those words, and he feels his heart scrunching like it tasted sour lemon in cringe is something Jackal could not understand even after hours of hunting. Still, he moved on. For him, using his mind to achieve the effects of Haki is a long project. A passion project, to be precise. His other 2 goals, however, are met with resounding success. He did fuck 1 infant dragon over. And he did activate the last of the secondary effect of his second trait. ****. The roar may scare the tits out of veteran level 1 adventurers, but not Jackal. He may have technically cheated in his impromptu battle against Infant Dragon, but hey. He was caught with his pants down and ass hanging out. That Infant Dragon must have gotten the shittiest death, literally. Jackal dodges the zooming grey fist and avoids the silver behemoth with a simple jump as the monstrous silverback smashes his fists on the empty spot where Jackal had been a moment ago. The 3rd silverback lunges at Jackal, who jumps on the monster's head with a mischievous snicker before allowing the frog shooter's phantom to form on his head for a second and jump higher than usual. After hours of hunting, he realized that the best way to use his strength phantom was to activate it only at the last second. Saves a fortune of mind. A bad bat's phantom flickers above him as he screams. Fuck you. Air fluctuates visibly as the painful sound wave makes the silverbacks groan in discomfort. The lugs of silver beasts are twice the size of Mamma Mia with flowing white manes and a thick strip of silver fur on their ordinary white-furred back, hence the name. Silverbacks alongside hard armoreds are what the adventurers call highlights of the upper floors. Silverbacks are a wannabe monkey-human breed of minotaurs while hard armoreds are the superior dungeon lizards in the sense. The former is an all-rounder with quite a punch while the latter is a species of monster with a hard enough shell of scales to endure said punch. Their weakness. Silverbacks are predictable and hard armoreds have weak innards. As for why Jackal is rushing the trio of silver behemoths of supposed peak level 1 strength. His axe cannot cut into their hides and would shatter on impact. He cocks his fist with a gleefully bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Why his fist? Simple. It wouldn't break. A phantom of a dignified wingless dragon emerges on top of Jackal's head. He avoids the 100 of corpses littering the ground, waiting for their magic stones to be removed, before ramming his fist against the nearest silverback's liver. A humongous force of strength travels through Jackal's body, tearing his flesh and creaking his bones, before dragging the silverback into the ground with a pained yowl. Jackal is far from soft-capping infant dragon's physical attributes, so while his fists wouldn't shatter, they definitely hurt. And this is what Jackal is doing for the past 4 hours, searching for the rare infant dragons. Any adventurer he senses on this deathly floor is appropriately warned to leave the corpse alone. After all, Jackal does clear the corpses every other hour, but the dungeon just keeps giving and giving. And those who steal his loot? Well, he sniffs them out. Infant dragons have an amazing sense of smell. This does make it harder to stay on this floor until he clears the corpses, but the moment he smells a portion of the floor cleared by other adventurers, well, he takes a hand for their effort. The news must have traveled to other floors since he wasn't bothered for hours. No, there is no rule like sharing the dungeon space with others. Jackal can imagine the guild is more than happy seeing someone actually laying a wreck on the last floor of the clump of floors called the upper floors. He sensibly left the members of the familiar who are his customers after a round of beating. And the few customers Jackal encountered were asked to take his message back to the guild to keep Aina and others from worrying. After all, he didn't plan to resurface till the last hour of his 4-day break. Sure, he could hang out with others, but he's got an amazing opportunity here. Now, any sensible person who truly knows Jackal's strengths and weaknesses to complement may question, wouldn't he get full from the energy and be forced to resurface after a while to excrete his energy in the form of items? The answer is simple: secondary effect of excretion. Again, how he managed to master it will remain a secret until his dying breath. LOL, nope. The following side chapter disagrees. In essence, he has found another way to release all his stored energy, allowing him to stay in the dungeon, indefinitely. So, he sensibly decided to stay in the dungeon for his entire break. Anyway, he ruffled quite a few feathers in his action against Soma, so he may as well get as strong as possible in one go. He doesn't stop thrashing the silverbacks experiencing their first vertigo, and his fists soon cave in various portions of their body as they draw their last breath. Before Jackal can take notice of the group that has gotten a bit closer to him, a large group, no less, loud cracking noise followed by the intense rumbling of the floor hounds his senses. A monster party, Eos exclaims softly as she stares at the figure drenched in blood from a distance. Before she could rush ahead, a spears but intercepts her feet, as the elegant and proud little sword princess falls face first before she sits up quickly to stare at her captain. While her stare is stoic, Finn, Gareth, and Reveria can easily feel her pouting. Finn looks at others while pulling his spears back. Stand down. As I ordered, don't touch the monster corpses. And AIS, how many times must I tell you to scope things out before rushing into danger? Ho! It's that bastard, right? Beat saunters forward with a shit-eating smirk. Don't expect me to save his sorry ass. What the fuck is he thinking running around with no weapon? Wait. He's the butcher of Orario? Tiona gapes before grumbling. I guess a hero's name can be a butcher in the right context. Stared at by Tyon, Tiona rolls her eyes and shows her twin the mighty finger. Nobody offered you to save his ass, Beat, Gareth chuckles. And look. Corpses aren't the only thing laying about. We've got cheap broken axes. Do we really do nothing? One of the familiar members, Raoul, questions in worry. There are 9 silverbacks and 14 hard armets. Ari's ears twitch as she straightens her back. No, something else is coming. *DR***. The floor around them begins to shake even more intensely as Finn passes an order for their group to enter their positions. The executives wouldn't raise a finger on the upper floors, so it's up to other members of the familiar to face the monsters. 3 absolute tanks of flesh and scales tear out of the subterranean earth with loud, draconic roars. Roars that make Aes flinch before her cool, doll-like features morph into a murderous scowl. A hand reaches her shoulder as Reveria whispers, "Look there." AIS looks ahead and finds Jackal staring back despite the 3 infant dragons, bona fide level 2 monsters, rushing him. His blooded lips curve into a smirk as he mouths, "No candies if you interfere." AIS looks back at Reveria as her stony gold eyes widen like a puppy. "No. Not yet anyway." "Oi, what is that?" Beat's exclamation interrupts everyone's thoughts and chatter. They look ahead to find a strange scene. Jet black energy seeps out from Jackal's body with a crimson-like glow on the edges of the clump of energy. It towers to the ceiling of the floor as the wind picks up, and the thick mist, already affected by cold corpses, swirls around him. Corpses are no better, as Finn shouts, "Reveria." They were already far away, but some of the lighter items in their carriage were beginning to move. On it, Reveria uses one of her commissioned magic items to create a weak barrier around the group. It wouldn't last a second against monsters, but it's good enough for now. The wind stopped affecting their group as the executives and other level 4 adventurers of the party watched in rapt attention. They see the blood on Jackal's body whip away, leaving dark maroon smudges on him and his clothes. The whirlpool of wind picks up as quickly as it disperses before the mass of energy ejects forward with a tremendous force. *Voom*. The beam of deathly black-red energy is silent as it carves the ground, and the monsters, their bodies, including the infant dragons, dissipate as their magic stones are eradicated. Other corpses caught in the attack fare no better, but Finn's alarms ring to their absolute limit as he shouts, "Don't let it hit the wall." Jackal scoffs when he hears the shout as he snaps his fingers, and the beam of energy dissipates in motes of dark energy absorbed in the natural environment. The final secondary effect of his trait, a fucking Getsuga Tensho from one of the animes of his previous life, detergent. Whoa! Lefia breaks the silence with an awe-inspired gasp. Meanwhile, Jackal enjoys his body nourished by the remaining strength of 3 infant dragons as his reserves of energy are filled a tiny bit again. But I am far too away from an actual infant dragon. If I have to guess, it's a simple rule of more energy needed with a proportion of growing strength. Things may get worse in level 3 and higher. Jackal sighs as Finn stops his group from approaching and travels alone. "We meet again, Jackal." Finn smiles and observes the youth. "Taller than what I remember." Could be another clue, the Paulum captain muses idly as Jackal shrugs and exhales loudly. Yeah. Hey, do me a favor and tell the guild receptionist, Aina, I won't be out for some time. I don't know if others took my message." Finn questions before Jackal could leave. "How long have you been down here?" Jackal takes out a clock from his frollet and huffs. "A little above 19 hours. Finn stares at the youth before nodding. "Would you like others to meet you or continue? You seem to be in a rush, so consider this a professional courtesy." While Finn's words were soft, others simply kept their senses sharpened willingly. Unlike Jackal, they were capable of controlling their senses. So Finn's words annoyed a few from the group who wanted to question Jackal for themselves. Jackal doesn't reply but questions. "Your carriages, what happened to them? Ambushed?" "No. I mean, why not use these?" He waves his frollet. Finn frowns. "They have limited space. Only carriages are feasible." Truly staring down at Finn with a hint of condescension, Jackal sneers, "Dude, my products have no such weakness." He shoves his bloody hand into his frollet to take out another frollet. Then he takes out a third frollet from the second frollet. So on and so forth. Finn's right eye twitches violently as Jackal smiles. "By the way, I raised the prices of my frollets by 5 times. And I have a few new goods while you guys were away, so be sure to stop by 2 days later." 5 times? Finn's eyes widen. "Yeah," Jackal laughs and waves at the rest of the group. "I just realized it would save you guys a ton of trouble and raised my prices. You are the first I'm telling. You know, professional courtesy tilde." Without waiting for Finn, he shouts to others, "See you later, guys. Travel safe. You too, furry fuck." Beat bites back his snarl as Jackal skips away. Tiona would have liked to follow him, but her common sense alerted her that her familiar's captain may not enjoy the idea too much after he became the cause of Frollet's increase in price. Before Jackal got too far away, Finn tracks him down and questions him with a frown. What was that display? Are you a trader or a pirate? Jackal chuckles. Didn't you hear? I'm gonna be the king of pirates. And this time, he did not feel like cringing. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alternate title, Inner Conflicts Within the Familiar, Knowing the Con, Hijacked Floor, A Secret Mastery, What is Jackal Hiding? The Next Pirate King Dies from Cringe, No Bitches, No More Cheap Axes, Got a Leash at Sabaki, The Hand Stealer, Completing the Run of Upper Floors, A Shitty Death? AIS pouts stoically, Butcher can be a hero, right? Tiona's Mighty Finger, Two-Piece? My Villain University? And now detergent, No Haki, The Next Pirate King Does Not Die from Cringe, Raising Prices, Jackal's Frolic is now a premium product, Finn shooting his foot. Professionally. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. AN. So, we achieved Getsuga Tensu. What next? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Support the fanfic through comments, likes, reviews and such, if the publish site allows it, your boys multi-site now, and of course, the Big P. Shout out to Justin Avalos and Elijah Sims. Read 15 advanced chapters on patreon.com/fanharim. Chapter 34, Side Store 1. 1777 words. Title, A Shitty Death. Orario, The Dungeon. Floor 12th, hours before Jackal met Finn. The mist-like environment is the most pronounced in the last segment of the upper floors. The uneven surface is layered with greenery, and the high ceiling of this level exudes a bright glow. But it doesn't seem to help the adventurers. With monsters like silverbacks hunting on this floor, the bright light and milky mist are the best environment for them to camouflage and rip adventurers with their bare hands. Ooh-wah! A group of palums shrieks as a silverback tears out the boulder behind them and lunges in their direction without flinching. A sinister figure hunts the predator before the silverback tears through the group of unprepared adventurers. His grey outfit is caked with dried blood. A phantom of a mighty silverback beats his chest above the cackling figure alongside a frog shooter jabbing its tongue. This mysterious figure's legs snap into the back of the silverback's head before crushing his skull. Asterisk KKRHCH asterisk. A bone-chilling sound of a breaking skull sends a shiver down the rescued group's spine as he stands tall and stretches his arm. Oh, Vendi. His striking red-gold eyes fall on a blonde-haired Paulum as he questions, "The fuck's your weakest doing down here?" While relieved to be rescued, the scantily dressed Paulum mother of three couldn't help but scold the younger boy. She tucks her blonde locks behind with one hand reflexively as she squeezes her mage staff with another. "Excuse me? I remember gifting you a booklet on manners, no? Did you learn nothing?" Her mates quickly try to pull her back while he hears them whisper, "Hey, here's the butcher, don't piss him off. Yeah. Just thank him for rescuing us, and let's get the hell out of this place." Vendi rolls her eyes and silences them. "Shut up. Call Jackal names again, and he'll be the last of your troubles." Jackal smirks and crosses his arms. "So, dearest customer, you don't belong on this floor. We had to evade a pass parade, alright?" Vendi huffs. The Paulum is one of the earliest regulars since his better products fell in her price range. Come on, just the Butterfree era for 13,000 Valis made it a snatch. Sucks to be you. Here, for your kids. Jackal retrieves 3 gemlings and tosses them in her direction, which she catches accurately. Thanks. They love your candies. You sure I can't pay you for these items? Vendi questions while pocketing it in her Frolic. Frolic may be pricier than Butterfree era, but its effects are worth their Valis. Hey, I'll take money from your kids when they grow and become adventurers like their mum. Anyway, don't touch the corpse. And when you get out safely, tell Aina and Rose that I'll take a lot of time before resurfacing. Vendi nods and gestures to her teammates to leave. Happy hunting, dear. Thanks. Jackal grins sincerely and waves them off. Along the way, he meets more of his customers. With the item he sells, he usually attracts the low-leveled adventurers that litter the upper floors. But not every customer of his is to his liking, leading to more brutal results. As they say, fuck around and find out. What did I say about touching my loot? You can't kill us. shouts the apparent leader of the group of 3. Why can't I? Jackal looks at the flame-haired youth with a narrowed gaze. I told Apollo he isn't getting my booty, and the stuff with Mayak and Take is rumors. Besides, your captain is level 2. So, what's stopping me now that I am even stronger than when I broke Zani's? The thing with Apollo is something that Jackal has faced with almost all interested gods and goddesses. They come and try to win him from his non-existent patron deity. The rejection makes them feel butthurt. They vow some stupid revenge, then Jackal slaps them right then and there. Sometimes he has to bruise them to get his point across. After all, some deities don't know how to handle rejection. So their minds adopt the idea of trying to hurt anyone near Jackal. Well, not a great plan. There is a reason why his name is snowballing instead of stopping. The rapid number of newbie deities feed his fame. As for the established familiar, they know better to solicit someone as firm as Jackal. If things don't go smoothly, both sides will suffer, and the developed familiars have too much to lose. His words turn the 3 members of the Apollo familiar pale as a sheet of paper. I'm sure your familiar won't miss getting reduced to 98 members instead. Oh, yeah, I know about you all. I have a stack of documents ye-high with the information on your familiar. Jackal punctuates his words while bringing his hands close to his chest. But this isn't about Apollo. Tell him to send more if he wants to lose his beautiful children. Until then, I just have to do what is expected of me. The distant Paulum shudders. What do you mean? Remember what I did in Soma Familiar? Jackal smiles gently. Adventurers need a firm hand and a reputation. Sometimes it's the reputation that saves you in the dungeon. And for Jackal, this reputation may save him a lot of trouble. He retrieves his axe and swings it around in front of their terrified faces. And if I need to claim my opponent's hand for that reputation, it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Ah! Their screams ring through the dungeon's floor before Jackal personally drops them on the staircase leading to the 11th floor. He took his magic stones and nothing more. Of course, aside from their left hands. He just wanted to traumatize them. If he isn't wrong, Ermid developed an elixir that should heal such wounds if the torn hand is brought in. So, these fools can heal after putting a dent in their wallets. I'm just gonna ban Apollo's kids from my shop now. Jackal scoffs and returns to the hunt. As the number of idiots at the entrance with their left hands removed increased, several adventurers realized it was better to skip hunting for now. As for groups of level 2 adventurers, they made the correct decision until now. Monsters hunted by Jackal were precious, but they could hunt most of these monsters, too. Fighting a prominent figure said to have the quickest level up in Aurario is not worthwhile. This led Jackal to experiment with the things he wanted to achieve. He started with the spirit of armament. Eyes flared wide open, Jackal stares at his fists as he grunts in exertion. He tries to move his mind and wrap them around his fists but, nada. Of course, Jackal shakes his head. To master the 3 colors of spirit, I must think like Buffy. Almost too sure of himself, Jackal spreads his arms wide open in the air as air fills his lungs to the brim before he lets loose. I'm gonna be the king of pirates. His voice echoes back, and he hears it. His wide grin fades, and his heart almost goes in shock as he falls to his knees. Ah, the cringe. He sputters weakly. Add cringe next to compliments on Jackal's growing list of weaknesses. Unable to just master this dream on the fly, Jackal resolves to train daily, as he moves to his next 2 goals. An infant dragon and finding what the secondary effect of the excretion aspect of his trait is. But before that. ****. His gut lets out another sound. Shit, need to find a safe spot quickly. He begins to collect the magic crystal and odd monster drops. His cheeks held it back for as long as they could. They performed admirably, and Jackal couldn't ask more out of them. So, he soon locates a relatively hidden spot before damaging the walls and ground around him to some extent so a monster doesn't drop out of nowhere. He even threw his axe at the ceilings to make sure of that. Jackal squats behind a nearby boulder soon enough after pulling down his pants. He knows where an infant dragon is. But he is keeping that treat for the last. A relieved sigh escapes his lips as he gets to his business. But here's the thing about shitting, one's mind works best when squatting. I wonder if the secondary aspect of excretion is just a buttload of energy. Would be funny if it follows the actual process of excretion and shoots out of my ass. His mind somehow decided subconsciously that testing it now is the best course of action, and before he knew it, Jackal could be seen flying high in the air. He didn't fly straight up. No, sir. What kind of maniac shits with a straight back? No, he zooms forward like a rocket, his ass hanging out and shit flying away, literally. And maybe it's a coincidence, but his direction was the same location as the infant dragon feasting on a hard-armored. The infant dragon senses some disturbance and looks up. Possessing enough knowledge to understand that it would not catch this new flying prey with a jump, the monster prepares flames in its mouth. Oh, fuck no. Jackal hisses. He, too, has enough knowledge that he'll be cooked. So he needed to act quickly, even if his plan was a shitty one. As he passes the infant dragon, before it lets out its breath, Jackal aims his business at the monster and purses his lips. Or, fuck. I wanted a good story for my first infant dragon, not this shit. A blast zooms out of his ass as Jackal squeezes out every last drop of his stored energy to destroy the infant dragon. Truly, what a shitty death. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alternate title, A Shitty Story, The Next King of Pirates, Jolly Shitter, The Nightmare of 12th Floor, Apollo got a side chapter treatment, A Sacrifice from the Enemies, Building Loyal Customer Relationship with Candies and Rescue Missions, Mind Works Wondrously on the Shitter, Could Have Even Mastered Spirit of Conquerors, A Shitty Getsuga Tensu, Brownie Points, Keck. This infant dragon will definitely remember this in the next life as Rocket, Admirable Cheeks, Butcher of Orario? No. Shitter of Dragons, Truly Dropping A-bombs, Core Memory Unlocked. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Support the fanfic through comments, likes, reviews and such, if the publish site allows it, your boys multi-site now, and of course, the Big P. Shout out to Justin Avalos and Elijah Sims. Read 15 advanced chapters on patreon.com/fanhareem. Chapter 35, Donatus. 4,547 words. Bar the Freya familiar, Loki familiar is the most respected familiar in Orario. Their top members, including a few high rankers that are not yet executives, are well known and usually become the center of attraction wherever they go. Riveria is just one extreme example due to her background amongst many elves. Tiona and Tyon are charming Amazons capable of beguiling about just any starry-eyed fool. Gareth and Finn are that men in their respective cultures. Beat was an all-rounder asshole. Lethia is surely picking fame with Riveria glued to her sides most of the time in an effort to teach the young elf. And AIS is another all-rounder murder machine with the social capabilities of a well-fed pet, usually an aimless goldfish. Blondes, right? So, a commotion occurs on a small scale when all these top hitters enter the guild building instead of continuing on their way to Twilight Mansion like they used to. At this moment, they look far from perfect. Dirted and grimy, the collective group smells hard. The women's hair mat on their foreheads and the back of their exposed arms. Gareth's beard could do with a good wash to get the dried blood out. Riveria looks prim and proper, but other spectating elf experts can practically sniff the differences. Pulling ahead from the rest of the group while trying to keep the pretense that it's her usual pace, AIS stares at the awestruck Pinkette behind the adventure assistance counter. Bring me Aina. AIS punctuates her words slowly, afraid she wouldn't get her point across. Ah. AIS-san. Aina-san is standing beside Misha-san. AIS blinks and looks back to nod at Lethia. While the two are the same age, the latter usually take a passive role in their relationship. The blonde monster buster turns to look at the curious brown-haired, green-eyed half-elf. Ari's golden eyes observe the woman until her waist before the counter impedes her vision. Hey, Aina. Riveria lets out a tired sigh as she gestures to Finn to handle this herself while patting Ari's shoulder unusually firmly. Riveria-san, it's nice to see you again. Aina smiles and nods at the woman. The two let the silence sink between them under everyone's gazes as Riveria organizes her thoughts. Are YA going to do it or not? We're busy people, 9 hags. Beat's scoff resounds in the building as Reveria exhales heavily and squeezes a smile. A smile that makes Aina's lips twitch as haunting memories resurface in her mind. Jackal sends a message. You remember your former colleague, right? Fart. Misha covers her mouth and looks away, attracting such focus from the rest she forgets about laughing and stammers. Ah, no, it's just the 4th message in a single day. Aina works her jaw as a dusting of red freckles on her cheeks, and she glances to her right for some support. But Rose is seen organizing the magic stones for the 4th time this day. Anyway, he says he will take some time before returning, and Jackal seems to be in high spirits. You should rest assured. Aina quivers in her boots and takes a deep breath. If Jackal doesn't die in the dungeon, she'll complete the dungeon's job herself. Hesitating for a second, Reveria wisely closes her mouth and turns around while patting As on the back to follow along. The surrounding group's interest wanes as the Loki familiar goes their way. After all, Jackal has done a lot more than send Aina messages. He single-handedly increased Gen Sect Familiar's revenue with the number of hands he took from the adventurers of Apollo Familiar and others for trying to steal his magic stones. Days come and go. Hours fly by. Just because Jackal decided to retreat to the 12th floor did not mean the world stopped for him. The adventurers who wanted to explore the 12th floor ultimately descended into the dungeon again and convinced Jackal to not hoard the floor. Then again, between him fighting another monster party, this time without using the secondary effect of his excretion, and others wearing his ears thin with things he did not even state explicitly aside from warning others from keeping off his loot, he allowed others on the floor, when they were the ones who were unusually scared of him. While he is still far from attaining the infant dragon's strength, he could deal with one without weapons if he follows the threads of death and a dragon's strength phantom. As for multiple dragons, dealing with them single-handedly was not possible. Not without a weapon. But matching his fist and nails with an infant dragon's claws also holds a notable spot in his heart. Others continued to train, too. The Takemikazuchi familiar practiced with the orphanage, with Maria joining some classes. Uka definitely won loads of fresh diapers to change, which will continue for the coming month. Lily threw herself in training, her growth surprising a few keen eyes. Finally, the first quarter of the year came to an end. The end of quarters holds a special meaning to many gods and goddesses. Some take time to get dressed, and others send gifts to specific deities for good luck in the coming event. 2 individuals travel within the hustle and bustle of the city. A fine gentleman whose divinity exposes his true identity in the eyes of other mortals despite his gentle expression, and a blue-haired bespectacled woman who follows her patron deity. A feathered hat covers his hair, a good portion of his green tunic is covered by the red rustic scarf, and sleeves are tucked into brown leather gloves, similar to his breeches tucked into his boots. The bespectacled, wavy blue-haired woman has a streak of white on the lock of her short hair combed to the left side of her face. Her cyan eyes are framed by sharp-edged glasses with whitish rims similar to the white cloak collared on her neck that hides the tanned skirt top with leather belts on her waist, strapping various pouches on her being. Ah. Here we are. The god smirks to himself as the 2 pull themselves away from the hustle and bustle of the city before standing in front of an immense wooden namesake, Blue Pharmacy. He pushes the door open but... Hey! It's locked. He looks back at the woman, who shrugs calmly and keeps to herself. Asfi, why can't you create an item that can let others talk from a large distance? Would have solved so many of my problems. You're the god of messenger, Hermes. You tell me, Asfi responds while adjusting her glasses. SSSS, it's something about Aurario, right? Something that makes my dear Asfi sarcastic the moment we enter the city. Or it could be something about the man we helped enter. Asfi scowls a bit. It's fine. He promised he'll stick to Ishtar's place. As if you ever believed his words. We both know the kind of man he is. Hermes presents a thin smile as the sound of locks being undone echoes from the other side. The light brown-haired Chienthrope looks at the couple and informs calmly, Mayak isn't here. And if you're out here sniffing for the new goods that I'm sure you're already aware of, they are sold out. The smile on the divine's face stiffens as he clears his throat and chuckles. Where is Mayak? Why? Naza questions calmly. A good friend of his asking about him. Hermes flashes a smirk. Who? Me. I'm busy. Find your fun elsewhere. Just before Naza could close the door, Hermes sets his foot between the edge and forces a grin. Come on, help out an old friend. I bring good news. I don't believe you. For good reasons, I assure you. Asfi, Hermes' familiar's captain, nods with appreciation in her tone as Hermes almost stumbles forward and rolls his eyes. Asfi, whose familiar are you part of? Please refrain from talking to me as much as possible. I'm not in the mood for your antics. Look. Hermes' smile broadens as he adds, do you have a reason for distrust in me? I just want to confirm a few things I have already heard. For one, I wanted to congratulate Mayak for diversifying his taste. I hear this jackal is quite the killer. Naza, say, Mayak can come to adore Chienthropes a bit more. Naza purses her lips while Asfi lets out a muted sigh. I'm sure Mayak will appreciate your concerns. Now, I'm rather busy and don't intend to divert my attention to entertain you for any good reason. Absolute neutrality, that's your motto, right? Neither ally nor enemy. That doesn't sound like me. Oh. Hermes pulls his foot away as Naza forces her door shut. Well, that was a bust. I wonder what changed. Hermes cups his chin and looks at Asfi. What do you think? I think a Chienthrope will be able to hear us from this distance. You either speak all questionable things in whispers or ideally, move. Ever so vigilante Tilda. No wonder I feel so safe with you, my dearest child. He flashes a grin and walks away as the two begin walking in the direction of the tallest tower in the city, Babel. While known to have 50 stories, Babel is built with layers in thoughts instead of actual floors, much like the dungeon. Each floor of the building consists of multiple layers accessible by stairs, hosting a labyrinth of shops in its spiral confines. The first 20 stories of the tallest tower cater spaces for shops and services. Personal quarters for gods and goddesses begin from the 21st floor, where they like conducting personal business and meetings with other deities, some more scandalous than the rest. Influential deities may even occupy an entire layer of the tower, something the likes of Loki and the most powerful familiar's deity, Freya, have done. While Loki eventually resolves to settle in Twilight Manor to live her life her way, it is public knowledge that the Peak of Babel is occupied by Freya. And it's from the 30th floor where one may start viewing the city accompanied by a curtain of clouds that gives the illusion of overviewing things from Tenkai like the good old days. It's on the 30th floor that a special quarterly meeting between the deities takes place. A small but certainly not tame meeting that exchanges information between deities and gets everyone on speed. Of course, this meeting is between the gods invited, and the condition of the invitation is one adventurer leveling up. This condition seems simple at a glance, but once one account for the mortality rate of adventurers and how hard it's for level 1 adventurers to level up, they will realize that the strength of this meeting fluctuates every meeting. Glass panels surrounds thick white pillars carved uniformly that allows the gods to view the city in every direction with a large round table set in the middle. Of course, small chambers, corner furnishing, and various snacks are given if some deities decide to exchange more than information once the meeting ends. Many deities are simply free-spirited that way. Well, I appreciate getting honored to host 993rd Donatus. Hermes tips his hat to the group of gods and goddesses around the round table. Familiar faces return grins and nods, while the deities truly familiar with Hermes huff in dissatisfaction and a cautious look. All of you know my specialty. Poor old me can only survive one way, so how about I greet this meeting with a bit of grease? Hermes winks and sets his eye on one particular individual. Crimson hair and matching left pupil, a dress as black as her eye patch adorns her body and contrasts with her creamy skin, Hephaestus. I have come to understand that our friendly blacksmith nerd has enamored not one but 2 hunks. Winking in her direction as she scowls, Hermes cheers. How about you give us some details? Did you enjoy Soma's drunken nights? And Jackal, was it? Jackal's beastly passion? Passion, him? Another deity cuts in with a sneer. Apollo presents a dirty sneer. That mortal is incapable of compassion. He dares take my children's hand. If it wasn't for assured mutual destruction, I would have ordered my familiar to take wherever he has. And get old Uranos on your ass. He lives in the street domesticated by the guild, you light-headed dumbass. Hermes instantly adopts a commentator's duty and cheers. Whoa, harsh damage from Set. How will Apollo respond? We aren't going to fall for your schemes, Hermes. A soft-spoken, mature goddess cups her left cheek as she shakes her head. But I bring no schemes. I'm merely a messenger. The best there can be. A messenger who decides what messages others should receive. Another heckles the poor deity, who slumps his shoulder before glancing at another goddess. What about you, Loki? I also hear you're fond of the mortal. Don't tell me you've been his goddess secretly all along. While it's unusual for her to not dress for the occasion, Loki likes to take it easy sometimes, so she is in a baggy blue shirt with plain brown pants that makes her look like a malnourished tomboyish worker waiting to find his princess. As many gazes fall on her, Loki simply smirks and cocks her head high. So what if I'm that punk's goddess? Got any complaints? I'd be happy to raise your asses to the ground. Well, you wouldn't be so heartbroken with Soma forming a contract with Jackal if he was indeed your child. A charming giggle stills the crowd as others look at the silver-haired beauty they've been trying to avoid. Why? If they get enamored now, their familiar might suffer for it. The fact that the goddess of beauty isn't using her charm already brings others great relief. And how did YA hear that, you dick for brains? Loki calmly crosses her arms and sets her feet on the table. Who else but a member of your familiar? Freya tilts her head and blinks innocently. Nice try. I've got full trust in my kids, unlike yours parentally screwed ones. At least, have some kids with parents instead of gunning at orphans. What can I say? Freya smiles without taking any offense to the insults. Her assuredly significant half abuses the trickster goddess daily, so it's acceptable. Orphans tend to shine brighter than the children brought under the care of parents. I recall we were chatting about the impudent youth. Another voice cuts into their banter. Hephaestus, you ever met him? The rumors did talk about you. Once, Hephaestus admits. He has interesting goods, so that's that. Ah, the story of every smitten maiden ever. Interesting goods. Leave it to Hermes to make every sexual pun in existence. Are you done? Hephaestus rolls her lone eye. Besides, one look at her and that mortal will lose all his interest. Another goddess scoffs under her breath before adopting a dreamy look. What I wouldn't give a mortal to pound me so good Tilda. Hephaestus' expression freezes as she stares at the offending goddess before looking away. Her hand covers her right portion. Not to ruin the orgies you've all planned, but who is this new deity? Ganesha, you told us he beat Soma's level 2 captain, right? Jackal's deity should be present for the naming ceremony, or we'll be forced to take their slack. He ends with a wicked grin. I am Ganesha, we know. I am surprised the guild didn't take any concrete action yet. I hear that mortal was part of the guild, maybe his Urano's boy. Nah, not possible. He stopped. Hey, are we sure none of the gods from No God's Land showed up? Hey, Hermes, you didn't smuggle anyone in, right? Hermes scoffs in reply and replies seriously, and get sent to Tenkai? No. His actions do feel like those lawless deities. Come on, not all of them were bad. Dude. Shiva and Thor almost released their arcanum because someone snuck their drinks away. Yeah, well, WHO tries to take their drinks. A flurry of commotion rises around the round table as another seductive voice interjects. I have some interesting news. The group of deities looks at the scantily clad purple-haired, dark-skinned goddess, the queen of entertainment district, Ishtar. I hear Freya's child, King, is showing more open interest in his kind. The self-proclaimed rival of Freya licks her lips. Why, Freya? Does Otter find a female body so demoralizing? You should lend him to me for a night. He will eagerly switch familiars. What else can I even expect from someone like you? An entire night to get one man off. Mortal women have better organs that milk their men dry quicker. Freya sighs in disappointment. And to bring up such a disappointing rumor after we got engaged in such an interesting topic, Your mouth is just as disappointing, Ishtar. Ishtar quivers in rage as Hermes quickly interjects. All right. To summarize, Jackal, unknown deity, the speediest level up in history, fear of no god's land, and playful banters. Wait. Speediest level up? Apollo exclaims in shock as Loki puffs her cheeks with a sour expression. Wake up, sunshine. He became an adventurer less than a month ago and beat a level 2 lawless captain after going through the entire familiar. As much as I hate that turd face. Yeah, he should be level 2. Oh tilde quicker than your precious sword princess. Fuck you. Well, I am sure we all are very interested in the next part of our friendly meet. Hermes claps his hands and attracts everyone's attention. The eyes of many gods and goddesses glint with an evil light as Hermes adopts a similarly wolfish expression and winks. Let the naming ceremony begin. All deities finally touch the stacks of paper set in front of them as they flip over the first page simultaneously. It is no secret that gods want entertainment. This motive started the first Donatus that slowly grew into a moderately independent decision-making body for adventurers without the guild breathing down their necks. And Donatus is famous for one thing aside from its information exchange, naming ceremony. Every adventurer who levels up once has a right to an alias, but how can gods allow their rivals to grant better names to their children? The tradition of putting the new alias of the adventurers to a vote became a common affair in Donatus and the high point of the meeting. Oh, the first one is quite cute, tilde? Demeter, your boy is quite the looker. How about we call him Reaper? The goddess's lips twitch. Giving adventurers an alias can be quite tricky. Deities tend to choose the names that will affect their colleagues, while their children wear the same name as a badge of honor. Heh, no. I got it. Autumn's spring. PFFFT. Fuck, I forgot all about that. That's amazing. How about Little Farmer? Demeter asserts and protests in her characteristically soft voice. Little Farmer sounds nice. Another god, a blonde one, Dionyse, smiles quietly. No. Autumn's spring. She even has another child named Persephone. It's perfect. Maybe this Persephone will get mad at Demeter for overfeeding her and run off away until the end of winter. And just like that name was set as Hermes wrote the name on his sheet of paper, which will be later delivered to the guild, who will announce the results. Alright, next. Oh, Apollo's captain reached level 3, Hyacinthos Clio. I say we grant him the former captain's alias now that he advanced to the same level, Phoebus Apollo. Just as well. Apollo smirks as he sees this. The few other gods have no doubt that Apollo bribed many gods for this moment, and it pays off spectacularly well. Damn, another level 3. From Ishtar this time. Ishtar sticks her chest out that almost drops the thin fabric on her chest, not that she or anyone around her would care for a second. I say we keep Samira's alias, Bite. Freya smirks and giggles softly, much to Ishtar's frustration. For someone trained in ways of womanhood and fertility, Samira surely raised a ruckus that time by biting her first important customer. Hermes speaks in a reminiscent tone, the good old days. She's a spunkier one. I'd love to get bitten by her. There is always a weird one. Ishtar watches the scene unfold with a gloomy expression. Sometimes bribes don't work. A newbie from Set. You're really recovering from your losses, eh? I vote her alias to be Magnamius. What? Set cries in shock. No, Hermes has a point. You were quite magnanimous back in the day, right? I'm sure your children will love it. The dark-skinned god looks around, his lips and shoulders shuddering with despair as he faces the mocking glance of his past friends. Then again, Set would do the same to each one of them in a heartbeat. Other gods face a similar situation, including popular goddesses like Hephaestus, whose captain bears an intimidating name, Cyclops, for their godly reasoning. Soon, they reach the end of the list as the last face smiles back carefreely. The butcher. Apollo asserts with a scowl. Now, Hermes coughs. If what I heard about this child is true, then he will truly bear such a name with pride and give it a bloodier meaning. Let's not beat around the bush. Soma inadvertently had quite the name in the darker corner of our proud city because of his captain, but how did all of it end? Who among us knows the boy's deity? A better question is, who among us can say with absolute certainty that he won't beat the living shit out of us just because of our own ideas? Loki smirks at this. She already knows the answer, and like others, Loki glances at two particular goddesses. While Ishtar finds Freya an eyesore, she believes in hers and Freya's beauty, reluctantly. So she licks her lips seductively and remarks with an odd twinkle in her eyes. How would that poor soul bear to harm me? But a few whips behind the curtains doesn't harm anyone, right? Ishtar glances at Freya, who keeps her silence. Her silver lilac eyes proclaim an odd luster as she stares at Jackal's inked portrait. What love doesn't claim when the chance presents itself? Oh, he will resist me, Freya smirks, finding herself lost in the mere portrait without any beautiful soul of his in her sight. How about we name him Vanadis Order? Hermes narrows his gaze, but the deity doesn't stop smiling, while other deities react differently. Ishtar frowns seriously and looks at the picture once again. Hermes and other mischievous cannot help but reconsider their approach, too. Even Apollo chews his lips in frustration. If there is one thing one can consider the truth in Orario, it's Freya gets what she likes. Nuts to that. If we're playing like that, let's call him Svadilfari. Her words make others cringe a bit. Broken out of her fantasies, Freya's smile doesn't faze. As if growing overnight, the woman remarks plainly. Svadilfari, Loki's beguiled mate. Has a tempting ring to it. He is your tenant, yes? The trickster goddess tenses up. Her narrowed eyes open barely as her vermilion gaze falls on the unusually eerie goddess of beauty. You may call him Gilgamesh. Ishtar's brows twitch. Or Adonis. Whatever name you shall call him, I know deep down that my fellow deities know better than to commit certain actions. But then again, I'm the goddess nobody could exile to the no-god's land. Their brows twitch. So, his alias is meaningless for all purposes. Besides, these are just my idle musings. Yeah, right. Others scowl. After a short silence, a motherly giggle echoes. I heard from one of my children that Jackal fought for a woman and injustice against her. He even fought a god. No, Jackal compelled the recluse Soma to show his emotions. He only killed one mortal that night, someone who puts children on the front line. Honestly, when I heard Soma was back to his right mind, I felt quite happy. Demeter leans forward with pure interest as she holds the paper. It's not every day you see humans and gods communicate so honestly, leaving their hearts open to each other. It's nothing short of magic when you think of it. And we don't even know what deity can control this man and has the fortune of handling his exelia. A mystery. Demeter whispers with a captivated look, already lost in her fantasies, as she builds her words. A miracle. Our age is that of Falna, but such feats are extraordinary in hundreds of years. A fearless miracle. Others fall silent and chew on Demeter's words. So, Svadilfari. Yea, or nay? Hermes smirks, and so do others. Fearless miracle? The butcher of Orario? They'd rather get kicked 1,000 times before bestowing such a grand title. Yea. Almost all of them cheer as Loki's grin broadens. Demeter shakes her head with a fond smirk and adds a yay, too. Freya finds no reason to respond to Loki's challenging smirk, while Ishtar is the only one who still keeps her scowl and walks away the second the meeting ends with a huff. Svadilfari? A figure caked in blood from head to toe stares at his face on the guild's board before muttering. So, Loki's stallion? What a lame name. That bitch must have had her hand in it. He shrugs. Oh, well, I'll just call myself the butcher. Sounds edgier and cooler tilde. Let's just meet Aina and Rose before washing up. I've got a lot of things to sort. The figure valiantly walks into the guild pantheon to hear the harshest verbal lashing of both his lifetimes. As it turns out, sending more than 59 messages from the dungeon in 4 days is a bit over the top. But does Jackal care? Not one bit. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alternate title, Bring Me Aina. Asterisk demands the Munchkin asterisk, observing the busty competition, the social ability of a pet. Misha's day only gets better. Aina is happy and angry. Rose's first betrayal. These magic stones need tending. The god of messengers, based Naza, based Asphi, among the heaven, smuggling someone. Mysterious no God's land, now there's a miracle keeper. Gods have one motive, chaos, 993rd Donatus. Quickest level up, Vanadis Orge, Gilgamesh, Adonis, the being of many talents, will beat the absolute shit out of everyone. Ominous Ishtar, a biter, Hephaestus gets shade from the sidelines, kinky gods, Loki's stallion, trickster v beauty, Freya is the storm that is approaching, maturing overnight, the goddess who persists in Rio, not the no God's land. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hermes. Asphi al Andromeda. Other gods aren't described in too much detail, so their pics come later. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Support the fanfic through comments, likes, reviews and such, if the publish site allows it. Your boys multi-site now, and of course, the Big P. Shout out to Impunity, Alan Adams, and Daniel Thompson. Read 15 advanced chapters on patreon.com/fanharim. Chapter 36, A Visitor from Afar. 3,822 words. The Guild, Pantheon. Beneath the elegantly constructed guild building is an underground prison that is a bit underdeveloped compared to other familia, like the Ganesha familia, much less other cities and kingdoms. This is not due to a lack of funds. Virtually controlling one of the three great frontiers in Gekai, the dungeon Rio can crap more Valis than the many kingdoms combined. The fact that Rio is the reason behind the uniform currency in this world boasts the city's financial strength. However, the deities in Rio are not keen on keeping prisoners. Aside from some universal laws like the abolishment of slavery, the regulations in the city are left a bit to interpretation. After all, Gekai itself has multiple deities representing individual, godly justice. So, it is harder to have strict rules and regulations than uniform currency. So, Rio is pretty heavy with the exile or death penalty. A familiar has weakened. The rival familiar will cook a story and feed it to other deities alongside some benefits to kick the former familiar out of the city. There have also been cases when deities were considered far more dangerous despite their mortal forms and were exiled or imprisoned. Besides, few men and women are too destructive to be put behind the bars due to Falna, so their death is a valid option in the eyes of many. Freya, the goddess of the most powerful familiar, once belonged to the former classification. And it is only because of how underdeveloped this section of the city is that others can sneak into the sealed floors after lubricating right hands with enough gold. Do you understand what kind of opportunity you blew here? I had Dionysus right by his balls by keeping him cornered in the market of one product he is frankly good at. A red-eyed, grey-haired man berates as he stares behind the bars while standing in the dimly lit hall. His features are far from refined. A trimmed grey mustache covers the bridge of his nose and follows the shape of his upper lip and some more. His skin looks darker than usual under the dim light, and his sweat glistens over his broad forehead as his slick grey hair is combed back neatly. But despite his frustration, the man only scolds him in a friendly and casual tone. I gave you Soma, who just got tired of humanity. You were making millions with me. What changed? Why did you invite a maniac to your house? And who uses a spear on their first try? Of course, your asshole will bleed. Should have stuck with the basics and tried a dick. This man stops in his track and looks behind to face a cloaked figure. The hooded, baggy cloak makes it difficult for anything to be known about them. I heard what it sounds like. The hooded figure has nothing to offer as they stand behind the man at a marginally short height of about 160 centimeters. Anyway, the man turns to face the prison again. I heard you lost your mind. Had to see it personally. No man should go out like this. A small dagger slips on his hand from his wrists as the man flicks the weapon forward with an outstanding technique. *KHHCCCCH*. Let's go. The man beckons to the hooded figure while donning his hood. We'll meet Isha and some other deities. Let's find your match. Besides, we should find out more things about this jackal. Hermes was unusually cagey after Donatus. As he pulls his hood, a thin gold necklace with a strange pendant can be seen around the man's neck. The trinket is in the shape of a nail-sized colorful peacock feather. Oof. Jackal pats Lily as she remains clung to his body on their bed. Well, his bed. He has started to furnish the second floor, but Lily rarely uses her room. Training hard, huh? You're getting stronger. Heh, but I won't let you overtake me. Stupid Jackal-sama. This is not about overtaking you. He exhales and then hums, so, you just like to show domination in the morning for no good reason? I'm a little sad now. She slides away from him with a heavy blush and a bad case of bed hair while showing her back to him and lying in a fetal position. I was worried. That's impossible. I remember Aina to dispense the news a few times. Not everything can be resolved with the news. Then food it is. Yuyuun. The two soon get up and ready themselves for the day. It has been a rewarding time off work, and he is also eager to show off the new goodies to Mayak and the rest. Although there is nothing as good as the butter-free era, Jackal bets on the potions for a surprise. Delivering the bentos to their rightful owners, Jackal and Lily stop at the Blue Pharmacy. Hey, let's get this party going. Lily flinches at his words but adopts a casual expression soon after as Naza gives him a sidelong glance. Don't tell me you were worried out of your wits, too. Jackal rolls his eyes as the Chienta-Hope scoffs quietly. I was worried for my steady supply of bento. And, congratulations. What's that? On your level up. Jackal nods quietly before glancing at Lily in confusion. Though, he adds nothing and takes a seat in their living room while showing the new products. So, let's start with some confusing ones. Jackal retrieves a lust potion and a berserk potion from his frollet as Mayak quietly tastes them without asking questions. They taste the same to me. Their effects are not different from what I remember. Was that what you were looking for? A difference in the effect? Mayak returns the vials as Jackal ponders to himself for a while and nods eventually. I dealt with the stronger goblins in the lower floors and thought the potions I make from them might be more effective. Maybe it's their levels, Jackal-sama. If there are any level 2 variants of a goblin, hunting them might make a difference. Lily is quick to encourage as Jackal shrugs. He did wish for that to be the case, but Jackal suspects Death Eater works more on species than anything. Maybe stronger monsters of the same kind will give him weaker items, and weaker monsters of the same category will grant him better products. Next, he retrieves a pair of fleshy wings the size of a foot each. This is the material I procured from bad bats. Bats usually drop eyeballs as a material used in many low-level potions and drugs. I was hoping the wings to be used in the same category. I'll also try and peddle this and other drop-like products to Hephaestus. So, here. Test them if you'd like and get back to me at your earliest convenience. He places the wings in front of Naza, who nods with a curious expression. I'll have a response quicker than you imagine. The store was sold out for the last 4 days, so I think the goods will sell easier today. Awesome. Jackal grins, making Naza smirk shortly as she pockets the wings in her frollet. Next. Here, from Imps. Jackal shows a tiny grey cylindrical stick, a dynamite stick. The carvings on its surface are almost lifelike as he smirks and moves his mind to the product to make the carvings glow red. A one-time magic item that can cause an explosion when the remnant of magic connected to the adventurer triggers the effect. I tested it. You have to be in the range of 10 meters of this stick efficient for surprises. He doesn't stop and brings out an orc-faced fist-sized earthen jar. Mayak accepts the container with a shake of his head and a smile as he promptly expresses the potion's effects. He then frowns and then sniffs the disgusting potion again as Naza leans away with her cute nose scrunching. It's an odor potion. It makes you smell like monsters and evade them. Jackal nods with a thoughtful hum. The potion wasn't as desirable to him, but at the right price, it may make other adventurers go crazy. Since he is set on taking on the middle and lower tier of healing potions by Butterfree era, he can reduce to prices of other potions a little and cause a stir. I have another magic item now. Hard Amorades. He wears red, rustic pendant with small jagged scales framing its edges. Jackal instills his mind into the item as glowing red veins of magic travel to his torso through his arm before climbing atop his sleeve and settling on his chest, crackle. Scales erupt from his chest in a plate-like formation reminiscent of hard armor's plated backs. The scales cover his entire torso before stopping. I tested it. As hard as an armor's hide when they are alive. This won't fizzle out until broken, and even when you stop feeding the item with your mind and magic, the scales will soften slowly, so there is a sweet spot of a good defense at no expense. It will be the bane of most common weapons peddled by the guild to the newbies. Naza and Lily try it for themselves as Jackal takes out another potion. This time, it's in a long bottle carpeted by a layer of soft silver fur. The liquid by itself looks like melted silver as Mayak takes a sip before letting out a curious sound. He looks at his arms, noting a slight growth of silver from his pores. Quite the potent potion. A kind of hair growth potion as resistant as the silverback's fur I'd imagine. But once the effect ends, you will lose your hair temporarily. Naza and Lily shudder. Even on the tail? Naza gasps, losing her impassive nature for once before staring at Jackal with all the judgment she can muster. Whoa. I thought you promised to make this a non-judgmental space. I remember no such promises. I don't remember promising bento for a lifetime. But then again, what is one mistake on my part? Naza tries to sweetly smile as Jackal stares at the hungry menace before crossing his arms. Jackal-sama, can I ask you something? Lily suddenly questions curiously, what about the jackbird? You have its drop item in the home. But you never showed us the item you crafted from that monster. He flinches and grows quiet before taking another item out of the frollet. While others are amazed by the glowing red stone that radiates warmth, Mayak notes with a chuckle, looks like the item from the jackbird must be quite special. For you and I, maybe. Jackal licks his dry lips before cautiously glancing at the two girls. But I think, they might not understand. What won't we understand? Naza blinks, more curious than ever, as her tail perks up a bit and her ears twitch slightly. Is it something perverted? Lily gasps. Jackal lets out a long hum before muttering, no. Mayak-sama, was that the truth? Lily follows up. Mayak stares at Jackal under Naza's hawk-like violet gaze. I'm sure. Jackal believes his word to be true. Naza crosses her arms and points. But was that the truth? Mayak closes his eyes for a moment. He cannot understand the true depth of Jackal's words, but he understands the intent behind Jackal's gaze. Every man would. It's some good shit only until it's hidden. Truth is subjective. Mayak nods to himself as he skirts around the topic. Anyway, what about this beautiful glowing rock, Jackal? Lily and Naza were not the least bit interested in the unknown material from the infant dragon and what it may provide in the world of crafting and mixing as they goggle at the men, with judgment. It can't be anything good if Jackal is trying to hide it, right? But Naza had to drop the topic when Jackal revealed his intention of refurbishing the price of frollets to 100,000 valis. Mayak Familiar had to accept how useful this item really would be in expeditions from now on. Before they left, however, Mayak warned Jackal about a particular deity. Well, that seemed appropriate after Naza shook him for 4 days' worth of bento. Mayak did not commit such actions, he didn't need to. Naza took it upon herself to do the same for her deity, knowing full well it would go all down her gullet. Maria's fierce hug aside, Jackal let Lily start with her practice under Uka and others as he shares the rest of the bento before saving the last some of it. Jackal quickly went ahead and destroyed the market further by conjuring his goods for a valis each. But a surprising thing happened. None from the Loki familiar graced him with his presence. Not even to get their share of bento, much less pricey frollets. And to think I was excited to share the food with them after getting better under May's rituals. He shakes his head and settles down as he sells most of his goods to the members of Ishtar Familiar, who are filling his store for some reason. Not that he minds the presence of bodacious Amazons flirting with him. But, growing tired of the lack of anything productive to do aside from training with Takamikazuchi or feeding children the spiciest shit, so Uka gets to change equally zingy diapers, Jackal leaves the shop in Lily's hand and employs Asuka for half a day as Lily's help before skedaddling towards Hephaestus' center of operation. Not half an hour after he leaves, a particular deity, alongside a blue-haired captain of his familiar, visits humble Jackals. The door to Hephaestus' office finally opens as Jackal observes a casually smiling grey-haired man walking out. His gaze narrows when he finds the stranger staring at him in surprise, which transitions to unbridled intrigue. Found something interesting that I missed in front of the mirror? Jackal muses with a smirk as he nods upward to the man inquisitively. Oh, you see people, and they catch your eye, replies the mustached gentleman. Where are my manners? He leans forward and extends his arm. Olul shun. Jackal. Jackal shakes Olul's hand and peers over his shoulder at the cloaked individual covering Hephaestus' door. Olul, her? I think I have heard your name before. Jackal ponders for a full minute as the man waits and looks expectant. Merchant, right? Merchant of the Wide. And the Forsaken. Olul chuckles before nodding. That's me. Jackal nods and observes the man thoughtfully. You really are a complete mortal as you claim. No reason to hide the truth when it barely affects the business, no. As long as it's right in the eyes of the gods, they won't bother you. Jackal chuckles. Ha. You get me. Olul snorts a chuckle before looking behind at his follower. See? This is what I am talking about. A merchant understands a brother. Jackal's smile widens. I didn't tell you I was a merchant, you little shit. But yeah, I suppose, it would be your job to know who's getting Soma now, right? I always knew Xerxes was one good actor, if not a familiar captain. You did God's work there. Because he gave you up. Why couldn't Soma have given you up, Excelia and all? Jackal's smile doesn't falter one bit as Olul chuckles to himself. The only thing someone like Soma would hate is shifting the blame after accepting reason. Giving you an explicit contract was already his way of saying he is done shifting the blame and wants to work his way to your approval. But Xerxes' fear before my blade entered his skull, that was real. You know death reveals a man's true colors. Xerxes was one coward. You do know he died in the prison under mysterious circumstances, right? How corruption exists with Excelia exposing it all is true, one giant mystery. Jackal nods. Olul's smile widens as he nods. We will talk again. You seem like a nice guy. Do I? You clearly judged me too quickly, godless merchant. Or are they back to calling you the heretic merchant? For friends, I am the merchant of the Wide and Forsaken. For deities, well, I am sure that is one thing we both agree on. Jackal's gold-red gaze matches Olul's red one as the former concludes, this is one hell of a coincidence. Suited for men like us deserving hell for what we think of the deities. Jackal hums aloud and steps aside as Olul and his follower leave quietly after taking a hint. Both of their smiles fade almost instantly as Jackal pounds Hephaestus' doors. Come in, Jackal, her exhausted voice lets him in. I didn't know you dealt with Olul, Jackal questions as Tsubaki scoffs with disgust. We don't. The punk was peddling a familiar member this time. Truly, how he always finds a way inside the city despite being exiled twice is a damn mystery. Is it? Jackal raises an eyebrow while Hephaestus narrows her eye. It is. Jackal shrugs. Rose already warned him about a few sellers that supplied Soma's goods, and he did hear Xerxes' death this morning, but none of it clicked with him because Olul wasn't mentioned anywhere. Not even on the list of underground vendors supplying what remains of Soma's wine at exorbitant prices. But seeing the man once in his life cleared all of Jackal's doubt that he was a crazy bastard no worse than himself. Dropping Oil's topic entirely, Jackal inquires with interest, So, I tested the 2 materials you gifted me. Hephaestus leans her elbows on the table and locks her fingers. The needle rabbit horns make for sharper weapons, as you might expect, while War Shadow's orb has 2 known effects. First is the magical alloy that will phase through physical materials. The magic weapon made using this material will have 3 uses at most, even when created by the best of us. Second, it is a stubborn material that only gets along with metals that adapts to the mind better. So, its use in the magical staff makes more sense than cold weapons. Jackal blinks in surprise. Another source of income. And what's your answer? Wait, before that. He pulls out the bad bat's wings and the infant dragon's core. 2 more materials. Especially this stuff is from an infant dragon. 2 completely new materials. Tsubaki steps forward to inspect them curiously. Her breasts practically try to overthrow her tyrant top that restricts their freedom, but Jackal finds himself attracted to Hephaestus' conflicted look. What is it? Oh, nothing. It's just Olul. Seeing him is always a displeasure. More than my foul language, and what is it that you said, frivolity? Hephaestus snorts softly and looks at Tsubaki. So, the bat's wings are good stuff, but not for adventurers. You'll have an easier time selling it to tailors after processing the leather. The core is different. I'll have to. You have other orders, remember? Hephaestus rolls her eye as Tsubaki adopts a reluctant look. Just let the woman Tess. Even Jackal voices out reluctantly. The quicker he sets a supply, the better. Especially after Jackal wanted to attain Tsubaki as his blacksmith. While he did act pissy with her stunt last time, he was sold at the idea of Tsubaki making his weapon. The woman low-key fought the market to be his first. That kind of dedication never goes unanswered in Jackal's book. Hephaestus shakes her head firmly at the sight of two reluctant children. I'll test them myself. Also, I would like to place an initial order of 300 horns and 50 war shadows crystal. Can you fulfill them in a week? Jackal smiles pleasantly. A week. I'll probably have more materials by another week. And then? Jackal took out frollet from a frollet, from another frollet, so on, and so forth. Her exhaustion would not be a reason for Hephaestus to not look out for a well-wisher when they are entering a less-than-casual trading relationship. So, as exhausting as it was to see Jackal dig out hundreds of materials, she finally speaks up. Jackal, about Olul, you should know a few things about him if you plan to form any relationship with him. Oh, I know quite a few things about him. He has a glorified record in the guild. He and his other two competitors outside Ororio. Hephaestus grows silent as she feels Tsubaki's concerned stare. No, you don't know everything, Jackal. He cannot be killed. You should always keep that in your mind. I shook his hand. I'm pretty sure he can be killed. Jackal looks up curiously. He cannot be killed. The crimson-haired goddess asserts again as he frowns. What she means is, if someone kills him, quite a lot of people will be pissed. Powerful people. Tsubaki sighs and chews her helplessly. Believe me, I want to rip that asshole with my own hands. And what's stopping you? Jackal looks at Tsubaki. You are exponentially stronger than me. What's stopping you? Individuals we are wise enough to not piss off. Sounds like fear to me instead of wisdom. Then go kill him. Tsubaki snaps and snarls with her lone eye boring on Jackal. Never said I wanted to kill him. He didn't do anything to me. But it sounds like you've got a beef with him. Tsubaki glances at Hef, who shakes her head and sighs softly. Here's your money and your axe. If you don't like it, throw it away. I don't care. Tsubaki tosses him a pouch of coins with already the quoted amount, revealing that Hef wanted to complete a transaction regardless, as Jackal picks the greyish axe from the table and stores all of it in his frollet. Also, is there a better way to communicate instead of me coming all the way here? I do have a shop to tend to. We will send someone next time. The goddess nods as no more interaction occurs between them, and Jackal leaves. As much as I hate to say it, Jackal's right. Why can't I kill Olul? You know why. But, fuck. Tsubaki growls and opens the side cabinet. I need something to drink. I forgot to reject his proposal. The goddess finally recalls and slumps. She didn't like that one bit for personal reasons. You know what? Hephaestus groans. Pour me a glass, too. Hell yeah. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alternate title, Lily's Vice Grip, Best Comfort in Jackal's Room, The Spiciest Shit for Uka, The Godless Merchant, Heckled for Bento, The Secret of Jack Bird, The Undead Merchant, External Forces, Zani's The Cowardly Cunt, Forces Alike, Hell of a Coincidence for Men of Hell, A New Relation Established, Still Proposed, Get a Drink. Jackal is moved to tears by Tsubaki. Chapter 37, Level 4,187 words. Jackal's mood has been grand since he completed the deal with Hephaestus Familiar. It was never about the money if one considers his trait humble store. He could earn money as effortlessly as breathing. Jackal has used enough cheat codes in video games to understand they get dull quickly. For instance, money cheat can get quite dull. For him, his trait is merely a tool to acquire things conveniently that wouldn't be available otherwise, like counterblock. Granted, his life is no video game, but the point still stands on one leg. No, for Jackal, dominating the market is a pleasure. He likes the competition. The prices of low-tier potions, including his dual potion, have taken a blow ever since he introduced Butterfree Era for 13,000 Valis. Any dedicated newbie can buy it after a few days of grinding and increase their output, as long as they have some training with mind and magic to use it. All they need is one Butterfree Era, since more adventurers think about conquering the dungeon instead of stocking the Butterfree Era. The Armored Shield will be a success, and so will the Silver Strength Potion, but they are expensive for an average level 1 adventurer, and the latter must be used as a last-ditch item to save their lives in a pinch. His mood rose further in the day as Lily gave him the great news of Soma dispatching the first batch of his wine tonight. But, suppressing the irritation of his enhanced senses due to the chatter and various scents mingling in the city, Jackal observes the humming Lily as the two are no longer cursed by oversized backpacks but by tiny frolets secured around their waists instead. Lily hasn't congratulated me. It's not an issue. No, it is an issue. How could Lily not congratulate him when even Uka did? He got a bona fide kiss on the cheek from Maria, a relatively awestruck expression for Mikoto, and so much more. The children practically sang his praises. Heck, even the Loki familiar did not stop by to take their bento or screw around with him. Not that he wants them to. Maybe it's because Aina rocked my lips this morning. Aina and Rose congratulated him last night with quite a kiss, but that did not stop Aina from leaping ahead and planting another one this morning. But Lily can't be mad about that, right? Sure, she sulked a bit. But by the time they reached Blue Pharmacy, Lily was back to her upbeat, brown-nosing self. So, the fact that she evades congratulating him stands out further. Now Jackal is no witless fool and can take a hint the very next second, or tens of times later, so he couldn't understand what he missed. Lily, you're looking even better in your uniform today. What? Jackal-sama. Really? Lily stammers and looks down as she pulls her hood to hide her blush as Jackal blinks in surprise. The usual response from the test subject, magical ears and tail. What a shy girl. It is possible that she just forgot. No, she was next to Maria when she congratulated me. It wouldn't have been an issue if Jackal did not like praises as greedily as Loki seeks his gemlings. Lily squirms a bit as she walks under Jackal's intense stare. Parts of her that should not twitch in public throbs positively as she also earns a few knowing glances from the passing beast men and women. She is acting a bit odd and now fidgeting. Something's up, and it's not the BDSM hero. Jackal, as usual, cannot help but recall the animated tunes of his previous life the second he thinks of them. The rise of BDSM hero. What a wild ride that was. From enslaving princesses to bringing the joys of BDSM to goblinoid culture. I wish the goblins of this world were remotely as cute as the ones in that show. The two soon stand in front of the hostess of fertility as Lily licks her dry lips and tries to speak something. It's too quiet. Jackal frowns before Lily speaks anything, and a panicked expression strikes her as she quickly squeaks and holds the edge of Jackal's sleeve. Jackal-sama. Yes, Lily-sama. Pouting a little as Jackal mimics her, Lily lowers her head and gestures for Jackal to lean down. Jackal bends and brings his ears closer to Lily as she watches him while looking around to see if anyone is watching them. Sighing in relief as the street is busy, Lily gulps and whispers, "Congratulations on your level up." Her lips lean forward as her heated breath grazes his ear. Not that Jackal cares about anything else. His head whips in her direction with the brightest grin that stops her in her motion. "Thanks. I was wondering when you'd congratulate me." Lily's eyes widen. Her emotions are in a mess as she feels his lips just a courageous leap away. She can do it. She can do it. Her chestnut pupils flicker an unsettling pink which Jackal notes in a second. Interest flash in his gaze as he continues to observe Lily's eyes, not knowing that bridging their gaze would only provide a path for the uppity Paulum to leap without any fears. She will do it. Her cherry lips can feel his soft breathing. If Aina can kiss him, so can she. No, why must Aina and Rose be the only ones to kiss him when it's clearly Lily who loves him the most? She only has eyes for her savior, only one desire to be his to use as a weapon, employee, or a woman. Her lips part slowly. Even if someone is looking at them, chances are that Lily has no fucks to give. Jackal finally seems to break out of his curiosity as he feels Lily getting too close. He blinks in surprise before whispering, "Do you hear that?" "No," Lily replies just as softly. "It's happening anytime now. Maybe it's her beating heart about to give up on her body." It sounds like a Jackal straightens his back with a snap as his arm flies at the pub's entrance, peeping goddess. He intended to grab the vermilion-haired goddess by the head and pull her up. Instead, as Lily stays rooted in shock at how quickly things changed, Jackal's hand struck the throat of a blonde god, who wore a mischievous expression. Of course, the mischief fades as the deity is sent flying, only to be caught by Mia's doughy hand. Jackal works his jaw when he sees the interior sparsely occupied by the few people he knows personally. Somehow, Maria is present before them, and then it hit Jackal why Lily was moving so slowly. A surprise party? His grin widens as he turns around to pick up the sour Lily in his arms, who is glaring in the direction of the gagging blonde god. If looks could kill, the deity would not exist in hell. Surprise, Naya? Anya tilts her head and looks at the deity. Asterisk coup asterisk. Asterisk coup asterisk. Asterisk coup asterisk. As it turns out, Lily had a plan. She did have a day's lead after learning about Jackal's official level up, even if he hadn't submitted any report on his leveling. Sometimes the guild has to file promotions when reputation precedes the adventurer. So, she easily siphoned a good chunk of her funds to book the entire pub. The only problem was, Lily doesn't get paid in money, so Jackal is the one financing the entire thing. Not that he minds it. It's being spent for a good cause, him. There you go. Easy there. Take deep breaths, just like that. But dude, does Asfi hate you or something? Jackal rubs Hermes' back. He is well acquainted with the deity, his previous host, at least. Hermes tried to bribe a few Stellar Guild employees to share information with his familiar. Jackal was one of the men chosen. Of course, the familiar heard nothing from him. As Hermes pants, Jackal hums while grinning at Mia, but it looks like Hermes was rearing for a good knock, right, Mia? I mean, visiting my shop to try finding dirt on me from Lily before inviting yourself to this party and peeping on us. Peeping, huff, is a divine art, huff. A man's romance. He looks at Jackal with amber hues before slumping on the counter as Jackal winces, listening to the screech of a hateful petite shrew. Soma Tilda. Come, gimme some of that love Tilda. Jackal half turns to find the executives of the Loki familiar prying Loki from Soma's box that contains the first brew of the promised many. He watches the waitresses cleaning the central table. Aina and Rose smiled at him but didn't interrupt his short chat with Hermes. Instead, they are seated with Maria, who talks about her children. Taken his familiar gaze at the food with drool in their eyes, or are they tears? Mayak shakes his head wryly while Naza settles near the equally silent blue-haired Perseus Asfi Andromeda, Hermes' captain. Then there is Ais staring right at him with all the social cluelessness she can muster. Tiona and Tyon are poking at Beat all the wrong way who showed up. Gareth, surprisingly, isn't drawing in wine just yet. His gaze is lured by the box in Soma's hand just as greedily as Loki's. Quite the party, huh? Hermes exhales a pant for the last time and looks at Mia. Could you give us some privacy? Not like I can't hear all the whispers already, right? Mia scoffs and stays put while leaning on the counter not far from them as she watches the small party raise a ruckus. Someone should pay you to keep pretense, at least. Hermes smirks at Mia, who rolls her eyes as the deity regards the calm Jackal. You're not angry? Jackal matches Lily's stare as he winks at her, who quickly looks away and sits beside Maria. Are you kidding? I've got no reason to be angry, but I'd stay clear of Lily if I were you. She wanted to strangle you while you were still gasping for air. Creepy Tilda. Hermes giggles as his gaze is attracted by the pleasantly humming Syr. Speaking of creepy, did you hear about Zani's? I met Olul. If that's what you mean. Jackal's words make Mia's expression darken for a brief moment. Hermes looks at Jackal and questions casually, Olul? Do I know him? Jackal shrugs. It's not like he can beat the information out of Hermes with Asfi present. Why are you here, Hermes? Make it quick. Why? Your party will survive the night, won't it? And you're part of it. Why? I don't even know why Loki is here. I heard it. Loki snaps her face in his direction. That's why I screamed the last bit. You runt. Wait until I get Soma's wine. Lily, if she gets it, you know what to do. Yes, Jackal-sama. Lily sits attentively and stares at the two deities while channeling all her murderous intent at the fact she lost an almost perfect opportunity. The food's set. May would like you to eat it while it's hot. Discuss all your business elsewhere. Chloe, Anya, Ryu, and Lunwa all have their ears on you too, the nosy children they are. The four flinch and scurry into the kitchen as Jackal scoffs a chuckle and stands up. Sure, swing by the shop when I'm there this time. I will try not to miss you this time. Hermes smiles cordially. Jackal soon towers over Loki, latched on Soma's box as others tense around them. His gaze bores into Soma as he opens up. Congratulations. And please don't hold it against Lily. I wished to deliver these batches myself. After all, I made the contract with Lily, not my children. Get off him. Jackal looks at Loki instead of replying to Soma. The vermilion-haired serpent stays stuck on the box with a challenging smirk, but Reveria has enough sense to pull Loki away with her superior strength this time. Taking the box from Soma's hand, Jackal observes the batch of 12 jars. Silence descends on the pub as Lily chews her lips worriedly. She didn't want Jackal's mood ruined, but Lily felt getting Soma's premium wine at his party might brighten him up. Jackal picks a bulky jar as high as 20 centimeters and undoes the lid as an aromatic scent fills the pub within seconds, captivating almost everyone. This is not my divine wine. That will be only for gods to taste, but since I am contracted to you, I won't have time to. Here, big guy. Thanks for showing up. Jackal cuts in with a loud laugh and tosses the jar after closing it to Gareth. The dwarf laughs as loudly and catches it with deceptively swift brawny hands. Jackal's grin broadens as he picks another jar under Loki's gaze and whimpers. Wagging his brows at Mia, he questions smugly, I'm looking pretty hot right about now, huh? Don't you try something stupid after getting drunk? A jar flew towards Mia, who caught it with a smirk. It'll take me 10 more jars to do something stupid. Jackal looks at the remaining 10 jars and looks at everyone present. Thanks for showing up, everyone. While his broad smile does bring others back to the mood, Mayaka's smile dampens somewhat when he sees Soma quietly turning around to leave. He wished to say something, but was it his place to say anything? So, Lily, got another seat at this party? You're the one who arranged this. Lily blinks in surprise before her gaze drifts toward Soma getting the door. Her eyes widen in realization before she puffs her cheeks and crosses her thin arms, only if Jackal-sama compensates me well for the extra. I'm practically paying for all this, but sure. Jackal chortles, his hand latching on Soma's shoulder before stuffing a jar in the deity's hand. Cheer a bit. We beat each other like no other familiar ever had a beef, you know? That's an awesome thing to drink over. Soma freezes momentarily as he mechanically looks up at the slightly more muscular youth. Don't get me wrong. We still aren't as tight as Take and Mayak, but your dull mug is way better than Loki's. Pulling Soma to a seat, Jackal snatches the box before Loki lays claim to the wine as he jumps on a chair and extends his arms over his head. Over my dead body, bitch. Fine. Beat. Rough him up. Beat. You adorable fur ball. Here's one for you, too. Jackal laughs and tosses a jar in Beat's direction as the werewolf is positively snarling and embarrassed simultaneously. His furry ears twitch as his tail stiffens behind him. You asshole. First the Gemlings, and now this. Curse your 9 ancestors. Jackal grins carkily as he looks at Naza. Do I see 2 annoyed captains? There you go. Don't let Hermes have a drop. Asfi catches the jar and hands it to Naza with a soft sigh. Soma. Stop him. Loki glares at Soma, who is already sitting across Take and Mayak while sharing drinks. Gareth and Mia are glaring at each other as they have their lips on the jar while gulping it as if their lives depend on it. Beat has difficulty keeping Tiona and Tyon away from his jar as a curious AIS and shy Leffia surround him. Hermes is held in a spot under his captain's threatening glare as Chloe tiptoes to get Naza and Asfi 2 mugs. Get on here. Jackal beckons Lily with a finger. Rowdier than ever, he hands her 1 jar and claims in not-so-soft tone, "We'll see how I can compensate you for all this," and Hermes cutting off your little moment. I don't know what you're talking about." Lily bounces away in embarrassment under others' stares, and Jackal looks at Aina. "You're drinking tonight. At least 1 sip." Aina huffs and adjusts her glasses. "We'll see." "Oh, where's Misha?" Jackal looks around and finally notes the lack of afterthought Pinkette. "Someone had to cover for us. We will save some alcohol for her." Rose nods in confirmation as Jackal shrugs. "And here's a jar for the lovely ladies." Jackal looks at the waitresses as Syr questions with a playful smile, "Do you want all of us to climb around you, Daddy?" Pu8. Take coughs his wine as his familiar is no better. Mayak toasts Soma for another cup while Maria's expression freezes in shock. Daddy?" Mikoto gasps, "Jackal Dono, you have a lot of children for someone so young." "Thanks. Mia and I started early." Jackal grins back and tosses a jar for Lunoir to catch. PFFFTTTTTT. Gahahahaha. Leave it to Mia for having the weirdest kinks. Gareth guffaws. "I'll tear your damn beard." Mia scowls before threatening Jackal, "And your little prick." That's what she said the first night. Jackal snorts another chuckle, drunk on the sheer joy bubbling in him. "Oh, how many do we have left?" Jackal looks at the box. "Ooh, 6 remains." Jackal looks around. His gaze lingers on Loki, whose expression eases. That's about it. Get more from me or choose your liking at Mia's counter." Loki gapes, but then again, what else did she expect? He's quite a guy, huh? Hermes observes the party getting rowdier as everyone starts eating and talking while the deity finds himself standing next to the hostess of fertilities which Syr Flova. The waitress smiles and nods before looking at Hermes. "Would you like me to serve you the food, Hermes-sama?" Her smile is so sweet that it could kill. Maybe that's why Hermes shakes his head with a smile. Soma's wines are top-notch, no doubt about it. Instead of isolating an entire jar, Jackal sticks with Aina, Rose, Maria, and Lily at the start to make sure Aina doesn't force herself for his sake. Turns out, he was worried for nothing. Soma's fruity wine attracts Aina just as much as AIS, Leffia, and Reveria. But only Reveria has the sense of not letting the flavor compel her to fill herself with alcohol. After all, the green-haired royal suspects she will be the one to escort her familiar as even Finn starts drinking with Tyon bringing him cups of wine one after another. And with alcohol comes stories. Embarrassing stories. Remaining genuine to his promise, Jackal has others around him, including Ryu and the rest. His face flushed as he took another swig of Soma's flavorful and addictive juices. "So," she says, "listen, O spirits of mine, charm the unguided child into my light and let him do chores. Frisk Syria, fut, ha 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 ha." Jackal holds his stomach as Syr's cheeks inflate to the maximum with a heavy blush on her face. Having drunk a little, Ryu admits with slight redness on her serious face, "That's not all she did. We committed another embarrassing mistake of war." "Ryu, you've drunk enough." Syr covers Ryu's mouth before dragging the elf upstairs. Jackal blinks before shrugging. "All right, who's next?" I have quite the stories." "Alas, I haven't sipped a drop of alcohol." Hermes smirks and speaks enticingly. "I have details on divine beauties. Beauties of Tenkai that bathed in the purest of water. Look back, champ." Jackal cocks his head sideways before grinning viciously, "But this gave me a great idea." "No, it didn't." Asfi speaks coldly while Naza sips her alcohol next to her. Hers and Jackal's eyes remained locked for a brief moment before his eyes widen. "Fuck, I got a good one on Naza." The Chienthrope's eyes narrow as she questions calmly, but a slur can be heard in her tone. "Do you wish to increase the number of bentos you cook?" "Hey, I'll do more than cooking to fill you." He chuckles at his own words. "Ooh, I want to tell a story." Tiona bounces and interjects. I just remembered the story of the drunk hero Lee Rock who. She starts with an excited expression as Jackal coughs a little and stands away. Wait, where are you going? Tiona questions with a pout as he raises his jar. You're doing great. I need to piss. Hey Tilda. Svadil Fari. You missed my story. Tiona sits on the table with her legs crossed as Jackal chews on a drumstick with a wry expression. Could you not call me that? Butcher of Orario sounds so much better. But it doesn't sound like a hero's name at all. Tiona complains as she leans forward, not minding how her panties are displayed fully in her current position. Good. Jackal hums. Why? Tiona huffs. Come on, I'll complete the story you missed. Her Tilda look, short stuff. Soon, my Tiona will wrap that punk in her cutesy charm, and I'll get the remaining jars of wine. Loki licks her lips while sitting on an annoyed but drunk Maria's lap with her head comfortably placed on Maria's motherly bosom. Lily scoffs while Loki looks at Aina and Rose. So, he's charmed two of you. What a pity. But there is a way to the light. I hear Jackal is an unrepentant pervert who uses women and discards them. I can tell you more for the price of those lovely mugs in your hands. Rose stares at Loki before sipping her wine as Aina stares at the goddess with a scowl. He's not like that. The half-elf slurs in his defense. Ho! Before Loki finishes, Maria clamps on Loki's cheeks and pulls them hard. Enough, Loki. If you don't stop, I'll discipline you like the children in the orphanage. Ooh, no better time to get a good spanking. Tilda turn red. Loki giggles while drinking Mia's dwarven brew. Her shamelessness is enough to stump almost everyone. Right about now, the employees of the pub have joined in on the party instead of serving others since it's already pretty late and they would be leaving soon enough. Naza sits next to Mayak to fend off any questions Hermes might have from the group of drunk deities. Asfi and Reveria find common grounds to chat with Finn and his drunk baggage, Tyon. Things couldn't be better as Lily's smile widens. Jackalsama has so many friends. Except her. Her gaze lands on the dazed blonde doll blinking blearily with Lefia next to her. Most adventurers here have abnormal resistance, making them resistant to cheap ale and other poisonous substances. But as recorded, Soma's wine is top-notch across all levels. His stuff is sold for hundreds of thousands. Even AIS feels the effects of alcohol on her young body. It's so great. It's been so long since I could have fun like this. Maria exhales and subconsciously cuddles Loki. Nay, the motherly woman smothers Loki, who quickly tries to tap out. How did you have free time today, Maria-san? Aina slurs as the woman smiles. One of the former members of the orphanage agreed to babysit today. Ah, that must be nice. Asterisk bang asterisk. A loud sound stops everyone in their chatter as Jackal shoots to his feet and walks out of the pub under everyone's stunned stare. His expression is as cold as ravaging murderers on the street as he leaves, and the rest slowly look back to see a small chunk of wood torn out of the table with a pouch of frollet beside it. Tiona herself is still in her previous position, as shocked as the rest. Oh, my! And I thought I'd be the party pooper. Hermes' quiet musing fills the muted interior of the pub while Loki quickly jumps off Maria while shouting. Hey, nobody destroys Mia's furniture. Don't worry, Mia. I'll get that bastard. Dibs on the last 3 jars. Huh. Tiona finally comes to be and issues a curious noise from her throat. Her eyes are as wide as they can be as tears build in the corner of her eyes. And that's why one shouldn't force the stories of heroes if the other party does not want to hear it. Eswer glances at Tiona. She could guess what happened given that the Amazon is a fan of heroic legacies while the human isn't such a fan, refusing to talk about one at all. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alternate title, Water Under Bridge, A Moment Ruined, Another Moment Ruined, Party Pooper, Lily's rewards grow more distant, Lily wants Hermisama dead, the ultimate party lubricant, Loki is as virtuous as ever, the heroic Loki attempts to save Aina and Rose from Jackal's devilish grip, flustered SYR, magical girl SYR Ryu almost blowing the bag, surprise party, Svadil Fari is gonna stick, drunk on excitement, shocking departure, Jackal did pay for the damages, a relieved Maria, shorty. Rivalry, Lily vs. Mikoto understands Jackal is a dad, starting child planning with Mia early. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Support the fanfic through comments, likes, reviews and such. If the publish site allows it, your boy's multi-site now, and of course, the big P. Shout out to Jordan Williams. Read 15 advanced chapters on patreon.com/fanhareem. Chapter 38, Cats and Dogs. 6,660 words. This chapter turned out to be much longer than intended, so I didn't have the strength to read all of it for a final edit aside from the usual Grammarly check. Took me more than 9 hours to finish this, and I'm positively tired. Something wet, moist, and warm, something scratchy grazes the tip of his nose. His head hammers and throbs despite his better resilience. Soma's wine was too much. Nobody forced him to drink it, but Jackal will damn well pin some blame on others after a night he can barely remember. He finds himself in an unfamiliar setting. It's like he is in a new world. Oh, wait. His vision was simply blurred as the crust of the sleep sealed his eyes shut. Light filters through his barely open eyes, and the surroundings become clear. His eyes are attracted to a pair of green feline pupils on top of him. A pink pussy. No, literally. An almost palm-sized pink-furred kitten sits atop him and licks his nose while sniffing his lips. His groan startles the kitten as she stumbles down his body and onto the small mattress. He feels someone beside him shuffle, but his mind barely works despite hours of rest. His throat is dry, and his body feels burning. So, of course, he sights a cream blonde-furred dog, a proper watchful dog, sitting in the corner and staring at Jackal quietly. The dog's stark blue eyes seem to reveal caution. I didn't. Jackal voices his fears as he feels naked under the thin sheets. He doesn't notice the random collection of expensive artifacts around him in this small, congested room. I didn't fuck you, did I? What else could he assume in such a sorry state? Meow the green-eyed kitty can barely meow correctly as she is startled by his voice or something else to the point she jumps from the bed unconsciously before hanging on the edge with her dear life on the line. The furry, husker-like dog moves to paw the kitty's rear end and boost her back to the bed before she hurriedly climbs atop the silent Jackal's head and slides down to the pillow. Amidst his headache and this fever dream, Jackal decides to turn the other way. Maybe he'll have the fortune to see another animal. This time a bitch. He can see her face. A bitch none would buy. Vermilion fur on the head and otherwise furless similar to a Persian cat, but only uglier. I was raped. Jackal whispers before poking Loki in the eye, albeit gently. You cunt, wake up. His voice grows loud, and he faces the consequences the next second as his head thrashes against his skull against the apparent noise pollution. Loki's expression contorts, too, as she mumbles softly. You didn't fuck any dog. And nobody assaulted you, asshole. It's just been 3 hours since we slept. 3 hours? What about before? Hey, don't make me. Nobody's around us, just sleep. Loki nuzzles into his chest with ease, and one of his arms is already around her back as Jackal looks around momentarily before closing his eyes with a muted sigh. You remember anything? Everything. I don't. You will, don't worry. I promise you. What about the kitty and the dog? You bought them. Fuck. We did that, too. You think, if I soldier through the pain and sneak out, others won't notice me? Oh, we were pretty loud. I bet you were. Let's see what your memory tells you. Loki smirks quietly and leans further into his body as his leg covers her thighs and pulls her closer. Fuck, you smell. It's all you. Jackal and Loki soon quieten down. Their breathing gets peaceful as their bodies relax into each other's arms. Even if Jackal did not believe Loki 100%, the sense of déjà vu of the sensation of her skin only brought back last night's memory. Yet, he sleeps peacefully with the menace to his life. Not that others can see them, except for the kitty and the husky. The small bed feels more comfortable despite the room being warmer than usual. How'd you even find me? Jackal raises his head and looks at Loki climbing the ladder of one of the apartment buildings consisting of small rooms. Takes Familiar is currently situated in one such complex. He bottoms down the jar and places it beside him while still lying on the cold concrete roof as he watches the beautiful night sky. I followed the scent of wine, of course. Loki shrugs and grins. So? What was with that hissy fit? It really was one. Jackal slurs and chuckles drunkenly. I told her to stop speaking about heroes. Heroes this, heroes that. I told her to stop several times. Tiona just wouldn't listen. Loki frowns a bit as she walks to Jackal and sits beside him. What? I won't share the wine even if you beg. We'll see, Loki smirks and muses, but the real mystery is, how the fuck you managed to convince Aina and Rose to go out with you when you still have hissy fits. My limitless charm, perhaps. Jackal hands another jar from the frollet to Loki, who doesn't point out how easily she got the wine. Instead, she calmly unseals the jar's mouth and gulps down the wine before letting out a heated sigh. That's the stuff. She sets the jar on Jackal's chest, who half sits up and drinks before lying again. Ororio isn't the city for you if you've got issues with hero, you know? Especially not after saving one vicious damsel in distress. Jackal doesn't reply at all and continues to stare at the sky. Hey, talking to you. Loki scoffs and picks up the jar again. How long do you think Finn will let me stay outside without protection? Wanna bet some Valis on it? I don't hate heroes. Jackal shakes his head as he feels the familiar stare on himself from God knows where. His eyes fixate on the brilliant night sky as he mutters wearily. I just don't want to hear about them. Why is it so hard to understand? Worst of it all, I thought Tiona was super cute. My dumbass just had to blow my chances with her. And why tonight of all nights? Loki guffaws out loud. Yep, she's cute as a button, alright. But she just loves tales just as much you might despise them. The stories of the heroes are why she's got the spunky personality. If she didn't have these legends, I'd say she wouldn't have survived. And I survived because I never believed them. Knight in shining armor? Jackal sits up, snatching the jar from Loki's hand before drinking half the wine in one go. Give me a break. If the armor is shining, chances are the knight is worthless. Underdog heroes? There are no underdogs. Sons of bitches are always exceptional. If they aren't, they don't become heroes. They face the steel and blood to become the monsters they face daily. You mean to say Finn is the hero of Pallum out of his virtues? As Jackal speaks, his tempers churn higher. Or what about AIS? The little princess? She's a bundle of blood and issues. Fuck, man. Heroes? What a joke. Heroes are the ones that you cunts get to manipulate freely. Loki stares at Jackal for a while before shrugging. Who's she to challenge a mortal's opinion when she risks getting beaten? I get it. You're a mean drunk. She asserts with a smirk. Jackal questions after a while. So? Tenkai is right up there. He points at the starry sky. No, Tenkai is where your heart believes it to be. Where the fuck do you think we descend from? Since we descend, of course, it's gonna be above this plane. She mocks with a sneer as Jackal narrows his eyes and scoffs. What's with Svadilfari? Jackal inquires. I'm not from Loki familiar. Since your deity didn't show up, not even at your level up party, which was adequate until you had to ruin the mood, the rest of us gods decided to pick up the slack and name you. Jackal snorts. And you couldn't have given me a better name? We couldn't risk stroking your already overcompensating ego. Jackal purses his lips and then nods. What's with your deity? If they are so shy about public appearances, maybe you should switch a year later. Falna usually needs a year to stabilize from the influence of the divine before you can choose another one. Stop pestering me about the familiar. Come on. We're drinking in such peace. We'll probably be at each other's throat without Soma's wine to mellow us come tomorrow. Loki snickers impishly. Let's share some interesting information. Something that will be worthwhile to both of us. Jackal takes the jar from her hands again to quietly sip on wine as she huffs in irritation. Then what about Tiona? Why'd you have to snap at my peppy little Amazon? I didn't snap at her. I snapped at the table. I figured leaving the room without shouting would be the best course. You're surprisingly sensible when drunk. Mean but sensible. Kiss my ass. And there's the mean drunk. Jackal scoffs for the umpteenth time. Just drink the rest and leave me alone. Don't be so glum, Loki smirks as she rolls up the sleeves of her shirt. I'm just happy you naturally blew your chance with Tiona. I feared you'd wear one of my children down and work up to 9 sweetness. Good dreams, Jackal chuckles without any sadness. He would rather avoid Tiona than hear heroic legends. Why else would he stick to the villain-oriented shows in his past life like Two Piece, My Villain Academia, Detergent, and The Rise of BDSM Hero? But, even if you did manage to bang any of my children, I'd make sure to break it off, Loki contemplates as she sets aside the empty jar. And why's that? Jackal questions curiously instead of being offended. Besides the fact your mug is ugly to look at, I don't want my children to die or suffer worse fates than that. Jackal furrows his brows and grumbles, bitch, I can't be that bad in bed, alright? Who cares about that? Loki scoffs and lies on the roof, something Jackal follows as the vermilion-haired goddess mutters, you just have the wrong kind of attention on yourself. Olol. Again. You know him? Loki questions back, equally amazed. Jackal shrugs as she shakes her head, not Olol. He's an issue to hay-brained dumbfucks, but not me. Says the hay-brained dumbfuck. I'll let you know I once sent half of Tenkai into chaos by cursing Balder for shits and giggles. And how isn't that the purest expression of a dumbfuck? Loki groans aloud and grows silent, just saying. You're a hot commodity. What? Nothing to add. Aren't you equally a dumbfuck to cut the hands of Apollo's familiar members and some more? Who gives a shit? Jackal smiles brightly as he cannot help but extend his hand as if to grab one of the stars decorating the beautiful sky. He can feel his skin crawling when he feels the omniscient stare again. Others can look at me. They can fear, envy, or love me. His smile turns soft, and so does his tone. But I made a promise to myself. I won't ever let fear cage me. Death is an acceptable alternative. But I will never wait for any so-called heroes or whatever shit others like to tell themselves. It's easier said than done, Loki scoffs. She has heard many men and women claim essentially the same vows. Who isn't a bright star amongst them? Who isn't admirable? But they all die, or usually, break in the face of death. Easier said than done? PSSSH. Understatement of the decade. Jackal scoffs a chuckle. You'd have to be tied to a chair and beaten so brutally that you would stop regretting your actions and accept the outcome of choosing death. But yeah, death over fear. Loki looks at Jackal strangely and questions, are you smoking something dangerous? How the fuck would you know of death? Or is it something related to your deity? But Jackal doesn't answer as he sits again and retrieves another wine jar. His gaze is captivated by the night sky as he mutters, I'm gonna explain things to Tiona tomorrow. There is no fucking way I give up this easily. Who the fuck cares about gods and goddesses interested in me? If they pull a stunt, I'll break their necks with my own hands. Loki's eyes open slightly as she feels a sudden burst of killing intent from multiple locations. Jackal is not less astute in such matters as he looks around before laughing loudly and raising his jar high. Here's to all you snickerfucks out there watching me instead of using your time for something better. His grin broadens as he can almost feel his skin prickle by the intent locked on him from some location. However, his undaunting self scrambles for the third brain cell to form a response as the rest are slumbering after rounds of heavy drinking when he feels Loki tapping his shoulder and kissing him the second he turns around. The killing intent locked on them all but disperses save for one gaze that almost screeches Bloody Mary. Yet, Loki wastes no time pushing Jackal down, whose wide eyes slowly gain an intriguing look as his hand lets go of the jar of wine to hold Loki's slim waist. Ooh. Jackal sits up alongside an equally haggard Loki. The two sit quietly as they observe the room. The pink kitty tumbles and tosses in front of them as Jackal reaches out to gently scratch the back of her ear as she mewls sharply again. Don't you clean your room or something? It's filthy. What's the point? It always ends like this, no matter how many times I clean it up. Expecting something else would be the definition of insanity, so I embrace the chaos, mortal. Bitch, just say you're lazy. Not the laziest. Only one enemy of mine has that honor. So, what about the kitten and the dog? You still didn't remember it. Loki blinks in surprise before smugly grinning as her hand under the sheet grazes his thigh. She brings her heated mouth to exhale over his ear and questions in a husky tone, "Want me to jog YA memory?" Jackal looks at the dog and then at the kitten. Honestly, he is doing this for them. Else, he would never let Loki touch him. Much obliged. Jackal hums calmly. Your familiar house. Are you crazy? No way my stellar reputation survives tomorrow if I'm seen with you. Loki looks back as she staggers along, then run off. I can't force the butcher of Orario, right? Jackal snorts, just escorting you to the gates like any gentleman would. Sure. Besides, I don't want you moaning like a whiny little bitch in public when I'm done with you. Ha! Moaning? Me? I'd wear you out and still have time to look around your familiar. Mortal, you dare. Their drunken bickering barely rouses any response from their surroundings. After all, instead of walking on the main streets filled with adventurers this late, the couple stumbles across the marginally darker and less occupied streets between the 8 main streets. The two walk slowly. Loki's arm is around his neck as he supports her to walk straight only if Jackal's vision doesn't swim at times. Hey! Loki mumbles and pats his neck to stop him. I think I saw something in that suspiciously dark and empty alley. Jackal stops and looks to the right as he observes the narrow street. His gold-red eyes glimmer slightly, and he asserts with a nod, "You've got a good eye. I see it, too." Right. Loki grins, her cheeks flushed red as her hazy eyes seem drawn into the empty street. Right behind that large trash can. Hey, you still have that scentless stuff of yours. If I dump 10s of it, it should give us some time to find what we just saw. Jackal agrees, with his cheeks quite flushed, too. The two stumble ahead as Jackal starts taking out odorless pouches before dumping them in the trash can, and the dingy smell disappears instantly. Loki snatches the next pouch from Jackal before dumping its content, too. Hey, that's my product. I use it. Fuck you. I just used it. What about it? I said mine. Well, it's gone. Jackal eyes the smugly grinning Loki with irritation rising within him once again. His hand smacks on the wall beside her face as he towers over the petite goddess clad in a damp grey shirt matted on her body from all the sweating from drinking. Just cause your familiar might be trailing you doesn't mean you'd get to do whatever you like. Boy, it's not familiar you need to worry about. Loki crosses her arms and points her pretty little nose high haughtily. Yeah, mysterious forces and whatnot. Talk about them to someone who has a fuck to give. Oh, then I'm barking up the right tree. Already admitting you're a bitch. Jackal grins as he wags his brows. Why don't you bark for me? Asterisk woof asterisk. Asterisk woof asterisk. Loki's and Jackal's expressions freeze as they look deeper into the alley. A dog. Jackal's eyes widen as he practically leaps away from Loki and jogs deeper into the street. What? Get back here, you asshole. Imma release my arcanum and set this world on fire. Loki snarls and gives chase. The couple outright falls sometimes as they jog, and the source of their interruption is found soon enough as the duo sees a man dressed in rags throw a husky off his legs as the dog somehow maneuvers his body midair as if some sort of super spy to stand in front of a cowering pink kitten hidden behind trash. Jackal watches with shocked eyes, but Loki pulls him away before he can make his drunken self known. Hey, mister. I don't like heroes, off to be a hero again? Huh. Jackal stares at her weirdly. His mind focuses on Loki again as her flushed face is much too close to his, her gimlet eyes fixating on his. Whatever happened to consistency in your story? She lets her alcohol-stained breath graze on his lips, but again, Soma brews one kicker of a whine. The fuck are you on about? The dog. Loki looks beyond him as Jackal blinks in surprise and turns to look in the same direction. His eyes widen again. A dog. He tears Loki off him and saunters forward as Loki clicks her tongue and leans nearby instead of following him. Her sour look soon shifts to an ecstatic expression as Jackal smiles broadly and stops the abusing homeless beggar. My good sir. I'm a trader by choice. How about I buy your dog and kitten? You confirmed I bought them. Jackal stares at the two animals before looking at Loki on top of him again as he questions, how do you buy stray animals from a homeless man? You tell me. Loki grins, her legs already straddling his waist as her soppy and heated cunt starts grounding on the upper side of his erection, as her thin form barely keeps his erection still. And the ninja husky was protecting the kitten? When does a dog protect a weak kitten? Jackal chuckles at the ridiculousness of things as he feels Loki's intense stare. His thoughts still, his head pounds still, but his body reacts in all the wrong ways as Loki loses her smirk and reveals a look that Jackal feels he should smack right off her face. Dogs and cats are not always at each other's throats, I now say from experience, Loki mutters, her motions halt. Say, did we do it in front of the animals? Jackal questions as he looks away, unwilling to match her stare for once. Animals? I wouldn't call Shakti an oh, you mean them? Loki looks back and waves her hand at the dog. He can kind of understand us. Watch this. Hey, cover yourself and the kitten with a blanket and stay. Surprisingly, the blue-eyed blonde husky picks the pink kitten from the bed despite her sharp protests before tossing her in a box and throwing a thin blanket on her. He turns around himself after that. By the way, Loki attracts Jackal's attention. Who's Ollie? You mumbled something about the kitten presenting a better case than Ollie, so you'll keep her safe. All she did was mewl the entire time. No, a better question is, Shakti. What about her? Loki snorts a chuckle. A chuckle that sounds incredibly familiar. Have some shame. Shakti's furious blue eyes pin disheveled Jackal and Loki down as the youth is seen sitting on his knees with a tiny box occupied by a kitten on his lap. Loki sits beside him, next to a quiet husky. It was all Loki's idea. Jackal snickers as he looks at Loki. She sounds so shrill when angry. Loki snorts a chuckle, the duo stumbling across Ororio on the same wavelength as they decide to pay Shakti a visit between their makeout just because they saw her walk past one of the many alleys they marked tonight. Focus. Shakti snaps at them and glowers. Do the two of you think I don't have enough trouble? And you? She glares at Jackal. Stop being the cause of indecency in the middle of the streets. Hey. Jackal pouts. We weren't in the middle. Besides, you and Ganesha totally missed my party. Lily said she invited you too. You know, as thanks for looking the other way the few times you did. Before Shakti could explain the limitations her schedule and duties has on her social life, Loki grins. Aha, you just admitted it was your idea, loser. Ack. No. Hey, Shakti, it was all Loki. She tried to bite my dick. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. I'm going to call Finn and have you two escorted to the Twilight Mansion. Shakti massages her forehead when Loki panics. No. Not Finn. She jumps from her position to tackle Shakti. But how would a level 5 captain fall to such weak schemes? The blue-haired captain of Ganesha Familia extends her hand and holds Loki by the face while keeping vermilion-haired goddess at arm's length. Hey, did you hear that? Jackal frowns as the phantom of the silent goblin appears over his head. What? Shakti frowns. I can hear anything less than silence in this form. I hear something terrible. Shakti's expression turns serious, and so does the husky's. She lets go of Loki, who quickly looks around before hugging the dog's neck and massaging his head with a foolish grin. What do you hear? Shakti questions seriously. I hear. I am Jackal. His shout wakes the pink kitten in a startle while Loki freezes a bit before giggling out loud alongside Jackal. Yep, I'm calling Finn. Ah, yes, the boy wonder. My boy wonder. Loki laughs out loud as Shakti's lips twitch. Hey, if you're being so kind, can you call, what was the name of the goddess again? The one you said who runs a harem bait. Jackal looks at Loki before clapping his hand. Oh, that's right. Artemis. It's always the virgins that are the freakiest. Call her, too. Shakti closes her eyes, and the grip around her spare whip tightens, but she exhales loudly and regains her bearing. Good night. If possible, get mugged and stabbed. Ah, Shakti-chan tilde, don't be like that. Fine, you can join us, too. Loki sighs as Shakti works her jaw while leaving. She came too close to ending 2 lives today, a break is necessary for the night. Jackal and Loki look at each other before grinning simultaneously. Did you think Shakti left you 2 irresponsible and rude asshats out of anger? A cold voice startles the group of 4 from behind. They turn to look at an angry, busty Amazon whose green eyes flicker with primal rage. You made my sister cry. In my defense, Jackal starts calmly between his hiccups. Loki has a wet dream about you busting your ass in front of me while Finn is tied in the corner. But don't get angry at Loki. She has the same dream about all the chicks with me. What the fuck are you telling her? Loki cries out fearfully as Jackal turns to her and shrugs. Hey, she's already mad at me. Might as well even the scales here. Loki mechanically turns to stare at Tyon, whose wrath can no longer be comprehended, as she stutters, Jackal's lying, sweetie. Mommy would never cuck you. Yeah, she cucks Finn, Jackal nods. For the love of spirits. Stop talking. Loki's heart begins to beat 1,000 miles a second as Tyon's hands latch at their collars. Her growl sounds more terrifying than a beast as she utters, the only reason you 2 live is that Captain asked me to bring you safe. Cheers. Jackal laughs at the face of certain death, but the same can't be said for the kitten, who's pissing herself in fear within the box. Memories constantly resurface in his mind, but Jackal pays them no heed. He'll see to all the troubles he's caused later. Shakti, Tyon, Tiona, and more. Right now, all he has eyes for is the deplorable little slut who named him Svadilfari, and there is no way he will let the name down. Oh, not out of compassion or other sappy emotion. Loki will never let him live down a less than bestial night with a name like this. Granted, the night passed, and he had no control over his drunken self, but he has mental faculties now. His hands coil around Loki's back, her flesh practically searing with how much heat her tiny body radiates. But he is no better. The curtains keep the room from getting annoyingly bright, but the dim light suggests it's already daytime. Not for them. MGH. Loki's tongue is a work of evil magic as she dominates Jackal the entire time. Her lips never felt this soft from the distance he views her, no matter how close. Her skin never felt so supple to his eyes as it did to his body. Her breasts should be non-existent, but here they are, pressing on his chest. He feels warm liquid dribble down his shaft as she breaks the kiss to bite his bottom lip with a soft snarl. The fuck is this sappy kiss, Aren't YA the big bad butcher? Her hushed whisper makes him snarl softly, too. His grip shifts to her perky ass, and as much as he hates to feel this, she's got cake. His fingers reply unkindly as he grips her ass tight enough to leave marks on her. His hands squeeze her cheeks away, making sure to stretch her hot pink rims and lips along the way as her vermilion eyes lose focus for a second. Like that. Jackal growls, his teeth sinking a little along her neck before inadvertently kissing the same spot as he feels her hands around his head, pulling him tighter in response. Fuck no. She replies in a similarly hoarse tone. He drags his tongue across the red mark on her neck before sinking near her collarbone as his index fingers near her rims. Hey. Loki gasps, what's the big idea? Honestly. Jackal grins as one of his index fingers presses her asshole shut. I've got no fucking clue. So, might as well practice. And that's the truth, Loki realizes. Jackal's affair with Roberta was short, so he only ever learned the basics. But inexperience would never stop him. You asshole. Loki squirms as he keeps her ass in one spot while grounding his cock over her slit. His veiny length presses and spreads her hungry quim ever so slightly as each stroke makes Loki's breathing progressively louder. She grabs his hair in 2 fistfuls and tugs them weakly as his tip teasingly spreads her further, but... Enough with my ass, you dumbfuck. You either stick it in or finger it properly. What the hell is even just pressing on it? Jackal blushes a bit. His embarrassment fuels his annoyance at his partner as he shames her, too. Forgive me for not being a millennium-old slut. Nah, not gonna forgive YA. Jackal grits his jaws and grunts. Stick it in, huh? Fine. Loki's world shifts as Jackal turns around and pins Loki to her bed as he towers behind her. The goddess half turns her face to look back with a mocking grin. What kind of a stallion rides his master, her? The proper one. Jackal smirks carkily as he leans forward to press one hand on the back of her head while the other hand strokes his cocks as he pushes the tip against her pretty pink asshole. If he was concerned about the side management of the spinner under him, Her soft moan at the bout of roughness throws all his worries out the window as he shoves his slightly pussaloobed cock into her tiny rims that gradually loosens and sticks to his lower head. What's wrong? Jackal grins, can't take it. Loki's toes curl under him as her grunt muffles against her pillow. Boy, I can take hundreds of you and come out on top. Even out the playing field, bitch. I'm talking right now. Jackal jerks his hips forward slightly, pushing more of his length as he feels powerful resistance in her incredibly tight and furnace-like anus. Her fists clench the pillow as Jackal doesn't stop. If you want me to stop, just admit you can't take me on, he offers kindly while pushing further. He may not be able to move freely with such tightness, but he sure will bottom out in her ass if that's what it takes to achieve victory. In your dreams. Loki growls, her hips suddenly pushing back and taking Jackal further in on her accord as a low grunt escapes his lips. His cock is already a throbbing mess with how Loki's steaming inside is twitching and vibrating around his cock. Not only that, but the sight of his babel spreading Loki's once prim and proper ass to such an extent is arousing in its own right. If he had a second cock, he'd happily stick it right in her juicier cunt and fuck her brains out. Alas, he's only a human. None can blame him for his dreams, however. Slowly and steadily, and between taunts and insults, Jackal bottoms out in Loki's ass. Her ass arches up a little, giving her back a seductive curve as her thighs quiver. Her blank gaze stares ahead at the wall while Jackal leans over her shoulder weakly with his hot pants and throbbing cock revealing how much of a toll a divine ass really is. If all goddesses are like this, then his dream is in trouble. Her ass seems to have a mind of its own. It vibrates in an attempt to milk him without Loki moving any other muscle. His fist unconsciously bundles Loki's vermilion red hair, and his other hand coils around her waist to finger her wet cunt. Their loud pants fill the room as Jackal grits his teeth. That all you got? Says the loser about to bust a fat load without me moving once. Loki retorts despite not having enough mental faculties to think anything else. Cats and dogs. They would rather spend time insulting each other than find a productive way to make things more pleasurable. In a way, this only made things hotter for them. Not that they would admit it. Jackal huffs at her response. His balls curl ever so slightly as he moves back. Ooh! He groans, unable to hold back the second he feels the tip stimulate as Loki shudders the second she feels thick ropes of his seed jetting in her ass without a care in the world. Her entire body presses against Jackal, and he responds similarly as they both orgasm at once while biting their lips. I win. How? Jackal chews his lips angrily. A phantom of the frog shooter flickers to life above his head as his hips piston forward with no force bared. Nag tilde. Loki moans out loud, her eyes widening in surprise as Jackal keeps her face in a similar position with a fistful of hair. You like that? Jackal's eyes twinkle as he questions against her ear hotly. You know what that was? Me going all frog shooter on your ass, you helpless slut. Horses and monsters, you'd do them all, won't you? His cum acts as quite the lube needed for him to move as he starts ramming his cock in and out of her gaping asshole with the frog shooter above him croaking happily and silently. Nah tilde d damn straight. All of them would be a better fuck than you. Loki snarls back as she cuts her moan with a bite of her lips. Oh, yeah? Jackal's crotch kisses her perky ass again. But instead of dogging her, he finds the experience of prone boning with the unruly goddess a better experience as he hears her stifled moans with the added advantage of kissing her shoulder. Her words encourage Jackal to fuck the daylights out of her as he grunts, then you're gonna love this. A silverback's phantom drums his chest over Jackal's head the second it flickers to life as his thrusts grow ferocious and downright beastly. He drives his cum out of her messed up ass, all the while coming again, but he does not stop. Ha tilde you manic brute. Loki groans as his fingers continue to rub the crest of her cunt. Her vision swims again as she feels his searing seed marking her ass again. The more he fucks, the more her body responds. Soon, she starts pumping her ass back while coiling her arms behind her, around his neck, as he lifts her in response to press her against the head of the bed and holding her slim waist without breaking the link with her ass. Their bodies layer with sweat again, and their hazy gaze locks into each other before they share a deep kiss. For once, they remain silent. For once, Jackal's phantoms disappear as his movements slow down and regain their measured strokes against her welcoming ass. I'm gonna make you a ride worthy to be ridden, Tilda, Loki coos as their lips part. Her smirk widens despite the apparent weariness in her expression as her anus clenches over his hardened shaft. Dear butcher. Maybe you'll remember the rest of our night. Who cares about what Soma's drink made us do? Jackal huffs as he slowly pulls out his cock from her ass before pressing against her body with a hot sigh. And you aren't teaching anyone. As promised, I'll give my alias a whole new meaning and leave your room with my head held high. Loki smirks and tilts her head to peck his jaw. You're gonna crash and burn. I'm gonna give your dreams a new meaning one day. Oh, then you're really going to burn. Loki barks a chuckle. Are you sure? Jackal presses his tip against her quivering cunt. And he pushes. Jackal and Loki break their kiss in the dead of the night as his cock slides into her ready pussy. Their gasps echo simultaneously as Loki tosses her head back while Jackal pulls her hips down greedily. Don't be so greedy, now. Loki smirks as her body's tight entrance accepts his entire length. Her hands sensually trace her body along her breasts, a sight that captivates Jackal in a second. I'm not running away, you know? Her smile broadens at the sight of his enamored look. His heated stare brings her much-needed relief. No matter what they say to each other, a simple gesture like this with the person you don't like means a lot. Her hips slowly sway around instead of moving up and down as she lets her innards squeeze him for all his worth. She already knew what his body would do next. Fuck. Jackal growls and plants his head onto the pillow with a scowl. Although his erection barely weakens after unloading one of the thickest ones she's felt in years, his disappointment is still immeasurable. Hey, now. Loki smiles as she leans forward, her slippery folds milking him even now. Don't you quit on me, Svadilfari. Her hands cup his cheek as she kisses him softly. We're in for the long haul, you and I. Let's keep on going, yeah? And why the hell would you encourage me? Jackal pouts and looks away. Hey, we just saw a dog defending a kitten, and Tyon leaving us two alive after hearing what she did. I say we take a break from our nature shtick. Tyon doesn't kill, a dog doesn't eat a cat, and we don't fuck around. Who knows, we might even forget it tomorrow morning. Jackal purses his lips before sighing softly and smiling. Man, we're in big trouble if we keep drinking Soma's stuff then. Damn right, we are. Loki grins as they find each other's lips better than before. Their kiss lasts a few seconds as Jackal hardens his wood to the full mast. Their night would be long, but Jackal doesn't feel the least bit annoyed anymore. Damn Soma and his wine. Hey, I have an idea. How about I use my strength phantoms? Loki eyes him with a cocky smirk as she starts riding him slowly. How about we just keep it you and me for now? I promise I won't bite. Again. Jackal scoffs and then shrugs with a grin. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Boy, this took a strange turn of events. I wanted to just write one rough bang scene with Jackal and Loki where they insult each other, but setting the scent alongside their drunken flashbacks just felt more well-rounded to me. But again. 6K words for one scene, damn. If all of them are like this, I'm in trouble asterisk chuckles star. But it's either fleshing the characters like this no matter how many words it takes or skipping past them and making a more usual catching harem fix. But Danmachi always struck me as a kind of novel whose fanfic, if taking the harem route, should not skip past small moments for overarching plot points like the dungeon and the big bad dragon. Oh, and yeah, I introduced this fix pet. I usually pick strange pets like owls, snakes, or lizard-turned-dragons as pets, but I'm taking a normal route in this fic for a reason. I'll write those reasons later. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alternative title, A Pussy in the Morning, Waking Up to Warm Feeling and a Pounding Head, Loki's a Hound for Alcohol, Death Over Fear, No One Can Chain Me, A Toast to Chucklefuck Stalkers, What DA Dog Doing, Ah, Yes. The Magnificent Trader, Purchasing Strays Animals, Dogs and Cats are not always at each other's throats, Sharkty Grounding, I Am Jackal, The Menace to Public Decency, Bestial Rut, Veneer of Hatefuck, Love-Hate, No Hatred is Lost to Them, Babel Rises, Starting with a Goddess, Ratting Loki Out, Surviving Tyon, Wet Dreams, Sensual Realizations, Tasting Divine Innards, milking ass and cunt, Loki stallion. Asterisk. Support the fanfic through comments, likes, reviews and such, if the publish site allows it, your boy's multi-site now, and of course, the big P. Shout out to NLMC, Umbrian, Gabriel, Dreeskills, and Mail Breton. Read 15 advanced chapters on patreon.com/fanharem. Chapter 39, Harem is simply cuckoldry. 5,123 words. The night sky feels brighter than usual, decorated with radiant stars as Arario's mistress chooses to cover herself with a baggy tanned green cloak and witness her order up close. This night is remarkable, after all. One of her order's tiny damsels did manage to set a passable event for his level up, the quickest recorded level up, to be precise. A pace so swift that he left the sword princess and king in the dust. Instead of her faithful otter, Freya is accompanied by a black-haired cat person. A cut-sleeved, black compression top fits his slim yet aesthetically muscular body. His steel blue irides glimmer in the night, and his sharp, vertical pupils stay on the figure lying beside Loki on a distant rooftop. Anyone domiciled in Orario for more than a year would know this cat person as one of Freya Familiar's top adventurers, Alan Fromel. The cat person stands a little shorter than Freya even if she did not wear any heels, but his presence and sharp intent keening from his body make up for any physical deficiency that may afflict him in this life. You should have just remained in your tower and peeked on whomever you liked from up there, Alan begins crudely, his voice graced with the charm of a low, gravelly grunt, as his eyes rarely take a peek at the beautiful woman wrapped beside him. And what good would that do? A mischievous giggle escapes Freya. Her silver eyes retain their hazy quality as she looks at Loki intently. Loki has a way with words, and she is curious to a fault, much like me. Even if she fails to find anything about my orders familiar, she certainly will find something about his outburst. Alan's furry ears twitch as he smirks. Hissy fit, they call it. It takes a big man to admit one's mistake. I expect nothing else from my order Tilda. Alan rolls his eyes and lets out a nasal sigh. Of all the things I could be doing for you, you pick this boring mission. My sweetest Alan Tilda, Freya blows gently and finally looks at one of her kinder children. The haze of her silver eyes recedes to reveal a brilliant mirth that scratches at Alan's heart. Her full lips press into a gentle smile as she whispers, I know you loved the Soma incident even without updating your Falna. Alan shifts his gaze from Freya back to the rooftop drinkers. Your order won't last long if he remains this pathetic. And I won't move a muscle to help him. What makes you think my order needs help? Freya replies with what one can consider a tone filled with naive pride. Their conversation dies out naturally as they hear Loki and Jackal discussing his outburst in Hostess of Fertility, only for Loki to divert the conversation further towards Jackal, attracting the attention of the wrong deity. Freya and Alan know in an instant Loki means Freya. The thought of some drunk goddess standing in Freya's way rubs Alan the wrong way. He does not act, not now, at least. Unlike what Loki and Jackal might believe, Finn did not leave Loki's side once. Like Alan, Finn is hidden in the darkest corner, but the Familiar's captain will pounce on any enemy that may attack Loki. But as uncaring as ever, at least for his own life, Jackal's proud voice reaches them loud and clear. Who gives a shit? They all see Jackal smile brightly and extend his hand toward the sky as if to pluck one of the stars for himself. Just this gesture turns Freya's stare intense. Her gaze invades his soul as she hears it sing the beat of rebellion again. The brightness of his soul intensifies exponentially as he makes a solemn yet drunken vow. Others can look at me. They can fear, envy, or love me. Freya obsesses over his soft smile and tone. But I made a promise to myself. I won't ever let fear cage me. Death is an acceptable alternative. But I will never wait for any so-called heroes or whatever shit others like to tell themselves. Alan scoffs right then and there. Chinef. But a low chuff causes his body to stiffen. He doesn't move to glance at Freya, knowing that she may not be decent anymore, and he doesn't mean her body but her eyes instead. Lilac tint blooms in Freya's silver orbs as Jackal's words resound with her more than expected. In her books, denying a cage out of fear or any other emotion is admirable on a personal level. Her fingers would be drawing through her flesh if she did not respect Alan and her image in his eyes. So her digits curl like her toes, her breath grows heated, forming a plume of vapor with each successive exhales, and her nostrils flare ever so slightly. Yet, Freya manages to look breathtaking. However, hers and Alan's unspeakable mood devolves into purest killing intent as Loki's lips seal Jackal's a few short breaths later. "Just say the word," Alan whispers despite experiencing Finn's equally mighty stare locking on them. Yet Freya's predicted command never reaches his sharp ears, causing him to look at her. His gaze doesn't stop Freya from watching Loki and Jackal make out. Her cold silver glare stares at the offending party long enough for Freya to realize that Jackal and Loki are aware of her presence to some extent, yet they choose to ignore her. This would have hurt her pride if her name was Ishtar. But she is Freya, and her ego has survived bruises worse than this moment. The goddess of beauty turns her gaze from Loki and Jackal and settles it on a curious Alan, who calms down seeing her lack of craziness. "Alan," Freya begins in her usually sultry tone as she steps forward and looks a little down on him, height difference and all. Her silver eyes peer into his blue orbs as she questions with a natural husk in her tone, "Am I pretty? Is this some kind of bullshit women are into? Watching their supposed lover kiss someone else and then asking dubious questions from others?" Alan tilts his head and speaks with no filter. He never fears speaking his mind out to others except an excitable, irritating, and weak Naya spammer sharing his blood. His words extract an amused giggle from Freya, whose sensual scent slaps him on his nostrils. But his expression barely falters. "Every mortal and deity in Ororio and beyond thinks little of you all, my familiar's top members." Freya paces unhurriedly around Alan as he glances at Loki and Jackal, who decide to move their party elsewhere. "Others think Otter is into men, somehow. Somehow. You sent him dildo shopping for different sizes again." Alan rolls his eyes. "Only Otter does everything asked of him. This job, after all, is turned down by every other executive of the Freya familia. They also think I seduced every single one of you." Freya stops behind Alan, her slender arms wrapping around his neck as she leans on his body until her voluminous breasts mush against his solid back. Her heated sighs further present a sensual expression of existence that no man or woman can ordinarily refuse. "So, it breaks my heart a little when the truth cannot be far from it," she whispers hotly. "Even now, my Varna stands tall. Does it make you curious? I know what you truly desire, and the same with others. I know what Haydeen truly wishes, Otter, too. Would you like me to expose their secrets?" Alan huffs in irritation and answers with his eyes narrowed, "You're a screwed-up parent, you know? Do you truly seek a parent?" Freya snarks briefly and giggles. "In a way, I am helping you vet someone who could become close to you later." She likes him just enough to annoy a brother. Alan takes a deep breath to calm his nerves and inquires, "That so?" "Amham. You're childish, Freya. I could break them up right now, but you choose to throw a tantrum." Alan half turns his head and stares at Freya's brows sinking sadly while what can be considered an adorable pout over her lips, if not ravishing. The sight would have given Otter a disease from skyrocketing blood pressure, but Alan has dealt with one younger sibling long enough to know how to handle the other one pretending to be a young sibling. "Carry me." Freya drops the act entirely and sulks as she buries her head in the small of Alan's back. "Of course. But I don't think you want to travel back home, do you?" "My home lies with my order." Otter would have stayed silent about now, but not Alan. "Sure. Stalk a man and call him your husband without talking with him even once. That'll get your fated lover's tongue dancing against Loki's." Freya's lips twitch a little as she chews them in frustration, and her fingers pinch Alan's tail. Alas, he is too strong to feel any of it as he carries Freya and follows Jackal with a remarkably placated smile. Not gonna lie, I haven't read Freya's side story. I'm still stuck on SO1 since I can't seem to muster the will to read LN at the moment. But I am going to take some liberties with the character since this is an AU world. You'll know what I mean when Belle pounces on Ororio. Anyway, what little I know of Alan from other fanfics, anime, and Little Dan memo stories on YouTube, he is a certified sibling. He loves pissing, metaphorically, on Anya, And Freya shouldn't be too different since she can fulfill the role of an annoying, name-dragging OnlyFans sister admirably. While Jackal and Loki drift the dark alleys of Orario, buying stray pets for an exorbitant price, a couple of well-known individuals occupy a hidden but lavishly decorated room within the entertainment district. Magic lamps radiate a warm pink glow, making the dark purplish walls more enchanting than menacing. Two parties of two individuals sit across from each other. On one couch sits a perpetually smiling Olul Shun. He looks at the fruit platter on the table and warns his hooded companion in a whimsical tone. Our host only prepares things that look delicious. But you can be sure if you take one bite, you'll probably have a tongue up your bum. The hooded figure cringes slightly as the two individuals across Olul reveal different reactions. The grey-haired dark-skinned woman wearing white strips of clothing crisscrossed over her breasts and wrapped around her neck, with bangle-like golden earrings and skimpy gold-trimmed white matching white panties, stares at Olul with her amber orbs alight furiously. Muscles vibrate under her smooth brown skin and flex powerfully. Oh! Olul muses without concern. Did I offend you? I am known for taking healthy business risks, bites Samira. Of course, I don't apologize even if I am wrong. You are unapologetic, especially in the wrong. A calm giggle snaps Samira out of her Amazonian pump of blood as Olul stares at the figure sitting with Bite standing guard. Her soft brown hues would snatch an inattentive mortal's soul with a simple glance, her plump pink lips would rouse the desire of men and women alike, and her seductive features look no less captivating than other goddesses reigning over beauty, lust, fertility, and love. Her long purple hair is tied up by one of the many obscenely bejeweled gold trinkets on her body, including a stunning tiara. A thin strip of pale green material covers her perky bust, but odd sways of her hands and movements of her shoulders do not shy from exposing her light pink areolas, and loose translucent green pants hang down her waist, revealing a sleek green thong. She is none other than Ishtar. Guilty as charged, Olul smirks as the peacock-feathered pendant under his tunic constantly vibrates, widening his smile. Did you expect to charm me after years of failure? Ishtar narrows her eyes and sets her gaze on the hooded figure next to Olul. What stops me from charming your adorable companion? She will fit like a glove in one of my bordellos. Did you bring her for me? The hooded figure tenses reflexively and notes Samira's dangerous stare, but Olul chuckles peacefully. I pride myself in bringing the most compatible mortals to Familia. And she is, not cut for your work. Nonsense, Ishtar presses, a woman's duty is to breed. How can your companion evade her true desires? Olul stares at Ishtar and sighs softly, drop it, Ishtar. She is still prone to her impulses. And she paid me a pretty sum for finding the right familiar for her. The corner of Ishtar's eyes twitch at the man's bold tone, but Samira speaks up openly. She leveled up not too long ago, and her desire to impress Ishtar is high. Take that tone again with Lady Ishtar, and I will snatch your tongue out. That wouldn't be good. Blood loss can kill me, last I checked. I am a plain mortal, after all. Then your death, it is, Samira hisses, causing Olul to stare at Ishtar in amusement as he chuckles. Are you going to tell her or me? Exhaling a frustrated nasal sigh, Ishtar snaps her fingers to calm Samira. Olul's death is in nobody's interest, especially in Orario. He and two other mortals hold reins over a location that shouldn't be poked unnecessarily. Samira flinches as Olul shrugs. I'm merely lucky. By the way, did you enjoy the products? I know you love millennial peaches. It took me quite some time to return from the Far East. Ishtar remains silent as Olul continues talking. I also met the man who destroyed Soma's familiar. You mean to say the familiar you wish to control? Ishtar interjects with a mocking scoff. Had to compete in the wine-brewing business one way or another, right? Olul grins. I was hoping to see if you knew anything about his familiar. He strikes me as a man who must visit the entertainment district. Any drunken tales, perhaps? Or any woman he took a shine to that can get him talking? Ishtar leans back in her seat and closes her eyes. Her breasts naturally squish backward, threatening to slip their pink toppings from the strip of clothing. While Samir cannot help but glance at Ishtar's sensual position alongside Olul's hooded companion, the greyish-haired mustached man stares at Ishtar thoughtfully. Soma Familiar's defeat did not surprise us as much as Svadilfari Jackal physically beating a deity. A heathen like you would have been cheering for Jackal if you witnessed him in action, or so Loki claims. A few of my bordellos purchase his lust potion in bulk. But little is known about him aside from his past as one of the guild employees. I am surprised Hermes didn't inform all this to you already. I don't trust him, Olul smiles. And you trust me? Ishtar humor. No, of course not. But Hermes is no one's ally. You, on the other hand. He smiles broadly as Ishtar's expression contorts into a scowl. The duo does not speak anything else on the subject as Ishtar tosses a frollet his way. Your payment. From crates of Valis to a single pouch. This item is undoubtedly convenient. Olul appraises the item with a smirk. Then meet Jackal, or set one of your previous customers loose on him to find his weakness. And why would I want him dead? Olul pockets the frollet as Ishtar dismisses him with a wave of her hand instead of replying to him. Her irritation is apparent in her expression as Olul gestures to his companion to follow him. But he stops in front of the door. Something else I should know about Jackal. You look stressed. Leave. You, too, Samir. Yes, Lady Ishtar. Click asterisk. The door clicks shut as Ishtar lies on her couch with her nipples popping free from her top. Why would Freya call him Gilgamesh of all people? Ishtar stares at the ceiling in a daze. Almost all deities have some sort of prophecy surrounding them. Freya spent years searching for her order, like how Ishtar awaits her prophesied love. There are also the likes of the three virgins, Aphrodite, Kama, Astrea, and many more. Their prophecy holds a paramount place in their beings. So for Freya to whimsically call her newly titled order, Gilgamesh, Adonis, and even let him named Svadilfari feels odd. That bitch is bluffing again. There is no way she finds her order before I find mine. Ishtar snorts under her breath and closes her eyes. Mine Gilgamesh will find me from his throne. His stare will be bolder than lightning, and his words sharper than the worst dagger. He shall descend from his throne without me needing to search for him. His arms will be around me when all of mine is his. She recalls the many, many iterations of the same prophecy. Until then, she will live her mortal life in the way she understands life in its purest form, creation, love, and fertility. There are too many kids around here, huh? Oh, by the way, your wine was the best. Though I wouldn't say the same about the outcome from drinking it. Jackal lets out another yawn as he stares at the pink-furred kitten and blonde husky eating their meals with gusto. The afternoon sun hangs over the Twilight Manor as Jackal is lucky enough to leave the inner hallways of the Familiar building to visit Soma without any disturbance. The prominent members of the Familiar are either trading and preparing for the next expedition or idly prowling the middle levels of the dungeon, well, most save for the rare few who saw his walk of shame out of Loki's chamber at the top of this castle. Soma remains perfectly quiet as he stares at Jackal. And then the deity stares at the wide-eyed Tyon standing behind Jackal with a shade of rage in her features, befitting a minotaur more than an Amazon. To be fair, she wouldn't be visible if Jackal did not sit. And this madbull Tyon perfectly scared most of Soma's remaining Familiar members. Don't worry, she won't bite. Jackal smiles breezily as the pink kitten flinches suddenly and shivers. But she eats the food without a stop. I certainly will. Tyon hisses as the pink kitten shivers further. There. A gentle hand suddenly pats the shivering kitten's back as the poor pet, ailed by something unknown, looks at a tiny blonde mortal goddess crouched next to her. Meow it cries out a full meow for once and bounces in Aris's lap as the dead-eyed sword princess calmly pets the kitty. Hey, don't get angry with me for no reason. Loki dreams of it. Besides, Finn didn't hear us, right? Jackal likes Tyon quite a bit, so he tries to dissuade her anger as she reveals the truth. Who do you think followed you to and sent for me? Captain cannot be seen dragging your drunk asses back to Familiar. Jackal looks at her and blinks, so. Finn saw everything. How the hell did you not fuck him after I gave you so many lust potions as freebies? Tyon's anger fades a bit as she chews her lips in frustration and takes a seat next to Jackal on the grass. My time is spent better brewing wines, Soma interjects and nods at Jackal. Thank you, for yesterday. No worries. If you're up for it, you can join Mayak, Take, and me for some drinking in the red lights, but I don't know if the ale will suit your taste. Tyon, AIS, and the oddly silent Tiona stare at him as Jackal shrugs and supplants, it's just drinking. But many ladies of the night try climbing Mayak and Take. They'll take a shine to you, too, I suppose. Soma thinks before shaking his head. I apologize. But, if it's a location like Hostess of Fertility, I would not reject an invitation or two. Swell. Jackal's grin brings a short smile to Soma's otherwise blank expression as he enters the small tower granted to him by Loki for the time being. As Soma leaves, Jackal stares at the pink kitten and the blonde husky with a distressed look. Are you going to keep standing awkwardly? He questions Tiona without looking at her as she hesitates and questions, are you going to snap and walk away? As long as you don't yap about heroes. He looks at her for a moment and shrugs as Tiona clenches her fist. What's your problem? I don't like hearing about heroes. We heard what you did from Loki. We know how you literally broke Soma's familiar for Lily. How can you, of all people, say you don't like heroes? Damsel in distress is the classic hero route. Tiona's voice rumbles aloud as Tyon huffs further and sighs, Tiona, if he doesn't wanna hear about it. Nah, I'll answer her. Jackal stands with a huff before looking around. His words surprise Tiona. Tyon and AIS, I wanted to always ask Gareth for a spar. But he isn't here. Or Beat, for that matter. Like Beat would agree, Tyon scoffs and regard Jackal calmly. I'll take that role happily. But Tiona involuntarily cries out as AIS questions, what do I do? Your pet kitten just soiled herself on my lap. The remaining trio blinks before Jackal smirks and looks at the husky. Your friend is quite the scaredy cat, huh? The blue-eyed husky looks at the kitten before staring back at Jackal and nodding in affirmation. Whoa. He understands you. Tiona gasps, forgetting her frustrations for a moment. He sure does. Jackal smirks proudly. The thought of killing the two pets rises in his mind again as the pink kitten shivers even more and buries her head in Aris's stomach. There, AIS mutters and pats the kitten calmly. Anyway, sparring is beside the point. I will use my supreme power to prove a point. Jackal diverts his thoughts at the Amazon twins, who furrow their brows. We're level 4 adventurers. I get that you're feeling boastful after your level up, but you aren't close to our level even with that magic of yours. Tyon refers to the secondary effect of excretion, the Shitty Getsuga Tensho, or Shitgetsu Tensho. Name is still WIPXD. Jackal cups his jaw thoughtfully as he clicks his tongue. To be honest, I don't want to waste my time. It's already too late to go to the store or train with Take. Loki wasted my night and morning. Tyon's lips part open slightly. You slept with her, she yells out. And I will never forgive myself for degrading my body. Jackal shouts with equal frustration. You got to have sex, at least. Tyon growls. And I'm sure it will remain worse than what you and Finn can accomplish. Jackal rolls his eyes. Tyon's eyes widen as AIS and Tiona stare at each other, flabbergasted. A short silence descends among them in Loki Familiar's relatively small garden until AIS voices out, it is still uncomfortable with cat's litter on my legs. Jackal and Tyon continue staring at each other unflinchingly while the husky moves and picks up the pink kitten from Ari's lap before chuffing and patting his forepaws on the grassy ground. He means to wipe it off with grass. Tiona translates successfully, and AIS nods. For the love of spirits, just use a handkerchief in your frollet. Jackal rolls his eyes, and AIS flinches. She soon retrieves cloth from her frollet with a dusting of red on her cheeks. So, you're saying what you just did is similar to what I could do by getting drunk and desperate enough to lose my virginity to say, beat? Tyon inquires as Jackal nods. You finally get it. Her green eyes glimmer with pity, and the Amazon nods, I finally do. I'm sorry for your loss. A vermilion-haired goddess sleeping in a well-seeded room sneezes into her blanket before spooning the thick blanket further with a cat-like sniff. Jackal sits beside Tyon as both of them sigh simultaneously. Oi, aren't you forgetting something? Tiona snorts as she sits beside Jackal. Forget it. No matter what I do, I won't be forgetting the insult that is my first time. He shakes his head as AIS stares at the three of them with oddly concealed envy. For some reason, AIS does not like Jackal seated between Tyon and Tiona. Did you name your pets? Tyon inquires after a fair bit of silence. Not yet, Jackal shrugs. I think I will let Lily care for them, or I'll ask Maria. So, they should name them. Why don't you take care of them? Questions Tiona. You wouldn't understand. Like your hissy fit about heroes. Jackal doesn't deny it and experiences another hissy fit. Instead, he smiles calmly and shakes his head. I don't even know how to explain it without sounding sappy. So, yeah, think what you will. Try me. Tiona snaps at him with her eyes staring into his. At least try to explain it. I know you didn't hate being called a hero last night. It's definitely about the tales of heroes. If you got your problem right, you can surely explain it, too, right? Tyon and AIS look at the youth curiously, ignoring the curious look of the husky and the strangely sad expression on the pink kitten. Man, this is not a safe place at all, Jackal chuckles suddenly. Why would I tell you all my issues? It's the same as asking your problems. Say, AIS, would you tell me what gets you going in the dungeon aside from the obvious need to get strong? Or you too? You aren't Orierio born, right? Cali Familia, is that it? Was that place as nurturing as all other Amazons say? The three girls cringe at his words as the pink kitten cries out weakly all of a sudden before falling unconscious. Asterisk woof asterisk. The husky looks at Jackal worriedly as he nods. I guess that's my cue to leave. So, this was great. Oh, yeah. If you three aren't too pissed, you can stop by the store tomorrow like usual. I've gotten better at cooking. Here, AIS, look alive. A glimmering lime gemling flies in the air, only for AIS to leap and catch it quickly. He gently picks the pink kitten in his arms and walks away with the husky following him, leaving the three top adventurers of Loki Familiar to stew in his words in silence. If that doesn't get him to stop bothering others about their past and stuff, I don't know what'll. Gareth chuckles as he stands on one of the many bridges connecting several towers of the Familiar estate as Finn stands alongside the hearty dwarf. The blonde Paulum smiles calmly. Loki sure likes to mess around. I sensed Alan following Loki and Jackal with you-know-who. Gareth's eyes widen briefly before he bursts into laughter. Gahahaha. Better make sure to get some more of Soma's goodness from him before that nutty goddess destroys Jackal. Don't tell Reveria about it, Finn muses. Not yet, anyway. She is already stressed about teaching Lefia for now and taking care of AIS. If she has to worry about Loki, things will get unnecessarily tough on her. Ho! Gareth's small eyes glimmer mischievously. Maybe we should break the news for those exact reasons. Say, you're more than calm about this. My thumb didn't twitch. Finn half shrugs as he leans against the railing of the bridge. Gareth blows through his nose before adopting a solemn look. We need to step our speed, Finn. We still don't have an 80% success rate in reaching the 50th floor every expedition. There are new items in the market that should cut the time of traveling and storage for the long term. And he had to raise its price to 100k Valis. Gareth snorts. Finn frowns. I didn't think Jackal would be this shameless. The boy fucked Loki and called her the worst way to lose his virginity. Not shameless. He bloody butchered that level of insult and strolled into unknown levels of shamelessness. Familiar's captain shakes his head and sighs. My mistake. I would have asked Loki to use her recent relationship with Jackal to look for a discount, but they seem to be at each other's throats even more. Gareth stares at Finn in shock. You're kidding me, right? Beat's got better sense than you. What do you mean? Finn looks back at Gareth in confusion. They aren't at each other's throat. Gareth grumbles and pats Finn's back. Be it Tyon or your hope of a Paulum harem, dude. Just get laid for once. Finn rolls his eyes and follows up with Gareth as they walk away. By the way, what's up with Jackal's kitty? Gareth's voice echoes. Yeah, she's a strange one, the Paulum hums in agreement. You should have seen the husky move like an imp. Both of them are strange, in fact. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alternate title, Is It Wrong to Cuckold Goddesses for the Dungeon? Alan's Got Handful of Sisters, Freya Emuto edition. the song of rebellions intensifies. So does divine cuckoldry. Finn, Alan, and Freya saw it all, the hidden truths of the Freya familiar, the pouty Freya, Ishtar and Olul, the magical peacock feather, holding the reins of monsters, 3 heretic merchants, a heathen's entertainment, UN enchanted, free the nipples, the desired throne of Ishtar, the fertile goddess in silent. Wait, wine business is lucrative, Soma reject hoe grounds, Tyon bites, the scaredy cat, the hate boner shall not fade, frustrated virgin and UN virgin, soiled lap, AIS, the representative of their comforter, Tiona, AIS, husky, and the kitty, the spectators to the great debate. Beat gets shaded on for no reason, Tyon's and Jackal's understanding, Finn needs to get laid, Gareth, the speaker for unheard masses, Freya gets Voldemort treatment, mysterious pets, ninja dog, and pissing. Kitty, Jackal can play the same game, some explanations are naturally hard, the first harem member, will Loki's stallion rut again, Jackal is in for some verbal lashings from a chibi, Jackal Sama no Eki intensifies, Jackal avoiding his issues skillful. Asterisk. Ishtar. Samira. Alan Fromel. Ryu Lion, I forgot to add her image before. Asterisk. Support the fanfic through comments, likes, reviews and such, if the publish site allows it, your boys multi-site now, and of course, the big P. Shout out to Winkong Hua. Read 15 advance chapters on patreon.com/fanharem. Join the Discord. https://discord.ggegdfue5. Chapter 40, Side Story, 2. 2069 words. AN. Join Discord for harem pics, only Loki ATM. Asterisk. Title, A Jealous Expert. Alan has seen Freya act in several different manners over the years. Everyone has masks, a face for friends, another for enemies, one for their parents if they are still alive, a resting bitch one for siblings, and maybe a self-loathing one for a mirror. Freya, similarly, isn't free from such masks, too. But Alan will be damned if he does not enjoy her current dilemma. It's almost hilarious. No, not almost. It is hilarious. Alan isn't into voyeuristic kinks, so his entertainment is derived from Freya biting her thumbnail while on the edge of her metaphorical seat. It is ironic, really, for a mortal to be entertained by a deity's antics. This time they have a closer seat to the action, but Alan hasn't fallen from grace so harshly that his life consists of watching another man's dick. Instead, he idles beside Freya. His choice of idling tonight is a fidgeting trinket that clicks a satisfying sound at a consistent pace. The truth is, the Freya familiar has followed one too many men and women in Freya's search for her order. Over time, the top members of the familiar tasked with such acts started spending their time stalking said men and women with something else in hand. Some bring a book or two, another 4 carry materials to form jewelry, and many more. Only Otter can spend his entire day attentively stalking someone and memorizing everything about the mentioned target. Alan holds no illusions about the captain of the familiar, thinking that if Otter were here tonight, the mighty captain of the Freya familiar would have enough knowledge about Jackal to sketch out the latter's cock to the last visible vein. The vice-captain of the Freya familiar ignores Freya's gowlish muttering and presses the trinket in his hand again. Click. Ah, sweet mother of satisfaction. No. This isn't how you handle my ord. Freya pays no heed to her child's works. After all, she has more sense than other deities to vent her anger on her children needlessly. What should she ask Alan to do at this point? Jump Loki and Jackal? Wait, it is a feasible course of action. Freya lets go of her thumbnail and stares at the dark of the alley with a complex look of jealousy, envy, need, and lust. Jealous of Jackal finding passion elsewhere, envy for Loki to be the lucky slut whom her order finds desire with, a need to be at his side shoots jolts of familiar tingly sensation down her spine, and her lustful self now imagines herself with Loki serving her order in any ways he may wish, in any clothes he may desire, and in any positions he might deem fit for both of them. Her sparkling silver eyes stare at Loki crouching in front of Jackal. Loki's knees purposely splay wide open as her slender frame balances itself on the balls of her toes. The vermilion-headed prankster covers her order's recently acquired husky and kitten with a blanket retrieved from the almighty Frollet. Freya would obsess over her order's luck in obtaining notable pets with brilliant souls if not for her eyes tracing and drooling upon the sight of Loki's teeth pulling Jackal's zipper with a throaty moan. The goddess of beauty is a mere bystander in the wake of the couple's eager passion kindled by Soma's wine, also the duo will claim for the rest of their mortal lives. Ha tilde. A hot exhale from her desiring lips makes Alan tilt his head with a roll of his eyes. He would have snapped at Freya like usual if he didn't know any better. In fact, she won't bat an eyelash if he leaves, but he can't. No one in the familiar trusts Freya when it comes to her order. Freya has pulled one too many stunts to regain their trust on this matter. Ever. Tnef, you're pretty excited to see Ormion down here, huh? Want me to show you a magic trick and make it disappear in my tiny little mouth? Loki's drunken slur is all the encouragement Alan needs to finally converge his senses. Unlike amateurs like Jackal, who are only dealing with heightened senses recently, beast people like Alan and many others have had years riding this particular dragon, and they learn to converge their senses at will. And Freya has no such problem. She can barely hear a word Loki says, which gets Jackal harder than anything ever. She can only see, from a distance. Freya watches with bated breath how Loki's slim fingers run up and down Jackal's cock, her fingers teasingly tracing his thick veins and pulling back the skin to reveal an eager bulbous head with a thin coat of delicious translucent seed that Freya wants her mouth wrapping over in stare. Her lips part and close, her throat dries a little, and her fingers ball into the fabric of her cloak. The silver-haired goddess of beauty feels conflicted about her desires. One part of her wants to punish her order with a twisted sense of authority she feels she would have on him for letting the prankster wrap both her hands around his shaft and giving him slow pumps as his cock throbs with a life of its own in her hands. The other part, however, basks in the glow of a rebellious torch burning in his soul. Her heart shudders at the notes of his soul, his breathless origin, and the sight of his lust-clad expression magnified by his hazy red-gold eyes that would enchant hundreds of her at a glance. She gulps softly, her hand soon clamping on the iron railing as she edges against the rooftop as if wanting to appear by Jacka's side at once. A hand besides Loki to appropriately service her true lover, her knees scraping the dirty floor, and if she assumes a crouching position like Loki, then her fingers pleasing her dripping cunt as she services Jackal with a hand. No, how presumptuous of me. He deserves all my attention. Freya affirms. The sight of Loki exhaling hotly on Jackal's cock magnifies the emotional cocktail of lust, anger, desires, and envy in Freya. And like any other deity, she is quick to use her mental prowess of imagination to replace Loki with herself. And when it comes to imagination, she can be below the likes of mischievous deities. Not even Athena can boast an imagination greater than hers. What are you zoning out for? Freya snaps her attention upward. Her lilac-tinted silver orbs stare into his inquisitive red-gold hues. She feels her skin touch the grimy alley as her hands and delicate fingers feel her order's pulsating cock radiate unimaginable heat. Nothing. Freya's smile broadens briefly as she holds his gaze and starts working her soft hands back and forth on his girthy shaft. Each stroke makes his breath hotter and heavier with lust. His red-gold eyes aren't the least bit bothered by her upturned gaze. The thinly veiled intensity of her eyes fails, making him feel uncomfortable as he clenches and opens his palms closer to his thighs. She leans her head forward and exhales on the tip of his drooling cock. An eager one, undoubtedly. But Freya knows she can make him last nights if she wishes to. But this isn't about her. This entire imaginative dream in her head, including the most realistic sensations of his cock she can imagine, is not about her wanting to live her dreams but her wanting to prepare for him. Her lips don't hesitate for a second to cover his cockhead, tongue flicking forward with a mind of its own, and pouty pink lips glide ahead alongside the firm pump of her grip on his veiny shaft. Her eyes briefly threaten to roll back, just to please Jackal, to cement the fact that he is all she desires, but it would be dishonest. Freya refuses to be dishonest in one of the things she knows her order will achieve using his own might. His thick handle widens her mouth further as Freya cares little how deep his already hitting. Her gag reflex knows no limits as she is soon kissing her lover's crotch with sputtering, spit-stained lips. A nasal grunt escapes her features as she keeps eye contact, refusing to break the intimate moment at any cost. Her hands lovingly coil around his waist as she firmly sheathes his shaft in her throat, her flesh flexing around his head as she struggles to breathe through her nostrils while her eyes willingly seek Jackal's permission to breathe. His gaze, however, keeps her pinned in her spot. Would he forgive her? Not for simple reasons of not waiting for him for thousands of years when she should have. No. Would he forgive her for her deceit? She needs to prepare for all of it. What if he doesn't forgive her? Following me, he snarls, thinking you have some dumb right over me just cause you can see my soul or some shit. My hands are right here. He crosses his arms over his chest. Despite his urge to hold her scalp in place and frantically skullfuck her, she can see it all too clearly. Move your head when you think you've repented enough. It's not like I'm desperate for another goddess of love or beauty. No, don't say it. Freya's eyes widen pitifully as she lets out choked gasps on his shaft, making him throb in her throat at a furious pace. A little more, and he will reward her with his seed. She awaits it. But that's not even the worst of it. His perfect lips would sneer above his perfect jaw. How dare you think little about my women? I made them mine long before you. You're just a cheap, wanton, dumb. His eyes widen as he suddenly pulls her head back before she can bite him. Hey! Freya comes to be as Jackal pulls Loki away before she sinks her teeth into his cock. Alan, did something happen? Freya blinks, not understanding the sudden change. She is sure that Jackal's and Loki's relationship isn't that of physical torture but a verbal one. Alan looks up from his clicker. Let me check. He speaks plainly, ignoring the obvious scent of sex in the air around him as he stands up and peers ahead. His furry ears twitch as he picks up on the conversation of the quarreling couple. Oh, your dumbfuck order sensed Shakti from Ganesha Familiar and thought it was a good idea to catch up to her in the middle of getting his dick handled by another dumbfuck of a goddess. Well, that's the gist of it. Are you sure you don't want him to read some material about dating or stuff? Any man should know not to speak of another woman at a time like this. Freya gives Alan a sidelong stare before issuing a husky sigh. Let's leave. I desire the presence of my chamber. Or a body pillow. Alan stares at Freya quietly before speaking. You did that on purpose. I might have. TCH, let's just leave. Besides, today is the last day of my shift. I can go to the dungeon again starting tomorrow. Freya smiles slightly as she climbs her vice-captain's back and hugs him tightly with a playful groan. Ah, your back is always so warm, Tilda. I'll miss it when I have my orders back. Alan stills for a moment as Freya giggles. Or, jealous, Alan? Shut up, woman. Asterisk. Alternate title, All Deities Are Down Bad, Daily Life of Freya Familiar. Alan is a connoisseur of clicks, tying loose smut ends. Freya's imagination gets her anywhere, the cockbiters. Samira's position is in trouble. Shakti's life is tribulation given form. Imaginary Jackal is a harem meneth. Chad cocksucking Loki v masturbating incel Freya. Alan bout to wear his wife's sister-beating vest. Asterisk. AN. Just had to make this short side story to cover why Loki almost bit Jackal off. Asterisk. Support the fanfic through comments, likes, reviews and such. If the publish site allows it, your boy's multi-site now and of course, the Big P. Shout out to Zenon Belegic, Kirov Briggs, and Mark 74497. Read 15 advanced chapters on patreon.com/fanharem. Join the Discord. https://discord.ggegdfue5. Chapter 41, A New Problem. 2,921 words. Why would Jackal sleeping with Loki be an issue? If anything, his natural charisma swept everything under the rug with ease. Lily accepts Jackal's dick promoted from a handbaiter to Babel. Aina and Rose are more than happy to see their man get the divine experience of manhood. Maria tails his song of conquering the embodiment of chaotic pranks to her children. Naza's tail wags at his mere sight, and Mia will get wet every time he sets foot into her establishment from now on. Well, no. If anything, Jackal knows he lost his brownie points with Mia after his moment of a hissy fit. Lily did pay for everything, of course. but he has yet to enter her fine establishment again. As for the rest... Wow, so everyone's at the shop. Jackal blinks in surprise as he returns to the store with a pink kitty pocketed in his vest, her fuzzy head sticking out, and a sharp-eyed husky following him calmly. Worried sick for you. Hermes pouts with his hands set on his waist before adopting a relaxed expression as he gestures around everyone in his store. I assume that's what others want to express. He adjusts his hat and smirks, but would you imagine that? You're just fine after a drunken night. Jackal blinks, startlingly similar to the wide-eyed emerald-hued kitten, as he questions, no, I meant, Naza, don't you have a store to run? And Aina, Rose, Misha's really working hard for the two of you, huh? Is that all you have to say? Aina stares at Jackal strangely calmly. Jackal works his jaw, feeling his intuitions blaring crazy alarms as he looks over to Maria questioningly, expecting some assistance. But she stares at him equally blankly. He then looks at Shakti. Wait. Shakti? Jackal stares at the blue-haired captain of Ganesha Familia before voicing his doubts. What's exactly going on here? Jackal, Maria sighs softly, you should know better even when drunk. Look, I know it was Loki. Jackal sighs explosively, and I'll never forgive myself for stooping so low. But she just got on me without warning. He speaks with honest emotions while watching others' expressions deform into confused frowns of their own as Lily's lips twitch constantly. He stills, and that's not the reason you're here. We don't care if you sleep with a goddess, Naza snorts coldly. Sounds like you do, Hermes hums playfully. Hermes. Out, now. The silent Asfi drags Hermes out of the store as Jackal sidesteps to give them a way out. Well, I do. Aina retorts to Naza and glares at Jackal. Wait, just give me a second. Jackal waves his hands dismissively before questioning. Did you guys know I slept with Loki? Now we do, Jackal-sama. After all, we wouldn't believe a word Hermes-sama said. Lily scoffs sharply and slumps in her seat. Oh, well, it wasn't even that. Jackal, Maria thins her lips. Right. Who am I even kidding? He shrugs as he sets the pink kitten on the counter under Lily's watchful gaze while noting the muggy atmosphere in the store. Are you guys mad or not? Cause this is getting a little confusing for me. Jackal starts with a confused tone. I mean, after all, I did say I would do these things. I think it's how you did it, Rose hums thoughtfully, feeling equally annoyed for reasons she is trying to comprehend. Doggy style? You have problems with that position? Jackal stuns others. No. Aina hisses, her cheeks turning bright red as she balls her fists. ITCH. Nothing. Oh. You mean, Jackal looks around, with whom I slept, is that it? Rose nods slowly. So all of you have a problem with Loki? No. Everyone, including Take and Shakti, snaps at the same time, startling Jackal and the pink kitten. Alright, I'm lost then, he shrugs and takes a seat. They mean you didn't do them first. Hermes sticks his head in. I don't know about Takemikazu. A hand from hell grabs his neck and drags him out again as the interior of the store falls into a deafening silence. Oh, Jackal blinks. Take, I don't know I can. For the love of God, Shakti rolls her eyes, feeling herself nearing her limits. As Jackal stares at her, the woman warns him, and no. Don't think anything stupid about me. You have caused yourself and those around you quite the trouble. Jackal straightens his back with a curious expression. How so? Our familiars have received warnings, disruption of which would net us getting exiled. Take sighs softly beside Maria as Jackal frowns. Why? Because you decided to become indecent in public with Loki. Naza snaps with cold fury. *me*. The pink kitten yowls softly as Jackal calmly pets her little head. Don't be scared. Naza won't hurt you. Jackal, Shakti stares at him seriously. Someone of prominent influence wants to smother you out of business and possibly out of Orario. I've come here to inform you of things out of goodwill and prospering relationship between your store and our familiar. But chances are, Ganesha Familia will suspend their business with humble jackals for an indefinite period. She doesn't wait for Jackal, but he still stops between her and the door. What? She arches her eyebrow. Just wanted to thank you for the notice, is all. Jackal smiles. And just so we're clear, only the Ganesha familiar is suspending its business with my store. That's it, right? Shakti sighs and remarks, you won't have my goodwill if you pull a stunt like last night. It was Loki's idea. Somehow, I doubt it. Shakti scoffs and waits for Jackal to move away. Once she leaves, Jackal looks at everyone else besides Take. So, did Hermes get it right? Not really, Aina responds sharply. Jackal, we didn't come here by missing our work. We were sent here by the guild. Jackal sits again and gestures for her to continue. As Shakti said, someone pulled the strings, and almost all low-leveled stores across Rio are threatening to leave the city if you do not close your shop. Before Jackal could get a word in, Aina adds, and I'm not talking about your competitors, who are very mad about your production of Butterfree Era. I am talking about 60% of the entire low-level market boycotting Rio if the guild does not deal with you. Deal with me? How? Jackal questions. We read some of the petitions. Rose frowns. They were extreme. Many condemn you for not being decent in public, but that's the least of it. Some claim your actions against the Soma familiar were unjust. Others want every familiar and store dealing with you out of Rio. Jackal narrows his eyes thoughtfully and nods. Got it. Aina hesitates a little. No, you don't. The guild wants to take action because I'm a big, fucking wild card whose information is unknown aside from the years of service in the guild. There's a big bad wolf rallying a herd of annoyed sheep against you guys and me, with whom I've been dealing and sharing profits. That's about it, right? Jackal starts tapping the counter before looking at Maria. Did you get any threats? The woman hesitates before nodding. Lily, did someone try to thrash the store in my absence? Yes, Jackal-sama. But I punctured their limbs with my spear. Lily perks up, and the pink kitten trembles more intensely. Takumi Kazuchi, did your familiar get into some trouble in the dungeon? He nods and questions, how did you know? Jackal shakes his head and looks at Naza, who sighs and responds, my store didn't receive any threats, but my customers declined quite a bit. Jackal nods and looks at Take again, how's your familiar? Safe, he replies calmly. Well, the good news is I know how to make the guild back off. Jackal smacks his lips. The bad news is, in removing the guild from the equation, the big bad wolf likely will toss away all semblance of civility and do everything in his means and power to take me out for reasons only he knows why. And how do you know all this? Naza questions. I know how thugs work. Jackal shrugs with a smirk before quelling any more questions. Before we begin, I have something very important to ask. But even before that, I'm sorry you guys got into trouble because of me. No, Jackal-sama. Lily stands and bows to others. It's possible things got this bad because of Jackal-sama destroying Soma familiar and me further contracting Soma to our shop. It's all nobody's fault but the person behind all this. Takumi Kazuchi interrupts with a serious expression. That's right, Maria reveals an apathetic look. We aren't here to blame you. We want to resolve the situation just as much as you are. And customers always return after a while, so there is no point getting angry. Naza half shrugs. Very well, Jackal grins. Now, to the important task. He claps his hands, attracting everyone's attention. What should we name my pet kitten and dog? Ting-a-ling asterisk. The door of his store opens as Hermes and a stony Asfi walks in, the blonde deity laughing without missing a beat as the smell of potion wafts from him. Well, is that even a question? The adorable kitten is obviously Anya, and the serious and silent canine is Lloyd. Jackal raises an eyebrow before looking at the two pets. Sounds good to me, he shrugs. Wait. Takumi Kazuchi frowns. What about Nikokitane for the kitten and Okaminoyusha for the canine? Rough asterisk. The blonde husky let out a throaty grunt in disgust for the first time as the pink kitten visibly recedes in Jackal's hand while staring at Take with horror. Nope, Anya and Lloyd, it is. He then looks at everyone. So, you guys really aren't mad about Loki? Their stares condense into him as Takumi Kazuchi chuckles and stands up. I will be in the orphanage. Oh, I would love to see you train them. Hermes chuckles and turns around smoothly. We would like to have a word when you are done here, Jackal. Wait. Jackal calls out with a resolute look. take Anya and Lloyd out. They have seen enough atrocities for the day. An admirable choice, Rose nods calmly. Her yellow-gold eyes laced in annoyance for the first time in a long while. Gaslighting is a form of interrogation known usually to women, who are born with this art inherently maxed out commonly. Jackal still doubts Hermes' claims of other women wanting to sleep with him. Maybe Aina and Rose, sure. But others, Jackal doubts it. Maybe Lily, too? Wait, just maybe, Maria, too? And what about Naza? These are the thoughts Jackal would love to consider in calm silence, but he wouldn't get any in this judgment zone layered with gaslighting of supreme proportions. Why doesn't Naza shout if she's irritated? Why doesn't Aina just open up about what's getting to her? Why is Lily just grumbling under her breath? Why doesn't Maria point out what seems to be the issue? The answer is gaslighting. And Jackal can notice it all too well. It's entirely her fault, isn't it? So, we agree that Loki is a problem? Jackal concludes as their collective groans echo. Like hell, Jackal will let any gaslighting rouse him. He snorts a chuckle as he addresses the impressive potential in the store. So, I can assume you're all gathered here to fuss over me. Keep dreaming. Naza is the first to stand and make her way towards the door. But instead of stepping out, she stops and looks at him. We need to go out if you're available later. I'll let you know the details. But aside from that, I can't let Blue Pharmacy continue any dealings with your store. But as Shakti said, Mayak and I will. I know, Jackal cuts in with a broad grin. Thanks, Naza. Her cream-furred rounded ears twitch a little as she turns and leaves. We should be leaving, too. Aina looks at Rose, who nods reluctantly. Before they leave, however, Jackal smiles wryly at them. I really wanted to have fun with you at the party, you know? And I probably could have handled whatever Tiona did better. Rose and Aina share a look, their expressions easing before Aina smiles sweetly. Well, I hope this isn't your last leveling party. After all, I wouldn't like getting drunk without cause. Rose slightly inclines her head and adds, but don't force yourself. Not only with the level up but also the situation with the guild. His smile softens as he nods. I'll take it easy. He looks at Lily and Maria cautiously before half-shrugging. I'll catch up with you guys later. They nod with short smiles of their own before bidding their farewell to the group and leaving the store silent. Jackal-sama? Lily pouts. Yeah. Your pervertedness has no limits. Jackal looks at the pouting girl before grinning wolfishly. And you sleep next to me. Says a lot more about you than me, don't you think so, Maria-san? The mature woman rolls her eyes at their antics as she adopts a serious expression. Jackal, read this. She hands him a stack of rolled papers, watching Jackal and Lily read through them with a worried look. She observes their expressions morphing from shock to fury. How dare they? Lily vibrates anxiously as she scowls. I should have killed them. Red glinting in her chestnut hues. Jackal, however, frowns as he pockets the threats of the worst kind toward Maria and the children. I'll take care of it. Can you? Maria chews her lips in worry. I mean, alone. What if my children get hurt? And I'm not just talking about the ones in the orphanage. What if they attack others in the dungeon? Jackal grows silent. He will end up with the responsibility of too many people on his back if he promises their security to Maria, but can he even say no? He likes her and the children, and these things are in no manner exclusive. He would still end up taking a liking to the children without Maria. Lily, Jackal suppresses the burning anger in his heart. The individual behind this mess right after one of Jackal's grandest nights will pay in time. But for now, yes. We're going to stop selling Butterfree Era for the time being. Lily's eye widens. The limited sale of Butterfree Era means low profits to the store, but the product is already a brand item for their store. Such action is equivalent to, I don't want you to give up your dreams because of me. Maria lowers her head with a guilty expression as Jackal blinks before cackling. I'm already going out with Aina and Rose. I think Naza asked me out, too. So, what dream am I giving up on? As Maria looks up, still not giving in to Jackal's attempt at changing the topics, he musters with a grin, my dream isn't money. This store's existence and your lives are more important than some product. Besides, this is only to calm things for now. As I said, I know how to handle the guild. And the other person? Maria inquires. Dunno. Chances are I'd kill him on sight, but the gods won't like it for some unknown reason. I'll have to ask around, starting from Hermes and other high-level adventurers I know. Maria nods quietly, still not leaving. Lily and Jackal look at each other before the former chimes. This time Jackal-sama won't be alone, Maria-san. I can help out, too. Yeah, you can take care of the store in my stead. I'll have the new items on hold for the time being. No. Lily cries out with a huff, in fights. I'm getting better. Jackal looks at Lily suspiciously before shrugging, if you say so. I'm not lying. I didn't say you were. I can smell your disbelief. That's just the smell of Anya's piss on me. You. Maria watches their banter before breaking into a soft smile. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alternate title, Promotion to Babel, Worried Group. This is not an intervention. Asfi has mastered the art of potion beating, failed gaslighting, Jackal v the Big Bad Wolf, beginning of a storm, recognized goodwill, the guild signs of moving, Hermes gets his right, pet names, scared Anya and Ninja Lloyd, a stack of threats, straightened priorities, Anya's piss smells of disbelief. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. AN. So this should straighten out whom the cat and dog are based on, right? I have a hazy idea for their background, and I have Mommy Killer ready to appear at a moment's notice, Keck. Now just imagine Anya's expression on a cat's face, and you're gold. And this arc will be slower because of two reasons, more development of characters which will tie into Jackal's progression, and more revelation of the Gurkai plane as a whole to introduce some interesting merchants. By the way, if it still isn't clear, Olal Shun is based on two characters, Lalo, from Breaking Bad, and Shen, Kung Fu Panda 2, hence the grey-white hair and mustache. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Join the Discord for Harem Pics tilde. Support the fanfic through comments, likes, reviews and such. If the published site allows it, your boys multi-site now, and of course, the Big P. Shout out to Zenon Belegic, Kirov Briggs, and Mark 74497. Read 15 advanced chapters on patreon.com/fanharem. Join the Discord. https://discord.gg/egdfue5. Chapter 42, Maria's New Protection. 3,350 words. So, I say it from my heart, my dearest, my loveliest. Oh, shove it with the bullshit. Mia scoffs with a roll of her eyes as she crosses her thick arms under her equally thick breasts while letting a ghost of a smile swim over her lips at Jackal's antics. Then she stares at other girls watching them with amused and catty smirks of their own, including May, as she finally snorts, enough fun. Learn from Ryu for once and get to work. But she's on dish duty. Naya. Her work is within the kitchen. Anya protests while petting Anya. The duo's fuzzy ears fold inward, and tails sway gently, a sight Jackal truly feels worth keeping Anya alive. Again, the pink kitten flinches for a second before mewling under Anya's care. Leave it to a cat girl to know a kitty's needs. Chloe watches the duo bond with a flicker of envy. After all, dogs and cats, normal ones, are a rarity in Orario. Get to work. Mia seethes as everyone except Jackal flinches. As the girls scurry away, Syr flashes Jackal a playful wink, and Lunoir pats his shoulder with a don't-mind smile. With Mia back to cooking and Ryu returning to her dishes with her long elven ears still processing their conversation, Mia sighs softly and mutters, "Come here." Her dwarven palm pets Anya as her tiny head shrinks into herself. Not minding the kitten's fears, she watches Jackal step forward with ease. "Look, kid." "Jackal," he corrects her. "Until you can get to level 4 or grow a full beard, you're a kid." Mia chuckles mockingly before shaking her head. "I don't know what got you riled up." "See, now that's a lie," Jackal frowns. Mia narrows her eyes. "You think I spied on you and Tiona? I think you won't let us Rex get drunk without surveillance." "I wouldn't." Mia huffs loudly. Her other palm lands on his shoulder with a mix of rough grab and pat. Everyone's got their reasons for things they do. And I get the feeling you don't need any word of advice, too. Her hand squeezes her shoulder tighter, but it doesn't hurt. Instead, she frowns and reveals an empathetic look. But don't lie to yourself, kid. That's how you die from within. Our life is too short for lies. Jackal silently looks at her while working his jaw. He tosses a glance at Mia and Ryu, who are working, but their speed is knowingly sluggish, as if their attention is not with their work. I don't like it either, Jackal mutters softly, but lies protect you sometimes, right? Not for long. Mia lets go of his shoulder before chuckling. I guess you'll still be a kid to me no matter what I call you or how long your beard grows. He clicks his tongue before picking Anya up. Keep saying that. I will force you to take me seriously. Oh. He stops in his tracks before changing topics. You didn't get any threats, did you? Huh. Mia laughs. The only threat to me is my lazy daughters, who sometimes forget to cook and wash the dishes. May and Ryu begin working instantly as Jackal smirks and walks out before taking the stairs and entering the reserved lobby for the night. He sets Anya near Lloyd as she practically scoffs her food from her tray under Lloyd's exasperated gaze, while Jackal sits next to Lily across Hermes and Asfi. Now I'm free, he huffs while sitting. He's already visited other vendors he deals with, including the Hephaestus Familiar. As one would expect, the Hephaestus Familiar received a tip from the guild to distance themselves from the Jackal. Their captain, Tsubaki, did not find such notions appealing once the news of Jackal being Soma's sole contractor reached her sharp ears. Jackal can practically envision contracting Tsubaki as his blacksmith with a few more pieces of good news like this. Ariana, however, did feel wise to distance herself for now. She was merely a simple tailor without any sort of protection. Though disheartened by the news, Jackal couldn't really hold it against her. But he knew damn well he would have never made the same choice as his lovely tailor. And here he is, finally chatting with Hermes. If you still say you don't have anything to do with Olol, and this isn't his doing, I'm going to walk out. Jackal looks at Hermes with a huff. Are you sure your dear assistant should be here? Hermes smirks teasingly, leaning forward to glance at Lily with interest. Sure, she should know everything that affects me. After all, we live together. Lily smiles beside herself, barely keeping her composure as Hermes adjusts his hat and nods. His smile transitions into a solemn look, not any worse than his familiar's captain, as he leans back. As rumors suggest, Olol Shun is a merchant despised by deities of Orario for many reasons, but the most prominent of them is their inability to affect him in form and manner. I, for one, find his indifference to the divine quite refreshing. What does he deal in? Jackal questions. I've heard that Olol has his fingers dipped in many businesses, but he must have something he does for himself, right? He didn't strike me as the kind of guy who loves taking a seat in the background and letting his employees run things for him. These kinds of questions are worth quite a lot. Hermes smiles. Then why did you want to talk with us? Lily retorts sharply. To conduct business, he replies with ease before giving Asfi a look. The bespectacled captain adjusts her glasses before retrieving a small, green-colored, the surface of which is riddled with hieroglyphs, as she proceeds to stick a small magic stone in the carved indent of the disc. The pitch-black hieroglyphs were to life as a soft green dome covers their table and perimeters around them. A spy sealer disc from Altina, Hermes informs with a smile, costs a fortune, but when you talk about someone like Olol in the open, magic items like this become a necessity. Which we wouldn't have used if you didn't accept Olol's deal. Asfi finally speaks up with a frown. Her sidelong gaze makes Hermes shrug. A deal is a deal, right? That in itself is not an evil thing to do. So, that's what we should do, you think? Lily stares at Hermes. Make a deal with someone who brought this problem to Orario? If you want information on Olol, yes, Asfi replies instead of Hermes, who enters into a staring contest with Jackal. Lily sinks in silence as Jackal starts tapping the table. Did he truly come here because of Soma Familiar's defeat? Jackal questions. Why would you ask something like that? Hermes chuckles. I met him outside Hephaestus's office. I didn't think much at the time, but I feel he has other business he is here to attend to. And I don't think he'll be here for long. He killed a guild's prisoner. The guild will issue a quest to drive Olol out sooner or later. Jackal leans back on his chair and ponders aloud, I suppose I can quicken the process by greasing a few hands in the guild. But I really don't want to make my store some joint fucking venture. Since he's living a pretty solo life when it comes to his objectives, why should his store be any different? He didn't dream of running a store that any dick in the city could bully. No. He's all the bullies this city will ever need. Jackal leans against the table, exhaling loudly before smiling broadly, let's hear it. Very well. Hermes tips his hat for a moment before chuckling. As you can expect, butterfree era for my children, all of them. What? Lily hisses. And? Jackal waves past her and wags his brows in question. I understand you bring a new product with every monster you kill, quite a terrifying skill, if you ask me. But ludicrously luxurious, too. Did you not reach the end of the upper floors? I would like to enter into a contract for more materials as I see fit. We'll pay, of course. But at a discount of 30%. The same discount they have with Soma, Jackal and Lily think simultaneously. Jackal shakes his head. Not enough. What? Asfi questions. I'm saying that price is much too pricey for a dead man. Jackal lets out a bark of laughter while staring at Hermes. Go on, sweeten the pot for me, will you? Hermes blinks and then purses his lips with a thoughtful expression on his face. You cannot kill Olul. Oh, I will, Jackal retorts with a shrug. So, what is it going to be? Are you going to make a deal in good faith, or did you waste this spy stealer disc for nothing? Hermes shoots Asfi a glance, and you thought we should make amends for our mistakes. How is it not the same thing as Olul? Deal or no deal? Jackal cuts in. What do you have in mind? Hermes sighs. Jackal looks at Asfi unflinchingly. I want to hire her to protect Maria's orphanage as long as Olul breathes in Orario. Asfi frowns. Deal. Hermes grins. Wait a minute. The captain softly hisses as she smacks the table. I didn't agree to any of it. She doesn't hear Hermes' retorts, knowing him all too well for that, and stares at Jackal. I empathize with your situation. My situation? Jackal stares at her calmly. Let me clear your situation for once. In this plane, gods and goddesses mean squat until they have a strong familiar captain. They are forced to work jobs and sometimes live on handout. So anything Hermes does, he does by using your strength as his confidence. Anything happens to Maria or her children, and I mean her children living on their own, too, I'll make it my mission to have my hands rip Hermes apart starting from his mouth after I deal with you and your half-assed empathy. Anya stops scoffing at her food for once. Instead of her usual fright, she mewls at Asfi before letting out a soft cough that sounds more like a scoff to human ears. I'm sure things will not go that bad if we all work together, right? Hermes smiles calmly. You lack the necessary skill set to request assistance, do you not? Asfi interjects and stares at Jackal in a hostile manner. Request. I'm paying your familiar for the service you render, Jackal smirks. Asfi frowns and looks at Hermes with accusation clear in her gaze. I will only look over Maria's orphanage and the children she cares for presently. I think she cares for all her children. Physically. Asfi and Jackal stare at each other before he nods. Fine, he accepts with a cold smirk, I'll deal with the rest of them. What? Lily stares at Jackal inquisitively while Hermes clears his throat. If I may, I think I understand what my dear friend is trying to imply. Jackal scoffs at his words while Hermes smiles at Lily, with Asfi taking care of Maria, of course, me included, since the poor old I will have to live close by. Jackal is free to take care of those who can harm your friends in the dungeon, the adventurers, or in this case, familiars itself. Which is crazy because the guild will not stand for such acts constantly. Asfi completes and stares at Jackal with dissatisfaction clear in her gaze, possibly due to their previous conversation. Don't bunch your panties over simple things, Jackal snorts at her, unwilling to give her any form of respect for the trouble she and her deity has brought on to Maria and Take Mikazuchi especially. What? Asfi flares up. I said. Jackal raises an eyebrow while Hermes and Lily think the same thing simultaneously. He is going to say it, isn't he? Don't bunch your tidy white eyes over nothing. Asfi falls into a daze before clenching her fist. If looks could kill, Jackal would lose a few limbs at the very least. Do not try my patience, Jackal. She warns stoically. Kay. Now, can we continue this discussion? What I do is none of your business. All you have to do is make sure nothing happens to Maria's orphanage. Asfi huffs at that while Hermes sighs softly. Well, Olul is an interesting topic. Otter. There it is again, Otter calmly thinks as he watches his goddess sip one of Soma's rare divine brews without showing anything on her face but curiosity. Every time she has this tone. Wouldn't it be great if we could just destroy the no-god's land? We cannot, Lady Freya, replies Otter. You were the one who stopped us from killing Olul the first time he disrespected you. I did not say we should. I asked wouldn't it be great? Freya sighs before taking another long sip of her wine, whose scent fails to make Otter any different than he usually is. She doesn't question Otter anymore. Instead, she starts musing while letting herself get drunk ever so slightly. Olul Shun, a soul filled with malice so abundant that his very soul is a sight of disgust and venom, her scowl fails to mark her beauty in any imperfection. The sight of her disgust would drive other men and women to eradicate its very source. But she can easily imagine a few men and women who won't be affected by such measly looks. It is correct. We cannot kill Olul. Well, we cannot kill him without offending whom he represents. And they might be weaker than our familiar in this plane, but he is still too troublesome. Not even some deities from the Far East or Kali, for that matter, are so troublesome. Freya's shoulders slump as she recalls the monstrosities who willingly entered the no-god's land because it looked fun to them. Maybe I should kidnap everyone and escape from Orario Tilda, she musters in a slightly giddy tone. Lady Freya. I know, Otter, she sighs and drawls lazily, I have to stay here, caged against my will by my very children. That is not what I meant. Otter lowers his head and speaks softly. Are you saying I am wrong, Otter? I'm saying you're drunk, Lady Freya. How can't I calm my nerves when my order is out there worrying for the safety of so many people? Freya retains her calm and sighs again, I just feel so helpless. Otter, go. Protect everyone for me, will you? She looks back slightly, revealing her hazily glowing silver lilac eyes as she whispers seductively, won't you? If you wish so, Lady Freya. Speak your mind, Otter. Otter looks up at her, matching her gaze with ease before admitting, I will end up thinking low of Jackal if I, or anyone from the Freya familiar, has to assist him in dealing with the consequences of his actions. Men have been tempered by losses and victories since ages ago. While Jackal has proven himself more than capable, not as an adventurer, but as a man, it is simply a never-ending struggle. As your order, I expect him to be a man who doesn't lose himself in this struggle. And from what you have spoken of him, Lady Freya, Jackal would not appreciate a savior swooping in and helping him out of his mess. Freya admits that Otter knows a few things about men, their primal urges, more than she can ever get a grasp on. Men can be surprisingly simple yet complicated to be fully appreciated. But Freya cares little for Otter's expertise on his gender. My order doesn't lose. What notion is that? Everyone loses, even deities. We are not free from the nature of life itself because we, too, have a form. I don't care if he appreciates it or not. He must live. Otter stares at Freya with confusion. I'm sorry, Lady Freya. You told me that if he dies, you will follow his soul and make it yours. I did not want to ruin his soul by helping him, as you would say, usually. Freya frowns to herself before looking at her glass. Setting it aside, Freya regains her calm. You're right, Otter, she stares beyond the glass wall. Her voice returns to its sweet tone as she chuckles gently, I would like to be left alone now. This chat has been the most productive. Yet, as Otter silently leaves, Freya's gaze reveals her confusion and deeply sated conflict. Was that it? Jackal rolls his eyes. That was the most unimportant shit I heard. Hermes' eyes widen as he defends the honor of his information. Too, I spoke of his supposed allies beyond Orario and the few dark familiar in contact with him within Orario. Not to mention, I told you his main line of business, finding talented adventurers for the right familiar and forming connections. Similar to how he employed Zanies within the Soma familia and earned a fortune by the cut he got from Zanies as he sold Soma's wine. How is any of that unimportant? It's not good enough. Jackal frowns and crosses his arms. It should be. No. Well, what else do you want to know in this situation? His past. Where did he come from? What the fuck is his favorite food? Which woman does he sleep with within the Ishtar familia? Stuff like that. Hermes shakes his head as Lily's and Asfi's expressions darkened. His origins are not known to me. I tried and failed, but only one deity knows everything about him, and I told you about the said deity. He eats all kinds of things, but his favorite is anything with lots of chilies. And I don't believe he is sleeping with anyone in Ororeo. Not even Ishtar can charm him. Jackal frowns before grumbling under his breath. Fine, we're done then. I expect you two to hurry away to Maria's orphanage. What are you going to do? Asfi questions. Did you two read what letters Maria got? Lily recalls the contents of the letters and shudders with rage, while Hermes and Asfi frown, too. In Hermes's humble opinion, the contents of the letters were a tad bit too indulging. We did, Asfi nods softly. I'm going to do just that, Jackal mutters calmly. Jackal-sama. Some familia have level 5 adventurers. Lily shakes her head. You absolutely cannot turn the situation worse. You promised Maria-san. I promised her everything would be alright. I also promised I'd handle the guild. I intend to do just that, among other things. Don't worry. I'll first find protection for myself before doing anything stupid. So, it is a stupid venture nonetheless, Asfi scoffs. Now. A man's adventure is often considered stupid at first. Hermes chuckles. May I know your supposed protection? I could refer a better one if possible. Jackal stares at the duo before shaking his head. I don't know if, that person will agree. I'll have to lay my charms. Rough. Lloyd barks a snort. I have charm, alright, you punk, Jackal snorts in return. Asterisk. Alternate title, Jackal woos to the loveliest maiden, the lazy daughters, Mia's advice, finally free to chat, a deal, a contract Loki wishes, the new escort, does Asfi wears tidy white eyes, Anya pets Anya, but it's not the Anya that pats Anya, a drunk goddess? A conflicted goddess. Otter knows more about men. Asterisk Among Us theme asterisk, Jackal's opposing force, Olul loves the spices, stack of prophesizing letters, the menace to the society is at it again, finding a protector, Jackal has charm. Loud disagrees, the ninja canine's astute observation. Freya disagrees. Asterisk. Join the Discord for Harem Pics tilde. Support the fanfic through comments, likes, reviews and such. If the published site allows it, your boy's multi-site now, and of course, the Big P. Shout out to Mistagon too. Read 15 advanced chapters on patreon.com/fanharem. Join the Discord. https://discord.ggegdfue5. Chapter 43, An Elven Booty Call? 3,591 words. Jackal drops on his couch with a soft exhale as he sets Anya down. Lloyd climb on the furniture naturally, taking a good stock of their home before settling beside him as Lily stares at one of her two favorite spots, Jackal's left and right, taken before she can even do anything. So, her chestnut hues glide over to the most mythical of all spots, the lap. She gulps slightly, hoping to make a move and continue things from where they left off outside Mia's doorstep right before Hermes's cursed existence denied her Paulum self the sweet hold of her brute's lips. But this is a situation where Jackal's trust in her plays against her. Jackal leans his head back as Anya curls on the couch to fall asleep most naturally, as she's full and tired at this point of the night. Lloyd has his eyes closed as he rests his head atop his crossed paws. Can you start the stove? He requests, feeling oddly drained every time he thinks of the letters sent to Maria. I'll get to the kitchen in a minute. Lily nods quietly, reining her thoughts in as she walks toward their not-so-open kitchen and starts preparing things alongside setting pans and large pots on the stove. Jackal arrives as promised. His kitchen isn't too spacious by any right, but it is well arranged. This arrangement is the work of his previous mechanical self, but Jackal sees an odd brilliance in it. Again, cooking is an art that Jackal never knew he needed until he absorbed the memories of his life in this world. The symphony of spices and aromatic, home-cooked meals simply gets his thoughts going more than the rare showers where everything clicks in one's mind and a person wins an argument from years ago in their minds, or post-nut clarity. He silently helps Lily wash several potatoes before placing them in a pressure cooker. He isn't the kind to peel the potato. He likes to recycle the same water starting from potatoes or similar materials, not fearing any kind of dirt or mess simply because Demeter Familiar sells the best stuff in the market, with many adventurers specifically cleaning their products in a particular manner. They apply the same standards to the agriculture harvests they import, too. With potatoes set, Jackal dismisses Lily with a smile. "Thanks, but you gotta sleep. I'll cook today by myself." Lily hums aloud and speaks. "Will you join me, Jackal-sama?" "Well, duh. It's already 12:15, and it'll take me quite some time to cook everything. So, no dungeon tonight for me. It's no fun spending around an hour getting to the 12th floor and returning after another hour." Lily's smile grows prominent as she nods, her buoyant locks somehow bouncing cutely. He calls hacks. She skips away with a soft tune while Jackal gets to cooking. "All those potatoes, you see? A petite blonde swordswoman is going to inhale 80% of it before demanding a gemling in the most cute-as-a-button face she can muster." Jackal is almost sure that the spiritually attuned chienthrope of a sword princess knows what she is doing most of the time, including her charms to earn candies. Not the most efficient plan in Jackal's eyes, but then again, better quality crystal than powder, right? Or some shit like that. Potatoes aside, he starts dicing up the vegetables in small bits. His actions are swift and precise but not flawless. After all, he isn't a professional, but that shouldn't stop anyone from doing what they like. Ironically enough, Jackal will not preach the same to Olul. Nah, that man can die for all he cares. Jackal slides the various diced veggies on the same chopping board instead of placing them in different bowls. Who has time for that? And to waste several bowls for fresh vegetables? Nobody has time for that chore. Next is washing the rice in stew pots, and not one such pot. He starts with the first pot and starts rinsing the rice. His previous self used small pots and pans because he only needed to cook for one, but now he feeds many a small price to pay to hold the title of Bento Daddy. After rinsing them 4 times, Jackal keeps the wet rice in the pot and fills another one up to 70% of its storage. He repeats the process for the successive 3 pots, bringing a total of 5 stew pots of rice, knowing full well he'll feast on one alone. He will cook the rice last. Instead, he oils the wok before breaking out the processed shrimp and other materials. He's already tried his hand at killing this sea insect, but the result was still the same scentless pouch. His trait seems to generalize low-energy creatures quite a bit. *SRSSSTTTTTT**. The wok sizzles into life as Jackal starts cooking crushed garlic and chopped chilies alongside their seeds, where the real spice is, and activates his magic stone-charged ventilator. Jackal would like to close the kitchen door to not wake Anya and Lloyd with the scent of the chili that can tear up the unprepared if not for the act of closing the door frowned upon in his previous life. It's not like the gas pipes charge gas stoves in this world, but he sticks to what he knows and accepts. He doesn't take too long to prepare the first batch of cooked veggies, setting the wok aside after covering it. He makes another wok of veggies in a similar method. But the third one experiences a small change. Well, the change started with the second wok. The first is the spiciest of the batch to Maria's, Loki's, Tiona's, Lily's, and his liking. The second batch is milder to suit the taste of others. The third batch is equally mild, but it has diced garlic instead of crushed ones. As it turns out, most of the kids from Maria's orphanage wouldn't eat their fill of garlic unless diced finely enough to sneak in, and sneak they shall. Done with the veggies, Jackal walks out of the kitchen and starts setting up bento boxes. Keep an eye on Anya so she doesn't try to eat others' share willy-nilly. "I'll cook for the 2 of you, too," he addresses Lloyd, seeing him awake. His husky can apparently understand humans, big whoop. It just means he got a special edition of a man's best friend. No one should question that kind of luck and jinx it. Lloyd nods before yawning aloud. his long tongue flicking across his canine before he crawls forward and pulls Anya close into his floof. Jackal smiles and gets working. Since he uses the same wok for his rice, he divides the veggies on the small trays of the boxes before closing them and stacking them in different frollets. And, of course, he isn't an uncultured swine when it comes to cooking rice. No, he does not use the rice cooked at the same time. He pulls out 7 large bowls of rice from his refrigerator. Since the rice needs to experience the passage of time, Jackal does not store them in his frollets. Cooking rice is pretty much the same, but the quantity is problematic. I'm kind of lucky I don't need to cook for Lunwa, Syr, Chloe, Ryu, Anya, and May. But then again, May is a way better cook, he shrugs to himself, happy that he can momentarily distract himself. He starts with the meat of the day after dividing the rice. Fie, I'm kind of born and raised in a religious household where eating meat is frowned upon, so I've never really tasted the stuff. The closest thing to it for me is charp and vegan meat. So, yeah, I'm going to skip the meat cooking due to my lack of knowledge. Once he prepares the sleep-depriving chicken, he fishes out the potatoes to peel them and mash them in a container. The water in the pressure cooker is divided into the stew pots filled with rinsed rice before he adds more tap water and sets them on the stove to cook for tomorrow's meals. He usually changes the meat course daily, but rice is quite the staple food in Ororio unless you go to the pasta factory that is the hostess of fertility. Jackal doesn't plan to change the rest of the course. It's mostly a lunch meal, after all. He isn't aiming to cook gourmet shit, so decorations and the like are minimal, too. However, he does think of adding shrimp rice to the meal one of these days. Now that I think about it, Tiona said she ate all the meat in Lefia's meals. But Aina doesn't have a problem with meat, Jackal thinks while peeling the potatoes. I wonder why. It shouldn't be a cultural thing. I know a few elven adventurers who eat meat. He mixes flour, chili powder, and a slip of oil into the mashed potatoes before mixing them with each other until it is doughy enough. Then comes the simple act of shaping the dough into flat ellipses and frying them. He likes to add a layer of cheese to the core of the fried potatoes, but not today. He packs the bento boxes after completing everything. As usual, 1 for Aina, Rose, Misha, Maria, Lily, Lefia, and the rest. 5 for Ais, 2 for Tiona, 3 for Naza, and another 2 for Tyon. He still needs to jot down Takes Familiar's requirements, but 1 bento each should be enough for them, too. Of course, he has enough extra boxes to coax anyone into doing his bidding. Now, to cook for Anya and Lloyd. He huffs in satisfaction. However, a knock on his door stops him from deciding what to cook for his newly acquired pets. Jackal walks out with a sigh as Lloyd stirs slightly, squinting at the door with suspicion riddling his blue eyes. Rough, he barks quietly and jumps down from the couch before standing beside Jackal, who looks down at Lloyd before looking at the deadbeat kitten who doesn't wake up at all. Well, I know who I'm feeding more, he snickers and unlocks the door without bothering to ask who is on the other side. Yo, what the hell are you guys doing here? I'll let you know that just because you're an elven princess does not mean I will let your 9 sweetness saunter into my private property. Riveria's Viridian eyes stare at Jackal blankly, not reacting to his words as she gestures to him to move aside. He does so with a shrug, letting her in and closing the door behind her. There's a soft sniff from her side as she notes, "Did I interrupt your cooking? I always wondered when you had the time to cook. Instead, I should wonder when you have time to sleep." It's either dungeon prowling or sleeping. Jackal sits on the other side of the couch and points out a chair to Riveria. The elf glances at the sleeping kitten before shrugging. You should buy something for your pets to sleep in, she suggests the obvious. No fucking shit, Jackal scoffs and questions, so? As you can imagine, Loki Familiar knows about your situation with Olal Shun and how a good section of vendors have sent condemning letters to the guild. And we all know those vendors don't matter squat to me, Loki Familiar, Olal, or the guild. Thousands of merchants outside the borders would do anything to set up their shops in Ororio. So, if the current vendors want to leave, the guild won't bother them at all. Riveria nods, it is your talent that worries the guild. My talent or their inability to find my patron deity? Jackal wags his brows. They aren't here, Obviously, Reveria smiles with a nod, or you wouldn't have allowed me to enter. Hey, I trust Loki's sweetness. Stop calling me that. Better than 9 hell. I doubt it. Jackal and Reveria stare at each other until she sighs quietly. Finn wanted me to let you know that the Loki familiar will not interject in your conflict with Olulshan. See? I don't even remember asking. It is only right to assume you could have such expectations after your recent encounter with Loki. Encounter? Dude, we fucked. The only shameful thing in that is I slept with Loki instead of any other goddess in Orario. Reveria purses her lips and exhales sharply. Wouldn't you like to hear Finn's reason? I don't really care, Jackal shrugs. Little guy is already managing one of the largest and strongest familiar. It's not hard to assume he has stuff on his plate and doesn't want me shoveling my shit in there, too. Reveria raises an eyebrow before nodding. But Finn's orders are often subject to compromises he lets slide to ensure a functioning familiar. And until we leave for another expedition, he wants me to handle such compromising situations. Loki? Jackal questions. Well, not quite right. No one can bully our familiar. So if you and Loki do have more encounters. Wild nights, he corrects her, only to earn an annoyed glare. Whatever it is that you two do, she punctuates, does not affect the familiar. And Olul is too smart to go against us. Jackal nods. So, Loki isn't the compromising situation? Not quite. She explains calmly while amusement flickers in Jackal's eyes. Sure, let me write down a note for Lily. Hey, Lloyd, give it to her once she wakes up, yeah? The husky calmly nods as he adds, I'll return with treats for you and Anya. And maybe beddings, too. The dog barks in affirmation as Jackal leaves with Reveria. The stone walls of Orario are synonymous with behemoths that keep monsters within and outside Orario separate. The stone walls tower a little above 150 meters, surpassing many buildings in the city except Babel. Babel itself makes these walls blocks of dirt in comparison. The width of the walls on the top easily exceeds the range of 20 meters. With Guild employing familiars, most prominently Ganesha familiar, when it comes to public security, the top of these walls is a playground for the top members of various familiars. There is no getting around the fact that familiar business controls almost all aspects of Orario. Midnight's wind whips against 4 figures on top of a relatively small section of the wall near the northern entrance of Orario as a pair of gold-red eyes stare at 2 petite figures of indignance as they fidget under his blank gaze. Say it again, he speaks calmly. Are you two calling me weak? Olul is without Falna. Do you really think I cannot kill him? While Reveria would like to emphasize just how much of a bad idea it would be to kill Olul, she remains silent and leans against a ledge. We didn't mean that, Tiona scratches the back of her head and pouts, but you know, you're kind of weak compared to level 3 and 4 adventurers. AIS nods. Say what? Jackal punctuates with a tone colder than the night wind, making the 2 girls feel worse. Look, Tiona stares at Jackal earnestly. We don't want you to die. I don't like how Captain turned his back on you. Our familiar could have easily helped you. And you think I want your help? Jackal crosses his arms. The duo falls into silence. Tiona clenches her fist and opens them constantly, not knowing what to say, while AIS is even worse in this department. Nah, I'm just messing with you too, Jackal huffs and waves at them dismissively. Wipe those frowns off your face. Sure, I'm happy to train with you too. In fact, I had a job for you girls till you're in town, but Reveria shot me down on the way here. Tiona is the first to blink and look at Reveria. What job? I did not hear it, Reveria hums as she closes her eyes peacefully, and I won't hear it now, too. I've been clear. The only way you two can help Jackal is in this manner alone, and only when I'm the one who brings Jackal to you two. I should be able to throw off anyone who tails us. Besides, training with adventurers of your caliber should push Jackal's stats at an acceptable pace. If we're lucky, his unique skill should be geared towards such a workout, enhancing the results in the end. Jackal looks at them before questioning, you girls planning to stop by my store later? They shake their heads. I'll be sleeping. Tiona admits bluntly, as AIS comments softly, I need to check my sword. He nods. Well, here you go. I made these on time, I guess. He starts taking out bento boxes meant for their familiar as they move close to him with bright eyes. Tiona couldn't help but pout seeing a gemling on Ari's impressive stack of bento boxes. Hey, I still don't get a gemling. Nah, Jackal shoots her down ruthlessly. Come on. Just one. Sure, I have fucking idiot written on my forehead, right? I ain't falling for it. If I give you one, Tyon would want two for her and Finn. Here, for Lethia. He looks at Reveria and tosses her a gemling, which she catches with her eyes still shut. Hey As, how about you share? Tiona looks at her comrade only to see a wrapper flying off the walls and a tiny bulge against Ari's right cheek as the girl stares back blankly, menacingly. Tiona could practically hear As taunting in her monotone, "What you gonna do now, you dumb Amazon?" The dark-skinned cutie seethes before looking at an equally blank Jackal. "I'm going to beat you to the inch of your life," she vows. "It would be a shame if you didn't. I didn't grill you two in the beginning for nothing." Jackal stretches before taking off his tunic. "No skills, right?" he questions as he crouches with one leg sliding sideways as he stretches out his hamstrings. "No skills." Tiona works her jaws as she watches the impressive specimen on display only to find a fist barely pushing her aside. She blinks in surprise, the chimes of her anklets and bangles filling her ringing ear. It aches very slightly, which is quite a surprise. "Oh, I thought we started." Jackal pulls back his fist before hissing, "Damn, feels like hitting bricks or something." As steps away silently as Tiona slowly turns to look at Jackal with a mad twinkle in her gaze. A toothy grin graces her round face as she giggles, "Not bad Tilda." Her petite figure practically disappearing from his view as a fist buries in his face the next second, sending Jackal flying with blood splattering and the noise of a broken nose echoing. "Ah, did I overdo it?" Tiona gasps, but surprising As and Reveria, Jackal slowly stands up. Blue Papilio dances on top of his head as he uses the Butterfree era. "Nah, that was perfect." His tongue flicks across his lips, smearing the blood on his face as he stares at Tiona with mad delight dancing in his eyes. "I just need to get used to heavy hitters like you." Yet, as Tiona's grin widens, Reveria and As stare at Jackal. Tiona did not overdo it. Jackal's head would be torn off if she did not control her strength. But there is something wrong with his body. Many experienced adventurers noticed this early on during Jackal's growth spurt, but his body is redefining the word resilience daily. The fact he wasn't knocked out only proves this. "Don't expect me to go easy after you played us like a meanie in the beginning." Tiona giggles. "Bitch, being mean is feeding Loki all the gemlings while making you watch." Jackal laughs as another kick in abdomen drags his body through the stone wall, bruising him at a pace visible to the naked eye. *nom****. Are you seriously eating your bento now? Reveria stares at As, her cheeks full of food as she nods. "Tiona and Tyon will try to take mine after eating theirs." She answers after gulping her food, "and I need strength to beat Jackal continuously." Reveria rolls her eyes and lets their sword princess be. Alternate title, The Kitchen, preparing days worth of food, little shits don't eat garlic, Lloyd the top dog, Reveria's booty call? One can only hope, the talented and unknown are feared. What about both, the potato princess, grilling girls, a job opportunity, fisting Tiona, Tiona fists back, Jackal is truly calm and reasonable, not edgelording because of Finn's reasonable reasons, Reveria cannot say the word F******. Encounters? Cooking is Jackal's post-nut clarity. That came out wrong, the rebels of Loki familiar, Finn managing contingencies like Reveria, get back to work mastering the art of coaxing with candies. Jackal is that guy, only needing a Omnivan to complete the harem napping set. Tiona's nightmare, Loki sucking Jackal's gemling. Insert happy Loki noises, nom intensifies. Eat AIS refuses camaraderie for gemling. How to excite an Amazonis 101, Part 1 beat her. *****. Join the Discord for harem pics tilde. Support the fanfic through comments, likes, reviews and such. If the published site allows it, your boy's multi-site now, and of course, the big P. Shout out to Divividas Seputis, Tyler H., and Jamrad likely. Read 15 advanced chapters on patreon.com/fanharem. Join the Discord. https://discord.gg/EGDFUE5. Chapter 44, Daddy Jackal to the Rescue. 3,737 words. Are side quests important? Yes, definitely. Jackal loved completing side missions to whack away the final bosses. However, straddled with the responsibility for those he has come to care for as short as a month, he cannot indulge in side missions, namely 2 of them. 1. Indulging the doggo for a mysterious trip in the woods outside Ororio. 2. Finding the materials for the money-grubbing god's priestess. Now what are these side missions? Naza wants to explore the woods outside Ororio for some mysterious task but needs a qualified adventurer beside her. As a level 2 adventurer, Jackal fits the bill. She has yet to admit the details of this quest but is patient enough to wait until he deals with his current situation. Needless to say, the stack of bento boxes works in his favor, and Naza has taken a liking to another silent dog, Lloyd. The second side mission involves Jackal's wish to replace Mayak with an actual magical tester. Ermid finally has a preliminary list of materials to start experimenting with. Still, Jackal cannot just use Humble Store to buy the products without playing the part of looking for the materials. His roomie, Lily, is no fool. In some cases, she has more street smart than him. She undoubtedly finds Jackal's progress weird with no deity in sight but respects him enough to keep her thoughts just that, introspections. So, even for Ermid's side quest, he has to deal with Arario's version of cancel culture. Not to mention, Lily adds another side quest to his list once they leave the Blue Pharmacy after testing new products from Jackal's last dungeon prowl. Jackal-sama, should we commission similar uniforms for Anya and Lloyd once things settle? She feels Anya stir inside her hoodie hanging from the back of her neck as the feline representation of ADHD pet mules with glimmering emerald pupils. I don't think the colors will match. Jackal looks at Lloyd and Anya. We'll get Ariana's input once things aren't as messy. Maybe she will have another dream. Lily nods with a smile. So, what was getting beaten by 2 girls like? Jackal scoffs under his breath. There are no bruises on his body, thanks to Reveria, who did not want to leave a clue. But what angst him more than getting beaten by Tiona and AIS was Reveria's audacity to hand him a small scroll listing several elven spices that can make your food suitable for an elven tongue. Jackal did not have to say he had something meatier that would suit an elven mouth, but he did, earning another medal of pride in the form of a bruise on his neck where her staff knocked the daylights out of him. It was amazing, Jackal grunts sarcastically before tapping Lily's back with slight force. And don't think I haven't noticed your progress. Maybe you'll be the pallum who wipes the floor with someone like Finn in the future. Maybe I will. Lily puffs her cheeks. Some landlords they are. How can they let goons act like that without moving a finger? It's all about the muscle, Jackal shrugs. Muscle? Yep. He looks at Lily while flexing his right bicep. You know what's scarier than a really beefy man? A beefy woman. And that's why you seek an Amazoness. Lily deadpans, already knowing where he is taking the conversation before stealing the words from his mouth. And that's why I seek em, he laughs. Pervert-sama, she scoffs. Is it perverted to find a harem in the city of the dungeon? Yes. Woof *. Me are *. You 3 may have outnumbered me, but you are outmatched, he scoffs as they walk through the empty streets of Daedalus at this time of the morning before reaching Humble Jackals. But the slight disturbance in Maria's orphanage attracts Jackal and Lily. The children are usually asleep in the early morning, allowing Maria to train with Asuka as Uka cleans the rest of the orphanage. The remaining members of Takamikazuchi Familia repeat their training drills. So, seeing Rai burst out of the entrance of the orphanage surprises the 4 wanderers of Ororio. I hate you, screams the brown-haired boy as he starts running and finds a hand latching on his head before pulling him up. The boy's feet still kick in the air to run as Maria jogs out with a worried expression before sighing in relief. The tearful Rai cleans his eyes to curse the heathen stopping him, to match a pair of baleful gold-red pupils. No ungrateful little shit is going to hate Maria. Got that, Rai? Jackal punctuates each word with biting harshness as Takemikazuchi and Hermes walk out with the rest of the children. Asfi can be seen from the window of the second floor. Rai stares at Jackal before his round eyes widen further. His rebellion crushes in its inception, marking the second of many victories for the free conqueror, brotherly bane of orphans, as Rai starts crying loudly. You stay here one day, and all hell breaks loose. Jackal turns to look at Hermes, who smiles wryly. The devil be my witness, he shrugs, I did not cause this mess. Children quite like me, after all. So you think you have what it takes to be an adventurer? Jackal questions curiously before yawning slightly. He isn't the only one in the spacious living room of the orphanage. Maria and Takemikazuchi sit next to him. Hermes, meanwhile, is outside, touching the grass. Lily should be training with Uka now that he has leveled up after helping his familiar out from a trap set for them in the dungeon because of their association with Jackal, a silver lining, if you may. I am. Rai responds sharply. He is the oldest of the bunch living in the orphanage for 9 young years. He raised a ruckus last night since he felt things were weird. After failing in his attempts to get an honest answer from Maria, he decided to shrewdly wait for Takemikazuchi's familiar and bombard them with questions until Hitachi Chigusa faltered. Chigusa is the one with hair covering her eyes, right? Jackal looks at Takemikazuchi, not really knowing the timid girl well. The one with a huge crush on Uka? You could tell? Maria glances at Jackal quizzically before emphasizing the point earnestly. You? Yeah. Jackal tilts his head with a frown. Wait, was I the only one who knew of it? Bro Jackal, everyone knew about Hitachine feeling for Stinky Uka, Rai scoffs in the front. Takemikazuchi massages his head and remarks with a sigh, Rai decided to run off once I declined his proposal to join my familiar. Is that an act of a disciplined adventurer? His obsidian eyes stare at Rai harshly. Do you understand that you must be a man to delve into the dungeon and not act like a boy? Then teach me what it means to be a man. Rai clenches his fist. I want to help Mama. I want to help Oshin, Fina, Ru, and others. Is that not enough? Hermes-sama is more than willing to accept me if you won't. And I said no. Maria frowns, snapping back at the boy with a stern expression that dampens his will. Will you slap Maria? Jackal interjects with a chuckle, silencing the remaining duo. He is particularly happy for Rai. The little bugger got him as the most distinguished crystal supplier, Maria as his mother, and Takemikazuchi as that coach who teaches about life better than a father ever can. And seeing Takemikazuchi forming a bond with Rai and other kids to this extent, to go as far as being anxious about letting Rai stay with someone that is a living red flag, is a win in Jackal's book. So, he repeats. Will you slap Maria and Takemikazuchi? Me, Lily, Uka, Mikoto, Chigusa, Asuka, and the rest? No. Rai shakes his head. If you're that against their decision despite understanding they are doing everything for you, maybe you should just slap them and get done with it. Maria parts her lips to speak, but a shake of the head from Take's side stops her. Rai blinks and flounders. I didn't mean that, bro. You punk. Jackal shakes his head with a snicker. You asked what it takes to be a man. That's what it takes. You understand, Maria, Take, and I are facing a wee bit of trouble. But what do you do? Run to the god who brought said trouble? The first aspect of being a man is understanding that actions have consequences. If you run, you can fall and injure yourself. But you don't want to see Maria sad. You want to make her happy. So, you think that being the strongest will probably ease her troubles. Did you think how sad she will be when you get injured? Rai lowers his head, but Jackal's following words make his heart clench in horror. Imagine if Maria died one day. How would you feel? The boy's head whips up, finding Jackal's gaze piercing into his. Now I ask you this. Do you have what it takes to be an adventurer? Not an ignorant fighter who finds himself lucky in times of inadequacy without knowing his life is on the line. Rai's jaw locks up as he doesn't know what to say. Are you ready to be a man? Jackal inquires, reaffirming his own beliefs, too. Luck is a significant factor, but he doesn't want to enter a fatal situation riding on his luck without understanding what's on the line. Ever. Come here. Jackal beckons the boy and pats his head with a smirk. Once you're ready to be a man, I'll hook you up with a familiar that will let you help out Maria and the rest. But if you have other ambitions, I'll see to it that you enter the familiar that suits you the most. Tears glisten in his eyes as he turns to look at Maria. I'm SOR. She grabs his hand and smothers him with the tightest hug imaginable as the boy's sobs start echoing in the spacious room. What? Jackal frowns at the oddly staring Take Mikazuchi. Nothing. I felt yesterday's events must have you on edge. Jackal looks past Take to match his gaze with the cooing Maria, who consoles the sobbing Rai. I promised to take care of things. I intend to keep that promise. If I'm on edge, who will clean my own mess? Rai slowly tears himself out of the bear hug before rubbing the back of his eyes and glaring at Jackal. Just so you know, I wasn't crying. I was only having some trouble breathing. Oh, I know, Jackal shrugs, winking at the scoffing Maria before chuckling. Besides, men only get to cry when they are in front of a mirror to see how pathetic they look or with someone who always has their backs. Remember this as the second rule of becoming a man. What? Don't listen to him. Maria frowns and pats Rai. You shouldn't hide your emotions. Rai blinks while looking at the duo before turning to the tiebreaker from Take Mikazuchi. Well, the swole deity crosses his arms. Emotions allow men to tap into unfounded limits of power. But showing the enemy your most volatile emotions is a form of weakness. Don't worry. You will learn well as we train. Rai nods before jogging out. I'm going to train with Stinky Uka. Take Mikazuchi smiles and nods at Jackal. You did well. Gee, thanks, Dad. Jackal rolls his eyes as the deity saunters out, leaving Jackal alone with Maria. So, I need to confess something. He looks at Maria. I'm feeling a lot more stressful than expected and could use a hug to stifle my breath, too. Maria smiles politely. The best I can offer is the chore of dishwashing. Jackal nods and stands up. Oh, well. We tried. We did, Maria's smirk looking as devious as SYR's momentarily. The chore witch's influence continues to expand. Jackal smirks and makes his way out, only to be stopped by her call. Jackal. Yeah. He half-turned to look at her. Rai and others look up to you. Thank you for being that pillar. Especially today. He grows silent and calmly nods without saying anything witty or whatnot. His heart wells up under Maria's soulful stare as she presents one of the most beautiful and relieved smiles while tears glimmer in her eyes. So, keep true to your promise, and look after yourself, too. Damn it, where's my hug? He suppresses the urge to let loose his manly tears and walk away with a soft. Damn right. Jackal-sama, are you sure you don't want to train? I can stay in for a while. No, that's fine. I've had enough training for the day. Jackal smiles at the Pallum once she walks down to the ground floor, having changed her outfit from her uniform to a training tunic. Take Anya and Lloyd with you, he adds, it's going to be a dull day. Not even chicks from the bordellos came to take their orders of lust potions. Well, Olal is holed inside the entertainment district, so it's not surprising. Lily huffs and opens the door to let Lloyd and Anya out, finding Loki about to knock on the door herself. The two short stacks look at each other before snorting at once. Jackal-sama, a pest crawled in. I can see. Jackal drawls lazily while laying his chin on his crossed hands on the counter. He barely registers the mischievous look in the vermilion-eyed goddess dressed in baggy clothes again before closing his eyes. Mach, some goddess you are. Lily walks past Loki with a soft hiss as the divine lady tilts her head and widens her perpetually narrowed eyes. What's gotten into your cutie? I don't smell any blood on her. Loki saunters in after closing the door, her hands briefly sliding across the lock, her perfectly timed sentence masking the click of the lock. So it's all right when another woman talks about that, but not me. Jackal grumbled without opening his eyes. To be fair, I don't bleed either. Loki shrugs and whistles. Phew, new products, but not a soul to CM. Jackal chuckles. I thought I'd be having a few members from your familiar. Was planning to bring every available member to spit on Olal's face, but Finn had Tar stop me. She scowls. There's no way a mortal's going to get that power. Oh, what's this? Orc odor potion? Makes YA smell like an orc and avoid monsters. And this surprise cracker. From imps, replies Jackal as Loki regards a lone dynamite-like stick on display. It registers and absorbs the magic of the user before exploding at the user's wish. You could use them as mines like imps remain buried underground to ambush adventurers. Loki whistles again while he can hear the odd rustling of clothes. But he is too focused on the Oil situation, thinking about how to get the target in his mind to accept his job offer. That pendant must be from hard armors, eh? Like your lizard shield. But the armor isn't made of energy blocks and covers the torso in a plate similar to hard armors. This could be your next Butterfree era if you lower the price from 87,000 to 60-something. Frolets are my next brand item, thanks to your braver. Jackal chuckles and lets out an exhausted moan. He told me. Loki giggles as her gaze travels from the rusty red circular-scaled pendant to the final item on display. Bummer, she huffs as she shakes her head. Couldn't you have made something better from silverbacks? And where's the good stuff from infant dragons? Silverback's silver-haired potion increases the growth of the user's bodily hair and toughens said hair to allow them to block attacks from a fucking silverback itself. But yeah, losing all your hair after this is a bummer. Some guys will have a hard time regrowing their brows and beards, but it isn't permanent. As for the infant core, he opens his eyes only to have his voice stuck in his throat as he looks at Loki before looking down to see the bundle of her baggy clothes. He blinks and looks at the door, finding the curtains drawn over the window and the lock doing its thing on the door. You're saying? Loki smirks, her eyes closing at her rapidly widening grin as she feels his stare on the thin outfit on her body. What are you wearing? Jackal clears his throat as Loki saunters behind the counter. Her hips almost slide out from the short hems of her impeccable robes. Her vermilion red hair falls loosely on her neck, nubile neck, and collarbone on full display, as a grayish-brown robe with a feathered pattern drapes her slender body. The shaded colors of the feather ranging from brown to grayish, seem to hold an odd luster that attracts Jackal, giving him a vision of a broad amber sky painted with soft pink clouds as a vast creature soars through them. He only slips out of the vision once Loki calls out gently. It's a divine robe from Tenkai, borrowed from a dear friend of mine. The name's pretty simple eagle feather robe, but the feathers come from Garuda's descendants. Loki spins with a snicker, the hems of the robe effortlessly riding up to her waist as her divine cake is laid bare to him. Did I miss something? Jackal stares at the goddess. The fuck are you doing? Loki wags her brows. Got anything better to do? It can't be that simple, right? Jackal blinks, or has he put mating rituals on a pedestal without even realizing it? It's that easy, you moron, Loki grins. Jackal eyes her suspiciously before looking around as if trying to find someone. I don't believe you. Hermes is a few buildings away, and do you really believe Finn will let you go alone? Loki half shrugs, jumping to sit on the counter, parted knees leaving nothing hidden from Jackal's eyes. But he focuses on her devious grin instead. What'd I tell you? No mortal's got a fucking handle on me. Besides, I'm supposed to be eating with a high-profile Dick's forebrain, whose gaze bugged me the wrong way the night of your party. You sound rather arrogant for a slut trying to violate the purity of my store. Who's the slut? That would be you, right? Ha! Tell me, who acted like an escort to scratch my itch in my room a few days ago? Loki raises an eyebrow. Escorts get paid. I didn't. That's how much you sucked. Jackal's lips twitch as he grunts, more like you could barely handle it in your ass. A better explanation is you sucking at it. Jackal and Loki lock their gazes. There's no fucking way I'm fucking in my store. That's gross. It's only gross if we don't swallow. Loki licks her lips. Or are you gonna wimp out? And here I expected my Svadilfari to have some fun with an actual divine robe. Swallow, her. Jackal's gaze briefly lingers between her thighs before he huffs with a ponderous expression. Well, who am I to stop a slut? Loki scoffs. Fine. Fuck you. I'm leaving. Fine by me. Yeah, fine. Fine. They both snap at once as Loki reaches for the door with her clothes in her hands. You're going to leave like that? Jackal raises an eyebrow. Jealous? She shoots back with a smirk. For what? The flat ass or tits? Loki works her jaws before seething. Bitch, just say it. I have nothing to say. Yeah, you do. Just fuck off. Fuck you, too. Both of them pant softly before growing silent. I had fun with Ais and Tiona tonight, with Reveria watching us. Jackal smirks. You asshole. They're mine. What are you gonna do about it? Loki drops her baggy clothes and walks toward Jackal with a stern and dignified expression. Ho! Am I seeing this right? You're approaching me instead of running away with your tail tucked in your flat back. There's no need to run from a fucking pencil. Loki soon stands in front of Jackal with hands on her hips, her head raised high to match his gaze. Their expressions soften briefly, their smirks broadening for a second. Had enough of foreplay? Loki purrs. What foreplay? Jackal grunts, his gold-red eyes already marking her in ways she finds exciting to imagine if her erect nipples are an indication of anything. Oh, fuck. Jackal suddenly frowns. What? I've only got one shipment scheduled today. Loki grabs his collars before pulling him into a deep kiss as his eyes widen briefly. Then we better be quick. I'm not gonna waste her colors on you and her robes on me. Say, she whispers with a twisted smirk. Want me to tell you who's your pretty little stalker? Jackal scoffs before matching her smirk. Bitch, will you even let me think of anyone else when we get started? Nope tilde. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alternate title, 2 rivalry side quests with a doggo and a priestess, Naza and Lloyd forming brotherhood of resting bitch faces, feline representation of Waku Waku ADHD, Anya, 2 new family members, early ruckus, Rise first manly stand, Hermes is innocent. Just this once, a slap on the face, rules of manhood, internal affirmation, being lucky is a virtue, only living based on luck is a sin, power lies in mentality, a promise of career, Maria coddles Rai understanding the difference between maternal and manly love, incoming children warrior. Uka's level up. No party asterisk Sag asterisk, Jackal refrains from shedding manly tears, Maria's trust, dealing with a situation responsibly, not sending Rai a stupid path, sending Lily to the children army, Maria trains, 2. Incoming hard-working mommy, Maria, the negotiator, here is Loki, a feathered robe, divine ride, new products, now this is a booty visit, hate boner reigns supreme, Jackal's Dio moment, the slut and the sluttier, Jackal cares for no damn stalker, sad Freya noises, angry Freya yanda noisy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Join the Discord for harem pics tilde. Support the fanfic through comments, likes, reviews and such, if the publish site allows it, your boys multi-site now and of course, the Big P. Shout out to Divividas Seputis, Tyler H., and Jamrad Likely. Read 15 advanced chapters on patreon.com/fanharem. Join the Discord. https://discord.ggegdfue5. Chapter 45, The Negotiator. 3,244 words. Best craftsmen are often single-minded and eccentric. That's what Hephaestus would want to believe if she wasn't already one of the best yet relatively normal deity by mortals and the divine standard. So, she feels most mortal and divine incredibly good at something, simply doesn't interest themselves with other things, Soma, for instance, or many top blacksmiths in her familia. It is almost disheartening. She descended upon Gekai, not with some belief in an errant prophecy, but the joy of exchanging ideas, or what some mortals are starting to call an excellent geek-out session, free of any responsibilities. A session where the wildest ideas can bear fruit. But the blacksmiths of every race in her familia only want to craft their passion, and the administration solely fell upon Hephaestus. So much for descending into this realm for fun. She is stuck with the almighty paperwork. Tsubaki's help is minimal, the half-dwarven captain using her superb strength to carry towering stacks of parchments to and fro. But the rest? All her. Who should I send to collect the materials? Hephaestus leans back on her chair, her left hand massaging her right shoulder as she stares at the ceiling. Her main operation is in her familiar's base and the exclusive Hephaestus store on the northwest Main Street, her preference being the latter due to the lack of tempting noise of hammer clashing with metal. I've personally tested the creation of alloys with all the current samples he has. She narrows her lone crimson-red eye while staring at the sheet of specs she drew yesterday. War Shadow's alloy has magical properties, but it's better to be used on throwing weapons that can phase past walls. However, Further testing reveals that while it phases past humans and other materials, it cannot live up to its expectations against the dungeon's walls. The elven race is equipped better to construct staves out of this. She mentally crosses this item to be considered worthwhile in the long run. Magical weapons don't have the best reputation amongst the low-leveled familiars, and the use of this item isn't too great for the other side since alloy makes a weapon that does not hit the target. It is more novelty trinkets than anything. Rabbit Needle's horn can work well, but the price is a tad high even after discounts from bulk purchases. I'll have to see if we can work the price out again, but I'll have to be present for negotiations. Wing of Bad Bat can be used to cover the grips of the weapon, but its use is most suitable for armor making in the profession of adventurers. And finally, his infant dragon's core. Her eyes flicker briefly. She looks at the drafted specs sheet. She tested parts of the alloys with many things, from weapons to the armory. She even sampled the item with fundamental daily use items like magic lamps. Granted, this business is mainly occupied by magically driven species like elves and scant mortal spirits, like gnomes, who understand, speak, and apply hieroglyphs, but Hephaestus saw this item's use for architectural purposes, too. Dragons have always been one of the most quality species in this realm and the divine. Infant dragons are the boss-level monster of the upper floors, something a group of level 2 adventurers contends with, leaving simple monster drops infant hide, claws, tooth, and the kind. The hide of infant dragon is later processed and lined with armor and chainmail to increase its durability. Such armors are rare, even for moderately successful level 2 adventurers. But the infant core is a whole different beast. I could hire elves or item makers to craft better furnaces for my level 2 and 3 blacksmiths. I hear Hermes Perseus is in the city. I can ask her. Besides furnaces, this core can be used to power the heating system in large baths more efficiently than magic stones. But all this hinges on Jackal's supply. Only he has produced this core thus far, his products being entirely new, garnering a lot of attention from the guild and other deities. If he had a moderate nature, he would have been swallowed by one of the more impatient peers of mine. But his disregard for us deities works in his favor quite well. But the price of the core is too high to be used for mundane items, she sighs while tapping her desk with her index finger. I should take this visit and renegotiate the prices. Hephaestus makes up her mind. Recalling Jackal's current dilemma, she sighs, and take Tsubaki with me if someone tries anything funny. Oil's nature is no worse than Jackal's actions. It doesn't take long for Tsubaki to arrive at the store's office with the sweet, smoky smell of the furnace lingering over her as Hephaestus fights her urge to dive into her personal smithing area. The duo leaves for Daedalus, well aware of the location of humble jackals. Their steps soon stop once they hear loud calls and the sharp noises of weapons slicing through the air. That looks cool, Tsubaki grins toothily. The children look so cute, Tilda. I want to hug all of them. May I? Tsubaki looks at Hephaestus pleadingly, making the goddess shake her head in exasperation before nodding. Don't forget to introduce yourself lest you cause some misunderstanding. Yep. Tsubaki grins and skips away, her heavenly, bouncing breast soon becoming a smothering nightmare for the orphans, who earnestly train to vanquish their mental enemies. Asterisk knock knock asterisk. Asterisk knock knock asterisk. Asterisk knock knock asterisk. Hephaestus calmly knocks on the door, noting her familiar's work on the external furnishing of the store with an assessing gaze as she soon nods in satisfaction. She cannot hold others to her standards, but the work done in Jackal's shop is undoubtedly pleasing to the eye. She hears the surprised cries of the children and one odd Paulum commanding, "Charge," accompanied by Tsubaki's snickers. But the lack of reply from Jackal makes her frown. Strange, the door is locked from the inside. Is he sleeping? Asterisk knock knock asterisk. Asterisk knock knock asterisk. Damn. She finally hears his voice loud enough to travel outside as he answers, I'm gonna see come, alright? Just give me a second. While Hephaestus can feel the strange fluster in Jackal's voice, she notes no falsity in his words and waits calmly. Asterisk click asterisk. The door finally clicks open as Hephaestus regards a flushed Jackal answering the door with unfocused eyes. Her crimson eye looks past him to see a grinning Loki waving at her with a spoon in her hand as she gets back to a bento with a pleasing hum. Yo, Fei Tilda. Nice to see why. Greets Loki without looking away from her bento. A little suspicious, Hephaestus' sharp nose twitches but she smells nothing. I didn't think you'd come by yourself. Jackal regains his bearing while gulping against his parched throat as Hephaestus points toward the orphanage with her thumb. I came here with Tsubaki. I hope you don't mind her interacting with the children. Nah, come in. Jackal makes way, letting her in, before closing the door as he returns behind the corner. I was hoping to discuss business with you. Hephaestus looks at Loki, who smirks. So cold, Fei. You can discuss anything here. Jackal and I are inseparable Tilda. We're not, Jackal half shrugs. But Loki's smile grows prominent as Hephaestus narrows her eye. Goddesses always hear the truth behind the words, and Jackal's answer rang a few bells in Hephaestus' head as Loki's smugness knew no bound. She is going to bury Jackal with all the teasing later on, and maybe something more. Don't worry, the bastard here only makes one contract with an organization. I've got no hopes of doing business with him since he's my tenant, so it's all pleasure for me Tilda. Just zip it and eat your bento, Jackal scoffs, his gaze briefly lingering on the creamish sauce on the chicken within her bento as Loki puts it in her mouth with a devious smirk. Many parts of him throb at this sight, but he focused on Hephaestus with a strained smile. What's up? Well, I wanted to renegotiate the prices of Needle Rabbit's Horn and the infant core. Jackal furrows his brows. 15% is a good discount for bulk purchases. It is, Hephaestus nods, but the cost of business and production increases the more items we produce. Most of the blacksmiths in Mayan Goibnu familiar work individually to improve their crafts. But the production of uniform alloy will take more than just that. It needs proper infrastructure. Uniform products. Loki blinks, setting the questionable bento on the counter before mulling. You're thinking of getting a contract with the guild for the beginner's item Goibnu's kid produces for newbies, right? Hephaestus huffs, seeing Loki hit the nail on the head on her first try. Indeed, she answers plainly. The guild earns more than enough money by controlling the magic stones, simply contracting other familiars for various other issues. You won't be making too much unless you divide the horn into 2 or 3 weapons, Jackal points out. Still making them sharper than the items created from War Shadow's claws and Needle's rabbit's tusks, Hephaestus explains. The horn you provide is magical in nature, too. But its only existence is to be as sharp as possible. Even if we divide the horn's alloy to create 3 weapons, say, daggers, it will be sharp enough to deal with dungeon lizards. Making it quite the suitable weapon for newbies as they learn their ropes around the dungeon. Loki picks her bento again, quietly eating with a thoughtful look, licking away the slightest of white on her lips without care as Jackal's body reacts as honestly as ever with another fucking boner under the counter, something Loki is quick to observe since they sit on the same side of the counter. How much do you want to buy? Jackal questions after taking a deep breath. Hephaestus frowns as she observes his unfocused gaze and returning flush. Are you all right? She questions. Loki scoffs a snicker, her leg under the counter easily extending to his knees as he nods. Dandy, he thins his lips. So, how much do you want to buy? Orario sees more than 10,000 immigrants every month, almost all of them entering the dungeon without Falna only to never return. Things can change with the new weapons slightly. Slightly is good, Loki hums, attracting Jackal's and Fei's attention. Well, Orario is stable because of the immigration rate cancelling out with the mortality rate. If their survival rate skews for the worse, the large resentful population will easily turn to crime. Why do you think it was so easy to radicalize a bunch of idiots, causing the nightmare of Orario? Simple, things were too good to be true for the low-leveled adventurers, and many of them wanted more without waiting. Jackal scoffs, didn't think you were smart enough for all that. Her foot presses against his erection as Loki snorts in return, says the moron in deep shit. Both of them snarl at each other like mortal enemies while Hephaestus clears her throat. So, Jackal shakes his head. 15% is generous enough, I'm afraid. There is a reason why the guild sells those newbie weapons so cheaply. But I've used them till the lower depths of the upper floor. Granted, I used too many axes, but they work just fine. Chances are that the guild won't see your way. Hephaestus nods. What if I get the contract? She questions. Sorry, wouldn't change a thing. You get the horns for 11,900 valis each after the discount. This is the best price. The only price, counters the goddess. The only price, Jackal nods, from the only supplier to the only smithing familiar. Ha! Loki snickers from the sidelines, her foot surreptitiously rubbing his crotch as he works his jaw silently. You know, Loki drawls, this guy here is a sucker for anyone who praises his cooking. How about you have a bite from my bento and see if it's to your liking? Maybe he'll see your way then. Hephaestus notes how quickly Jackal snaps his gaze in Loki's direction with shock in his eyes. If simple praises can do that. Her throat vibrates into a hum as Loki already has a spoon with rice, veggies, and creamed chicken on the top ready to be devoured. Wait, Jackal cries hurriedly, I'll just get you an uneaten bento. This one is fine. Hephaestus looks at Jackal and smiles slightly. And I won't praise your food just to get a discount. I hear from Tsubaki that Gareth has tried your meals. And even if not suited to his taste, he did not have anything bad to say. She doesn't take another second to bite Loki's spoon. Loki's narrow eyes widen slightly, impishly observing Hephaestus, while Jackal stares at Loki as if she'd lost her mind. Not bad. Hephaestus looks at Jackal with an impressed look. I especially enjoyed the flavor of the rice. That cream had a watery texture, but its taste wasn't bad at all. Like mayo, but more subtle, right? Loki grins. Exactly, Hephaestus nods. What the fuck? Jackal's lips part slightly as he leans on his chair, flabbergasted. Again, this isn't a ploy to get a discount. Hephaestus' lone eye gleams, her honest expression suggesting it was just that, a ploy. But Jackal did not even know whether to laugh or cry. His cum tastes like fucking mayo. The fuck? And Hephaestus just had it. Just like that. Ah. Hephaestus blinks as Loki flinches. The horny duo instantly feels the jig is up. About that proposal, I reject it. Jackal looks at Hephaestus. What proposal? Tea proposal, she huffs. If you were serious as you say, I reject it. Okay, he shrugs. Ooh, another rejection? How many is that now? Loki laughs as the corner of his lips twitches. He is simply uncomfortable with the energy Loki created in his store, from having Hephaestus taste his cum to working on his erection even now. No more discounts. He snorts and sighs softly. You know, Fei-Fei, if you show him your right eye, he'll give you a 50% discount tilde. Loki continues to muddle things without issues as Hephaestus stares at the chaotic deity. That's not funny. Ho! I don't know what's wrong with it, Loki shrugs. I didn't even wuss out of that night after seeing it, remember? Okay, I'll give you a 100% discount if I get to see the same scene. Jackal regains his grin and snickers. It's not that kind of night. Loki and Hephaestus stare at Jackal and speak simultaneously. How about this? Jackal taps his counter. I'll give you a 20% discount on bulk purchases only for the needle rabbit's horn if you help me develop a program of sorts for the children in the orphanage. Program? Jackal nods. I don't want them entering the dungeon to their deaths. If they can learn other crafts, their value increases, and they maybe realize there are different ways to live in the future. All I'm asking is a chance for those kids. Hephaestus stares at Jackal before punctuating his request. So, you are willing to lose money for the orphans? I don't lose out much, so it's no issue. Hephaestus furrows her brows before nodding. My familiar teaches basic courses free of charge, and the prospects are tested as a right to entry in my familiar. But the children must already know how to read and write. And this year's batch is full. Jackal sighs slightly. The discount based on such duration won't work. How about this? Loki mediates with a bored tone. You send over the written material they must learn to their caretaker, Maria. She will report the results to you directly. There aren't many kids, so seeing their results will take you no time, and you'll know if the results are true once you test them after a year. Jackal and Hephaestus look at each other as he nods. I think Maria won't have any issues dividing their syllabus. Then let's discuss it with her before finalizing the deal. You should go on ahead. Jackal forces a smirk. I'll be right behind you, or you know what? Have Lily preside over the deal. She's just as good as me. Hephaestus frowns at the seeming disrespect when she notices Loki winking at her. Really? Hephaestus deadpans. You are coming with me. Not a great idea. Jackal shakes his idea. More like, not a small idea. Loki retracts her foot, leaving Jackal with a tent pitched in his trousers. Let me repeat myself. Hephaestus stares at the duo. I am not going to interact with your subordinate just because you want to mingle with Loki. There's really nothing to mingle with, really. Jackal shrugs, standing up as Hephaestus's eye widens briefly. It's just a sock in my trousers. Jackal grunts and accepts the situation. He never should have allowed Loki to violate the sanctity of his store. This is karma, something he must accept. A hard sock. Loki grins without shame. Hephaestus stares at the duo before taking a deep breath and locking her gaze on Loki. What was that sauce on the chicken? Mayo. Loki. Woman, it's a new type of mayo. You'd think I'd eat something like that. Loki lies as easily as she breathes. Hephaestus turns to look at Jackal. If it's mayo, why don't you try some? There is a simple solution to all of this. Jackal musters and looks at Hephaestus seriously. What? Hephaestus controls her rage toward Loki. Truly, nothing is beneath Loki. Wanna marry me? Jackal inclines his head. It won't be weird if they're married, after all. Fart. Ha 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 ha. Loki loses her shit, sensing not an ounce of falsity in his words. Indeed. Jackal would rather marry Hephaestus than eat premium mayo cum. It is right to say Hephaestus rejecting Jackal's earlier proposal did not mean shit, as she, too, feels uncomfortable by the energy created by Loki in Jackal's store, as her gaze moves from his serious expression to an even more earnest erection, while Loki sets her exposed legs on the counter to laugh loudly, revealing a hint of familiar robe under her baggy shirt. Her eagle feather robe? She grows more shocked for different reasons as pair of lurid silver eyes resurfaces in Hephaestus' memories. Now comes her response. Her. As apt as any. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alternate title, Hephaestus, the hottest geek. When your children are eccentric only against the paperwork, is it wrong to descend to Gakai without wanting a beloved prophecy? Orphan's new mortal enemy, big titty hugger. Jackal's coming, Jackal came. The Sue's bento. Loki, more devious than down bad Freya. Is it wrong to eat cum? Jackal. Loki means shit to me asterisk divine senses in Loki and Fei asterisk. That N asterisk lying. Hephaestus tastes that mayo. Wait, mayo, the jig is truly up, making way for the kids. Rejected proposal. Jackal, another one. The aptest response. Jackal's divine bitches. When a string of lucky coincidence brings harem together united in mayo, is it wrong to see cum dressing my bento? Jackal, probably. Honest proposals back to back. Hephaestus and Loki's wild night? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Join the Discord for harem pics tilde. Support the fanfic through comments, likes, reviews and such. If the publish site allows it, your boy's multi-site now, and of course, the Big P. Shout out to Caleb Boggs, JN, and Norn Bitchill. Read 15 advanced chapters on patreon.com/fanharem. Join the Discord. https://discord.ggegdfue5. Chapter 46, 11 papers Y, 1. 3,227 words. Contrary to what Loki might have wanted to have fun by orchestrating such a strange situation, Hephaestus did not lose her composure one bit. It's not her first meeting with the trickster goddess, even if this one was the most peculiar and filled with face-smacking twists. The crimson-haired goddess saw no reason to escalate things by snitching to Tsubaki, proving her social awareness compared to her peers. But she also couldn't empathize with Jackal. Now that he is one with Loki, he must work to understand her craziness since she won't stop doing things that delight her twisted desire for mischief. Did something happen? Tsubaki questions. I thought you'd be happy getting the 20% discount for no additional work. Gotta hand it to Maria. She's a top-tier mother to those kids. Teaching them new things won't be easy, but she didn't hesitate to increase her chores. Hephaestus merely lets out an uninterested hum. Again, it's not the jizz that unnerves her strangely. Of Loki's many pranks, including the accidental death of the trickster's distant cousin, Balder. This one was somewhat tame. Hephaestus has had many run-ins with the trickster goddess due to her rivalry with one of her friends in Olympia. No, her mind was occupied by something else since their renegotiations in Maria's orphanage. Hello, goddess. You in there? Tsubaki's face suddenly filling her view snaps Hephaestus back to reality. Oh, Tsubaki? What is it? Hef calmly questions while tucking a loose lock of crimson hair behind her left ear. What is it? I should be the one asking this. You're not acting right. She snorts and crosses her arms under her well-endowed breasts. Did Jackal do something? Damn it. Is that why he asked me to meet him later tonight? I'm gonna break his spine. He asked you out. Heffer's eyelids jump in surprise as Tsubaki half shrugs. Yeah, he said he'd treat me to Mia's best ale tonight, saying he had something important to discuss that could interest me. Hephaestus frowns with distaste filling her mouth and the phantom taste of someone's heat licking her buds as she musters a quiet hum. Come on. Something happened, right? You know, I'm gonna get an answer out of you. We're eye patch buddies, remember? The goddess scoffs. You did that stupidity on your own, and I became your captain. Tsubaki retorts with a grin, indifferent to the gaze of the masses as they return to their office. She won't care if Jackal is innocent or not if I tell her of Loki's so-called prank. Someone should send her back to Tenkai or No God's Land already. No, that won't work. Thor is there. And Balder still hasn't reincarnated. If I remember correctly, he still has 6,900 years left. But Tsubaki won't stop until I give her something. And her drunken tantrums are objectively worse than Loki's mellow pranks. Heaven forbid Loki does the same to Athena or the rest. Hephaestus shudders. She can imagine Athena letting her arcanum loose with such disrespect. Or worse, Artemis. So, as Tsubaki sits in front of her once they return to their office, Hephaestus sighs in resignation and mutters, well, you understand how I dislike others toying with emotions, generally. So, I rejected Jackal's earlier proposal, and he proposed to me again. Whoa. Seriously? Tsubaki gapes before grinning. Look at you. Seducing the up-and-comers with a single eye. And they say Freya's a beast. Well, he proposed to me to reduce any awkwardness. But she couldn't possibly admit it. Besides, the boy was sincere in his request for the third time in a row. Tsubaki stares at Hephaestus with delight dancing in her lone right eye. Do you want me to get him drunk just enough and send him your way, Tilda? I hear that's how Loki and he became a thing, and they are at each other's throat. And mouths, crotches, and apparently, food. The one-eyed goddess bites back a groan and shakes her head. Ah, you rejected him again? Bummer. Have you seen his back in that three-piece of his? Could have forged a damn good blacksmith out of him. Hephaestus flinches. She saw more than his back. But it's not anything too astonishing. As a goddess more popular to be known as alone and filled with the ability to create divine trinkets, has her way of keeping things interesting in Tenkai when Zeus isn't peeping on her. But Hephaestus also realizes another thing. I forgot, she mumbles while covering her face with her hands. I forgot to reject him again. She groans into her hands. Fart. Ha ha ha. Tsubaki throws her head back and starts laughing. How about I ask Maria to teach the material we send to Jackal, too? I'm sure she won't mind it. I'm kind of jealous of the snotty brats. Maria did mark an excellent impression on Tsubaki as the captain mules. Maria is too damn sweet. You know, she taught me a trick to handle these babies more gently than just wrapping them in saosha as tightly as possible. Tsubaki supports her breasts from the underside and gasps, she has these crazy new training bras. The elastic apparently doesn't lose out, keeping these bad boys in check. It's Hephaestus' turn to stare at her half-dwarven captain in awe. How could you not know about training bras? Well, I didn't. Amazing, the goddess huffs and unleashes one of the most racially destructive sentences in her mind knowingly. I sometimes forget she takes more after her dwarven mother than her human father. Congratulations on your discovery. Didn't need to be smart to hear the sarcasm on that one. Yeah, Hephaestus shrugs. Are you really planning to meet Jackal? Yep. I won't miss a good drink. The goddess' shoulder sinks slightly as Tsubaki questions, again. What's up? Nothing. And I didn't need to be a pent-up deity to hear the falsity in that one. Hephaestus shoots her companion an annoyed glare before waving her hand. It's nothing, all right. I just know his proposal would turn out to be false once he looks at my eye. Tsubaki scoffs a chuckle. It didn't stop me, remember? Besides, you're focusing too much on the eye. Jackal isn't a god with his head up his ass. When you expose yourself, chances are he wouldn't even be staring at your eye. Hephaestus deadpans before dismissing Tsubaki. Off with you if you're going to keep making fun of me. Wasn't making fun, Tsubaki shrugs. I'd happily stick it in you if I had a device of my own. How is that supposed to be appropriate at all? Who said anything about being appropriate? I don't bathe with you on the weekends because it's appropriate but because you'd go into depression without me. I most certainly will not. You will. And that's why Hephaestus kicked me out. Because I dare to speak the truth. Tsubaki grinned toothily, drowning herself in Mia's best ale, but not inside the hostess of fertility, as the duo bought a few dozen bottles and decided to roam Rio until settling on a distant roof in Daedalus. I don't remember asking any of it. Jackal drinks from the bottle, too, recalling the judgmental gazes from Lunoir, Ryu, Syr, Anya, and Chloe, as he filled his frollet with booze. Thankfully, May was in the kitchen. He wouldn't know how to handle May's judgmental stare. She's too sweet, after all. Well, this is what happens when I go to drinks with the guy who's proposed to my goddess 3 times. Tsubaki snickers. He shrugs while taking another sip. Unlike Tsubaki, he takes things slowly. The captain must have some ability like abnormal resistance, allowing her to drink more boldly. So, what's your angle with my goddess? She questions as she sets her 3rd bottle down. Are you kidding me? Jackal looks at the woman strangely. What other angle would I have by asking her to marry me? To marry her and see what's under her shirt? Che. You could do that without marrying her, Tsubaki scorns. Meh, I remember hearing some stuff about Hephaestus since early on. You wouldn't believe how many goddesses bitch about Hephaestus and whatever's under her eye patch. Heh. The funniest thing I heard was someone saying the right portion of her face has another mouth. Boy, my first thought wasn't how she would eat from that mouth. Tsubaki gapes before laughing even louder this time, her legs swinging off the ledge now kicking in the air. I know, right? Jackal smirks before clinking her extended bottle with his. Yeah, now I can't get that image out of my head, Tsubaki heaves. So, what's under her eye patch? Jackal queries as she shrugs. It's really not all that bad. But what can I say? You'd have to look it for yourself. Oh, that's fine. So, do I just enter her office and rip her eye patch out? Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you? Did I say you should do that? You implied it, no? Fuck no. Yeah. Everyone's got an issue with the easiest idea. I'll have you know, I once broke into someone's door, consoled them, and left without paying for any damages. Liar. Well, I paid for the damages, he shrugs again. Tsubaki's grin broadens as she admits, you're a cool guy to hang out with. Maybe you should cover the bill next time, then. As long as I ask you out to drinks, sure, Tsubaki agrees readily before setting her 4th bottle. Let's get to business now. Why'd you ask me out? And to not even drink at Mia's before circling around for so damn long, only until one tail follows us. What do you want? Oh, you noticed both things, huh? Jackal frowns. I could never figure out where my stalker is. But I know I have one. Really? Tsubaki looks past many blocks in the east before shrugging. They're trouble. I'd be in one if they meant any harm, Jackal shrugs. Want me to snitch who they are? Nope. Did you forget my track record? I'm gonna be as strong as you in a year or 2 before jumping them myself, he snickers. As for the rest, I believe only you are the adventurer with enough intelligence and authority to accept this little plan of mine. Tsubaki blinks, straightening her spine with drunken interest. A few of her working brain cells unaffiliated with smithing and social interactions work their damn best finding reason in the plan concocted by the 3 brain cell Jackal. It can actually work, she nods before frowning dangerously. And letters addressed to Maria, you say? Amham, Jackal nods as he puts his lips on his bottle to snatch another drink of Mia's courage-giving ale. Anyway, the payment should suffice, right? And as long as we prepare your costume right, the consequences won't get to your familiar if things go south. The mention of payment makes Tsubaki lick her plump bottom lip before she shakes her head. Nah, I want something else aside from this. What? Jackal frowns. Her further request makes him feel a bit odd, but she shrugs naturally. Sure, I'll give blacksmithing a try. It could be fun. But I won't be cutting my time in the dungeon for it. Olal's already costing me a lot of dungeon prowling. And how do I know you won't go back on your promise? Tsubaki stares at him seriously. You just gotta believe, he smiles back, his words assailing the captain with a wave of memories as she grins. Then you better not fall short. Jackal nods and raises his bottle, something Tsubaki taps with her bottle. If this doesn't kick Olal's ass metaphorically, I don't know what will, Tsubaki snickers as Jackal smiles back. To a healthy butchering. Ooh. You're Svadilfari now, right? Can I take your previous title? With the things you're about to do, it would be a shame if you didn't. The Cyclops' red eye match Jackal's gold red as their grins widen at the same time. Belit Babili, Ishtar Familiar. The entertainment district of Orario is the face of many bordellos and casinos, but in the heart of the southern attraction of the city lies a moderately tall tower that oversees the entire district, surrounded by several buildings under the Ishtar Familiar's management. Most bordellos around Ishtar Familiar's home, the Belit Babili, present many top prostitute. Belit Babili is a bordello in some sense, hosting the richest and few of the most powerful adventurers. But in this bordello, the women get the pick of their men. The nightlife of the district is as rowdy as ever. But not everything is as tempting in the Ishtar Familiar's property as it seems. The streets leading to the tower of Belit Babili, godly brothel of the mistress, find itself strangely abuzz as one of the few rare pubs under the Familiar's management has become a source of gossip among the Amazonas members of the Familiar. Like the scent of blood drawing out beasts of the night, news of Jackal's appearance in the Pole Pub attracts plenty of attention. As the name suggests, the Pole Pub's attraction is pole and strippers. It would seem many men can get bored of getting down to Amazonian action every day and would love some tease in their life. Jackal cannot judge them. Boy, is he enjoying himself. Dark blue lamps dimly illuminate the scented interior as Jackal grins at the hearty Amazonas waitress as he picks another mug of ale as she sits on his lap. Tilda. Her coo distracts him from the three strippers on the pole. Butcher, you're costing us business. Be sure to tip me well for my losses, Tilda. Her plump butt gyrates on him before she winks again and walks away, her swaying hips flipping her scanty dress as he chuckles. Oh, I'll remember that. As the waitress remarks, his arrival cost the pub some business. Aside from the few obvious members of the Ishtar Familiar, who seem unbothered by his appearance and even moderately attracted to him, Jackal observes a large cloaked individual watching the girls dance. It's time you leave. A harsh voice interrupts Jackal's enjoyment as he looks back to find a rare specimen. Since Ishtar Familiar members comprise 90% of women, it is reasonable that men of the Familiar are rarer, like the level 2 Jonas standing in front of him. Let me enjoy, Jackal smirks. After all, this pub won't be standing come morning. Jonas visibly grows aggressive at the threat, his bald head featuring a few revealing veins and his bearded face scrunching in anger. I am one of Phryne's lovers, Jonas warns. Even if I cannot defeat you, she damn well will skewer you. Jackal stares at him before whistling at the waitress, who just gave him an impromptu lap dance. Come here, sweetie. The woman shrugs at Jonas and skips toward Jackal with a sweet smirk on her face. Ready for my tip? I promise I'll let you rest after every round. Ha. Ever the heated slut. One of the Amazons laughs before smoking her pipe as Jackal smirks due to the lively atmosphere. It is clear that Jonas is the Familiar's bitch given his stifled expression. Well, how about you do me a favor, and I'll give you a pretty tip. Jackal takes out a parchment from under his tunic, naturally no longer wearing his three-piece uniform. Read this. Jackal smiles warmly as the corner of Jonah's eyes twitch at the familiarity of the handwriting on the paper. The brunette waitress tilts her head before taking the paper and reading it loud enough for others to hear. Maria Martel, I have seen your orphanage. I'm surprised by the talents you've been nurturing. The half-elf blonde girl will grow to be a real buster, and if the boys grow handsome enough, I will employ them as the consorts of my familia. Why, you ask? It is simple. There will come a day when I knock on your doors, pull you out of your house by your hair, and strip you in front of others before gutting you in public. Your red will mark the new journey for your children, a pleasurable one. Of course, I will kindly keep your memories by skinning your corpse and keeping your hide above my counter. But none of this has to happen if you stop fucking around with one you call Jackal. Don't make me be the one to knock on your doors, Martel. Jonas, Pole Public. The pub descends into silence by the time she reads the letter as Jonas eyes Jackal coldly. There is a hint of anxious tension in the pub as other prostitutes of Ishtar Familia watch Jackal with a mix of excitement and anticipation. These women aren't the fighters of the Familia, but almost all Amazons are well versed in combat due to their natural instincts. Did you write this? Jackal calmly questions as he takes the parchment from the waitress before depositing a leather pouch filled to the brim with 1,000 Valis coins in her hands. I did, Jonas scowls. And I suppose I'll visit that bitch and fulfill my promise. Jackal waves his hand at the man before shaking his head. Is it right to assume you don't fear me because of being Phryne Jamils, the captain of the Ishtar Familia, bitch? A lover. Jonas snarls, pulling Jackal up by his collars as his vicious blue eyes fall on Jackal's gentle gold-red ones until he stands properly, towering over the 170 centimeters Jonas. So, if I fulfill the promises of your letter, she will come to this pub. Jackal inquires in a chillingly calm tone. What? Jonah's eyes widen as the other girls watch in shock as the phantom of an infant dragon and a beating silver back appears above his head. Jackal's hand suddenly grips Jonah's by the neck, bringing his face to the same level as his own. Skinning, gutting, and stripping it is, Jackal smiles at the man. I will vomit, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Your ale tastes worse than Loki, after all. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alternate title, Loki is never free of getting roasted. Hephaestus is the Kratos-approved calm and reasonable goddess, being a baddie undershirt, and nerdy above one. Tsubaki x Hephaestus when, Loki planning destruction of Tenkai for shits and giggles, creating Ragnarok. Accidentally, poor Balder suffers in every verse. Balder, why are we here, just to suffer? Loki, haha, mistletoe goes brr. Now you gotta kiss, wait. You died, a proposed goddess, annoyed Hephaestus, 20% discount for rich mayo taste, chilling with Tsubaki. Tsubaki has that dog in her, Hephaestus wet dream, blacksmithing Jackal? Asterisk Lilifreus Rosana Maria wet noises asterisk, a very smart plan, the butcher resurfaces, in twos, the pub event, man, Jonah's a bitch, fuck Jonas, Tsubaki finds out training bra, one of the best trips with goddess ever, tipping left and right, returning favor. Everyone can write shit and post it to other until they get punched in the face, Mike Fireson of the Hercules Familia, probably. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Join the Discord for Harem Pics tilde. Support the fanfic through comments, likes, reviews and such, if the publish site allows it, your boys multi-site now, and of course, the Big P. Shout out to Caleb Boggs, JN, and Norn Bitchill. Read 15 advanced chapters on patreon.com/fanharem. Join the Discord. https://discord.ggegdfue5. Chapter 47, Side Story, 3. 2,196 words. Title, Freya's the Chef from Hell, Earlier Morning. It's acceptable if she invites someone and they're late, she is patient, or if she invites someone and happens to be late to the meeting because she likely found something better to do. But to ask her out early in the morning only to not show up even now is exhausting for Freya, and for once, she was only an hour late to the site. Of course, this also allowed Freya to look out the early dawn cafe's window, her slim fingers exposed from her baggy robes as she rested her cheek on her hand, a luminous lock of her silver hair bouncing out and making the already enamored staff of the pub gulp collectively. She doesn't mind if that goddess is late for their meeting. Her silver lilac hues gaze upon the flowing wave of adventurers in the Northwest Main, also known as the Adventurer's Path. She observes the streets brimming with life. Her special senses gaze upon the hope-filled souls of the rookie adventurers and their tame, dull seniors. Almost all the adventurers on the street are level 1, she reckons. Maybe a handful of them will be level 2 veterans. The level of an adventurer is not seen through their souls. An adventurer can have the darkest and the meekest soul and still be a top adventurer. Then there are the likes of Lily and Finn. They aren't the only ones, Freya muses. Her familiars' top echelons are the same. A type of soul steeped with legends, earning the eyes of the world and tribulations so callous that these men and women aim to survive and grow in the most extreme manners. Their souls still echo with tales of the past, legends untold, and potential untapped. Loki had been lucky to gain a few such members, but Freya understands these men and women will always reach the top of their generation whenever they return. I would not have understood all this if it wasn't for Hera. Freya's eyes sparkle with cold hatred, thinly veiling a pool of respect and admiration. The Zeus and Hera familia were filled with such men and women, but they still lost. And everyone dies. She thinks strangely, recalling Otter's question while observing the smiles and peals of laughter of the adventurers walking in the den of death and torture with wild ambitions. Did you not speak of leaving this world to embrace his soul? Her most loyal son's words resurface in her mind, making her feel complicated. She's experienced this notion many times. While she never felt the urge to leave Gekkai for any soul she's witnessed, she did state to Otter she would leave this plane to embrace Jackal's soul should he die. But she never mentioned two things to anyone, not even the Arario's king. Will I even find his soul in this Tenkai? Freya's silver eyes flicker with a sense of unreal fascination, which twists into a look of utter confusion. Dead or living, it shouldn't matter if I'm with him. Her eyes observe the lively adventurers again. It shouldn't matter, but why do I feel my chest tighten? Many children of mine died, awaiting me loyally in Tenkai, even those who joined my familia not to find a family but to try and win me over. I never felt bad for them, for I understand life does not end with death. It is an experience we all must face, endure, and appreciate. So, why? She exhales loudly, her human heart beating frantically in her chest. The thought of Jackal's death takes something from her, a part she doesn't understand. Maybe Jackal and other mortals are right to believe that deities like us have no reason to laud ourselves as the better breed when we need more help than we realize. Freya retracts her gaze, unable to understand the source of her confusion. Her confusion settles with no easy answer available. And her perfect lips curl into a confident smile. It's not like my order will die. I have time to contemplate this new flavor of confusion he's gifted me by his presence. Tilda. I'm sorry to disturb you. A young, brown-haired Chienthrope waitress in a sky-blue skirt uniform walks up to Freya's table and introduces her presence, holding a stack of parchments and paper rolled into a scroll. Oh, dear. Freya's predominantly seductive voice makes the girl blush as everyone in the cafe strains their senses to savor the unknown goddess voice. It is no disturbance at all. Did you need something? Why yes. I mean, Enno. Someone from Loki familiar wanted me to hand this to you. The girl squeaks, her face beet red as her mind delves into their trenches of depravity. Her watery brown eyes evade a peek of Freya's lips shyly as she sets the scroll on the table. Thank you, Freya smiles, a glance of her silver eyes captivating the woman in place before she nods furiously and leaves with unstable steps and a rapidly swaying tail. The goddess focuses on the delivered scroll. Her gaze takes a moment to appreciate the seal of Loki familiar in the form of a laughing trickster. It is odd. As much of a chaotic goddess Loki is, using deceit in ways many god-kings cannot hope to imagine, she stays rooted in her identity. She is strangely honest with her seal and emblems. So, she made me wait only to send this stack of papers? It has been hours. Had it been another deity, Freya would have left long ago, but Loki is special. There are many unsaid reasons why Loki and her familia rose to prominence so quickly after Zeus and Hera familia's defeat. What do you have in mind this time? Freya smiles, knowing Loki would try to stir her in some manner with this act. But Loki will fail. I'm better, in body and mind. She narrows her eyes. The first paper on the stack details a short passage in the familiar handwriting of the trickster goddess. Dear Dick for brain. Freya glances at the words, understanding this was rightly sent for her. After all, her order's Dick occupies every recess of her mind and thinking. This does not offend Freya at all. Someone has to obsess and fuss over her order eventually, and it shall be her, rightfully so. We've had our differences over the year, right? We got back at each other constantly before deciding we won't keep the gross score but net them out instead. I remember it's still 1-0 in your favor. So, the next couple of papers will show you how I put the eagle feather robe you lent me in Tenkai many moons ago on Artemis Festival to good use. And remember, you can have the robe back. But I'll wash it before returning. Oh, and yeah, I'm not gonna show up. Freya narrows her eyes, recalling the robes. She'd lent it to Loki a long time ago before she somehow smuggled it into Gakkai. That robe is a divine artifact with less than useful properties, but it caught Loki's eye like Jackal caught Freya's attention. The goddess of beauty casually flips the paper and flinches. The corner of her beautiful eyes twitch, and she realizes Loki woke up today and chose chaos. As one can expect, deities have long lives. They are immortal until killed. So most deities like to learn new things. It's not a stroke of luck that Freya knows how to weave threads, expertly fashioning her order into a body pillow. She learned how to do it. She can also draw impeccably, brew, design, paint, and more. Her cooking is a specialty beloved by her familia, so it is right to say the pictures Loki can draw, no matter how degrading, are at the top of mortal artwork. The details, the mood generated from an odd set of colors, the shading, the sketchwork before and afterward to bring the picture to life, and that bitch. Freya vibrates in her seat with annoyance, muttering softly under her breath, yet her silver pupils take time to appreciate the scene in front of her. It's clear why Loki didn't show up. She's probably performing said acts painted on the pictures sent to her with a man whose face is hidden, but the details of his conquering Babel let Freya discern her order. Loki paints a vivid picture of her and a faceless Jackal mounting the counter and committing all sorts of deeds. Fuck no, Jackal stares at an eager Loki. We won't do it on my counter. Come on. No. Freya flips to another painting. Loki's body is pressed against the walls, Jackal fitting snugly inside her despite differences in their sizes. And they call me names when I've never dealt with such difference in size like that flat excuse of a goddess. The goddess of beauty snorts. You are a fool to think we're going to fuck in any way that dirties the shop, even against the wall. Just come inside me, Loki shrugs, sitting atop the counter as her bare feet gently massage his erection against his trousers. We'll plug it. I don't mind. I meant other drippy stuff, Jackal shrugs. You're kind of too wet. Hey. It's a compliment, he shrugs again. Freya's breath hitches with envy as Loki has Jackal lie on the floor, not mounting him completely but letting his thick tip press against her wet lips. No. Loki moans. Nope. Finally, Freya's gaze settles on the last sheet. It's markedly more passionate. Jackal and Loki remain in a chair. The trickster goddess' small body fits against his upside down, her lips kissing the root of his cock as Freya can imagine her order's shaft fitting in Loki's throat while Jackal hugs the woman's waist, his hands possessively grip her perky ass, his face pressed into her crotch. Freya cannot see what Jackal is doing, but she easily imagines him rocking the daylights out of Loki as opposed to vice versa. Oh, that we can do, Jackal nods casually as Loki lets out a breath of relief, placing her bento on the table as she decides to snack while tossing ideas to Jackal. Fucking finally, she whines. You're going to suck me right after eating? Yep. Clean your mouth, at least. It could be spicy. You're a whole damn ungrateful for a guy about to have his cock sucked by the top goddess in Rio. Fine, I'll munch some spicy chicken and lick the shit out of you. Loki grows silent before huffing, let's not be hasty. Damn, I didn't think my plans to get back at that dumb bitch would be met with such opposition. She moans in distress internally. But she doesn't need to know. For all she knows, Jackal and I did all of it. Tilda. What are you smiling at? Jackal questions curiously. Nothing, it's the taste of victory. Well, I don't know how you tasted it without putting your lips around my dick, but sure. Loki works her jaws before smirking prominently, realizing she may have done all that even without trying to go at Freya. In this situation, for some magical reason, teasing the shit out of Freya became a bonus for Loki instead of the main show. It tastes more like a defeat after one pump, she shoots back. Hey, it can taste like SYR's cooking from what I hear as long as you swallow, he shrugs again, grinning at the goddess. This is stressful to look at. Freya stares at the stack of paper, feeling her body on edge as if her lover's body pillow needs her in their room again. But I should keep these for future reference. She stows the scroll into her robe. After I have some fun with body pillow order, I'll have to cook for Otter and others, including other girls, to relieve all my stress. Asterisk. Alternate title, Freya's a patient hoe, complicated emotions. Jackal was right. These deities need therapy. Jackal's dick therapy coming soon. Freya sees more than others can imagine. The truth of souls, the legacy of past, the lucky influences. Some men and women always return. Loki woke up and chose chaos. The fearless slut, the artist, the cook. Never let Freya cook. Loki's plan dismantled by a sincere Jackal. The voice of purity and insult. Jackal. Mayo? No. It tastes like victory. Freya's hit by real-life Jackal. Loki CG art. Loki's the advocate of hentai games. Freya enters kitchen. Her familiar and hostess of fertility. Here's Doom OST. Freya's keeping it for research. The call of Freya's body pillow. Freya's bedroom becomes the new frontier region in the future. The bane of Bento Daddy Jackal. Hell Chef Freya. Join the Discord for harem pics. Support the fanfic through comments, likes, reviews and such. If the publish site allows it, your boy's multi-site now, and of course, the Big P. Shout out to Caleb Boggs, JN, and Nornbitchill. Read 15 advanced chapters on patreon.com/fanharem. Join the Discord. https://discord.ggegdfue5. Chapter 48, 11 papers Y, 2. 3,272 words. Whatever Jackal teaches to the kids occasionally is taught to him by life. His understanding of consequences stems from everything he's faced in his previous life. He was weak and naive, quickly getting into a crime family without understanding he would be dried to his limits. He just wanted a full stomach at the time. But that's not all. A crime family is bound to have traitors and some moral fools who would get executed, the consequences of their actions. Jackal's death, too, was a consequence of his choice. And as strange as it sounds, he once saw one of the family head's most promising guns breaking into tears. The family head had gathered everyone to welcome the man after he successfully hunted a family with an infant, allowing Jackal to be present, too. The next thing he saw was the family head's appreciative gaze turning scornful as he pulled his gun and executed the man on the spot under everyone's presence. And from that comes Jackal's second rule of not crying unnecessarily. There have been a few instances in this life like Aina and Rose gifting him a compression suit to be worn under his armor, where his heart felt full to the point he feared he'd cry in front of them. Jackal won't be a cunt stating tears and emotions are bad since he only felt like crying out of happiness, but he couldn't bring himself to cry in front of them. Soma wins in this regard, but it was raining that night, so it might as well be raindrops. The lesson of not being governed by fear despite fearing things was the last of the things Jackal learned before he was brutally executed on a chair. Jackal's third lesson is every man has a limit, crossing which can lead them to wild success or astounding failure. Jackal believes limits are meant to be broken, but how one goes about breaking such limitations matters. Any successful crime family is bound to have ambitious, hot-blooded men. And to keep standing, a successful crime family crushes any coup led by such men. Jackal witnessed the rise and fall of 3 such groups, allowing him to firmly understand the meaning of power, physically, mentally, and emotionally. And Jackal could not have imagined meeting his limit in barely over a month in this new world. He'd achieved quite a bit already in every sense of the manner. He'd banged a goddess, gone on dates, destroyed a familiar, created a successful business, made good friends, and unfortunately, better enemies. And tonight, Jackal faces his limits with a crude gaze, unable to bring his surreptitiously quivering hand from continuing. The Pole pub's interior is layered with eerie silence save for the slightly heavier breathing and choked sobs as Jackal's right hand drips with blood, a small blooded knife in his hands. Aside from the waitress from earlier watching everything with a pale expression, the dozen non-combatant members and dancers in the pub look at Jackal with a note of fright in their eyes. It isn't easy to frighten the simplest of Amazonas due to their inherent nature. The cloaked figure watches Jackal, their sharp gaze noticing his quivering grip over the knife's handle with a slight relief in their eye. Jonah's naked body trembles for the umpteenth time. His body lies on his pub's floor with a pool of blood around his right leg, strips of flesh floating within. Nobody dares breathe a little louder. Jonah's right foot, under his knee, is stripped of his flesh and bandaged. The entire wrap is blood red. The naked terror in the man's eyes as he whimpers with his underwear stuffed in his mouth and his hands tied cannot be described with words alone. The image of a jackal's cold, dazed face reflects in his eyes. The sensation of his knife passing through the sinner's lower leg is too distinct for Jackal to forget as he looks back. This is his limit. He's killed before, taken limbs, and incapacitated many, but none was torture. I can't become this. It's not due to a lack of trying. And for once, Jackal's belief of every limitation existing to be surpassed comes into question. Call Jamil. Jackal looks at one of the women with a pipe in her hands. And the rest, collect everyone from around. Tell them this district will see the greatest source of entertainment they'd ever witness. For once, Jackal lacks his usual uppity attitude. A chilling coldness laces his voice as only the cloaked figure observes a flash of Jackal's gold-red eyes trying to invert before settling the same way they always have. Anyone else would miss it, but the figure has a thing for eyes due to their past, and they keep a note of interesting ones. As if granted a pardon, every woman leaves the pub in a flurry, some of them finally sporting an excited look as they leave after a final glance in his direction. I suppose I should apologize. Jackal looks at Jonas again. His grip loosens around the knife as the weapon tumbles and falls into the pool of blood. He isn't apologizing to Jonas as he turns to look at the cloaked, bulky figure. Right. I asked you to trust me, and I cannot even deliver what I promised. Butcher's only your nickname, a hoarse voice replies from under the cloak. Don't take it seriously. Besides, I have a thing for eager fools who ask others to trust them on absolutely no basis only to deliver their promises, and I see that potential in you. I couldn't even skin him till his waist. Jackal frowns, resisting the urge to touch this topic again, much less break his known limitations. He doesn't want to. He can finally empathize with a few men having codes of living, and his not letting fear cloud your judgment, and no torture. Jackal draws an axe from his frollet before bending and bringing the blade down on the man's head, brutally splitting Jonah's skull as blood squirts on his face. Killing men's always going to ruffle some feathers on the surface, but adventurers kill each other daily in the dungeon or the forest outside Rio. And how do I put this? I'm glad you couldn't stomach this shit. The cloaked figure brings the mug of ale in their hands closer to their lips. Killing men isn't troublesome, Jackal replies as he stands up, wiping blood off his face. It's the war game. The cloaked figure goes silent. What? You're never going to tell which familiar you're from? Probably not. Jackal walks to the figure before sitting in front of them and taking a sip from his mug. His stack of 11 letters not lowers to 10 as a sheet of paper covers Jonah's split face, soaking blood. Do you think others would approve of your handiwork? This isn't the same shit as Soma Familiar, and unlike me, you have no mask. Jackal stares at the corpse, wondering what he can learn from his new grimoire. But he knows going through such grimoires is torture, too. I don't know. And I'd rather think about the consequences after dealing with the shit on hand. The cloaked figure grunts with what seems like approval as they sit quietly. On top of the stack of letters is a passage practically scrambled with boorish handwriting, signed by a name far too familiar with the entertainment district, Frine Jamil. Can you repeat that? Dim moonlight fails to illuminate a dark alleyway near Maria's orphanage, now occupied not only by Asfi but also the Takamikazuchi familiar, whom Jackal had hired this morning to stay during the night, or so he tried, as the familiar firmly rejected the notion of payment. A hushed whisper replies the humid voice before the street falls silent. A figure slowly strolls out of the dark alley as the combination of moonlight and dim magic lamps finally reveal the attractive face under the hat. Hermes. Amusement, admiration, and a respectable caution dance in his orange irides as he walks toward the orphanage again, stopping at the sight of his bespectacled captain. "What did you find?" questions Asfi as she adjusts her glasses. "A little bit of this, a little bit of that," Hermes chuckles. "Something related to our situation?" questions a third, remarkably deeper voice. Hermes flinches but turns a second later to meet Takemikazuchi's obsidian pupils as the god of combat remains seated on a stool covered by bushes. "You cannot play ninja when my captain's around," Hermes chuckles. "What if you frighten my dear Asfi? He was onto you before I came," Asfi reveals calmly and nods in God's direction. "Oh, great. I guess I have another friend Tilda. Haha." Hermes laughs carefreely, walking toward the entrance of the orphanage as Takemikazuchi raises an eyebrow at the obviousness of Hermes dodging his question. "I heard tales about you in the Far East." Takemikazuchi stands, interrupting Hermes' steps with his voice. One of the quickest gods in existence, reliving his myths by giving information the same wings his feet claim in Tenkai. "In Gakkai, you are nobody's enemies. But you aren't anybody's ally either." "Ah." Hermes shakes his head, correcting Takemikazuchi as he turns around. "I'm everyone's ally. It's the same thing. In being everyone's ally, you have hurt many. Some of them were your own, or so I heard. Which existence has escaped death?" Hermes smiles, tipping his hat slightly. "Us gods should be above all these facades. We came to this realm to find and understand new things our otherwise immortal flesh was incapable of understanding." Takemikazuchi walks past Hermes slowly. "In this realm, I have come to understand another aspect of life, kindness and joy. I have known the warmth of my children's smiles. I don't expect you to empathize, ally." Takemikazuchi stops at the door, his tone turning softer as the expected threat, given the mood of their conversation, never arrives, hitting the nail at what Takemikazuchi means as he requests gently. "I hope your pursuit of excitement does not harm whom I find dear." Hermes' smile freezes slightly as he stares at Takemikazuchi's back before the perpetually dopamine-driven god groans under his breath and waves his hand dismissively. "Why couldn't you just stick to threats like the stuck-up Amaterasu?" "Fine," as if a child whose fun had been ruined, Hermes thins his lips. "I hear the entertainment district is bound to have a sleepless night, and not because of a new supply of products. A butcher is inciting a rebellion." Tilda, Asfi and Takemikazuchi's eyelids jump in surprise as Hermes chortles. "And it's got everyone's attention. Because guess what? Almost every familiar member visits the entertainment district." Takemikazuchi nods slowly, opening the door. "Are you not worried?" Hermes blinks. "From what little I know of him and have come to appreciate about him, he understands and accepts the consequences of his actions." Turning to look Hermes in the eye, Takemikazuchi smiles slightly. "He's like a few of us deities this way. Asfi Tilda, stay here and earn our discount. I'm going to have a good stroll." Hermes grins, turning around abruptly as he leaves Asfi alone. A cloaked figure jumps out from a nearby alley, following and escorting Hermes casually. "Why didn't you tear Hermes a new one?" Asfi questions the god in front of her as Hermes leaves. Takemikazuchi half shrugs with his surroundings turning light-hearted. "One of the basic rules of combat, subvert your opponent's expectations. We, gods, try not to let our divine intellectuals control our mortal shells, allowing ourselves to be as moody if not moodier than humans. It was all a ploy." Asfi frowns. "Fueled by my love for my children," the god smiles. A notion Hermes understands. Asfi sighs and shakes her head. "I don't think your trust in Jackal is apt, and mine in Hermes. Then we understand each other more than words can describe." Takemikazuchi chuckles softly as he enters the orphanage. "Please do me a favor. Tell everything's all right to Martel-san. I don't suppose it's appropriate for me to knock on her doors this late. But she's probably awake. Your friend Jackal won't have such issues," Asfi scoffs, still holding a slight bitterness against Jackal's general attitude. "Well, I also don't butcher familiars and incite mortal rebellion, amongst many other things." He shrugs again, indifferent to Asfi's temperament. I suggest you ignore Jackal's language and focus on the essence of his sentiment instead. He hasn't lied to me since I met him, so he's a nice guy to befriend. This catches Asfi by surprise. So, let me get this straight. Finn looks over his table. His bedroom and office are only divided by a thin wall, allowing Beat to understand why the Familiar's captain would attend to him in his nightwear. I was with that Lena chick, Beat grunts. Couldn't even get past her doors when a few other whores came rushing in, gushing about that stupid fuck. He scowls. And now I'm out of a good snatch for the night. Ever so respectful, Reveria snorts from the sidelines, surprisingly ready and in decent clothes as if she didn't plan to sleep in the first place. Gahahaha. Gareth laughs from his couch in the distance. The sound of the old grandfather clock ticking in the office and the crackling fire from the marbled fireplace outmatched by the dwarf's boisterous peal of laughter. Cut the boy some slack. He can say whatever he likes about wanting to hook up with a strong chick, but this Lena Lassery got his fangs close. Oh, shove it, Beat snorts. Anyway, I thought you'd want to know with Loki and him hooking up. Well, Finn frowns, looking at Reveria. What do you think? I remember his magic from the dungeon, but it won't hold against the top adventurers in Ishtar Familiar. Reveria crosses her arms, her right thumb, and index cups her slender chin as serious thought reflects in her jade eyes. And you're sure he tortured a man? Reveria questions with apparent distaste. Dunno, Beat slumps on a chair with a huff as he crosses his legs. The few whores from earlier said the butcher tortured some pub owner, Phryne's lover, and now demands her to appear in front of him. I heard a few hushed whispers about disappointment, bandaged leg, and a split skull later. Finn and Gareth look at each other. Sounds like the runt didn't get through with that. The dwarf strokes his bushy beard. Gotta say, I'm relieved. Torture brings nothing good. Killing is the same, Reveria retorts. We're all killers, Finn shakes his head. You're taking Jackal's side on this? Reveria frowns. Just advocating facts, Finn sighs and taps his desk. To be honest, for all of Jackal's issues, his swift and possibly lasting impact on AIS is something I've noticed long ago. He draws her effortlessly. And it's not the Gemlings. TCH, it's just AIS taking pity on that weak cunt, Beat scoffs. Or it is AIS forming a bond of respect and trust with someone outside our Familiar, Finn notes. Outside? Gareth snickers impishly. I heard the runt went all the way into Loki. The remaining three scowl at once as Gareth laughs loudly again. The issue is, should we delay telling this to Loki? Finn states, bringing his office to silence. Naturally, they have their own worries about Jackal, but Reveria sighs soon enough. As much as it aches my tongue and mind, Gareth is right. Jackal isn't a mere tenant to the Loki Familiar, or rather, us, the top executives. His pace of growth also makes him a beneficial ally to invest in, Finn adds from his point of view. Ever the righteous hero, braver, Beat scorns with a smug smirk as he looks around the room. I'm gonna go to my room now. Do what you will. As Beat leaves, Finn cracks a smile. Says the hater, who could have disregarded the news and gone his way. You guys don't need to worry about this. We all are too famous to move without creating a direct conflict with Ishtar Famila, and I don't have to remind you too how these conflicts usually end. Raids or a war game, grunts Gareth. Indeed, Reveria closes her eyes. Then it's a good thing a level 5 captain owes me a favor, and should be on her duty, too. Finn rolls his shoulder slightly. And what of Loki? And the rest? Tiona and AIS will raise a ruckus when the news gets out tomorrow. I guess that's where you should use the trauma you instilled in AIS, and put your fear in Tiona, too. I'll handle Loki. I didn't traumatize AIS, Reveria frowns. Yeah. Gareth grins. Not just AIS, but your best friend's eldest, too, right? Didn't she get the trauma of learning hieroglyphs from you? The corner of Reveria's lips twitches as she recalls a sweet brown-haired, green-eyed half-elf. Before she can argue her case, Gareth questions, what about me? Sleep. Finn inclines his head. Gareth was the first one Beat approached, so he was pulled into the situation. Cool. Gareth leaves with a loud yawn. You should get some rest, too, Finn looks at Reveria, who informs after a moment. I never told you how their training went this morning, right? Finn waits for Reveria to finish. Jackal's body is far different than we imagined, Finn. He's like a fusion of a were-tiger, a Boaz, and an Amazon. He shrugged off Tiona's blows that would incapacitate a physically weaker level 3 adventurer. Weak level 3 adventurers are known to level up as quickly as possible, not bottoming out their status potential, so it's nothing surprising. Weren't we the same? Finn smiles. None of us did that in a month, Reveria replies, turning around. Loki once told me she wouldn't invite Jackal in the familiar even after the year-long restriction on Falna abolishes, saying he'd devour our familiar in time. Keep that in mind. So, you don't want him to live? Finn questions knowingly. Reveria looks back, revealing her fears. I don't want us devoured. Maybe it is because of Finn's confidence or his lack of personal interactions with Jackal. He smiles confidently and nods. Of course. Asterisk. Alternate title, The Devil Lies Beyond Limitations. A man is as dangerous as his limits. Jackal's first teacher, hunger. His second teacher, trauma. His best teacher, Roberta. What lies beyond the limits? Some things should be kept in the dark. The cloaked figure's penchant for reckless but trustworthy guys. Hidden backstory perhaps. Bring Jamal to me, excitement and fear. Wildfire of a news. Take a Mikazuchi wingmaning even now, subverting expectations like a bro Hermes one true opponent. Politeness. Hermes give you wings, divine bull gives you wings. Beat misses out on some fun. TCH asterisk angry Tsunder werewolf noises asterisk. Lena got that snatch. Beats a reluctant unpaid return customer. Jackal's lasting impact. Asterisk Morgan Freeman voice asterisk contrary to Finn's expectations, it was all due to Gemlings and Bento. Better than the butcher, Bento Daddy Jackal, Gareth's the true Chad of the familiar. Reveria traumatizing children since her late 80s. It's not trauma if no children reports to authorities. Loki familiar's artificial hero. Damn, Sharkty can't catch a break. Sharkty, soon munching Bento aggressively. It's your damn fault. Asterisk Naza with her resting bitch face asterisk. Welcome to the club. Asterisk. Join the Discord for Harem Pics tilde. Support the fanfic through comments, likes, reviews and such. If the published site allows it, your boys multi-site now and of course, the Big P. Shout out to Caleb Boggs, JN, and Norn Bichill. Read 15 advanced chapters on patreon.com/fanharem. Join the Discord. https://discord.ggegdfue5. Chapter 49, 11 papers y, 3. 3,339 words. Two sides rise in every large familiar over time, combatant and non-combatant factions. There are two well-known extreme examples of this. The Ganesha familiar has the highest number of combat adventurers training daily, and the Demeter familiar has the highest number of non-combatant adventurers working farms and other jobs. The Ishtar familiar is no different, with a group of under 100 Amazon women combatants, whose income nets 40% of the entertainment district's income. Berbera. A small team of scantily dressed women surrounds a large dark-skinned, physically large-faced woman, attracting customers' attention near their home, Belit Babili. Let us deal with him as Ishtar commanded, the leading voice claims loudly, one of her narrow eyes hidden behind her long, sleek, jet-black locks. Her skin is as dark as her peers, and her clothes are Amazonian certified in ways that only cover her least crucial bits. After all, when one leaves all the vitals in the torso to cover breasts and snatch alone, it is right to assume such warriors are suicidal or understand how to deal with the enemy without plated protection, something an Amazon is born to excel in aside from carnal attraction, probably. Aisha, unlike the leader's mature, smooth voice that feels like a wine waiting to slide down one's throat, bringing sensations abound, the encircled woman has a thick and coarse voice, leaving the listeners with the feeling of swallowing rocks and bits of metal. Who do you think you're ordering? Did you forget who is the most beautiful woman in this familiar? Is it Ishtar or me? Questions a veritable hill of meat with a face almost as wide as the width of her two shoulders, her toad-like features proudly displayed with her obscenely thick lips curling into a sneer. God forbid her from blinking horizontally over her green irides circling horizontal pupils. Aisha flinches for a bare moment, not out of fear despite their familiar captain's strength, but the damage it would do to their business should they let an external enemy create a ruckus while having an internal battle. Level 3 Aisha might be, but she can lead her team to defeat their captain, Phryne Androctonus Jamil, at a moderate cost. Leading to a weakness that may cause someone else to eye us. Aisha's posture relaxes as she steps away, causing others to follow suit, including a recently famed Amazoness due to her level-up Samira bite. Don't hurt the customers, Aisha informs as Phryne passes them, making the hill of flesh stop for a second before she snorts. Scrawny cunts need to suck it to Ishtar, got it? Cut me off again, and I'll tear you in two. At least, you'd look appealing to some twisted fuck that way instead of what you are now. While Aisha is not a prostitute strictly, her fame is no less around these parts due to her adventurous nature in life and the dungeon. Phryne's words sting a few men nearby, who've known Aisha only for a few minutes more than the woman herself. But they don't dare speak up to Ishtar Familiar's captain, who is famous for different reasons. TCH, Aisha clicks her tongue before looking at Samira. Tell Ishtar about this. She's not going to be pleased. Samira half shrugs. I was hoping to meet the butcher and see if he's all bark or some bite. Oh, sucks to be you Tilda. One of the women breaks the formation. Since we don't have to fight him, we can go and see what happens, right? I hear monsters of the dungeon bless him, letting him call their strength. Stupid. It's a unique skill. Why don't we bring him to Ishtar and let her charm him into joining our familiar? One of the women in a blue dancer's outfit licks her luscious lips. I can see so many uses of that skill outside of combat. So many positions Tilda. You guys are hopeless, Aisha smirks fondly at the small part of the team gathered. Heh, says you. One of them smirks back. Yeah, Aisha admits frankly. I hear he's visited the district with Mayak and a new deity. Kind of sucks, but we have to kill him after this. What if he survives? As Samira leaves, the group starts walking on the street, others parting ways naturally. Aisha changes the topic after hearing doubt from one of her teammates. Where the fuck is Lena? Loki's pet wolf, shrugs Sheree, a slightly plump Amazoness. Him? Aisha scoffs. All Lena's gotta do now is have combat and lose. She'll practically hump his legs afterward. The group giggles to themselves, not the slightest bit jealous over Lena's luck. If they wanted to settle, they would. But it's hard finding the right type. While it is not proven, most Amazoness more focused on combat find it harder to settle. To their kind, the moment they encounter their heart seized by someone, they'd do anything to stay with him. But constant combat and growth seem to affect them in some manner. Well, Aisha mutters. If the butcher's lucky, Phryne would kill him. If not, her kink room it is. A few women shudder as they understand the implications. The most beautiful. Phryne should call herself the devil of their kind. Oh, what about your pet Renaud? Aisha looks at the woman, knocking her knuckle on her skull with a snort. Don't call her a pet, geez. Sure, you guys go on ahead. I'll bring her along with me. Yes Tilda. And don't tease our loving Renaud mommy. One of the girls snickers, causing Aisha to deadpan as she leaves without commenting further. A large crowd's gathered outside, chuckles the cloaked figure. HNN, Jackal grunts, taking a helmet from his frollet. It should be about any minute now. Remember, we take no chances. I'll become a pancake with one slap from her. Just hope Phryne doesn't lather you as a pancake with syrup. That woman is seriously nasty. Jackal cringes while the cloaked individual lets out a throaty hum as they grope the pitch-black segmented helmet in their hand inlaid with a purple crystal. So this is Hade's helmet. I can't believe you managed to buy one from Asfi. How much did it cost? Wait, don't tell me, and let me guess. They wear the helmet under the hood, moving their head sideways to see if it fits while musing. Above 100 million? Even I don't have that kind of money for now, Jackal scoffs. He may have said he bought it from Asfi, but in light of preparations, he used his trait humble store to buy this magical item from one of the stores around the world. Asfi may have been forced to sell this. After all, he only found 3 known points of sale for this item, which gave Asfi her moniker, Perseus. And he chose the quality feels a bit off, The cloaked individual assesses expertly. Don't tell me you went cheap. What if the item fails to work? I used most of my money for this and another item. Jackal half shrugs. I'll have to prowl the dungeon after this. I hear ya. I'm not to blame if this item gives out. As much as I hate to admit it, Phryne's muscles are better than mine, and I'll need a clean hit or two without her catching on to what you have in mind, Butcher. If you are physically capable of. They remark knowingly, not pointing at his lack of stomach for torture but something else. I can. Jackal smiles and raises his mug. Off you go. Use the odorless pouches to mask your scent, too. I know, they grunt in irritation as they strangely disappear, muttering under their breath, treating me like a kid, damn. A kid doesn't drink, Jackal shrugs again, feeling more at ease now he's recollected himself. While he would still cringe at the thought of torture, he wouldn't lose his usual composure easily again. He feels someone lightly smacking his head before retreating in the distance. All the best. Maria will be sad if you die, you know. The corner of Jackal's lips twitch. Didn't he know already? The silence in the pub's interior allows Jackal to hear the soft murmurs from the outside. His gaze falls on the bashed corpse not far from him as he keeps staring at the man's bandaged leg. The sensation of his blade slicing through his skin resurfaces in his mind. His whimpers, his begging eyes, and his spasming body are a sight forever embedded in his mind. But he isn't feeling kind or sorry. This is what they wanted to do to Maria and the rest. He looks at the stack of papers on the table. His rage manifests silently in his flickering pupils as he feels a senseless and empty emotion to end things. He's felt this before. It would creep up on him silently, like a gentle embrace. He remembers the rain of that night, his hand pulling that man, bashing his face into the metal gates. It's just like that night. Jackal's breathing becomes audible and slightly hurried as he gets further lost in this embrace of emotions. He instinctively knows it's not a bad thing. It does not desire to hurt him. His reincarnation was a mess for some reason. Things aren't what they should be. He has 2 traits and something more. Something unresolved. You can talk. But you are an animal. I didn't know animals could have traits. But then again, humans are animals, too. King of the forest, can you understand what I'm saying? Jackal slowly stands up, his hands mechanically stuffing the stack of letters in his frollet as a coarse voice fills the poll public. You must be Jackal. As the most beautiful and kindest woman of the district, I'll give you the option of replacing Jonas in my chambers. I am the ruler of these lands, born by the custom of battles. My trait allows me to wield mighty power with my family around me. Alas, only my newborn son remains after all the assassination attempts. Should I fail in this battle, can I count on you as another king to look after my child? I have none to ask. Confusion fills his eyes. Why would an enemy ask him anything? He can understand human language after opening that book he could create with each human's death. But there is something infectious about the human king's smile. There is something else to humanity he did not know. Maybe killing this human king will allow him to understand more about the creatures encroaching on his hunting ground. His eyes fall over the tiny creature carefully wrapped in blankets under the shade of a tree beside his lake. Killing that tiny thing won't ease his hunger, so he might as well understand humans further by raising one. He is superior, stronger, smarter, wiser. Why would he want to kill something that achieves nothing? Phryne stills for a moment as Jackal looks at her. No, he looks beyond her. Jackal's eyes see a robust man in his late 40s grinning casually. Long, uncombed black hair sways with the wind. Animal skins cover his body, but he doesn't look like any other hunter he's ever met. Why do you look so powerful? Jackal's voice questions. But he isn't the one speaking. They are. Because, Phryne grins with delight in her eyes. Her words stop as she notices Jackal's red irides and golden pupils flashing, expanding over the other constantly to take over their hues. Because I'm a king. And my presence brings comfort to my people and dread to my enemies. Hazy, honeyed gold covers Jackal's eyes, devouring the red of his eyes. The stored energy in his body from his second trait, Death Eater, gets consumed ever so slightly as Jackal whispers in a distant, dazed tone. Presence. The barest of crimson-clad black current circuits around Jackal's eyes as they question. "Honor me with your name." Phryne gets over her confusion and smirks proudly. Her toad-like face is alight with glee. There is unhinged lust in her eyes as her invasive gaze takes note of Jackal in every manner. It's Phryne. Jackal cannot hear. His body can, but he can't. He cannot even see her. He only hears. "The first king of my people, Gilgamesh. What is yours, king of the forest?" "I don't have any," he whispers, feeling lost. Can he be as infectious as this man if he has a name? "You don't. That's not good. How about this? You have brought death to anyone who's encountered your presence. My people think you are the god of death. Be death. Defeating you makes me the conqueror of one, eternal forever, even if this flesh rot. Death," he falls silent, "is fitting." Jackal smiles gently, an unknown emotion bubbling in his heart, something he should have with every breath he takes, every inch of flesh he devours, and every second he rests, gratification. Yet, Jackal is different from this slip of memory. He knows something. Something happened. He isn't viewing death's memory. Something changed later down the line. This name lost meaning and purpose. He lost meaning and purpose. All he remembers soundly is the presence of the king. His golden pupils stare into the irritated Phryne as she snarls. "What the fuck are you yapping about? Forget it. I'll skin you and make true to my promise of that Maria twig." Jackal has never felt this way before. It is different from the rainy night when his past version of this world possessed his body and dealt with the fodder efficiently. He is still very much in control of his body. It's just that Jackal feels he is the one taking over someone else this time, understanding this someone intimately from streams of memory to voices and experience. "I see." Jackal hums. Presence. The true use of the secondary effect of excretion. "Prepare yourself," Phryne scoffs, cracking her fingers as she steps forward. There is no need to use any weapon on the man, but Jackal can see a product of his own tied around the woman's wide waist. A frollet. Crackle asterisk. Phryne stops in her tracks. A strange force assails her. She and any other viewer cannot witness the flicker of black current flickering off Jackal's eyes, clad in a hazy crimson glow. They speak to their foes, the toad and the king of the past. "You lost the moment you showed up." Crackle asterisk. Phryne grunts, looking around in confusion as she feels something irritating press into her mind and thoughts. "What?" His body moves, tearing through the man named Gilgamesh with such force and speed that he cannot react. The king of humans falls to the king of the forest, death. Seeing the presence of a king elsewhere on a screen and being fortunate enough to feel it is two different things. Not only did Jackal feel the presence of a king, but he also understood the true essence of his trait. "You should have never forced me." Jackal tries to pull himself out of the short bout of memories. The memories would still be there, even after this mess, waiting for him to go through them. These are the memories and dreams the fading owner of the second trait spoke of on a rainy night in Soma Familia. It's not all, but this is the beginning of uncovering the truth about how he got a second trait. "What did you do?" Phryne regards Jackal with curious irritation, not the least bit intimidated by the rapidly vanishing gold of his eyes as his orbs return to normalcy. Jackal thins his lips and stares at the disgusting woman for once, not because of her looks but because of her intentions toward Maria and the children. "Beautiful?" Jackal sneers. "You're the most disgusting shit of this district." He will never dignify this shit with one of the coolest things he's yearned to learn. "What?" Phryne clenches her fist before smiling widely. "Get here, you little shit." She extends her hand. Kachar asterisk. Something slices her arm the next second. Spurt asterisk. Her. Phryne looks at her sliced-off arm on the floor with confusion. Schweiing asterisk. Her body is already falling as the cold noise cuts through her thighs, making her large body tumble on the ground. "I told you it'll work, right?" Jackal walks to the shuddering Phryne, who is too shaken to speak or scream as she stares at the man furiously, trying to reach with her other hand as he takes out an intricately carved double-bladed red war axe. The inlaid crystals on the handle are the only sight Fryn needs to see to understand the axe has magical properties. But unlike what she expected, something invisible tore her last hand. To slice her tongue off. Jackal narrows his eyes as he proceeds to retrieve the Butterfree era to start healing the bleeding stumps of the captain. Wait, Gua. A strong hand shoves in her mouth before pulling her tongue out. Flicker. There is a strange fluctuation again as the once invisible and strangely odorless figure becomes visible. A cloaked individual, but from her point of view, Jamil sees a familiar captain. You. She slurs with her tongue in their hand. Me, they smile. This will teach your familiar to stop pulling shit on my people in the dungeon just because some of us don't do filthy skanks like you. Their other hand slices down with a flawless knife, cutting Fryn's tongue off. Let's get things started. Jackal smiles and looks at the figure. Thanks. Yeah, you ain't brushing off what just happened with a smile. Geez. You've got some weird eyes. Tell that to your goddess. Maybe then she'll show me hers. Jackal chuckles and creates a healing area from the Butterfree era, easily healing Fryn's stumps to stop bleeding after the second use. You really don't need me after this. Well, who can stop you from staying? Jackal half shrugs. But yeah, I only needed assistance to deal with this bitch. I think I can beat the rest with a special magic. Special magic? Different from the one you just showed? Maybe I'll stick around. The cloaked figure grabs their half-filled mug before sauntering out of the pub as Jackal stares at the struggling Fryn, unable to move or speak freely. You're with me, cunt. Jackal gently smiles as he grabs a fistful of her hair, dragging the woman out. Truly, you guys forced me to think. What were you thinking? Of course, I'd have the most efficient plan, you skank. ****. Alternate title, Internal Rift, the most beautiful courtesan of Ishtar Familiar, the distant fanbase, Lena's just got a combat, the Berbera, the Hade's head, using a fortune, money should be spent, Jackal using everything in his arsenal, embrace of dreams, like that night, past and present, Gilgamesh's slayer, pimping children, death, promises of the other one, the presence of the king, the truth about the trait, the disgusting one, infectious king, seeing is different than feeling, the invisible. Assailant, hidden anger and reasons revealed, the most beautiful of them all, Ishtar's children, the cusp of final warning, unworthy of a king's presence, the lightning, Jackal should never be forced to think of plans Avenger-level threat. ****. I feel like I should admit that I won't break what little rules this world has for Haki. Like I introduced Getsuga Tensho as a one-time attack that needs recharge to fill Jackal's stomach with energy, Haki, and other things will be the same and will be molded to match this world's characteristics. They will have different limitations and rules. I also enjoyed introducing Death Eater's true owner this way, with two enemies coinciding in one. Oh, and I ain't adding the Toad's picture. *****. Join the Discord for Harem Pics tilde. Support the fanfic through comments, likes, reviews and such. If the published site allows it, your boy's multi-site now, and of course, the big P. Read 15 advanced chapters on patreon.com/fanharem. Join the Discord. https://discord.ggegdfue5. Chapter 50, 11 papers y, 4. 5,620 words. Oi. Tsubaki sets her bottle aside, questioning Jackal on the rooftop. That's Fryn Jamil. That fat bitch would skewer you in a second. I can probably save you, but I'd have to go all out too. How do you think my identity will remain a secret? Jackal stares ahead. Fryn Androctonus Jamil, a level 5 adventurer of considerable stature, is a woman experiencing delusions due to her different features compared to other Amazons, likely due to her abusive upbringing, which may or may not be due to her face. That woman likes making statements and robbing others' attention in any way possible, even if it means putting herself in scandalous issues or preying on others to evoke drama and controversy. And I remember her staring at men or boys of her interest worse than I try to peek down your goddess shirt. Tsubaki blanks out, ignoring the apparent light-humoured joke in the end. Remember. You've met her before. A few months before the disaster of 3 years ago, Jackal reveals as his smile recedes. She'd just reached level 5 then. She and that team of theirs, Berbera, was supposed to go on an expedition when she saw me. She tried to bed me, not listening to her fellow familiar members, that her familiar could get exiled to rape a guild member out in the open. Don't tell me she ate you, Tsubaki smirks. Do you remember the rumors during the time? Jackal inquires. Those days were pretty murky, you know. Evil cults and whatnot outside Orario tried claiming the actions of 3 years ago for themselves, too. Try thinking which source of rumor would try to save me. Tsubaki blinks. The white flash. Jackal nods. It saved me twice, once against Frine and once during the collapse of Pantheon. I was on an overtime that evening. Tsubaki drawls amusingly. Did you see who the white flash was? Jackal blinks before shaking his head quietly. Anyway, he changes the subject. I know Frine would want to replace her lover because I've proven myself superior by torturing and killing him. As for your identity remaining secret and a sure shot at Frine, I bought a Hade's head from Perseus. Do you know what that is? Of course I do. She scoffs. But something's strange. Tsubaki eyes Jackal drunkenly. It's creepy how you analyzed that fat bitch. I didn't think you were the kind. Well, Jackal looks a little hesitant. I used to be quiet before and observed everything. People, animals, laughter, cries, words, items, and more. I suppose it was a source of joy back then. I hear you, but your plan is still creepy. And you planned it now, right? What are you, some evil genius fooling others by chasing skirt? Tsubaki snorts a chuckle as she picks up her bottle. It's easy, she hears him whisper as the wind picks up around them, causing his tame hair to sway with the pace as he looks at the starry sky with an almost desolate smile. All I had to do was remember the man I once was. His smile regains vigor as he looks at her. Besides, many things can still go wrong. Tsubaki lets her lone eye observe his face until she issues a ponderous noise. What about after I take Frine's arms and legs? Then, Jackal's smile widens even more, genuinely pleased with himself as he punctuates. Hush, there he is. Wait, what's that sack behind him? A sack? That's... Fuck. What the fuck? Fucking slap me. Is that true? Did I snort the wrong powder? Oi, you're seeing this, too, right? Why yeah. That's Captain. *SSSSSSTTTTT*. The sudden public cry overcomes the gentle sound of a built figure dragging a large woman by her hair. Splashes of blood cover them both as blood covers the woman's healed stumps of limbs. Her struggles fall in vain as she cannot use her spectacular level 5 power to break free from the man's relatively weak grip. Power is relative this way. One needs limbs to exert strength and move. A spasming body can store the power of gods but would still need a method of outlet to wield said might. Jackal's monster phantoms follow a similar rule, allowing his body to wield power as the phantom of the said beast would using a human body. But this isn't about power alone. Jackal's mere presence drives others away, creating a gap around him for others to clamor around but not move. After all, Frine warned anyone from entering as she broke her foe, but nobody could have expected such a result. Stop. Rare events exist in this world that frightens an Amazon, events like a calm jackal walking in her direction, Ishtar's mark on her back feeling the worst burden in this world, as he drags their crippled captain. Loja doesn't know what took over her. It is something new and flustering that makes her body stop in her place as Jackal calmly walks past her, everyone around her pushing each other away as they make a path for Jackal to move. Their eyes fall on the trembling Frine. Her eyes are wide in confusion and fear as her stumps constantly twitch, trying to magically recover and move. Her mouth lets out pained gibberish, unable to speak without most of her tongue connected in her mouth. What is he going to do? Did he do this? Is he already this strong? Fearful inquiries echo around Jackal as he moves in a particular direction. Among the crowd are also many gods and goddesses. There is wonder and confusion in their eyes, thinly veiling their greed as they gaze at Jackal. Their eyes roam over him from beginning to end, one of them whispering, that cloaked ally must be the one who dealt with Frine, huh? Another familiar member? If so, Jackal's familiar might be stronger and more mysterious than expected. You don't think it's that group from 3 years ago, do you? Morin, they wouldn't do all this. This one feels a lot personal. Heh, Ishtar's down on luck. Fuck her, another goddess scoffs. She thinks Gakai revolves around her just because of her charm. Didn't you two sleep together? Another god questions. The goddess huffs in response, that was a competition. Did you win? Shut up. You're annoying. Oh, that direction. One of them finally gasps as the word spreads like wildfire. Exotic courtesans. That's right, a bordello led by the androctonus herself. She's the only one whom Ishtar allowed to have a business and remain in the combat captain position of the familiar. That's why she and the Berbera didn't get along too well initially. As the name suggests, the bordello exotic courtesans has a catalogue of exotic women ranging from Renauds, Boas women, and dark elf. The structure of the bordello is similar to an elaborate building with straight roofs and hanging gardens. Green and pink magic lamps illuminate the building, the entrance to which welcomes a sight of a beautiful garden equipped with open tents for the particularly adventurous and courageous. What do you think you are doing? Madame Kin, a Far Eastern Renaud of black hair, ears, and a black floofy tail wearing a thin red kimono loosely hanging from her shoulders, walk out with defiant steps as she scowls. If you want to murder that pig, do it elsewhere. Don't block my business. It is clear her relationship with her boss isn't so great either, using this chance to hurl insults at the quivering Phryne when she loses her voice, her eyes meeting his, as her body comes to a still. Asterisk step asterisk. Asterisk step asterisk. Asterisk step asterisk. Jackal walks past her calmly. Madame Kin's body trembles, her thick tail swaying in fear. Beads of sweat roll down her beautiful features before collecting near her chin and dropping on her deep, exposed cleavage as a shiver runs down her spine. It has been some time since the crowd around Jackal has gone quiet. What is he going to do? Will they see the reason why he has the name he possesses? Will he survive Ishtar Familiar? Phryne amasses no love in this crowd. She may have been like Jackal once, performing public executions in her domain, acquiring similar fear with hard work and all the toad-like hustle she can manage. But Jackal's steps are different. His back does not desire attention or witnesses for the sake of it. It was never about a cathartic experience in killing his enemies, it's about sending a message. The couples, and an orgy, in the open tents, come to a halt. Men and women cover themselves barely, looking out at the center of Bordello's entrance. Heads slip out from the windows of the building, and men and women of different ages and species collect near the reception of the bordello. Asterisk thud asterisk. Phryne's body slides forward with a powerful pull, stumbling a little ahead of Jackal as she looks up, seeing a few familiar men near the reception of her bordello, her lovers. She instantly begs these men with her large eyes and incomplete babbles. Her stumps try moving, failing again. Someone. Please. Move. I treated you all with love and care. I made you mine. Help me. Help me. But she only sees the men and women unmoved, excited even. It's a cold world. Traitors are not born from the enemies but from one's own, a sentiment Phryne Androctonus Jamil has no right to claim. Even in such a desperate situation, the most beautiful woman in the entertainment district thinks others owe their life to her. Why won't they? She didn't kill them in her chambers, their lives are for her. Asterisk TNK asterisk. Asterisk creech asterisk. Metal moans against concrete, flickering sparks, as Phryne struggles to look back. Jackal walks around her slowly, his right hand dragging a large red war axe with a crystal-inlaid curved protective handle. The edge of the crimson axe reflects a cold steel glint, a small spike jutting from above the helve. His left hand, meanwhile, retrieves a piece of paper from his frollet. He didn't ask anyone to recite the letter again, feeling that he may expose the things he doesn't want to the curious deities and unhealthily bold Amazons mixed between. After all, in his mind, nothing speaks more about disclosing one's loved ones than executing an offending party on their account. Who knows, someone as crazy as Olal might happen to be present, finding delight in screwing with him just because of it. Who needs that kind of trouble constantly? Not Jackal. So, he reads the letter internally one last time. Nothing in this world is uglier than a woman bearing so many children, Maria Martel. Mothers are ugly. Parents are ugly. Your flesh may be smooth, your eyes may attract a fool, and your breasts and ass can seduce barely a few, but you are ugly. I still wonder what Ishtar thinks by issuing us to threaten you, making me enter this chase. I don't care what that goddess thinks. But now I see you. And I'm bored. I will see you in a week. When I arrive, I will blister your skin to match your ugly heart, gorge your eyes out to let others witness the emptiness in you, skewer your breasts for the packets of useless flesh they are, and penetrate searing hot iron within you, destroying your hope to bear any child of your own as you and other mothers obliterate their children a week. My uncultured eyes see so many issues in this letter alone. *TCK**. Jackal stabs his axe fiercely, making the viewers and Phryne flinches at the sudden movement. In a way, I have to thank Olul for this. I came into this world thinking living without fear is the best way. He made me realize that I'd miss them if they were gone. I'd mourn them. Isn't that right, Rai? That's what I taught you. *TCK**. His axe stabs again, creating sparks. His cold expression manages to rouse every viewer as they gulp despite themselves. A few members of Berbera arrive at this point, but they are speechless. Their gaze follows their fallen captain and the young man standing above her. The butcher. And to think I said things so casually to Loki that night. At that moment, I believed what I said was right. Others can envy me, fear me, lust for me, worry for me, but I'd never live in fear. I don't fear my death. But it's so complicated. Jackal recalls reading these letters over and over again, feeling a bout of helpless anger every time. *TCK**. Indeed. It was helplessness. I wasn't angry at anyone but my inability to think well, forcing me to recall my earlier ways. Dungeon, elves, monsters, babes, goddesses, swole gods, friends, possible family, Lily, and others. Everything felt so unreal. It's real. I won't get to live again, probably. *TCK**. I have to make things count. I have to make my relationships, the good and the bad, matter. I don't want to stop insulting Loki, feeding AS Gemlings in front of her, cooking bentos, seeing Naza's resting bitch face, Lily's breathing on my chest when I wake up, Maria's hugs, the children's snobbish laugh, SYR's plans to get me to complete her chores, drinking with Mayak, Take Mikazuchi, and Soma, making Uka clean shit, trying to lay cheesy lines on Mia, and so many things. It's surprising how little I care for the dungeon. I don't want to worry Aina and Rose, too. *TCK**. Fuck, I have a cat and a dog, now that I remember. I have to buy bedding for the duo. *TCK**. Truly, gotta thank Olul in kind. *TCK**. Truly, I needed to appreciate the man I once was to understand the man I need to become for my dreams. *TCK**. The noise grows more intense as each strike of the axe on the pavement causes further cracks around the surface. Jackal gently lets go of the letter in his hand as it starts descending slowly. His other arm brings his axe high as he stares at the silently begging Phryne. But he doesn't see Phryne. He sees a blooded Maria going through the many tribulations written in the letter, the promises that these kind men and women would undoubtedly fulfill. She, too, would be begging for her life and the children of the orphanage. But unlike their supposed assailants, Jackal refuses to take any delight. His face is a mask of stoicism. His gold-red eyes are unnervingly calm. Under everyone's gaze, the mysterious paper finally settles on top of Phryne's sweaty head. *Swish**. Infant dragon and silverback flicker on top of his head, taking everyone's breath away. The infant dragon roars at the sky while the silverback drums his fists into his chest. The power Jackal generates is easily more than most veteran level 2 adventurers, their stats averaging at C rank. *KHCCCHHHHKKKKKKK**. A sick voice fills the small section of the district as Jackal feels his mind drain to its absolute limits, causing his vision to go hazy. Impossible, Madam Kin whispers with wide eyes. *SR**. The axe in Jackal's hand starts to crumble into ashes as others whispers echo. A level 2 adventurer split a level 5 Amazoness skull in one swing? That's absurd, claims one god. A magic weapon, an astute voice echoes from the interrupted orgy, barely entering Jackal's senses as he downs a powerful mind recovery potion purchased from humble store. His drained reserves refill and boosts his mind's recovery for the next 3 hours. What kind of magic weapon was that axe? Another voice inquires. Any blacksmiths around? Hamoy, that axe. Crimson and a pole end. Yeah, I couldn't believe my eyes either. That axe should not exist, right? You know something? An Amazoness grips a goddess' shoulder fervently. Others glance their way in intrigue. It was Hephaestus' first work when she arrived in Aurario. Zeus' familiar used that axe in one of the 3 great quests. Fearing its abuse, Hephaestus refused to create similar magic weapons. It's similar to her other lower collection, enhancing the use of the weapon with magic itself. An axe splits absurdly better, an arrow flies absurdly quicker and pierces the thickest armors in existence, and a torch is so absurdly hot it scorches lake. Just get to the point. A few Amazoness surrounds the goddess. Seeing the danger she's in based on the urgent, bothered looks in their eyes, the goddess objectively chooses not to get smothered to death and gulps with a strained smile. That axe should be the Crimson Splitter. The Zeus familiar named it. Huff, Jackal looks at Phryne's corpse, noting barely any energy flowing into him from her death, confirming that a human's death won't bring Jackal the benefits of their fauna and levels. Well, she's an Amazon, but it's the same category. Jackal stretches his hand, bending down to tear away the frollet on her body, stuffing it into his frollet to sort through later. 9 more to go. Others evade his gaze as he steps over Phryne's corpse. He hasn't spoken even once. His gaze is clear and assured. The answer is simple. A man who doesn't let fears compromise his promises, that's the kind of man he wants to be, huh? A familiar cloaked individual within the crowd smiles to herself, touching her left eye patch as she recalls his answer. Such a wonderful execution, Tilda. Tsubaki's ears twitch as she hears the faintest whisper grasping her complete attention, seizing her being, if you will. Her head whips sideways, finding a sea of people obstructing her with a noise of voices. But Tsubaki can bet her coming rewards she heard the smoothest voice of her life, the sweetest, even. That voice. You killed her. A sharp voice interrupts everyone as a proud figure shoves through the crowd, cutting Jackal's path as Tsubaki looks to the new arrival, cursing under her breath trouble, not for her but for Jackal. Astute observation, Jackal observes the figure clad in the skimpy purple outfit, golden braces, anklets, necklace, and earrings. Her purple pupils match his gold-red orbs, her dark skin reflecting the exotic pink and green illumination as her fists clench tightly. Indignance is apparent in her pretty, slender features. Why? I know who you are, Butcher. But even someone close to the Loki familiar has to answer for this act. Are you planning an all-out war, you dumb fuck? Jackal looks back at Phryne's corpse before straightening his back and shaking his head. Step aside. Clone's next. Her eyes widen as she seethes. You should stop right now. Step aside. Jackal punctuates, taking a step forward. *F-whip*. Her hand moves faster than a whip as Jackal's feet leave the ground, his body flying back and smashing into the marbled steps of the bordello's entrance beyond Phryne's corpse. Sorry, claims the woman. But I'm taking you to Ishtar. You're the ones who screwed things up. Jackal grunts as he stands, wiping the blood off his lips with the back of his arm. His other hand dusts his body as he stares at the Amazoness woman. Other women parts from the crowd with reluctant expressions, surrounding him as the supposed leader cracks her fingers slightly. I screwed things up. Jackal looks at the woman. You're Aisha Belka, right? He questions with a narrowed expression. Could you repeat that? What? Questions Aisha. The thing you just said. You screwed things up. What else? We wouldn't have intervened if Phryne was alive. Fuck my luck. I just got here, you know. She scowls at her squirming teammates. Unlike them, too blind to see beyond their fear and angst against Phryne, Aisha knew how much their familiar needed a powerhouse with a nasty reputation like Phryne. Phut, Jackal scoffs a chuckle, his mood lightening as a peal of full-blown laughter swirls in his stomach. Ha 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 ha. His sudden laugh makes surrounding people jerk in response, especially the deities, who suddenly feel ominous for no good reason. Jackal feels it again. A familiar presence inspires Jackal. His mind moves not to create this fluctuation but to invoke the stored energy in his stomach. The true essence of the secondary effect of excretion is not to create full-blown waves of energy similar to Getsuga Tensho, it's to achieve miracles using the purest energy in existence, capable of transforming into anything should Jackal be intimately aware of it. How else does his trait manifest items from killed enemies? Is that not matter manipulation? The only difference is, instead of automatically creating the same items, Jackal enters the manual mode, only capable of two things at the moment: a full-blown release of energy in the form of a Getsuga Tensho an crackle Hwahahahahahahaha. A powerful force accompanies his laughter, kicking up a gust of wind as if manifesting to reality, drawing his turbulent emotions, his anger, humor, sadness, gratitude, and so much more into one intent conquering. The eyes of the viewers widen, their faces turning pale, visions turning hazy, knees jerking with the sole intention of kneeling in defeat, their minds and wills prostrating to the massive force, making Jackal stand out from the masses almost physically, as if pressuring others to submission under his gigantic fee. Uaarg. Madam Kin is the first to scream. Her chest tightens in horror, her heartbeat skyrockets, and her eyes roll back into her skull. Time seems to slow down as her body descends to the ground, similar to the letter Jackal let go over Frine. Thud. Her knees touch the ground as she faints. You think I screwed up? Gahahahahaha. He cannot help but laugh. He cannot help but rage. Many screams echo in the crowd, 80% of them falling to their knees and fainting as two of Aisha's Berbera fall to their knees, too. Go on. Tears flicker in Jackal's eyes as he asks loudly to Aisha, who weathers the storm. Say that again. Woo. It's so stupid that I can't help but laugh. Notably, all the deities are left standing with strange amazement in their eyes. One more time. Jackal calls out loudly, grinning so widely that others might mistake him for a friend. What was that? Others can barely take notice of the few figures gathering above the exotic courtesan's roof. Cat got your tongue, Aisha? Jackal questions between his snickers. Here's an idea. Run off to Ishtar. Tell her one thing for me. His legs pull him backward as Aisha's fist barely touches him instead of impacting his skull. You've gotten slow. Jackal calmly pushes her fist aside with a cold smirk. I guess it must have affected you more than you show on your face. Want me to do that again? His red-gold hues reflect dark crimson lightning not visible to anyone. Or will you fuck off? Aisha shudders, feeling herself strangely drained from the previous impact. I screwed up. Jackal suddenly pulls the dazed Aisha's arm, his head smashing into her face as she grunts with an injured nose, stumbling back and bleeding. I screwed up. Jackal snarls, no longer finding humor in her willing ignorance. Anyone with half a mind and knowledge about the situation would understand how this ended had he not stepped in today. Did I screw up when this district's whores sent those letters? Jackal's arm grabs the dazed Aisha's head, smashing her into the pavement as he releases the aura of the king again, not letting Aisha respond even once. Did I screw up when Olul dropped out of fucking nowhere? He tosses Aisha aside, brutally taking to the air before knee-dropping on the woman's torso as the spectators flinch. Did I screw up when you threatened those I care for? He grips his hands together, smashing his hands into Aisha's face constantly. Speak the fuck up again, he roars, moving from Aisha as he looks around at the remaining individuals. Speak up. You play stupid and bitch about the prizes you win. His fierce glare roots the usually fearless Amazoness around him, and other warriors, who watch in awe. Ishtar familiar? Loki familiar? War? Don't fucking kid me with politics. I'm picking a fight. Anyone with balls can do the same. His indignant growl releases the last bit of pent-up frustration in Jackal's chest as he clenches his blooded knuckles till they go white. Go. Go. Tell Ishtar if she understands what's good, she'll stop bitching with Olul. Gonna threaten me, thinking I'll fall? That ain't happening. His beastly snarl trembles the heart of the listeners. This is the big bad entertainment district, right? Right. Follow me. I ain't done. 9 more men and women will die today. If you want to stop me, pick a fight. Jackal's chest rises and falls as he heaves, looking around like a crazed animal as he starts moving, making his way toward the next public. He won't stop tonight. Or rather, there isn't anyone left to stop him for now. Phryne is dead, Aisha is unconscious, and other warriors are so subdued they might as well become Anya's peer in his home. As for the rest, the customers will take delight in Ishtar's damage, and the other viewers are more interested in what Jackal is doing. You brought me here for this. Shakti narrows her eyes at the spear-wielding Pallum recovering from the earlier sight. The blue-haired captain of the Ganesha familiar licks her dry lips. I thought you said he needed my assistance. I clearly underestimated him. Finn narrows his eyes, whispering. How do you think the guild will respond? Like usual, Shakti sighs. Winner's the king. And you? Why are you here? Finn looks to the side, seeing Reveria not far from them. Next to her in a daze are Ais, Tiona, Tyon, and an unconscious Lefia. They promised not to act, only if they get to look over him. Reveria looks at the rest before noting. Was that a chantless intimidation magic? If so, it'll be his second magic, right? Captain, Tyon licks her lips, a somewhat crazed intent dancing in the usually clingy Amazonas. He wrecked Aisha. I want to fight him for real. I want to experience the full brunt of that magic. Well, threatening the orphanage will get you a ticket to fight him, Finn half shrugs. I suppose, Jackal outdid himself. He must have had help to take care of Phryne. His words make others look at Phryne's corpse. I've never seen him so intense, Tiona whispers. For some reason, when she should feel excited about his strength, she worries about his anger. He was cruel. Her words silence others until Shakti musters, I'm going to report to the Gill and sleep for the night. The Ganesha familiar cannot operate on another familiar's territory, so Ishtar familiar needs to clean their mess. It was thoughtful of you to let me know about this, Finn. Finn nods as Shakti leaps away. So that's the butcher, Tiona sighs softly, her head hanging slightly and her gaze turning downcast, making her elder sister pat her back calmly. I would have done worse if they threatened you or the captain, Tiona. I get it, Tiona mutters, but I don't like seeing him or others so sad. Sad? Ais blinks, like others. He looked angry to me. Reveria furrows her brows gently as Tiona turns away, her anklets chiming gently. No, it was only sadness in there. The Ishtar familiar and Olul should have never pulled this stunt. She leaps away, too, not keen on seeing the rest. Well, it seems brilliant in my eyes, Finn muses. And Loki would think so, too. What do you mean, Captain? Tyon reaches next to Finn, questioning eagerly. It is simple, of course, Hermes smiles, standing near a white-haired Olul and his cloaked companion. Your method to isolate Jackal was to break him emotionally. You have used the name of your backer cleverly until now, making us fall into passive roles. You used your connections to send condemning letters to the guild from other businesses to give them a reason to further suppress Jackal's store. And the threats to his loved ones, especially the orphans, to shackle him mentally, making him feel his actions can hurt them instead. Hermes lowers his head, leaning over the ledge of a roof as the street beneath clamors with activity. For anyone else, this is a dreadful situation of isolation, helplessness, guilt, and rage, a perfect cocktail to make mistakes. Hermes smiles as Olul listens with a serene look. But Jackal used your method. You can consider this entirely out of the box. After all, who would think of isolating the heretic Olul? But Phryne Jamil is dead because of you. Even if Ishtar seeks vengeance with Jackal, you two will have no relationship come morning. Jackal has a level 5 ally, maybe more. This chain of deaths will intimidate other stores lured by profits, sending the message of not associating themselves with you because Jackal does not threaten. He butchers. And finally, there is an unwritten rule in the city. The winner's the king. Jackal will be penalized at most. The guild won't take any action because they are more peeved by you than Jackal, and now he's revealed how shallow your presence is in the city. Only the deities fear that one god in the no-gods land. But adventurers still make up for the strength of gods. Isn't that right? You're enjoying it, Olul smirks, chuckling as he stretches his arms slightly. That was a fun show, no? Hermes looks at the troublesome mortal, smiling. You look unworried. I think it was a tie, Olul muses, leaning against the ledge next to Hermes. Pardon me? A tie? Hermes blinks. Yeah, it's as you say. I don't have real allies, so I lose nothing. I still have all my assets. I still have my underground connections that do not fear Jackal's reach because he isn't even aware of them. But I have to give it to him. Olul's smirk broadens with a strangely fond look in his eyes. He's certainly that man. Hermes listens quietly. And did you not see his look? Did you not hear the desperation in his voice? I think he feels he's overcome his emotional issues, but I say it's just the first step. So, it's a tie. Olul snickers, and that magic was strange. Even I felt ticklish. The cloaked figure narrows her eyes. They'd fallen unconscious before, with Olul probably being the sole mortal to remain awake in the distance. The corner of Hermes' eyes twitches as he glances at the peacock feather pendant around Oil. A tie, ha! Hermes sighs. But Jackal is surprising. He discreetly glances at Olul. The question is, why is Olul obsessed with Jackal? He only chose to travel to Orario after hearing Jackal's description. He knows something about Jackal that I don't. He was, like me, different from Olul and Hermes, the cloaked figure wonders calmly. He just wants to protect in the ways he knows. They can empathize with that desperate feeling. Deities and people like Olul cannot come close to understanding that. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alternate title, nothing more satisfying than a successful execution of a plan, the man he once was, the man he must be, the mythical White Flash, tragedy of 3 years ago, psychoanalyzing a Toad Fr, public execution, the King's Walk, a conqueror arrives, the execution, the fabled axe, gratitude for Olul, a butchering, Aisha got caught lacking, a desperate Jackal has no fucks to give, Tyon's excitement, Tiona gets it, the rooftop viewers, a sweet voice, taming enemies, drop dead aura. Inspired king, the aura of madness, true nature unveiled, an out-of-box plan, Hermes' observation Olul, I can do better, a tie, Olul knows something, empathy, rift, Ishtar's next, winner's king, when a free hearts meets a shackling force, a battle beyond fists, Jackal's fight has just begun. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alright, for those guys who still have some doubt about the secondary effects of excretion. As you have witnessed in the fanfic, Jackal's Death Eater allows him to create items conforming to the species killed, right? These items are formed from the stored energy left unused after a round of digestion to strengthening his body. This energy can create any item but is limited to the being he kills in the basic mode. The secondary effect is using this energy in manual mode. Meaning, he can instinctively blow it all out since every living being has that instinct, like exhaling loudly. But since this energy can be used for anything, Jackal can create any construct energy or items. Think of it like conjuring Nen, or Momo's quirk from Banhar. Jackal needs to be intimately familiar with his needs before using this energy. So, Jackal cannot use Haki indefinitely. When he is out of this energy, he is out of Haki, too. Again, I don't want to break too many rules of the verse. Usually, Haki is the power of mind and spirit. But in this world, mind is used to invoke magic. So, it is like magic. And I don't mean this energy is just like magic, it can be turned into magic energy should Jackal familiarize himself with it. In essence, it's an all-purpose flower of the bakery world. And yes, it is OP. But again, the limitations are just as great, as it doesn't just hand power to Jackal, except for the off-branch Conqueror's Haki cause plot. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Join the Discord for Harem Pics tilde. Support the fanfic through comments, likes, reviews and such. If the published site allows it, your boy's multi-site now, and of course, the big P. Read 15 advanced chapters on patreon.com/fanharem. Join the Discord. https://discord.ggegdfue5. Chapter 51, Hiatus. 334 words. I'm sad to announce this, I really am. But before I actually get into the stuff why this is happening, let me just announce when I will return, and it's not some viewership-based BS or me being butthurt about some odd review or some shit. I'm training to be too swole for that. So, I will return when 1. Finishing Questmaker diligently, since trying to input quality in 4 different fanfics earn me 4 mediocre fanfics at best, and I feel I can do better. 2. Putting a total of 60 advanced chapters for Filthy Gamer and Paradise of Infinity on my Patreon since I put it on hold for a long while. 3. Reading Danmachi and So Light novels till 13 to 15 volumes and the side stories to get a better grip of the story, current status, 4 volumes each, so yeah. I waited this long so that I can complete Friend's End without cutting it off for weeks. Again, I only do this now to prevent a loss of quality later on. I'm a human and I cannot guarantee quality, and I enjoy writing this fanfic a lot. I think it shows in the work. But I also love my other works. I tried writing 4 at once against my better judgments and the sound advices of some of my readers on the Discord, but I don't particularly regret it. But I also want to give Questmaker a satisfying, smutty end, which can't happen if I don't focus now more than ever. I hope you understand my situation. P.S. My writing speed is about 2.5-3k plus words every 2-3 hours, since I'm kinda dumb if you hadn't already noticed it as advertised by juggling 4 fanfics on 2 fics ever week basis. I hope to complete my objectives as quickly as possible. PS Plus, Elden Ring is ass. I went in an underwear and the first boss just ran through me 7 times until I chose a class with a shield, Vagabond. Don't forget to like and subscribe to KUMO-AUDIOBOOK.